Section 1. My character's already max level, and you guys just transmigrated? Author, Milk Green Mango Without Sugar. Synopsis. You have successfully reformed and contained the Tier 3 mutated Beast King, Shadow Leopard, Wasteland points plus 800. Gained the ability Dark Element Control. Jin stared at the stray calico puppy that had been rubbing against him incessantly after being fed a sausage, lost in thought. Your divine might is unparalleled. You have successfully purified the 7th tier pollution core, Shattered Star Source, Wasteland points plus 1500. You have obtained the resource Advanced Energy Crystal. Jin glanced down at the few expired lithium batteries he had just disposed of, feeling that the system's understanding of the terms divine might and Shattered Star was somewhat off. Your kindness and generosity have successfully sheltered a small team of Wasteland refugees, providing them with safe shelter and basic survival guarantees, Wasteland points plus 5000. You have obtained the identity Lord of Dawn Refuge City. Jin turned to look at the 5 green new members of the Environmental Protection Club who had just signed their membership applications and were discussing where to scavenge for trash that weekend. Wasteland refugees? My name is Yin Yao, daughter of the richest man in Great Xia, a reborn individual. 7 days later, a game called Wasteland invades reality. Half of humanity is forcibly transported to an alien wasteland, struggling to survive in a world teeming with powerful infected and terrifying mutated beasts. In my previous life, I fought with everything but ended up as a lowly wasteland outcast. Reborn, all I want is to find Ember and latch onto his coattails. He is the Lord of Dawn Refuge City, a 9th tier evolver, an infected hunter, and the Soul King of the Wasteland. Chapter 1 Recruitment. Zhongcheng University. Bach Building, Lecture Hall. The annual club recruitment event. Ember stares blankly at the semi-transparent gray text before him. You have successfully tamed and sheltered the Tier 3 mutant Beast King, Shadow Leopard, Wasteland points plus 800. A few minutes ago, after Jin casually fed a stray calico kitten a sausage, this message appeared before his eyes. After a simple test, Jin discovered this message was only visible to him. For example, Tang Yungsuan, who was currently sitting opposite him, staring intently into the distance, couldn't see this semi-transparent panel at all. This guy, as the vice president of his Environmental Protection Club, was currently only focused on the junior girls from the dance club opposite him. Jin even heard him swallow hard. Jin shook his head, no longer looking at Tang Yungsuan, and returned his attention to the message before him. Tier 3 Mutant Beast King? Shadow Leopard? Jin carefully considered these 2 words, unable to connect them with the cute little calico kitten he had fed earlier. Haunted by staying up too late lately? Jin shook his head vigorously, his head spinning, but the text in front of him remained clear. System? Jin, a longtime user of Kidian, a Chinese online literature platform, who had read many web novels, immediately called out in his mind. No response. Deep blue. System bro? Claim the reward? After several attempts, the semi-transparent panel in front of Jin finally changed. Below the initial line of gray text, a small button icon appeared. The icon bore 3 large characters awesome. Jin fell into deep thought. Damn, this feels a bit like the reward system in the Chinese mobile game Horse Racing Alliance. Jin reached out and tapped the button in front of him that read awesome. Reward successfully claimed. You have gained 800 Wasteland points. Notification. After accumulating 10,000 Wasteland points, you can unlock the point shop. Please keep up the good work and strive to survive in this perilous wasteland world. Jin stared at the last line of text, lost in thought once again. A perilous wasteland world? Strive to survive? Jin looked up. The lecture hall was brightly lit. The central air conditioning blew cool air, dispelling the summer heat. Energetic freshmen, their eyes filled with a clear-eyed naivete, bustled around, discussing the recruitment advertisements for various clubs. Wow, the gaming club's weekly activity is a 5-person internet cafe game. The dance club has so many girls, so fair-skinned, so beautiful. I've loved dancing since I was little. I love dancing so much. Why, you don't just love dancing, you love dancers. You're just lusting after people's bodies. You're disgusting. Although the Environmental Protection Club where Jin was located was deserted and ignored, it didn't stop Jin from making a judgment. This is a peaceful, stable, and thriving civilized society. What kind of crisis-ridden, wasteland world is this? This system is probably bugged. But it's not a big deal, since I'm already here, I might as well not leave. After the club recruitment event, I'll feed a few stray kittens, get those wasteland points to 10,000, and see what this points mall is all about. Jin thought to himself. And just then, whoosh, the previously noisy lecture hall suddenly erupted in a chorus of exclamations. Holy crap! Yin Yao actually came to the recruitment event too. Sitting next to Jin, Tang Yungsuan, the vice president and only member of the Environmental Protection Club, joined in with a surprised exclamation. Yin Yao? Yu Jin murmured the name, following Tang Yongsuan's gaze. At the lecture hall's entrance, a figure stood quietly, seemingly radiating an aura. She was tall and slender, a simple yet luxurious white dress accentuating her elegant curves. Her hair cascaded down like a waterfall, further highlighting her snow-white skin. Her features were delicate, her skin fair, and her eyes exuded an innate nobility. As a prominent figure at Zhangcheng University, the dream goddess of countless boys, Yin Yao's background was rumored to be incredibly powerful. Yin Yao's sudden appearance silenced the previously noisy classroom. All eyes were fixed on her, yet no one dared to look directly at her for long. The boys held their breath, their hearts pounding, while the girls secretly envied her presence. "President, what brings you here?" From the center of the lecture hall, a tall girl emerged from the dance club, which was surrounded by a group of first-year students. Yu Panner, the vice president of the dance club, was pursued by many younger and older students due to her beautiful appearance and status as a dance student. However, when she stood before Yin Yao, her presence was noticeably inferior. Faced with Yu Panner's question, Yin Yao simply shook her head without answering. She slightly raised her eyes, her gaze searching for something in the crowd. Soon, Yin Yao seemed to have locked onto her target. Meanwhile, on the other side, Yu Jin frowned slightly. Section 2. Damn it! Tang Yongsuan let out a low shriek. Old Yin Yao is looking in my direction, looking at me. Ouch, she's walking towards me. Tap, tap, tap. The lecture hall, filled with hundreds of people, was utterly silent, save for the crisp sound of Yin Yao's heels hitting the floor. A moment later, under the astonished gazes of the freshmen and upperclassmen, Yin Yao walked straight to the Environmental Protection Club's table. Senior Yin. Tang Yongsuan's face flushed red, his words stammering. What had he, Tang Yongsuan, done to deserve this? Senior Yin had personally come to find him today. Hello. Yin Yao spoke, her voice strange, as if she were usually cold and aloof, yet now she was forcing a hint of politeness and attentiveness. You too. Tang Yongsuan hurriedly replied. But Yin Yao wasn't actually looking at him. As she spoke, her clear eyes were fixed on Yu Jin, as if trying to discern something from him. Something wrong? Yu Jin frowned. He didn't know when he'd gotten involved with this person. Moreover, he didn't like this kind of relationship. Just like now, Yu Jin could feel the unfriendly gazes of hundreds of male classmates throughout the lecture hall. I want to join your Environmental Protection Club. Yin Yao spoke softly, her tone resolute, as if she had been prepared for this. This sentence left everyone in the lecture hall looking bewildered once again, especially Yu Panner, the vice president of the dance club, who followed closely behind Yin Yao. Their club president wanted to join another club? And the most deserted one at that, an Environmental Protection Club with only 2 members, a president and a vice president? Yu Panner suddenly felt her nose was red and swollen, as if something was about to grow out. She had naively thought that her club president was at the recruitment event to promote the dance club. But the next second, the conversation between Yin Yao and Yu Jin left the dance club vice president utterly bewildered. You're the dance club president, joining our Environmental Protection Club isn't appropriate. I can withdraw. Chapter 2 Assessment. Yu Jin stared at the girl in front of him. He had to admit, Yin Yao was indeed beautiful, and her temperament was exceptional. No wonder Tang Yongsuan had reacted so poorly earlier. But, what's this senior Yin up to? Yu Jin didn't understand, and after thinking about it, he couldn't figure it out. In the past 3 years of university life, he had barely even seen this senior. In fact, Yu Jin even felt that she didn't know his name at all. Wait a minute. Yu Jin suddenly paused, glancing at Tang Yongsuan beside him, whose eyes were practically blaming him to accept Yin Yao's application to join the club. Damn it, this simp's got me hooked. I almost fell into one of the 3 great illusions of life, thinking she joined because she's interested in me. Maybe she's just passionate about environmental protection, dedicated to a clean and hygienic global village. Thinking this, Yu Jin's strange feeling vanished. No problem. To join, you need to fill out an application form. If you pass the assessment, you can officially become a member of our Environmental Protection Club. With his chaotic thoughts cleared, Yu Jin felt much calmer. He pulled a form from under his desk and handed it to Yin Yao across from him. Thank you. Yin Yao took it and thanked him softly. Then, without the slightest hesitation, the senior student Yin sat down next to Yu Jin, took out an expensive-looking pen, and quickly filled out the form. Hiss. She even brought her own pen? Seeing this, Yu Jin realized he had underestimated her determination to protect the global village. Such talent deserves to be in my Environmental Protection Club. Meanwhile, the dance club's vice president, Yu Panner, had her pretty face scrunched up, almost in tears. President, are you really going to quit the dance club? Yu Panner's words had barely left her lips. Yin Yao seemed to realize something. She paused slightly in her writing, raised her head slightly, and looked at Yu Panner. I almost forgot, give me a withdrawal application form. Yu Panner, the lecture hall. The venue for club recruitment fell silent for several minutes. Swish, swish. The scraping of pen against paper echoed in everyone's ears. Whether freshmen or sophomores and juniors, everyone's expression was indescribable as they watched Yin Yao, bent over her desk, filling out withdrawal forms and then continuing to fill out new ones. What happened? Why did Yin Yao reject the dance club and suddenly want to join the neglected Environmental Protection Club? Everyone was confused. The dance club members, especially those who joined because of their president Yin Yao's reputation, were not only confused but also filled with bewilderment. On the other side, from an unseen perspective, bent over her desk, filling out an application form for joining the Environmental Protection Club, Yin Yao's eyes shone with a relieved satisfaction. She succeeded. She did it. She took the first step towards getting close to Eugene, clinging to his coattails. No one knew. Just half an hour ago, she was struggling to survive in the Wasteland world, and in her quest for a piece of infected crystal, she perished in the jaws of the Tier 3 mutated Beast King, the Shadow Leopard, leaving no trace. But there's always a way out. When she opened her eyes again, she was shocked to discover that she had been reborn. Reborn before the Wasteland game invaded reality, reborn on this still peaceful and prosperous blue planet. Today is September 2nd. There are only 7 days left until the Wasteland game invades Earth. At that time, nearly half of humanity will be forcibly and randomly teleported to a strange wasteland planet, struggling to survive in a perilous wasteland world. Yin Yao filled out the form while calculating in her mind. What could she possibly do in just 7 days? With her rebirth advantage, she knew a great deal of information and could intercept many resources before others arrived in the wasteland in 7 days. But the biggest and most valuable resource was the man sitting next to her, casually crossing his legs. He was the Lord of Dawn City, the most powerful and happiest safe haven in the Wasteland world. He was the first evolved being in the history of the Wasteland world to advance to the 9th rank. Section 3. He was the nightmare of countless infected and mutated beasts, having single-handedly annihilated a horde of 100,000 infected beasts. In that desperate, almost hopeless alien wasteland, Yin Yao, a lowly refugee, had glimpsed this great figure from afar, and his name had already spread throughout the wasteland. His name was Eugene. Therefore, after quickly accepting her rebirth, Yin Yao immediately inquired about Eugene's whereabouts. So, she came to the club recruitment event to join the Environmental Protection Club to which Eugene belonged. The first step to clinging to his coattails was to get close to him, to create a connection. And the Environmental Protection Club was the best entry point Yin Yao could find. Have you finished filling it out? Eugene's voice interrupted Yin Yao's thoughts. She paused slightly, her body trembling involuntarily, then quickly sped up filling out the form. A short while later, Yin Yao looked up, closed the pen cap, and let out a long sigh. Finished. She handed the fully filled form to Eugene. Eugene raised an eyebrow and took it. With just one glance, Eugene's expression instantly became fascinating. Name, Yin Yao. Department, School of Finance. Year, Senior. Past honors. 3 consecutive years of winning the national scholarship. Top 0.3% globally in the International Mathematical Modeling Contest. Published an environmental economics paper as first author in a Nature subjournal, age 19. Created the Yin's financial model during her sophomore year exchange program at Cambridge University, which was included in the business school textbook. Social impact. Sole heir to the Yin Family Consortium, ranked first among Forbes Asia's top 10 consortia. UN Youth Environmental Ambassador, youngest appointee in history. Leader of the Aurora Project Clean Energy Initiative, personally awarded the medal. 7 of her environmental patents have been included in the National Strategic Reserve. Invited to the Davos Forum Young Leaders Summit at age 16. Special background. Father is the head of the Yin Family Consortium, the richest man in Great Xia. Mother heads the currency department of the Great Xia Bank. Grandfather is a founding father, portrait on the cover of textbooks. Grandmother is the president of the National Arts Association and chief advisor to the International Arts Association. Generally speaking, Yin Yao never mentions her specific family background to outsiders. But it's clear. The current situation, because of Eugene, is not ordinary in Yin Yao's eyes. So much so. For the first time, she wrote down in black and white the terrifyingly powerful background behind her. Actually, if there hadn't been a shortage of paper space, she could have written even more. Cough, cough. Eugene put away the application form, not showing it to Tang Yungsuan who was peeking in, and stuffed it directly into his pocket. He wasn't stupid, he knew this kind of information shouldn't be leaked casually. But Eugene didn't understand why this girl had to make such a big deal out of applying to join a small environmental club. Those lines of explosive information, anyone who didn't know better would think she was running for US president. Did I get approved? Seeing Eugene put away the application form, Yin Yao asked. Eugene, damn it, he thought, who would dare reject an application after reading those few sentences on the form? Not approved. Eugene shook his head firmly. He added, according to the usual procedure, joining the company requires a small assessment. His voice trailed off. Before Yin Yao could react, Tang Yingxuan beside her widened his eyes, his pupils dilating in shock. Old you. Yu Jin ignored Vice President Tang. He looked at Yin Yao and said seriously, the assessment is very simple. To demonstrate your determination to join the Environmental Protection Club, you need to pick up a bag of trash within the Zhongcheng University area. Of course, if you're free now, Vice President Tang and I can take you to the assessment right now. Upon hearing this, everyone in the room was stunned. The hundreds of people in the lecture hall exchanged bewildered glances, swallowing hard. Tang Yingxuan, who had just been excited and overjoyed that Yin Yao was about to join the Environmental Protection Club, now looked utterly dejected. Even though the trash picking assessment was a rule set by the Environmental Protection Club president 2 decades ago. But this is Yin Yao. Her willingness to join the Environmental Protection Club is already an unprecedented event, and old Yu actually wants to follow tradition and take her to pick up trash. Yu Jin's words left Yin Yao stunned for a long time, but the next second, this senior student with powerful connections, Yin, broke into a radiant smile. Okay, then please, President Yu and Vice President Tang, take me to pick up trash. Chapter 3 Purification. Damn. Old Yu, you've really gone mad. You're actually taking Senior Yin to pick up trash. Even after leaving the lecture hall, Tang Yingxuan kept muttering in Yu Jin's ear. Simp, Yu Jin commented, then ignored him. Tang Yingxuan's face turned red with anger. A few meters behind the two, Yin Yao, dressed in a white dress, followed quietly. She gazed at the slightly tall, yet somewhat thin and frail figure not far ahead, her eyes revealing a hint of inquiry. Actually, her reason for joining the Environmental Protection Club and getting close to Yu Jin wasn't solely out of a desire to climb the coattails of him. Born a pampered princess, despite the harsh realities of the Wasteland, the pride she harbored for years couldn't be easily erased. More than humbly clinging to powerful figures, she wanted to understand. How did Ember become so powerful in that alien wasteland where everyone struggled to survive, so incredibly powerful, exceeding the limits of most people's comprehension, as if he had cheated? Today, September 2nd, only 7 days until the Wasteland Games invasion, and also the start of the first closed beta test. In my previous life, I didn't take the so-called Wasteland Games seriously. It wasn't until later that I learned the saved data of the initial closed beta testers would be retained after arriving in the Wasteland. In other words, these 7 days of closed beta testing will give me a huge head start in the Wasteland. The reason Ember is so abnormally powerful must be because he obtained unimaginably valuable resources during the closed beta. Yin Yao's mind raced, but her steps never faltered as she closely followed Yu Jin ahead. Section 4. A short while later, Yu Jin, leading Tang Yingxuan and Yin Yao, walked out of the Bo Shui building. Although it was evening, the summer heat still lingered. Go to the activity room and get the equipment. Yu Jin, exercising his authority as club president, gave an order to Vice President Tang Yingxuan. Tang Yingxuan was somewhat reluctant. He would have preferred to stay with Yin Yao, but being an official, and not wanting to appear lazy in front of her, he muttered a few words under his breath before reluctantly going. On the tree-lined path of the Bo Shui building, only Yu Jin and Yin Yao remained standing side by side. A lone man and woman, yet the atmosphere was far from romantic. Yu Jin stared at the illusory panel visible only to him. Wasteland points 800. Notification. After accumulating 10,000 Wasteland points, the points shop will be unlocked. Personal panel? Yu Jin silently uttered the question. Whoosh. The text before him actually changed. Name, Yu Jin. Rank, unawakened. Identity, none. Items, none. Abilities, none. Points, 800. Evaluation, you are currently as weak as an ant, unable to stand firm in the perilous wasteland world. Please do everything you can to become stronger. Yu Jin glanced at the panel. Besides 800 points, everything else was none. A truly 3-no panel. However, Yu Jin wasn't discouraged. On the contrary, he gleaned a lot of useful information from it. For example, descriptions like rank and unawakened inevitably evoke thoughts like I don't eat beef, Superman, beware of Superman, happy Superman? Yu Jin thought to himself, finding the system increasingly pleasing. Meanwhile, his suggestion to bring Yin Yao to the trash collecting assessment wasn't just for fun. Based on his previous experience of feeding a stray calico cat and being mistakenly identified by the system as reforming a third-tier mutated beast king, Yu Jin believed this seemingly ordinary act of trash collecting might bring unexpected surprises from the system. Even if that didn't work, he could at least find a few stray cats to feed while collecting trash and earn some wasteland points. Yu Jin. A sudden voice pulled Yu Jin back to reality. Senior Yin? Yu Jin turned his head and saw that it was none other than Yin Yao calling him. Yu Jin was somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected this senior student with such powerful connections to actually know his name. Do you know anything about wastelands? Yin Yao blurted out a seemingly unrelated question, then stared intently into Yujin's eyes. Wastelands? Yujin's face showed a perfectly timed look of bewilderment, followed by a moment of deep thought. Wastelands, generally speaking, refer to a post-apocalyptic world where order has collapsed and is in dire need of rebuilding, right? Like in the movie Max, the whole world has a rather dilapidated and wild style. After hearing Yujin's answer, Yin Yao subtly pursed her lips. I'm talking about the game, the sci-fi game Wasteland, which is about to be released globally in 7 days. Didn't you know? Yujin was stunned, genuinely stunned this time. I had no idea. He knew very little about games. The only game he'd played in the last 2 years was the domestically produced Black Monkey. Upon hearing this, Yin Yao frowned slightly. Tonight was the start of the closed beta test for Wasteland, yet Yujin didn't even know the game existed? Could it be that his future power stemmed from obtaining valuable resources during the closed beta? Yin Yao let out a soft breath, her chest rising and falling slightly. Whether it was what she suspected or not, the decision to approach Yujin and build a good relationship was ultimately the right one. Brother Yu, I'm here. A short while later, Tang Yongsuan finally returned with his equipment. The so-called equipment was actually 3 snakeskin bags and 3 pliers specifically for handling trash. This guy Tang Yongsuan, somehow, even brought Yin Yao a pink snakeskin bag, leaving Yujin stunned and exclaiming in surprise. Alright, tools in hand, let's assign tasks. If you can fill half a burlap sack with trash by tonight, you'll pass the test. Yujin handed Yin Yao a pair of pliers. No problem, President. Yin Yao's answer was firm and strong. Tang Yongsuan's heart pounded, his breathing quickened. Damn, picking up trash, is this exciting? Soon, the 3 split up, each according to their assigned area, carrying burlap sacks and pliers, beginning their environmental protection mission. But just 2 minutes later, just as Yujin picked up an empty water bottle from the roadside and put it into the burlap sack, his movement froze in midair. It actually works. Yujin's face showed undisguised surprise. At this moment, on the semi-transparent panel before him, several new lines of text appeared. Your divine power is unparalleled. You have successfully purified the Tier 3 pollution core spring of calamity with a mortal body, Wasteland points plus 800. You have purified a pollution source for the first time, unlocking the achievement Wasteland Purifier. You have gained the ability Light of Purification. Chapter 4 Refugees. Light of Purification? Does this mean I have to give up beef? Yujin was very surprised, a pleasantly unexpected surprise. He hadn't expected. He had simply picked up an empty mineral water bottle, and the system had judged him as having purified the Tier 3 pollution core spring of calamity. Spring of calamity? Yujin glanced down at the Yubeo bottle lying quietly in the snakeskin bag. Yubeo, this is too evil. Luckily, he usually only drinks Wahaha water. Yujin wasn't too bothered by the evil Yibao, his attention was mostly drawn to the system reward ability, Light of Purification. Just like before, Yujin silently said claim reward, and a great button appeared below the panel. Section 5. But, Yujin glanced around and noticed many students casting curious glances at him as he picked up trash. Reaching out to collect air under everyone's gaze seemed rather unwise. Yujin temporarily suppressed the urge to claim the reward. He looked up ahead. The streets were littered with all sorts of trash water bottles, packaging bags, cigarette butts, even human infant sacks. Students' manners need improvement. Environmental protection is a long and arduous task. Yujin's expression was grave, but his tone couldn't hide his delight. He strode forward, his pliers snapping open, instantly grabbing a water bottle and quickly stuffing it into his burlap sack. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. No reaction? Yujin frowned. This time, picking up bottles hadn't been recognized by the system as purifying pollution sources, and he hadn't received a reward. Yujin glanced at the logo on the bottle Wahaha. Sure enough, only Yubeo was evil, Wahaha was pure. Quickly, Yujin picked up another empty Yubeo bottle and stuffed it into the snakeskin bag. Still no reaction? Yujin frowned, vaguely grasping the key to the problem. Similar types of trash, in the system's words, are called pollutants, and can only trigger a reward once. With this thought in mind, Yujin picked up a want steamed bun packaging bag. This time it's right. Your divine might is unparalleled. With a mortal body, you purified the second-tier pollution core evil big head, Wasteland points plus 500. Your achievement Wasteland Purifier experience increased. Your ability Light of Purification experience increased. Notification. After the experience is sufficient, the achievement/ability can be upgraded. Upgrading the achievement/ability will bring you a more powerful buff. Good heavens, it can even advance. Yujin was stunned. He glanced down at the snakeskin bag and pliers in his hands, then looked at the scattered trash on both sides of the road in the distance. At this moment, Yujin even had a surreal feeling. He wasn't picking up trash, he was leveling up in the Wasteland. 2 minutes later, Yujin picked up a cigarette butt and stuffed it into the snakeskin bag. Your divine power is unparalleled. With a mortal body, you purified the Tier 3 pollution core Dark Swarm, Wasteland points plus 800. Your achievement Wasteland Purifier experience increased. Your ability Light of Purification experience increased. 3 minutes later, Yujin picked up a human cub sack and stuffed it into the snakeskin bag. Your divine might is unparalleled. With a mortal body, you purified the Tier 3 contaminated core end of Akamoto, Wasteland points plus 800. Your achievement Wasteland Purifier experience increased. Your ability Light of Purification experience increased. 5 minutes later, Ember picked up his tattered disposable mask and stuffed it into his snakeskin bag. Your divine might is unparalleled. With a mortal body, you purified the Tier 3 contaminated core Breath of Plague, Wasteland points plus 800. Your achievement Wasteland Purifier experience increased. Your ability Light of Purification experience increased. Ember continued scavenging his way from one end of the academic building to the other. Lines of text appeared before him. The Wasteland points were also skyrocketing, fluctuating by hundreds. As the sun completely set, Yujin had practically cleaned up every last bit of trash in the vicinity of the academic building, leaving nothing behind. His snakeskin bag was unknowingly stuffed to the brim. Although each type of trash could only trigger a system reward once, items like mineral water bottles, beverage bottles, and even bubble teacups were categorized as Fountain of Calamity by the system. But Yujin, adhering to the principle of better to kill the innocent than let the guilty go free, still cleaned up all the trash. This scene was witnessed by Yin Yao and Tang Yongsuan, who were sweating profusely as they picked up trash with pliers across a building not far away. A look of astonishment and confusion crossed Yin Yao's delicate face. It was summer, and she had only been picking up trash for a short while, yet she was already drenched in sweat, her white dress almost completely soaked. Moreover, the repetitive bending and straightening motions while picking up trash had left her with a sore back, a strain even for a dance student. But Yujin? That guy was picking up trash like a tireless whirlwind. In her view, this so-called assessment was just a formality. But what she was seeing made her realize how narrow-minded she had been. This assessment is clearly for me, a new member, yet you, as the club president, are still working so hard. Yin Yao didn't understand Yujin's actions, but a strange sense of respect welled up within her. This respect, for the first time, had nothing to do with Yujin's powerful future in the Wasteland world, but rather with this moment, this ordinary yet extraordinary college student, the president of the Environmental Protection Club. Damn! On the other side, Tang Yongsuan, responsible for the trash in the Shenzi building area, saw Yujin working so hard and immediately felt a strong sense of crisis. Haji you bastard. You're working so hard picking up trash, trying to steal my thunder in front of Senior Yin. With that, ignoring his aching back, Tang Yongsuan angrily quickened his pace. He was going to stuff the snakeskin bag even fuller than Yujin. An hour later, the three of them, each carrying a bulging snakeskin bag, gathered downstairs at the Bach building. The non-stop work had left Yin Yao's originally delicate, fair face flushed. Tang Yongsuan, due to his weakness and lack of exercise, had slightly purple lips. As for Yujin, he was beaming, extremely pleased. Old you're fucking killing me. Tang Yongsuan, supporting himself, gasped for breath and cursed. What would normally take 3 or 4 hours to collect all the trash in the entire teaching building area, Yujin finished in just over an hour, forcing him to grit his teeth and speed up to keep up. At this moment, he didn't care about maintaining his image in front of the goddess Yin Yao anymore and blurted out a curse. Yin Yao, too, was constantly breathing deeply due to the heat and exhaustion, the bosom of her white dress rising and falling rhythmically. People's joys and sorrows are not the same. Tang Yongsuan felt exhausted, but Yujin was incredibly satisfied with his bountiful harvest. Your achievement Wasteland Purifier has met the required experience, you can advance. Your ability Light of Purification has reached the required experience level and can be upgraded. Wasteland points 7,200. Hint, Section 6. The points shop will be unlocked after accumulating 10,000 Wasteland points. From start to finish, it only took a little over an hour of scavenging. Yet Jin easily amassed a whopping 6,400 Wasteland points. The seemingly distant 10,000 point mark was now within reach. If his burlap sack weren't already full, and he couldn't hold anymore, Yujin felt he could have continued. Furthermore, besides the Wasteland points, his Wasteland Purifier achievement and Light of Purification ability had also met the advancement requirements. Awesome! Yeah, Jin exclaimed. Yin Yao and Tang Yongsuan exchanged a glance, confused but also shocked. After a while, Yin Yao recovered somewhat from her exhaustion. She looked at Yujin. President, I passed the assessment? Upon hearing this, Yujin glanced at the pink snakeskin bag beside her, equally overflowing, even larger than his own, and looked surprised. He hadn't expected that this pampered senior, Yin Yao, would actually be so dutiful as to collect a full bag of trash. Of course, Yu Jin affirmed. Thank you, President. Yin Yao smiled radiantly. Hey, what about me? I'm a member of the club too, and I'm the vice president. Tang Yongsuan, seeing that Yin Yao hadn't even glanced at him, was jumping up and down in frustration. But Yu Jin, his expression suddenly froze. Just now, the moment he officially approved Yin Yao's application to join the club. On the semi-transparent, illusory panel before Yu Jin, several lines of new text appeared. You have been kind and generous, successfully sheltering a Wasteland refugee, providing safe shelter and basic survival guarantees. Wasteland points plus 1,000. You have sheltered a Wasteland refugee for the first time, unlocking the achievement Wasteland Protector. You have obtained the identity Lord of Dawn City, 1/100. Chapter 5 Healer Superhero. Refugee? Yu Jin chewed on these two words, looking at Yin Yao opposite him, lost in thought. Her application form, filled with powerful background information, was still lying quietly in his pocket. If this kind of person is a Wasteland refugee, then what am I, a commoner? A paramecium? Although he was somewhat aware of the system's tendency to misjudge, this prompt still gave Yu Jin a bizarre and absurd feeling. Yu Jin didn't dwell on this question for long. His gaze fell on the last line of text regarding the reward. You have obtained the title Lord of Dawn City, 1/100. What exactly was Lord of Dawn City? Yu Jin didn't understand, but the meaning of 1/100 was relatively clear. Does that mean I've only activated 1% of this reward yet? To truly obtain this so-called Lord of Dawn City title, I still need to protect 99 Wasteland refugees? That means, recruiting 99 new members? Thinking this, Yu Jin's brows furrowed instantly. Good heavens! Since its inception, the Environmental Protection Society has never had 99 members in all its years. No, let alone 99, it probably doesn't even have 19, at least as far as Yu Jin knew. This year's Environmental Protection Society only had himself and Old Tang. The previous Environmental Protection Club consisted only of himself and the former president. The club before that consisted only of the former president and the president before that. It wasn't that no one wanted to join the club, but the trash-picking requirements set by the president of the club 2 years prior had effectively shut everyone out. Thinking of this, Yu Jin glanced at Yin Yao, who was staring intently at him, and Tang Yongsuan, who was standing to the side, intently watching Yin Yao's profile. He realized with shock. The Environmental Protection Club now had 3 members, breaking its own record for the club's membership since its inception. President? Yin Yao asked, noticing Yu Jin's sudden furrowed brow and troubled expression. Yu Jin pondered for a moment, then decided to explain his thoughts to Vice President Tang and Yin Yao, the only club member present. You guys say, shouldn't our Environmental Protection Club recruit more new members? Yu Jin paused, then added. Environmental protection is a long and arduous task. The efforts of 3 people are ultimately insufficient. Tang Yongsuan was taken aback, and subconsciously asked, how many? Yu Jin held up one finger. 1. There's hope. Yu Jin shook his head. 10. No way. Yu Jin shook his head again. 100? Did picking up trash make you stupid? Yu Jin sighed. He knew it was almost an impossible task. He was only thinking about trying because he wanted to take advantage of the system. The good news is that the club recruitment event lasts for 2 days, and there's still one more day tomorrow. We'll recruit as many as we can, Yu Jin concluded. Meanwhile, Yin Yao, who had remained silent the whole time, had a slight twitch in her eyes. All right. I'll take the pliers back to the activity room. Old Tang, you take Senior Yin and take these 3 bags of trash to the recycling station. Yu Jin ended the recruitment discussion and made the arrangements. After speaking, he directly took the pliers handed to him by the 2 people and turned to leave. The club activity room was enclosed, quiet, and undisturbed, the perfect place to receive the system reward. After all, that light of purification seemed to have a superpower vibe, and Yu Jin didn't know what kind of commotion it would cause when he received it. Before Happy Superman, he had to beware of Superman. On the other side, Yin Yao wanted to say something, but before she could speak, Yu Jin was already gone. She had been busy all this time, picking up trash for over an hour, just to join the Environmental Protection Club that Yu Jin belonged to, but in the end, she hadn't even gotten Yu Jin's contact information. Senior. In a corner where no one paid attention. Section 7. Tang Yongsuan was already incredibly grateful to Yu Jin for his arrangements. He would be walking shoulder to shoulder with Senior Sister Yin from the Bok building to the garbage recycling station. But Tang soon realized he'd been too hasty. Because what pleased him even more was yet to come. Yin Yao actually looked directly into his eyes and asked, Vice President Tang, would it be convenient to exchange contact information? Zaiwan Building, top floor. 607, Environmental Protection Club Activity Room. Click. Yu Jin locked the classroom door. Although the Environmental Protection Club was small, it had its own dedicated activity room, and Yu Jin was preparing to collect his long-awaited system reward here. Even though it was the top floor, Yu Jin, just to be safe, drew all the curtains. Yu Jin found a seat, took a deep breath to calm himself. This moment was destined to be extraordinary. After all, so far, aside from the illusory and temporarily useless Wasteland points, Ember hadn't claimed any other rewards from the system. In other words, the validity of the rewards from this buggy system needed to be verified. Come on, become Superman, today, Ember whispered, encouraging himself. The next moment, he reached out and tapped hard on the semi-transparent illusory panel in front of him. Awesome. Just an instant, the text on the panel changed. You have claimed the achievement Wasteland Purifier, LV1. You have claimed the ability Light of Purification, LV1. You have claimed the achievement Wasteland Protector, LV1. Wasteland Purifier. Type, Achievement. Effect, wearing this achievement greatly increases resistance to wasteland pollution sources and grants complete immunity to pollution sources below the achievements tier. Current rank, LV1. Advanced experience required, achievement automatically advances. Current rank, LV2. Light of Purification. Type, Ability. Effect, Heal, Purify, Dispel. Current rank, LV1. Advanced experience required, achievement automatically advances. Current rank, LV2. Wasteland Protector. Type, Achievement. Effect, wearing this achievement increases your prestige and the loyalty of refugees within your territory. Current rank, LV1. Current dominated area, Dawn City, 1/100. There's a lot of text, quite a bit of information. Just as Ember finished digesting this part of the content, whoosh, his personal panel automatically popped up. Name, Ember. Rank, Unawakened. Identity, Lord of Dawn City, 1/100. Items, none. Ability, Purifying Light, LV2. Achievements, Wasteland Purifier, equipped. Wasteland Protector, equipped. Points, 8,200. Evaluation, despite gaining some abilities and achievements, you are still weak and unable to establish yourself in the perilous Wasteland world. Please do everything you can to become stronger. Yu Jin ignored the system's assessment that he was still weak. Right now, he only wanted to test his superpower. The two achievements were passive effects, requiring no active activation, and Yu Jin didn't understand the actual meaning of source of pollution and dominated area. But the ability Light of Purification was one Yu Jin could actively activate. And, with just a thought, come on, Yu Jin's heart raced. Light of Purification. In the quiet, deserted activity room, Yu Jin softly called out. Whoosh. The next moment, a faint, milky white halo actually emerged from his fingertips. This halo, though weak, exuded an indescribable aura of mystery. Yu Jin's mind stirred. Swoosh. The halo detached from his fingertips, swirling and dancing in the air like fireflies. Yu Jin discovered that he could also specify its target. Come. Yu Jin's mind raced. The next moment, the milky white halo shot in and entered his body. Just an instant, Yu Jin was astonished to find his previously sore and swollen waist and arms seemed to have been healed by some special energy. In just a few breaths, the fatigue that had enveloped Yu Jin vanished instantly. Even the fine beads of sweat on his forehead disappeared completely. This is a healer. After the initial surprise, Yu Jin suddenly froze, his smile freezing. A superhero healer. This isn't the superhero I imagined. Chapter 6 Helmet. Is Soraka strong in this version? On his way back to his dormitory from the activity room, Yu Jin kept thinking about this question, although he didn't know much about the game. Section 8. But Yu Jin understood the basic principle that a healer is a support character. Support? Who wants to be a support character? A real man should be a true nationalist. If it weren't for the late hour and the fact that all the stray cats on campus were hidden and hard to find, Yu Jin would have loved to go to the convenience store and buy 10 more sausages to feed them. Maybe he could activate more superpowers and shed his healer Superman identity. Old Yu. Just as he reached the dormitory building, Yu Jin was stopped by someone calling his name. Looking up, he saw none other than Tang Yungsuan. But his face was somewhat dark, as if he had suffered a great injustice. What? Yu Jin was puzzled. He had previously arranged for the sycophant to go with Yin Yao to deliver the trash. Logically, this guy should be smug right now. Tang Yungsuan, his face dark, remained silent, extending his phone and handing it to Yu Jin. The phone screen displayed a WeChat chat window. Hello, I'm Yin Yao. You've added Yin Yao. The above is a greeting message. These two sentences were the first things that caught Yu Jin's eye. Yu Jin raised an eyebrow. Wow, impressive. Yin Yao proactively added your contact information. Tang Yungsuan remained silent, his face darkening further. Jin, puzzled, continued reading. Senior, are you free to have dinner together tonight? This was a message from Tang Yongsuan, followed by a shy kitten emoji. Could you please give me Jin's contact information? Thank you. This was sent by Yin Yao. Jin finally understood why old Tang's face was so dark. Sigh. Jin sighed, patted Tang Yongsuan's shoulder, and comforted him. Maybe she's just a slow starter. Upon hearing this, Tang Yongsuan practically puffed out white breath. Heaven knows what he'd been through. After taking the trash to the recycling center with Yin Yao, he sprinted back to his dorm. Then, he announced to his 3 roommates with great fanfare. Yin Yao had proactively asked for his contact information. This announcement shocked his roommates. Such a bombshell even alarmed several neighboring dorms. For a moment, Tang Yongsuan was incredibly proud. But the next second, after being urged by several advisors, he directly invited Jin to dinner, only to receive the reply, "Could you please give me Jin's contact information?" Ha! Where did my jokers go? Old Tang's roommate commented on this. The boys' dormitory in summer is always filled with a faint smell of hormones, sweat. Jin climbed to the 6th floor and pushed open the door to room 615. The room was quiet, with only the air conditioner blowing cool air. "You're back." Under bed number 4, Yu Fei, with his desk lamp on, was engrossed in watching Tang Jiafeng's online courses. He took off one earphone and greeted him. Yu Fei, despite being a native of Beijing, was exceptionally self-disciplined in his studies. It was only the beginning of his junior year, and he was already preparing for the postgraduate entrance exam, doing online courses and practice questions in advance. "You're really something," Ember exclaimed for what seemed like the umpteenth time. Yu Fei chuckled and continued watching his online classes with his headphones on. "Old Yu, how did the recruitment go today?" Lying on bed number 2, with his legs crossed and scrolling through short videos, Hong Kong GE sat up and asked with a strange laugh. "Not bad, recruited 1. Upon hearing this, Hong Kong GE looked surprised. Someone actually agreed to that garbage collecting assessment. Amazing. Hong Kong GE gave a thumbs up. Jin smiled but didn't say anything. He turned his head and looked at old Kui under bed number 3, who was staring intently at the computer screen, his eyes unblinking. Old Kui was a hardcore gamer. For 3 years of university, aside from classes, he devoted almost all his time to games. "Hey, old Yu's back?" It wasn't until Jin walked behind him that the completely absorbed old Kui reacted. He turned around and greeted him, his gaze quickly returning to the glowing screen. "Why aren't you playing any games today? Watching other game streams instead?" Jin asked casually. Old Kui immediately perked up upon hearing this. "Hey!" He sat up, pointing at the computer screen. "Old Yu, do you know what game this is?" Jin shook his head, "No." "Wasteland." Old Kui emphasized the word, even spitting out a couple of drops of saliva. "Wasteland?" Jin wasn't particularly interested in games, but this was the second time he'd heard this game's name today. Not long ago, that senior student with powerful connections, Sister Yin, had also inexplicably mentioned this game to him. "Is it fun?" Perhaps because his bugged system was related to Wasteland, Jin asked again. "Holy crap, it's more than just fun, it's invincible." Old Kui suddenly became excited, abruptly sitting up in his gaming chair. "This game advertises a 100% realistic experience. You know holography, right? This is even more amazing than holography. It's a completely immersive experience. You could even say it's like being transported to another world." Jin frowned upon hearing this. Section 9. This kind of game. I've only ever seen it in online game novels on Cheateon.com. Real-world technology is still a far, far away level away from this. "You don't believe me?" Old Kui noticed the change in Jin's expression and asked. "Yeah, there was that game from the late Ming Dynasty, the promotion was all over the place, but, you know that." Jin shook his head. "The late Ming Dynasty? What a load of rubbish. This is completely different. This game officially starts its closed beta tonight, and many gaming bloggers have already tried it. Look, they're even streaming it." Old Kui pointed to the computer screen. Jin glanced at the screen. The graphics were presented in first-person perspective, with a dim, yellowish tone throughout, exuding a strong post-apocalyptic atmosphere. But, aside from that, there wasn't much else to see. The graphics were indeed very high quality, easily surpassing many AAA titles on the market. "Brothers, this game is so realistic. Holy crap, I thought I'd traveled back in time. The air, the wasteland, the realism." Click. The live stream suddenly went black. A message popped up on the computer screen, "Live stream suspected of violating regulations, banned." Jin and Lao Kui exchanged a glance and couldn't help but laugh. "You like this game so much, why aren't you playing it? Why are you watching other people's streams?" Yu Jin walked back to his desk under his bed and casually mentioned it. Lao Yu, you're oversimplifying things. This game won't be released globally for another 7 days, it's still in closed beta. Besides, even when it's officially released, I might not be able to play it. Just the holographic headset needed to play this game costs at least hundreds of thousands, and you might not even be able to buy one. Lao Kui sighed, his tone full of regret and disappointment. Yu Jin didn't say anything more. He turned on his computer, opened his browser, and searched for the keyword Environmental Protection Action. Having earned quite a bit of freebies from the system by feeding stray cats and picking up trash today, Yu Jin decided to broaden his thinking and try more avenues to see if he could fulfill his ideal of becoming a superhero of the motherland sooner. Knock. Knock knock. Just then, there was a knock on the door of dormitory 615. The knocking was deep but forceful, echoing in the quiet dormitory. Faintly, he could also hear a lot of hushed chatter outside the door. What's going on? Is the dormitory manager checking the appliances? Gang Ge poked his head out from his bed. They usually check on Fridays, today is only Monday. Yu Fei took off his headphones and paused the online course for his postgraduate entrance exam playing on his tablet. Maybe Xiao Ding from next door is calling me to go to an internet cafe for an all-nighter, I'll go check it out. Old Kui finished speaking, got up from his seat, and quickly walked to the door. Click. The door opened. The figure standing in the doorway caused the 4 people in the dormitory to widen their eyes in shock. Hello, is Yu Jin here? A man with a buzz cut and tan skin, dressed in military uniform with badges on his shoulders, offered a polite smile, though it was a question. His gaze was fixed on Yu Jin the moment the door opened. Especially since his military status carried an inherent sense of pressure, even the usually boisterous Gang Ge fell silent. Is there something you need? Yu Jin frowned slightly. He'd only just become the super healer, and soldiers were already showing up at his door? Could there be other superheroes besides himself in this world? This thought had barely formed in Yu Jin's mind when he dismissed it. Yu Jin, I'm here on orders from my superiors to deliver this to you. The man in military uniform spoke softly but solemnly. At the same time, he handed Yu Jin a square box, roughly the size of a basketball, that he was holding. What's this? As Ember took the box, he asked. A helmet. The man in military uniform answered. Helmet? Ember asked, puzzled. A helmet. Old Kui exclaimed suddenly from behind Ember. He ran to Ember, staring at the box from left to right. When he saw the distinctive gray-yellow logo in the lower right corner, he jumped up. Holy crap! A holographic helmet from the Wasteland game. Chapter 7 Warning. Dormitory 615. The sudden arrival of the man in military uniform caused quite a commotion, but as the man left and the dormitory door closed, the students who had been watching, despite their curiosity, had no choice but to disperse. At this moment, inside dormitory 615, Yu Jin, Lao Kui, Gang Ge, and Yu Fei sat in a circle, each holding a chair. In the center of the 4 sat a square box. Yu Jin had already opened the box, revealing a gray-blue helmet with a slightly futuristic design. You're saying this helmet is worth hundreds of thousands? Gang Ge stared at the helmet for a long time, looking at Lao Kui with suspicion. Lao Kui remained silent, his face had been flushed with excitement ever since he recognized the helmet. Yu Fei, quiet by nature, simply examined the helmet carefully, seemingly trying to discern something. But the helmet ultimately belonged to Ember, he didn't speak, and no one dared to touch it. Do you know how to use this helmet? Do you need to connect it to the internet or something? Ember pondered for a moment, then looked at Old Kui. No internet cable needed. Just put it on, and you can log into Wasteland. Old Kui's stream had clearly paid off, he hit the nail on the head. Section 10. Yu Jin nodded upon hearing this, but didn't rush to put on the helmet or log into the so-called Wasteland game. At this moment, he also sensed something was amiss. Although the man in military uniform's sudden appearance wasn't because he had become a healer superhero, but this was something worth hundreds of thousands, given away so easily? According to the man in military uniform, he was acting on orders from superiors. Who these superiors were wasn't hard to guess. It was most likely that it was senior sister Yin. But why would she inexplicably give him such an expensive game helmet? Also, is this Wasteland game really as realistic as Old Kui described? Could it be that the system he had just bound himself to today was also related to this game? All sorts of questions lingered in Yu Jin's mind. Buzz. Suddenly, Yu Jin's phone, which was on the table, vibrated. He clicked on it and saw a friend request from Yin Yao. After accepting, the senior student Yin quickly sent a message. Did you receive the helmet? Yu Jin thought for a moment and replied. Received it. Why did you send me this? The chat window fell silent. A while later, a new message popped up. This game is quite interesting, but I can't pass the levels alone. I was thinking of inviting you to join too. If we team up, it might be easier to pass the levels. As for the value of the helmet, don't worry about it. That little bit of money is nothing. Yu Jin put down his phone and didn't reply. A lot had happened today. The system again, Yin Yao again, and the game helmet again. All of this inexplicably gave Yu Jin a feeling of a storm brewing. 5 minutes later. After careful consideration, Yu Jin decided to try out the helmet. 10 minutes later. Under old Kui's guidance, Ember put on the helmet. I just confirmed, this helmet has activated the game code. So all you need to do is wear it to create a character and log in. Old Kui's words still echoed in his ears. But as soon as Ember put on the helmet, everything went dark. Ding! A crisp mechanical sound jolted Ember awake. Log into the Wasteland world and start your post-apocalyptic survival from scratch. A dialog box popped up. Below the dialog box, 2 options appeared simultaneously. Yes, no. Just as Ember was about to consciously click yes, another line of text suddenly appeared before him. This line of text. From the system. A conflicting program has been detected. Please immediately cease contact with the conflicting program. Immediately afterwards, a series of red exclamation marks popped up on the semi-transparent panel. Warning, warning. Please stop contacting this program immediately. This program conflicts with the system program. Forced binding may cause system program malfunction. Old you? You don't use this helmet yourself, are you lending it to me to play with? Old Kui stared at the gray helmet that Yu Jin had just taken off and handed to him, his expression shocked. Yeah. Yu Jin nodded, thought for a moment, and added. I'm not really interested in games. I get motion sickness easily. You play with it first. If Yin Yao wants it back later, you can give it to me. The words fell. Thump. Dad. Overwhelmed by this incredible surprise, old Kui actually performed the biggest, most elaborate bow a boy could give to Yu Jin, acknowledging him as his father. Hiss. Yu Jin gasped, quickly helping old Kui up. On the other side, Gang Ge and Yufei's gazes towards Yu Jin changed several times. In the end, they were filled with an indescribable respect. They, including old Kui, all thought that Yu Jin had sensed old Kui's desire for the game and had voluntarily given up his own, choosing to lend it to old Kui to play first. Little did they know, Yu Jin gave up because of the system's intervention. I'm going out for a bit, I might be back late. Don't lock the door. Yu Jin handed the helmet to old Kui, stood up, and turned to say. The words fell. Old Kui patted his chest and replied. Don't worry, old you. I'll keep watch tonight, no matter what time you come back, or even if you don't come back at all, I'll stay up all night for you. Yu Jin walked out of the dormitory building. The night deepened, and the evening breeze finally lost some of its heat and gained some coolness. Yu Jin walked along the tree-lined avenue of Zhongcheng University, head down. He didn't have anything specific to do, he just wanted some peace and quiet to sort out his thoughts. That Wasteland game is no ordinary game. This was Yu Jin's first conclusion. A game that could trigger a warning from the system he was bound to was definitely not an ordinary game. Could it really be like in those online game novels, where the game invades reality, or is it the fourth calamity? Yu Jin let his thoughts run wild, indulging in wild speculation. But he had no way to verify these ideas. Besides, Section 11. The second conclusion was, I can't play the game Wasteland. After all, in Yu Jin's view, the system was fine as it was now, the bugs were great, and he could easily exploit them. If the system's programming really malfunctioned, who knew what would happen? If he actually got transported to the Wasteland world, that would be terrible. What do I need to do most right now? Yu Jin stopped and asked himself. Quickly, he concluded. Exploit the system, earn Wasteland points. Superman, Superman, and more Superman. With this thought, Yu Jin suddenly felt his mind clear. All the chaotic thoughts and worries that had been swirling in his mind vanished. Thinking too much only adds to the trouble. Action is the only way to be fearless. Just then, woof, woof, woof. In the darkness of night, suddenly, a series of barks echoed from afar. Looking in the direction of the sound, at the end of the tree-lined avenue, a small black mongrel was staring intently at him. Its eyes glowed with a ghostly green light in the night. Chapter 8 Dawn City. You descended with divine might, suppressing the 4th-tier mutant beast King Cerberus with your bare hands, a mere mortal. Wasteland points plus 1000. Resource acquired, 3rd-tier energy crystal. Yu Jin stared at the text on the panel before him, then glanced down at the small black dog lying at his feet, wagging its tail eagerly for a pat. Taking down this 4th-tier mutant beast King Cerberus came at a price. The price wasn't small, a Xuanghui sausage worth a full 2 yuan. Yu Jin had grabbed the sausage on his way out of the dormitory. He'd originally planned to feed a stray calico puppy, but instead encountered a stray black dog. Woof, woof. The little black dog kept rubbing its tail against Yu Jin's leg. That's all, I only brought one. Next time for sure. Yu Jin promised the little black dog. Woof! The little black dog seemed to understand, responding twice, while rubbing its tail even more vigorously. Yu Jin withdrew his gaze and looked again at the text information on the panel. Third tier energy crystal? Sounds impressive, I wonder what it's used for. Whoosh! Yu Jin had barely finished speaking. A new text message appeared on the panel. Notification. Energy crystal can be used for awakening and advancement. It is recommended to use it as soon as possible. Only by becoming an evolved being sooner will you, in your weakness, have a better chance of surviving in the perilous wasteland. Yu Jin was stunned. I fed a little black dog, is it going to turn me into a real Superman? Yu Jin was in a good mood, vigorously rubbing the little black dog's head. Next time I'll bring you 2 sausages. After saying that, he stood up and looked around. Although it was late, there were still quite a few couples strolling hand in hand along the tree-lined paths of the university. Getting the reward here is definitely not an option. Old Kui and the others are all in the dorm, and the building with the club activity room is closed right now. Yu Jin stood there, pondered for a moment, and made a decision. Go find a hotel off campus. Preferably a reputable chain hotel, not a QQ hotel. Like other college couples, Yu Jin didn't want to be filmed doing his Superman act. Zhangcheng, a manor on the outskirts of the city. A crystal chandelier cast a soft glow from the ceiling. Yin Yao, dressed in a silk nightgown, gazed at the night sky through the large French windows, holding a phone. Grandpa, did you discuss what I said? A slightly hoarse voice, yet carrying an invisible authority, came from the other end of the line. We old men discussed it specifically. At the same time, we've also organized a number of experts to conduct analysis. The current conclusion is, with the current technology of Great Xia, and even the entire Blue Star, it's simply impossible for hundreds of millions of people to disappear into thin air and be transported to an alien wasteland. Furthermore, your rebirth is also inexplicable by science. Furthermore, regarding the game Wasteland, we launched the highest level investigation, and the result is that we can't find out absolutely nothing about who created and published it. It seems to have appeared out of thin air, including the game helmet, which also appeared out of thin air. According to the information we currently have, approximately 10,000 helmets have appeared within Great Xia, randomly delivered to the doorsteps of people of various identities and professions. We have already acquired most of the helmets from ordinary citizens as strategic resources. We've also gathered Great Xia's top scientists to study these helmets, and the conclusion is, they far exceed the current level of human technology, or rather, they're not technology at all, but rather items of a transcendental level. In addition, we've organized a group of highly qualified and determined members who have begun logging into the game to explore. After all, according to your intelligence, these save files will be retained when you cross into the wasteland in 7 days, which means a higher starting point. The call ended after a long silence. Yin Yao let out a long sigh. The necessary information had been given, and her grandfather would arrange the rest. Right now, what she needed to do was to seize these 7 days of closed beta testing and do her best to create a high-quality game save file, thus giving herself a higher starting point in the wasteland. Miss, martial law has been imposed within a 5-mile radius. The female butler's voice came from behind her. Yin Yao nodded and waved. The female butler retreated without a sound. Yin Yao, after taking a few deep breaths, picked up the game helmet that had been placed aside. Log into the wasteland world and start your post-apocalyptic survival journey from scratch. Looking at the option before her, Yin Yao chose yes without hesitation. In this life, I will forge a different path in the wasteland. Then, her vision was plunged into darkness. How much time passed, she didn't know. When light returned to her pupils, the scene before Yin Yao's eyes had completely changed. A dark sky, and earthen yellow ground. Section 12. A howling wind filled her ears, whipping up sand and gravel that stung her face. After surveying her surroundings, Yin Yao glanced down at her own situation. Ragged and alone, a typical post-apocalyptic refugee's start. Just an instant. A familiar yet strange feeling washed over Yin Yao. In her previous life, she had been forcibly transported here in a daze, struggling to survive in this wasteland as a refugee, only to ultimately perish at the hands of mutated beasts. There are many roaming mutated beasts and infected in the wild. If I encounter them, I'll become food immediately, and I'll have to delete my account and start over. Yin Yao suppressed her complex emotions and assessed her current situation. A short while later, she climbed a nearby hill, using the terrain to see further through the sandstorm. That's a refuge city? Yin Yao stared intently at the hazy, indistinct shadows of buildings to the west, her face lighting up with surprise. She hadn't expected things to go so smoothly this time. Her starting location was so close to a refuge city. Hiking was an essential skill for every wasteland refugee. Despite the harsh environment and the swirling sandstorms, Yin Yao still managed to walk several miles in just 1 hour, reaching the outskirts of the refuge city. A refuge city was the only hope for refugees in the Wasteland. Although many refuge cities would fall and their inhabitants perish when attacked by infected or beast hordes, their safety was still far superior to the perilous wilderness. This planet is extremely vast, and the number of refuge cities is immeasurable. According to some information I heard in my previous life, the Embers once conquered and ruled over 1,000 refuge cities. That means the total number of refuge cities on this planet is no less than 1,000. Yin Yao muttered to herself as she walked towards the refuge city gate. Along the way, she grabbed a handful of dirt from the ground, moistened it with her saliva, and smeared it on her face to conceal her appearance. In her previous life, Yin Yao had disfigured herself early on to survive. This time, she wouldn't stoop to that level. Especially since this was just a closed beta test, if she encountered such a crisis, she could simply delete her account, log out, and create a new one. I wonder which refuge city this is. Yin Yao wondered to herself as she mingled in the long queue outside the city. There was no sign or stone tablet outside this refuge city, so even now, almost inside, Yin Yao didn't know its name. Time passed slowly. 15 minutes later, Yin Yao finally completed the inspection and successfully entered the city. And it was precisely at the moment of passing through the city gate and officially stepping into this city of refuge. Finally, Yin Yao heard it from the patrol inspector. Welcome to Dawn Refuge City. Chapter 9 Crystallization. Dawn Refuge City. Yin Yao was shocked. She never imagined that she had arrived at the legendary Dawn Refuge City. In her previous life, Dawn Refuge City was a paradise that countless Wasteland refugees dreamed of. On the Wasteland, countless legends circulated about this place. It was said, in Dawn Refuge City, ordinary people had no worries about food and clothing, and evolved beings were everywhere. The most exaggerated rumor Yin Yao had ever heard was, a destitute wasteland dweller, who struggled even to kill a chicken, transformed into a Tier 5 evolver in just 1 year after joining Dawn Refuge City. Tier 5. In any other refuge city, that would be enough to rule over hundreds of thousands of people. Recalling the rumors she'd heard in her previous life, Yin Yao's heart raced uncontrollably. Huff, huff. She breathed heavily, observing her surroundings. To her astonishment, she discovered most of the people passing by were disheveled refugees like herself. In fact, looking around, she didn't see a single Tier 5 powerhouse, not even an ordinary awakened one. What bewildered Yin Yao even more was, from the conversations of several passersby, she learned that Dawn City currently had no city lord. The previous city lord of Dawn City had died while hunting infected outside the city. The new Dawn City lord is still being elected, not yet chosen? What rank is the strongest evolved being in Dawn City right now? Yin Yao grabbed a passerby, pressing for an answer. The middle-aged woman looked Yin Yao up and down before casually replying, rank 3? Or rank 4? I only know that the previous city lord just advanced to rank 4. It was to celebrate his advancement to rank 4 that the city lord went out of the city to hunt infected, and the result? The middle-aged woman shook her head and walked away. Yin Yao remained where she was, utterly bewildered. She even began to doubt. Had she come to a fake Dawn Refuge City? This is completely different from the legends. Under the magnificent crystal chandelier, Yin Yao removed her helmet, her eyes still showing a hint of confusion. Beep beep. The phone rang. Yao Yao. Have you logged into the game? What are your coordinates? Let me see if any of our people are nearby who can offer you some assistance. Yin Yao took a deep breath, temporarily suppressing her various thoughts about Dawn City, and told the old man on the other end of the phone the coordinates. A short while later, the old man's tone on the phone held a hint of surprise. There are people near you, 4. They're not far from you, and they've already found the crystal you mentioned. Wait a moment, they'll bring it to you. Yin Yao hung up the phone. Compared to the direct transmigration 7 days later, the current closed beta of Wasteland has some additional features, such as coordinate location and respawning after death, but it doesn't include rechargeable spending. In other words, all resources still need to be obtained through one's own efforts. Generally speaking, the common currency in the Wasteland, and also the most important resource, is called crystal. Crystals are a unique product of the Wasteland world. From lowest to highest level, they are further divided into contaminated crystals, infected crystals, and energy crystals. Contaminated crystals are the lowest level and also the most abundant. Lucky refugees can find them in the wastelands outside the city. Infected crystals are slightly higher than contaminated crystals. They are essentially a type of energy crystal, but not pure and are contaminated. Energy crystals are pure and safe, the true treasure of the Wasteland world, bar none. From lowest to highest, they are divided into 9 tiers. Energy crystals can only be obtained by killing mutated beasts and infected creatures. Only by killing mutated beasts and infected creatures of the corresponding rank can one have a chance to obtain energy crystals of the next lower rank. Section 13. For example, killing a Tier 4 mutated beast, with a bit of luck, offers a chance to obtain a Tier 3 energy crystal. As for why it's described as probable, that's because when killing a Tier 4 mutated beast, the probability of obtaining a contaminated Tier 3 infected crystal is much higher than obtaining a Tier 3 energy crystal. This probability is close to 1 to 10. I heard rumors in my past life that Ember was not only the first Tier 9 evolver, but also possessed quite a few Tier 9 energy crystals. Unbelievable, even killing the most powerful Tier 9 infected should only yield Tier 8 energy crystals. Yin Yao unconsciously drifted into memories again. However, she didn't dwell on it for long. Beep beep. When the phone rang again, the old man reminded her, the person has arrived. Yin Yao understood, put on her helmet, and logged back into Wasteland. Whoosh. After darkness, the scene before her changed. Yin Yao reappeared in Dawn Refuge City. She appeared out of thin air, yet the passers-by on the street showed no reaction. Miss. Four ragged but upright young men, exuding an air of competence, appeared before Yin Yao. After a brief exchange, Yin Yao took several gray-black geometric crystals from their hands. They had accidentally dug them up in the wasteland outside the city, and didn't know their purpose. These are pollution crystals, the lowest level of crystals, also called zero-tier crystals. Swallowing them gives you a certain probability of awakening and becoming an evolved being. Hearing Yin Yao's explanation, the four men were immediately stunned. Awakening? An evolved being? They didn't know what was special about the game Wasteland. They had only received orders to explore the game and acquire resources as much as possible. Originally, they thought it was just an ordinary post-apocalyptic wasteland. But after hearing what Yin Yao said, they realized. So, there were superpowers here. 10 minutes later, Yin Yao found a quiet alleyway. The four people stood on either side of the alleyway, acting as protectors. Huff. Yin Yao stared at the gray-black crystal lying quietly in her hand and took a deep breath. She knew very well that the probability of successfully awakening by consuming a contaminated crystal was extremely low, and even if she did succeed, the process would be accompanied by immense pain. But, higher-level crystals, even a first-tier infected crystal, were not easily obtained in just 7 days, let alone a first-tier energy crystal, which was even more precious than an infected crystal. I hope I succeed on the first try. Yin Yao's face hardened, and without hesitation, she swallowed a piece of gray-black crystal. Ah! A painful scream echoed through the alleyway. The young girl's face twitched, and she rolled around on the ground. Even the four people acting as protectors were moved by the piercing scream. The scream lasted for a full half-hour before finally stopping. Success! The four youths exchanged glances and turned to look. Whoosh! Under their unwavering gazes, Yin Yao, who had been lying on the ground almost lifeless, turned into dust particles, which scattered in the wind. This isn't quitting the game. This is character death, automatic account deletion. Miss, she failed. West side of Zhongcheng University. 7+7 Hotel. Ember, in his room on the second floor, looked bewildered. It's over? Just now. He carefully used the third-tier energy crystal rewarded by the system. The crystal was pure white, with a slightly sweet taste. It was crunchy and even somewhat delicious. Of course, Ember wasn't careless because of this. Quite the opposite. After swallowing the crystal, he had prepared himself for intense pain. That's how it's written in those supernatural novels on Kidian, who doesn't suffer excruciating pain after awakening their powers. But 10 minutes passed. Half an hour passed. An hour passed. Until now. 2 whole hours have passed. Ember felt nothing. It was as if what he had eaten was really just an ordinary white hard candy. Could this thing be useless? Or did the awakening fail? Just as Eugene was thinking this, whoosh, the text on the semi-transparent panel in front of him finally changed. You have successfully awakened using a third-tier energy crystal. You have become an evolver. You have become a first-tier evolver. Energy surplus, automatic advancement. You have become a second-tier evolver. Energy surplus, automatic advancement. You have become a third-tier evolver. Eugene's eyes widened, his face showing surprise. Can I be happy Superman now? Before he could finish speaking, Eugene was struck by a violent wave of dizziness. His consciousness blurred, and his vision quickly plunged into darkness. Chapter 10 Superman out of rice. Ugh. Eugene woke up groggily on the hotel bed. He was awakened by the buzzing of his phone vibrating beside his pillow. Who's ruining my Superman dream in the middle of the night? Eugene was still a little groggy. He mumbled as he turned over and reached for his phone. Beep beep. Section 14. The call connected. Old you, where have you been? Recruitment is almost over and we still haven't seen you. Senior Sister Yin and I have been waiting for you here for ages. Tang Yingxuan's abrupt words left Eugene somewhat bewildered. Recruitment? What recruitment? Whoosh. Eugene sprang up in bed, grabbed his phone, and checked the time. September 3, 2025. 18:25. Hiss. Eugene gasped. He had slept for a whole day and night, from last night until this evening? His memory was still stuck on the system notification, you have become a Tier 3 evolver. Club recruitment ends at 7 p.m., less than half an hour left. Yu Jin realized the seriousness of the situation. Recruiting new members for the club is a major event related to obtaining the system's Dawn City Lord reward. Although recruiting 100 new members is almost impossible, it's still worth a try. Yu Jin didn't have time to check the specific changes he'd undergone as a third-tier evolver before he jumped out of bed and rushed to the door. The next second, bang! A loud explosion rang out, and Yu Jin froze on the spot. He was gripping the doorknob, which was connected to the door. Crash! The door was damaged, and dust fell from the ceiling. Damn it! Yu Jin knew something was wrong. After his third-tier evolution, his physique seemed to have greatly improved. So much so that with a sudden effort, he almost burst out of the door. Not far away, the cleaning lady in the opposite room heard the commotion and turned to look. Their eyes met. After a moment of silence, the cleaning lady pressed the pager clip to her waist. Front desk, front desk. The guest in room 405 pulled the door down. Zhongcheng University. Bach Building, Lecture Hall. The venue for club recruitment. Compared to yesterday, today being the last day of recruitment, there were even more freshmen seeking membership, crowding almost the entire lecture hall. Except for the Environmental Protection Club area. Even with the addition of Yin Yao, the Star Campus Bell, the area in front of the Environmental Protection Club remained deserted and ignored. Although many freshmen, especially male freshmen, couldn't help but steal glances at Yin Yao, but, simply stealing glances, joining the club was out of the question, absolutely out of the question. The news of Yu Jin, the president of the Environmental Protection Club, taking Yin Yao to pick up trash on campus yesterday had spread far and wide. While the freshmen admired him, they also kept their distance from the Environmental Protection Club. Damn it, old you hung up on me. Tang Yungsuan put away his phone, muttering angrily. Yin Yao, hearing this, spoke softly. Maybe he was busy and forgot. But since you called to remind him, he should be here soon. Don't worry, we'll wait a little longer. Upon hearing this, Tang Yungsuan nodded, relieved that the senior hadn't scolded Yu Jin for being late, but then he frowned, feeling something was off. These words, were they the words he was supposed to say? Tang Yungsuan shook his head vigorously, trying to stop himself from thinking about it. However, to avoid his senior sister getting bored while waiting for Yu Jin, he took the initiative to start a conversation. Senior sister, you don't look too well today. Didn't you sleep well? As soon as he finished speaking, Yin Yao turned her head and glanced at Tang Yungsuan. Yin Yao's response was somewhat indifferent. Tang Yungsuan scratched his head. He was telling the truth compared to her imposing aura yesterday. Yin Yao today had dark circles under her eyes, a pale face, and her lips were even slightly purple. If your insomnia is severe, you can take some melatonin. I've personally tested it and it works, Tang Yungsuan added. Yin Yao nodded her chin and didn't reply. She really hadn't slept well last night, more accurately, she hadn't slept at all. She had spent the entire night trying to awaken using the pollution crystal. During this time, she endured countless hardships, to the point that Yin Yao herself became somewhat numb. In the closed beta of the game Wasteland, everything was 100% realistic, or rather, completely real, including the pain feedback. Compared to directly transmigrating to the Wasteland world 6 days later, the only advantage was the ability to not fear death and restart the game without fear of deletion. 13 attempts. Yin Yao's eyes lowered slightly. Last night, she attempted awakening 13 times, and died a full 13 times. The worst part was, even so, Yin Yao still failed to awaken and become an evolved being. Tonight, I'll continue. As long as I can successfully awaken, it will all be worth it. Yin Yao's belief was firm. If she could successfully awaken as an evolved being, she could quickly become powerful thanks to her precognitive advantage. At the same time, she was also curious about Ember's current progress in the Wasteland game. Today I came to the club specifically for recruitment, hoping to gather some information. Knowing the starting coordinates of Ember would be even better. Maybe there might be an opportunity nearby that will allow Ember to become incredibly powerful in the future. Yesterday, she specifically arranged for someone to deliver a helmet to Ember with this in mind, both to build a good relationship and to do him a favor. Lost in thought, Yin Yao was pulled back to reality by Tang Yungsuan's surprised exclamation. What? Yin Yao looked at the vice president of the Environmental Protection Club. Tang Yungsuan's expression was extremely strange. It's related to Ember? Yin Yao narrowed her eyes. Section 15. Tang Yungsuan hesitated for a moment, gritted his teeth, and handed his phone to Yin Yao. The phone displayed the contents of a WeChat chat window. Yu Jin. Old Tang, I need your help urgently. Lend me some rice, I'll pay you back. Tang Yungsuan. How much? Transfer 1,500 yuan. That's all my living expenses for this month. Yu Jin. Brothers are in our hearts. I'll ask Lao Kui and the others, and maybe we can scrape together a little more. Tang Yungsuan. What did you do? Why do you suddenly need to borrow so much? Yu Jin. I accidentally broke the hotel room door, I have to pay 5,000 yuan. Tang Yungsuan. Phew. Yu Jin walked out of the hotel and let out a long sigh. He glanced back. The hotel manager was all smiles, waving enthusiastically and calling out, come again, come again. Yu Jin's face darkened slightly. Broken a door, 5,000 in compensation. Yu Jin initially refused. Paying money was fine, but 5,000 was not. But then, the manager turned around and produced the invoice. Yu Jin had no choice but to borrow rice from old Tang. After all, his monthly living expenses were only 2,000, even that wouldn't be enough. He just hadn't expected it. In the end, it was that senior student, Yin Yao, who helped him solve his problem. And Yin Yao transferred 50,000 right away. Superman, but no rice, still living off a woman. What kind of Superman is that? Chapter 11 credits. Once I have enough points to unlock that shop, I'll see if I can exchange them for rice. Back at Zhongcheng University, on the way to the erudite lecture hall, Yu Jin was still muttering to himself. No rice, after all, is unacceptable. Especially now, in a society governed by law, with surveillance everywhere. Although he's a Superman, he hasn't reached the level of a national Superman. As the saying goes, caution is the best policy, and Yu Jin firmly believes playing it safe and developing is the key. Only by first being a cautious Superman can he later be a happy Superman. 6:40 p.m. Yu Jin arrived late and entered the lecture hall. Resolved? Is he alright? As soon as they reached the environmental community area, Tang Yungsuan quickly approached, speaking while scrutinizing Yu Jin from head to toe, worried he might have been taken advantage of at the hotel. Yu Jin shook his head, indicating to old Tang to relax. He looked at Yin Yao, who was sitting quietly to the side and looking at him, and sincerely thanked her. It's nothing. Yin Yao shook her head, reaching out to interrupt Yu Jin's attempt to transfer the remaining 40,000 yuan back. It's just a small amount, no need to pay it back. Yu Jin. Tang Yungsuan. Damn it. Is this what it feels like to be kept by a rich woman? This thought simultaneously crossed the minds of both Yu Jin and Tang Yungsuan. On the other side, Yin Yao seemed unwilling to continue the topic of paying back the money, suddenly asking, President, how many people do you expect to recruit today? Yu Jin was slightly taken aback. Expectations? Ideally, the more the better, preferably 100 people, then I could claim the full Dawn City Lord reward. However, Yu Jin turned his head and glanced around. In the tiered classroom, there were quite a few freshmen gathered, about 300 or 400. Despite the recruitment event nearing its end, groups of new students were still arriving at the gate. Among them, the most bustling areas, where the most new students gathered, were the dance club and the gaming club. Other clubs, like the soccer club, basketball club, and debate club, while not as numerous, were still quite lively. Only the Environmental Protection Club was deserted, with only Tang Yungsuan, Yin Yao, and themselves. Sigh, we'll be lucky to recruit one more. If Lao Yu still refuses to give up on the trash-picking assessment. Tang Yungsuan sighed, clearly not holding out much hope. What are your expectations? Yin Yao stared intently at Yu Jin, wanting a definite answer. Yu Jin didn't hide anything, 100, I guess. Okay. Yin Yao nodded, then sat down and started playing on her phone. Yu Jin and Tang Yungsuan exchanged a glance, completely baffled by their senior's intentions. Could she have gone to ask Dao Baio for advice? Tang Yungsuan muttered to himself, noticing Yin Yao's fingers tapping on the screen, seemingly typing. Time slowly passed. 10 minutes went by in the blink of an eye. The area in front of the Environmental Protection Club remained deserted. Yu Jin and Tang Yungsuan stared expectantly, but not a single new student came. Yin Yao had put away her phone sometime earlier and sat down next to Yu Jin, quietly gazing ahead, seemingly lost in thought. Old Yu, it's the last 10 minutes, how about we try shouting something? What if some idiot, no, some new student wants to join? Vice President Tang said he wasn't hopeful, but he still wanted to try. However, Tang Yungsuan had barely finished speaking when Yu Jin hadn't even responded. Section 16. Wow, really? This is insane. A series of exclamations suddenly erupted throughout the lecture hall. Meanwhile, whoosh, whoosh, at the classroom door, groups of freshmen, seemingly appearing out of nowhere, surged in. Running, they shouted, charge, limited spots, or you'll miss out. Yu Jin and Tang Yungsuan exchanged a bewildered glance. Inside the classroom, the senior students in charge of recruitment for the other clubs also looked at each other, confused. Wait, Junior, why aren't you filling out the application form? At the game club's table. 1 second he was furiously filling out an application form, about to join the gaming club, when a classmate pointed it out and he glanced at his phone. His eyes widened, and he abruptly stood up, tossing aside the half-filled application. He turned and left, as if he'd made a difficult decision. What's going on? The gaming club president, known as Brother Bin, watched helplessly as the new member who was about to join ran away, feeling like a cooked duck had flown away. Wait a minute. Brother Bin stared intently at his junior's retreating figure, only to discover that he had run towards the quietest, most deserted area in the corner of the lecture hall. That was the Environmental Protection Club. Brother Bin was dumbfounded. The Environmental Protection Club? This club had few members, but a notorious reputation. A club where you had to pass a trash collecting test to join. Even Yin Yao couldn't escape it. No. Yesterday, Yin Yao was willing to quit the dance club to join the Environmental Protection Club, and today these freshmen are crowding there like madmen. Does joining the Environmental Protection Club make you fly to the sky or burrow underground? Bin couldn't understand. At this moment, the once quiet area in front of the Environmental Protection Club was now packed with freshmen, 3 layers deep. Give me a form. I want one too. The JK freshman cried out anxiously. Club president. The fortune teller said I was born to pick up trash. Please, club president, you have to accept me. The junior in front of Eugene spoke earnestly. This junior, if Eugene remembered correctly, he was just filling out an application form at the game club. Old you, what's going on? Tang Youngsuan stood on the table, busy handing out blank application forms, while looking at Eugene. Eugene remained silent, turning to look at Yin Yao, who was also distributing application forms. Given the scale of the operation, Eugene could only conclude that this senior student had once again exerted her influence. Yin Yao noticed Eugene's gaze, turned to look at him, smiled slightly, but offered no explanation. A moment later, Eugene finally learned the whole story from the freshman. It turned out that just moments ago, all freshmen at Zhongcheng University, regardless of their department or whether they had joined any clubs, all freshmen received an official notification from Zhongcheng University at the same time. The notification began with a string of official jargon, such as actively responding to national environmental protection policies, strengthening student academic atmosphere, and enhancing students' environmental awareness. Until finally, it got straight to the point. Join the Environmental Protection Club, get extra credits, and there are only 100 spots available. 2 innovation and entrepreneurship credits. What does that mean? Attending 18 lectures only gives 1 credit. Doing 30 hours of volunteering also only gives 1 credit. But now, just join the Environmental Protection Club, just become a member, and you get 2 credits. Tang Youngsuan's eyes widened when he heard the freshman say this. He had dutifully attended dozens of boring lectures to accumulate innovation and entrepreneurship credits. Senior, how did you do that? Tang Youngsuan couldn't contain his curiosity and asked Yin Yao. Yin Yao didn't want to answer, but noticing Eugene looking at her curiously, she pursed her lips and said softly, I didn't do anything, just told my uncle. Uncle? What uncle? He's so awesome, he just adds credits like that. Tang Youngsuan, being straightforward, asked directly. Zhang Hoquan, Yin Yao replied. Zhang Hoquan? That name sounds familiar. Tang Youngsuan scratched his head, trying hard to remember. 3 seconds later, his eyes widened suddenly, his expression as if he'd seen a ghost. Zhang Hoquan? Isn't that our university president? Chapter 12 Loyalty. Late September, even in the evening air, the heat was still intense. But strangely enough, throughout Zhongcheng University, hundreds of figures carrying snake skin bags and pliers were still wandering. They were bent over, heads down, their sharp eyes searching everywhere for trash. Whoosh! Below the Bach building, a junior student moved with lightning speed, aiming at a plastic bottle at his feet and slashing with the pliers. Clang! But unexpectedly, just as he was about to succeed, another pair of pliers suddenly appeared and clamped down on the plastic bottle. You! The junior student was furious. Ha! The competition for assessments is always like this. The owner of the other pair of pliers, a male freshman himself, sneered and stuffed the plastic bottle into his burlap sack. This scene is not unusual, it plays out all over university campuses. Joining the Environmental Club is not as simple as freshmen imagine. Section 17. After submitting their application forms, the freshmen faced their own unique challenge picking up trash. Although Zhongcheng University is quite large, achieving the standard of filling half a bag was still a considerable challenge. After all, university campuses are regularly cleaned by sanitation workers. While there was some trash scattered on campus, it was sparse and scattered. This is why the trash-picking competition took place repeatedly throughout the university. Of course, ostensibly a competition for trash, it was actually a competition for club membership and innovation and entrepreneurship credits. For university students, especially freshmen, nothing is more alluring than credits. But why is the club president picking up trash too? Many freshmen glanced towards the distance. There, Yu-jin, with a burlap sack in one hand and pliers in the other, was picking up trash with lightning speed. This scene jolted the freshmen, who had initially felt somewhat weary and even harbored a slight resentment towards the assessment. The club president is leading by example, how can I slack off? The freshmen were filled with respect and quickened their pace. Meanwhile, on the other side, Yu-jin picked up a discarded AA battery and stuffed it into his snakeskin bag. Your divine might is unparalleled. With your ant-like body, you purified the 4th-tier pollution core raging Nanfu, Wasteland points plus 1000. Your achievement Wasteland Evolver experience increased. Your ability Light of Purification experience increased. Looking at the displayed text, Yu-jin paused, letting out a soft sigh. Finally, I've managed to get some free stuff again. Yu-jin couldn't help but exclaim. Since each type of trash is only assessed once by the system, and yesterday he had basically collected every kind of trash imaginable. Therefore, he had been picking up trash all day, and this was the first time he had triggered the reward. After all, the types of trash on campus were mostly limited in common. This path of picking up trash on campus has basically reached its end. To continue making money, I need to think outside the box and find a different method. Just as Yu-jin was pondering this, whoosh! New text information appeared on the panel. Notification. Current Wasteland points 10200. Wasteland points have accumulated to 10,000, meeting the conditions for opening the point shop. Open now? Yu-jin looked around. Many gazes, filled with curious scrutiny, fell upon him. As the president of the Environmental Protection Club, leading 100 people to pick up trash attracted considerable attention. I won't open it yet. Yu-jin made his decision. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, it was best to play it safe. What if, like in those online novels, a burst of golden light and strange phenomena suddenly appear when the shop opens? That would be terrible. President, are we not continuing? Just then, Yin Yao walked up to Yu-jin and asked softly. She was also carrying a pink snakeskin bag. No, I think. Yu-jin shook his head, looking at the busy figures of the new students not far away. Leave some for them too. Yin Yao chuckled at his words. Although she initially approached Yu-jin with the intention of climbing his coattails, after spending time with him, she found that Yu-jin was actually quite interesting. Thank you for the recruitment. Yu-jin didn't forget to thank Yin Yao. After all, it was this senior's efforts that led to the gathering of 100 new members for the club. I'm also a member of the Environmental Protection Club, so it's only right that I do something for it. Yin Yao simply stated it casually. Yu-jin, however, knew that there was more to it than met the eye. Zhongcheng University was, after all, one of the top 5 universities in the Great Xia dynasty. Adding academic credits sounds simple, but it's actually quite complex behind the scenes, requiring numerous approval processes. Yin Yao's uncle, the president of Zhongcheng University, must have put in a lot of effort to complete all this in just 10 minutes. By the way, Yin Yao suddenly asked, seemingly casually, where is your Wasteland respawn point? Could you tell me the coordinates? If it's nearby, I can come find you. Yu-jin was taken aback. What spawn point? What coordinates? Yin Yao was confused. You haven't logged into Wasteland? She had always assumed that Yu-jin's lateness to the recruitment event today was because he was engrossed in the Wasteland game. Is he being cautious and not wanting to tell me? Yin Yao wondered again. But then, Yu-jin's answer completely stunned her. Speaking of which, I haven't told you yet. I lent my roommate the helmet you gave me. I'm not very interested in games, but he happened to want to try it out, so. Yu-jin paused, a little embarrassed. Should I return the helmet to you later? Old Kui had explained to her that this helmet was incredibly valuable, easily worth hundreds of thousands, and practically impossible to find. Such an expensive item, given to her by her senior, and then lent to her roommate, it felt a bit unreasonable. No need. Yin Yao took a deep breath and firmly waved her hand. It was just a helmet, she didn't care. What she truly cared about was Yu-jin's experiences in Wasteland. That might give her a glimpse into why he would become so abnormally powerful in the future. Your roommate is very interested in the Wasteland game. Yin Yao suddenly asked. Yes, a long-time gamer. Yu-jin replied with a smile. I see. Yin Yao nodded, her eyelids slightly lowered, and said nothing more. The night deepened. At 9 o'clock that night, downstairs at the Bach building, 100 freshmen, carrying burlap sacks, stood neatly before Yu-jin. President! The 100 freshmen shouted in unison. Congratulations on passing the assessment and officially becoming members of the Environmental Protection Club. Yu-jin responded loudly. As soon as he finished speaking, the freshmen erupted in joyful cheers. Although picking up trash was tiring, and they hadn't even had time for dinner since they started at 7 o'clock. Section 18. But they officially became members of the Environmental Protection Club. This meant, credits were theirs. Thinking of this, The freshmen became even more excited and exhilarated. So much so that, below the Bo Shui building, from some unknown point, the freshmen spontaneously began chanting in unison, "Environmental Protection Club, Loyalty, President, Loyalty." This scene made Tang Yongsuan, the vice president, beam with joy. Even Yin Yao smiled and joined the freshmen in chanting loyalty a couple of times. As for Yu Jin, he stared in surprise at the text message that appeared before him. He hadn't expected this. These seemingly joking slogans of loyalty brought him an unexpected surprise. Chapter 13 Triple Result. You are kind and generous, sheltering 100 Wasteland refugees, providing them with safe havens and basic survival guarantees. Wasteland points plus 100,000. Your achievement Wasteland Shepherd experience increased. You have obtained the identity Lord of Dawn City, 100/100. This was the system notification after successfully recruiting 100 members. Although the staggering 100,000 Wasteland points left Ember somewhat speechless, the overall information wasn't unexpected. What truly surprised Ember were the newly appeared lines of text on the panel. Over 100 subjects detected, and their loyalty meets the standard. Territory module activated. Current territory, Dawn City. Hint: after the territory module is activated, you can earn extra rewards by leading your citizens in activities such as pollution cleanup. Hint: as the city lord, you can earn rich rewards by developing your territory, improving your citizens, distributing resources, and purifying your citizens. How can I maximize the rewards? On his way back to the dormitory, Yu Jin kept thinking about this question. The system's so-called territory module isn't actually difficult to understand. In layman's terms, it boils down to two directions. 1. Leading club members in collective environmental protection. 2. Organizing team building activities and distributing benefits to club members. Yu Jin's initial idea was to combine the two, plan a large-scale environmental protection activity involving all club members, and then, as the club leader, distribute benefits to the members afterward, such as treating them to a meal or a party. The point that troubled Yu Jin was, what kind of large-scale environmental protection activity could trigger even more generous rewards from the system? Picking up trash is too ordinary, the rewards aren't enough. Sewage river treatment? Yu Jin suddenly had a flash of inspiration. Near Zhongcheng University, there's a notoriously stinky river. Large amounts of household garbage float on its surface, and the water stinks unbearably. Even a Yubeo mineral water bottle can be classified by the system as a Tier 3 pollution core cataclysmic spring. That stinky river. If he led 100 members to clean up most of the garbage on the river, how exaggerated would the system's assessment be? Tier 6? Tier 7? Or even Tier 8 pollution source? The more Yu Jin thought about it, the more promising it seemed. He even wished he could organize his members to act overnight. But ideas are ideas, but such a large-scale operation can't be carried out on a whim. According to regulations, large-scale club activities with more than 50 members must be submitted to the university for approval and registered in advance. After all, university students are a group that is naturally energetic and passionate. If they accidentally organize something like a public speaking event in a pub, it would be very troublesome. Moreover, approval for large-scale club activities is not easy, and even if it is approved, the entire process can easily take 7 or 8 days, and if you're unlucky, it's not impossible for it to be delayed for 10 days to half a month. Do I have to ask my senior to help again? Yu Jin shook his head, feeling that he seemed to be going further and further down the path of living off a woman. Hey, he. Have you eaten, Lao Jiang? Hey, how did you know our Environmental Protection Club recruited 100 new members today? Half of them are fresh-faced, pretty fresh-faced girls? Beside Yu Jin, Tang Yongsuan, walking side by side, had been chattering non-stop on the way back. He talked about it to everyone he met, showing off to everyone he saw. While talking, he also showed off his phone's environmental community chat interface with a whopping 103 members. Yu Jin was speechless for a moment, quickening his pace to increase the distance between himself and Tang Yongsuan. Hey, Lao Yu, wait for me. Dormitory 615. Yu Jin had just pushed open the door when he paused, slightly taken aback. Old Kui, Yu Fei, and Gang Ji were sitting in a neat circle, chairs in hand, chattering amongst themselves while glued to their phones. Even his entrance hadn't caught their attention. What's going on? Yu Jin leaned closer and glanced at the phone. It belonged to Gang Ji, and it displayed the Jianda University Campus Forum interface. What immediately caught Yu Jin's eye was a headline in bold red breaking news. Environmental Club President Yu Jin and rich, beautiful senior Yin Yao. Below the headline were several photos. Some showed Yu Jin and Yin Yao picking up trash side by side yesterday, while others showed them chatting together this evening. In the photos, Yu Jin and Yin Yao were both smiling. Old Yu, when did you get back? Old Kui and the other two were so engrossed in their conversation that Yu Jin's eyes were practically glued to his phone screen before they finally noticed. Just got back. Yu Jin replied, then took a half step back, looking his three roommates up and down. Didn't realize you three were such sissies, always gossiping and watching the drama unfold? Upon hearing this, old Kui was the first to stand up, raising his hand to indicate his innocence. Hey, old you. I wasn't talking about you behind your back, it was Brother Gang who told us to look. Yu Fei added, that's right, Brother Gang told us. Section 19. Upon hearing this, Gang Ge immediately became agitated. Ha! You're betraying your teammates, aren't you? Weren't you two just analyzing when Lao Yu and Yin Yao started dating? Lao Kui and Yu Fei fell silent. Yu Jin shook his head. Let's go, let's go. It's all just hearsay and rumors. You three actually believe them? Yu Jin finished speaking and sat back down at his table. On the table was a box of still steaming fried rice. Lao Kui brought this for you. Seeing Yu Jin lost in thought, Gang Ge reminded him. Thanks, Lao Kui. As soon as Yu Jin finished speaking, Lao Kui patted his chest. I even lent you my helmet. Bringing you food is nothing, even a semester's worth, a year's worth of food is no big deal. Strangely enough, Yu Jin hadn't eaten anything since arriving at the hotel last night, yet he didn't feel hungry. It was only when he saw the fried rice that he realized. Is it because of the third-tier revolvers? Yu Jin thought to himself while showing off his food. Speaking of which, he'd been busy since waking up today, and Yu Jin hadn't had a chance to properly research what a third-tier revolver was, or what special abilities they possessed. I'll find a quiet place tonight to experiment with their abilities. And while I'm at it, I'll open the points shop and spend some money. Yu Jin made his plan. Meanwhile, Yu Jin was showing off his food when Lao Kui and the other two exchanged glances and silently surrounded him. Old Yu. Hong Kong coughed lightly twice on purpose. What? Yu Jin didn't even look up. You and that senior Yin Yao. When did that happen? Yu Jin chuckled upon hearing this. When did that happen? I have absolutely nothing to do with her. But before he could finish speaking, old Kui suddenly picked up the helmet from the table. This helmet, it was a gift from senior Yin Yao, right? But you said it yourself yesterday. The three of us didn't realize it at the time, we only remembered after seeing that post on the forum today. In old Kui and the others' view, a gaming helmet worth hundreds of thousands, given away so casually. Even if Yin Yao is a top-tier rich and beautiful woman with a powerful background, it at least shows that her relationship with Yu Jin is unusual. Before he could finish speaking, before Yu Jin could explain, knock knock knock, a knocking sound suddenly rang out. The deep, powerful, and rhythmic knocking sounded somewhat familiar to all four of them. I'll go see. Gang Ge, who was closest, volunteered to open the door. And when the dormitory door opened, the atmosphere in dormitory 615 instantly fell silent upon seeing the figure standing there, dressed in military uniform, with badges on his shoulders, and possessing a bronze complexion. The person who arrived was none other than the man in military uniform from yesterday. Yu Jin, we meet again. The man in military uniform greeted him politely. Then, without waiting for Yu Jin's response, he waved his hand behind him. Tap tap tap. Three men in military uniforms strode confidently to the door. Each of them carried a square box. Chapter 14 Light. The man in military uniform left. The door to dormitory 615 closed. But the atmosphere inside the dormitory became eerily quiet. Old Kui, Gang Ge, and Yu Fei stared at the three helmets neatly arranged on Yu Jin's desk, their expressions indescribably complex. Okay. So this is what they mean by it has nothing to do with senior Yin Yao. A gaming helmet worth hundreds of thousands, practically priceless, and they gave away one, but now they've given away three at once. The combined value of these four helmets alone exceeds $1 million. Especially, the words the man in military uniform spoke before leaving still echoed in Lao Kui and his companion's ears. Misinstructed that these three helmets are to be arranged by Yu Jin as he sees fit. Whether she lends them to her roommates, other friends, or even resells them for cash, she won't interfere. Listen to this. Meanwhile, on the other side, Yu Jin was also quite surprised by this triple helmet surprise. Did your senior worry that I'd lend my helmet to my roommate and then not have one to play with, so she simply arranged for 3 more helmets, one for each of the 4 of us in the dorm? Yu Jin vaguely guessed Yin Yao's intentions, but at the same time, he also realized for the first time that Yin Yao's attitude towards him seemed a little too close, even ingratiating. Does she know I'm Superman? Yu Jin had this thought, but quickly dismissed it. When Yin Yao joined the Environmental Protection Society, he had only just activated his system, not yet transformed into the super healer or the third-tier revolver he was now. I can't figure it out. Yu Jin shook his head. Since he couldn't figure it out, he simply stopped thinking about it. Yu Jin was never the type to easily get caught up in internal conflicts and entanglements. Yu Jin could easily let things go, but Lao Kui and the other two couldn't at all. Old you. Brother Hong suddenly knelt down in front of Yu Jin, performing a grandfather recognition ceremony. Yu Jin was stunned. Although Brother Hong usually loved gold more than his brothers, he wouldn't go to this extent for a helmet, would he? I, Chen Gang, have never asked you for anything in my life, Lao Yu. This time, I'm begging you. Teach me how to get kept by a rich woman like Senior Yin Yao. I don't want to work hard, I just want to avoid taking 30 years of detours. Section 20. Yu Jin. On the other side. While Yu Fei wasn't as exaggerated as Gang Ge, his eyes were filled with a thirst for knowledge as he looked at Yu Jin. Living off a woman, especially like Yu Jin, who forcefully does so, is a more profound art than postgraduate entrance exams. If it's an art, you have to learn it, you have to learn it. Yu Jin knew that after this triple helmet attack, he was completely unable to explain his relationship with Yin Yao. Who? He took a breath and decided not to explain. 4 helmets, 1 for each of you. Don't ask me about Yin Yao again, okay? Dormitory 615 fell into a brief silence. 5 seconds later. Okay. Yu Jin left the dormitory with 2 sausages. He had originally intended to ask Lao Kui how his Wasteland game went last night, but seeing him busy explaining to Gang Ge and Yu Fei how to use the helmet and log into the game, he decided not to disturb him. I'll ask another day. I have a feeling that Wasteland has some connection to my bugged system. Yu Jin muttered to himself as he left the dormitory building. He walked along the tree-lined avenue for a while. Soon, in the darkness, he saw those eyes that glowed with a faint green light. Mwah! Yu Jin called out. Not far away. A small black dog wagged its tail and ran over in a few strides. A moment later, after feeding him 2 sausages, Yu Jin stood up and looked around. Just like last night. Although it was late, there were still small groups of college couples in the shadows. No. How can there be a threesome? Playing such a fancy game? Yu Jin stared at the woman and 2 men on a bench not far away, his mind momentarily blank. After a moment of contemplation, Yu Jin's attention returned to the important matter he had planned to attend to that evening. Experimenting with the abilities of a third-tier evolved being, and opening the points mall for spending. Undoubtedly, both of these things required a safe place. A hotel? Yu Jin thought for a moment, then shook his head. Hotels were too small, he couldn't use his superhuman abilities. After a moment of thought, Yu Jin made a decision. Zhongcheng University has a back mountain, which connects to a forest. As long as I walk deeper into the forest, it will be secluded enough, undisturbed, and without any surveillance cameras. Lang Lang Mountain. This was the name of the back mountain of Zhongcheng University. He didn't know who named it, or what its meaning was, but it was quite catchy. Yu Jin jogged the 3-kilometer distance but didn't feel tired at all. This made him even more curious about his third-tier evolution ability. He had checked his personal information panel when he was showing off his food earlier. Name, Yu Jin. Rank, 3rd tier. Attribute, light, to be activated. Identity, Lord of Dawn City. Items, none. Ability, purifying light. Points, 110200. Evaluation, you are still just an ant, unable to stand firm in the perilous wasteland world. Please do everything you can to become stronger. His rank had changed from unawakened to 3rd tier. A new attribute called light had also appeared. Besides that, there was no other information. Clearly, more superhuman abilities would have to wait until he activated this so-called light attribute. This was why Yu Jin wanted to find a sufficiently secluded and deserted place to do this. Almost there. Yu Jin turned on his phone's flashlight and walked along the hillside. Soon, the surroundings were now a desolate and overgrown old forest. This will do. Yu Jin sat on a broken log and looked around. Aside from the chirping of cicadas in the summer night and the rustling of leaves in the evening breeze, there was no other sound, let alone any sign of people. Safe. Yu Jin relaxed, and with a thought, brought up his personal panel. Activate light attribute? A line of illusory text appeared. Activate. Yu Jin thought. A message popped up before him. Great. Then, why is it light already? Yu Jin's eyes widened. No, it seems like I'm the one who's become light. The moment he activated his light attribute, Yu Jin's entire body floated uncontrollably, about half a meter off the ground. His limbs and bones were bathed in intense light, losing all color. From afar, Yu Jin seemed to have transformed into the sun. At the same time, Yu Jin felt an indescribable sense of pleasure, as if bathing in some special energy, every cell in his body being cleansed. While his body was being cleansed, special textual information flooded into Yu Jin's mind. This information did not come from the system, but from light. You have mastered a Tier 1 light attribute ability, Laser LV1. Passive effect, your body can absorb sunlight or artificial light and convert it into energy. Active effect, you can release high energy beams. You have mastered a Tier 2 light attribute ability, Light Shield LV1. Active effect, generates a semi-transparent light shield with a radius of 1 meter, capable of withstanding physical/energy attacks of a lower rank than yourself. Section 21. You have mastered a third-tier light attribute ability, Light Touch LV1. Active effect, your perception is greatly enhanced. You can use light sources to gain vision within a certain area. The larger the area, the more blurred the vision. Current maximum distance, 4 kilometers. You have mastered a third-tier light attribute ability, Light Wings LV1. Active effect, condenses illusory light wings, levitating off the ground. Consumes energy for short-distance flight. Chapter 15 Infected. Lang Lang Mountain, at its foot. In the grove, branches swayed. Faintly, strange panting and soft cries could be heard. Suddenly, Gad! A rough cry of surprise exploded. Leo, what's wrong? A female voice rang out. God's messenger, holy angel. Please don't misunderstand, I have nothing to do with this damned eastern bitch. She's the one who's been clinging to me. Behind the grove, the dark-skinned man clasped his hands together, his face full of piety. The girl beside him looked completely bewildered. Wait, he hasn't even pulled up his pants yet, and he's already denying everything? But quickly, the girl also froze on the spot. She followed Leo's gaze, and there she saw, in the distance, in mid-air, a figure with wings of light appeared. The figure was so real, the intense light emanating from its wings blurred its exact features, yet it bathed Leo's dark skin in a halo of light. What sent chills down the girl's spine was, the figure vanished in a few seconds. But then, a feeling of being watched arose. The girl was certain it wasn't her imagination. Someone, no, perhaps not human, was watching her. The girl could even feel it. The gaze was sweeping over her, scrutinizing her, finally settling on her still sweat-drenched face. God! The girl, mimicking Leo, knelt on the ground, hands clasped together. How much time passed, she didn't know. The feeling of being watched finally disappeared. The girl and Leo exchanged a glance, neither daring to linger any longer. They hurriedly dressed and fled from the foot of Lang Lang Mountain, running towards the brightly lit Zhongcheng University campus in the distance. Your divine might descended from the heavens, yet you still frightened away the Tier 4 infected aides without even showing yourself. Wasteland points plus 1000. Resource acquired, Tier 3 energy crystal. Your divine might descended from the heavens, yet you still frightened away the Tier 4 infected fallen plum maiden without even showing yourself. Wasteland points plus 1000. Resource acquired, Tier 3 energy crystal. Ember stared at the panel before him, lost in thought. Just now, he had given a small test of the various abilities activated by the light attribute. The first one he tested was light wings. But before he could even experience the feeling of flying for 2 seconds, he sensed that someone was watching him from afar. To avoid being exposed, Ember dispelled the light wings and used light touch to take a look. Even in the dead of night, with the help of the moonlight, Yujin was able to clearly see the 2 figures in the grove at the foot of the mountain, 3 or 4 kilometers away. The clarity was at least 720p, if not Blu-ray 4K, and that one glance immediately made Yujin feel terrible. Yujin wasn't familiar with the dark-skinned boy, but Yujin recognized the girl entangled with Leo at a glance. Yang Yuan, the former club president's girlfriend. How did she get involved with that dark-skinned international student? They even had an outdoor fight? Yujin sighed. It's not so bad to accidentally stumble upon something like this. What's scary is that one of the parties involved is someone you know. Thinking of this, Yujin didn't even bother to collect his reward. He opened his phone and sent a message to Zhang Jun, whose contact was saved as former president of the Environmental Protection Club. Brother Zhang, how are things with your girlfriend lately? Yujin didn't say it outright, but asked tentatively. They broke up. Zhang Jun replied quickly. Yujin immediately breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't want to meddle, but he didn't want his friend to be unknowingly cheated on. But the next second, the former president's reply completely broke Yujin's composure. Old you wouldn't happen to have a crush on Yang Yuan, would you? No looking. She's sick, May X. She's ruined me. I've been in the hospital for the past 2 months. Yujin put away his phone, his gaze returning to the semi-transparent panel in front of him. Tier 4 infected AIDS nig. Tier 4 infected fallen plum maiden. He hadn't understood it at first, but now he realized that the plum and plum maiden meant this. Truly, what a perfect match, forever. Yujin sighed, then stopped thinking about it. He had more important things to do than meddle in these matters. Wasteland points 112200. Conditions for opening the points shop met. Open now? Yujin didn't hesitate. Open. Whoosh. The expected golden light didn't appear. On the semi-transparent panel in front of Yujin, only 3 squares appeared. Each square contained only text, no image, and below the text was a string of numbers and a description. What do you mean? Only 3 items? You call this a mall? Yujin frowned subconsciously, but patiently continued reading. Wasteland gold 1 kg. Price, 500 points. Section 22. Evaluation, a hard currency used for thousands of years, it has lost its status in the Wasteland world and is worthless. Ember. He decided to take back what he had just said. Who said this shop was bad? This shop is amazing. It immediately gave him what he needed most right now. What kind of Superman is he if he doesn't have rice? Ember didn't want to experience that situation again this afternoon, where he lost money because he didn't have rice and had to ask Old Tang for help. Besides, this is ultimately a society governed by law. It's not about who has the biggest fist, but whoever has the rice and the power is right. Buy. Ember wasn't one to hesitate, he immediately made the purchase. Wasteland points minus 500. You gained 1 kilogram of Wasteland gold. Current Wasteland points 111,700. Thud. Ember held a heavy gold brick in his hand. The current price of gold is over 700 yuan per gram. Even if the buyback price at gold shops is lower than the market price, a kilogram of gold bars can still fetch 60 or 70 yuan. Yu Jin did the math and became increasingly satisfied. He put away the gold bars and continued looking. Second-tier energy crystal. Price, 2,000 points. Evaluation, a pure and safe energy source, a rare treasure in the Wasteland world. 2,000 points? That price is a bit expensive. Although Yu Jin had many points, he wasn't a fool. He didn't rush to buy it and looked at the last item. Ability, Hardening, LV1. Price, 5,000 points. Evaluation, a special ability that allows you to control parts of your body to harden like iron, providing both offense and defense. Hint, this ability requires activating the earth or metal attribute to be used. Yu Jin fell into deep thought. He hadn't expected the shop to allow direct purchase of abilities. Hardening body parts? Sounds pretty useful. Yu Jin stared at the description, somewhat tempted. The price of 5,000 points wasn't expensive, but the only problem was the prerequisite, activating the earth or metal attribute. Yu Jin's attribute was light, which didn't meet the requirement. However, buy it. Yu Jin waved his hand, making the purchase immediately. Whoosh! A faint light entered his body. On Yu Jin's personal panel, a new hardening LV1 appeared in the ability section. However, a note followed the ability, inactive attribute, unusable. Yu Jin's order wasn't really about hardening body parts. The real reason was, at the very bottom of the 3 items, there was a countdown timer. The countdown number was 23 hours and 55 minutes. Since the items refresh every 24 hours, I might as well buy them and stock up before they disappear. Points can be earned again, but missed opportunities may not come again. Chapter 16 City Lord. Lang Lang Mountain. Deep in the forest. Whoosh! A beam of light, only a few millimeters thin, shot from Yu Jin's fingertip. Sizzle! A pile of dry leaves on the ground emitted a scorching sound. Yu Jin activated the light shield skill with a thought. Buzz! A thin halo of light instantly enveloped his body. But, Ember reached out and poked it slightly. Snap! The light shield shattered. Damn it! So weak? Ember was speechless. When he used light wings to scare away the couple at the foot of the mountain, he realized something was wrong. After all, back then, he had only hovered above the ground for a few seconds before feeling exhausted and unable to sustain it. Therefore, Ember took advantage of the secluded and deserted location to repeatedly test his other abilities. The results were: Laser LV1, only enough to burn leaves, can't even penetrate a wooden stake. Light Shield LV1 can be pierced with a finger, let alone stop a bullet, probably even a pebble would be difficult to stop. Light Touch LV1, somewhat useful, but not much. When focused, it can see things at a great distance, but can only see, not hear. Light Wings LV.1 cool and flashy, but useless. It only lasts for 5 seconds at most, 1 more second and you'll fall from mid-air. A third-tier Evolver, and that's it. Ember hadn't even had time to rejoice at becoming the Superman of light before reality threw a bucket of cold water on him. This shouldn't be. Ember muttered to himself, his intuition telling him something was wrong. It was as if his abilities had been forcibly castrated, severely weakened. This feeling was especially strong when Ember used his abilities, like being suppressed by something, a frustrating sense of powerlessness. Sigh. Ember sat on a tree stump and sighed deeply. When he activated the light attribute earlier, he thought he would immediately transform into Homelander. Now it seems, the road ahead is arduous, and the task is long. I refuse to believe it. 3rd rank isn't enough, then 4th rank, 4th rank isn't enough, then 5th rank. As long as I keep advancing, even to 9th or 10th rank, I'll eventually become Happy Superman. Yu Jin gritted his teeth, his indomitable spirit surging forth. To advance, I need to collect more system rewards. Picking up trash and feeding stray cats and dogs, the rewards are too low level, they no longer meet my needs. I must find other ways to get freebies. Yu Jin buried his head in thought as he walked down the mountain. Section 23. In the Points Mall, there was still a Tier 2 energy crystal lying there. The scare away the dogs and women's system also rewarded him with 2 Tier 3 energy crystals. Originally, Eugene wasn't in a hurry to use them, but now, use them, I have to use them, I can't not use them. And so, half an hour later, 7+7 chain hotel. Eugene checked in again, warmly greeted by the front desk manager. He drew the curtains, locked the door, and turned the TV volume up to the maximum. Eugene sat on the bed, crunched twice, and swallowed all 3 energy crystals at once. You used a Tier 2 energy crystal. You have awakened, the crystal has been converted into advanced energy. You used a Tier 3 energy crystal. You have awakened, the crystal has been converted into advanced energy. Not long after swallowing the crystals, that familiar drowsy feeling returned. Eugene, feeling dizzy and disoriented, lay down on the large bed and fell asleep. That night, Eugene had an incredibly vivid dream. He dreamt that he had transmigrated to a strange wasteland world, becoming a true Superman of light, able to be Superman however he wanted. Phew! Finally awakened. Wasteland world. Dawn City, an alleyway outside the city. Yin Yao clenched her fists, her expression excited. After enduring 20 failures and experiencing the pain of death 20 times, she succeeded. Congratulations, miss. Becoming a powerful evolved being. On both sides of the alley. 4 short-haired youths guarding the area offered their heartfelt congratulations. Yin Yao shook her head upon hearing this. No, still far from it. Upon hearing this, the 4 youths were immediately stunned. Didn't you all successfully awaken? Why aren't you considered evolvers yet? Evolvers are divided into 9 ranks, from lowest to highest. Right now, although I awakened using contaminated crystals, I haven't activated my attributes yet. I'm not even a first ranker, at most, I'm only a 0 rank. Yin Yao explained. After speaking, she looked at the 4 people and sincerely thanked them. Thank you for collecting contaminated crystals for me these past few days. To successfully awaken, Yin Yao had used a full 20 contaminated crystals. And these crystals were all dug out by hand in the wilderness day and night. Faced with Yin Yao's thanks, the 4 people seemed somewhat awkward. 2 days had passed, and they had already learned the identity of the young girl before them from their superiors. She's that old man's granddaughter. Miss, you said you need to activate attributes to become a true evolver. What are attributes, how do you activate them, and what resources are needed? The leader of the 4 youths asked in a deep voice. Attributes are the direction of an evolver's abilities. Generally speaking, an evolver can only awaken one attribute. Attributes have varying strengths, but which attribute is awakened is completely random. To activate my attribute, I still need to use crystals. Yin Yao had barely finished speaking. Boom! Rumble! A deafening roar suddenly erupted. That's... Yin Yao and the 4 youths all looked in the direction of the sound. The source of the sound was the center of Dawn City's inner city. Whoosh! After the roar, before the stunned eyes of hundreds of thousands of people in Dawn City, a blazing pillar of light shot into the sky, instantly shredding the perpetually gray clouds above the wasteland. A powerful pressure swept across Dawn City in an instant. Whirlwinds of refugees collapsed to the ground like straw wherever it passed. Whoosh! The pillar of light came quickly, and it vanished just as quickly. In just a few seconds, the pillar of light disappeared, and all was silent. But on the faces of the many citizens of Dawn City, a deep joy was on their lips. It's the new city lord. The new city lord has taken office. Great! With the new city lord in charge, Dawn City is much safer, no longer afraid of attacks from mutated beasts and infected. The people cheered, even though they hadn't even seen the so-called city lord in person. But the inner city center of Dawn City was the area reserved exclusively for the city lord. That commotion just now was the new city lord's announcement to all his subjects. Miss. The 4 youths were also quite shocked by the sudden commotion. When they recovered, they found Yin Yao still staring intently at the center of Dawn City, her pupils constricted. It's light attribute. Light attribute, definitely one of the most powerful attributes in the wasteland. Who is this new city lord? Shouldn't the future city lord of Dawn City be Ember? Yin Yao stood there, increasingly bewildered. Everything before her eyes was completely contrary to the information in her past life's memories. Wait, I had someone send him 3 more helmets tonight. Judging by the time, he should have just logged into the game with them. Could it be? That's Ember? He's the one who caused the commotion. His starting spawn point was in Dawn City? His identity is the new city lord? This bold conjecture made Yin Yao gasp, goosebumps instantly rising on her skin. This conjecture, though bizarre, wasn't entirely unfounded. According to her past life's memories, players participating in the Wasteland closed beta had their starting identities randomly assigned. The vast majority, over 99%, were like her, the lowest ranking Wasteland refugees. But there were exceptions. A very small number of incredibly lucky players received identities that were anything but ordinary from the start. For example, Section 24. In her previous life, Yin Yao had heard of a 5th-tier powerhouse whose starting role in the game was that of a wasteland trader, specializing in reselling resources between refuge cities and profiting from the price difference. This resulted in he inherited a significant amount of resources from the trader from the outset, including extremely valuable energy crystals. It was precisely because of those energy crystals that he started far ahead of others, eventually becoming a 5th-tier evolver and ultimately ruling over a sizable refuge city. Of course, this was also a perk unique to beta testers. 5 days later, those randomly selected and forcibly transported to the Wasteland world all started as low-level refugees, including Yin Yao in her previous life. Should I ask Ember? Yin Yao stood there for a long time, gazing in the direction of Dawn Inner City, this thought popping into her mind. Dawn City is divided into inner and outer cities. As a Wasteland refugee, she can't enter the inner city, nor can she see the new city lord. But she could go offline to ask Jin to verify her suspicions. But just as Yin Yao hesitated, outside the alley, suddenly, a shout rang out. Holy crap! Old Kui didn't lie to me, this game is too realistic. Chapter 17 Chen Gang. Dawn City Street. Chen Gang stared wide-eyed at everything around him. Figures came and went on the street, most wearing tattered clothes, their faces covered in grime, their eyes filled with exhaustion. Not far away, several children squatted in a corner, fighting over a piece of dark-colored meat of unknown origin. Their actions and expressions were so realistic that Chen Gang, who had just logged into Wasteland, remained stunned for a long time. The wind blowing across his face, the trails of sand rolling on the ground, the realistic feel of his feet on the earth. Chen Gang looked down at his hands, filthy, dirt embedded under his fingernails, as if he had been living in this world for a long time. It's so real. Is this even a game? Although old Kui had described it vividly in the dorm before he logged in, the shock of actually experiencing it was indescribable. Chen Gang was even a little dazed, wondering if he was playing a game or had really transmigrated to this world. Log out? Chen Gang was uneasy, remembering old Kui's words, and silently asked himself, log out of Wasteland? Prompt. Logout will lock your current coordinates as your next login location. Looking at the lines of text that had appeared out of nowhere, Chen Gang finally breathed a sigh of relief. I can log out, it's a game. Chen Gang murmured, continuing to observe his surroundings. Unlike Yin Yao, although Chen Gang also started as a refugee, his starting spawn point wasn't in the wilderness, but directly on the streets of Dawn City. This led to Chen Gang not understanding his current situation. Old Kui was right, this game is extremely open-ended. There's no quest system, not even a tutorial. So what should I do next? Chen Gang stood there, lost in thought. He heard the surrounding crowd discussing things like the new city lord's appointment. Chen Gang hadn't seen the massive pillar of light that had shot into the sky from Dawn City's inner city earlier. He logged into the game a few seconds later. Tap, tap, tap. Just as Chen Gang stood there, somewhat bewildered, a series of sparse yet rhythmic and powerful footsteps suddenly sounded in front of him. Chen Gang instinctively looked up. A girl appeared before him, and a short-haired young man stood beside her, behind her. This girl looked familiar. Chen Gang froze for a moment. The next second. Then, she called out his name directly. Chen Gang. Chen Gang. Could she be a game NPC, here to help him start a game quest or something? This thought had barely formed in Chen Gang's mind when it vanished, because the girl's second sentence was, I am Yin Yao. Hiss. Chen Gang gasped. He realized. No wonder that face looked so familiar. He felt like he'd seen it somewhere before. That evening, he dragged Lao Kui and Yufei along, staring at the posts on the campus forum about Jin and Yin Yao for a long time. There were quite a few photos of Yin Yao in them. Yin, Senior Yin. Chen Gang didn't know why the other person could call him by name so readily, but suddenly encountering an acquaintance in the Wasteland game wasn't exactly the kind of warmth one feels for meeting an old friend in a foreign land. Instead, it was inexplicably awkward. Not to mention, he was able to play this game using the helmet she'd given to Jin. He was practically getting a free ride. You just logged into Wasteland, and your spawn point is in Dawn City? Yin Yao asked with a light laugh. Yes, yes. Chen Gang nodded vigorously. Are you alone? Yin Yao's smile remained unchanged, her tone gentle. Old Kui and Yufei, the three of us were together, but I woke up here and didn't see them. Chen Gang answered truthfully. Yin Yao raised an eyebrow upon hearing this. Where's Jin? She approached Chen Gang to inquire about Jin. Especially, having just witnessed the new city lord's prowess, she desperately wanted to confirm whether Jin was truly one in a million lucky genius, having obtained the new city lord status right from the start. But the next second, Chen Gang's answer left this senior student, Yin Yao, stunned and frozen in place. Old you doesn't play this game. He came back, ate a meal, and then went out. I don't know what he's busy with, he probably hasn't come back yet. Chen Gang suddenly stopped mid-sentence. He, along with old Kui and Yufi, all assumed that Yu Jin had gone out late at night to meet Yin Yao. But now, Yin Yao was right in front of him, meaning she hadn't gone on a date, but was playing games while wearing a helmet. Then old Yu, could he have gone to find a mistress? Then what I said just now, didn't I betray my brother? Chen Gang realized the seriousness of the situation, especially when he saw the utterly shocked expression on Yin Yao's face. He wanted nothing more than to slap himself for being so talkative. Section 25. He didn't log into Wasteland. Yin Yao snapped out of her daze and checked again. No, I think. Chen Gang answered cautiously. Did he wear his gaming helmet when he went out? Yin Yao stared intently at Chen Gang. Chen Gang felt a little uneasy under her gaze. After hesitating for a moment, he truthfully replied, no. Upon hearing this, Yin Yao was completely stunned. She turned her head, looking towards the inner city of Dawn City. Ember not logging in meant he couldn't be the new city lord. Then, how did Ember become the city lord of Dawn City in the future? Yin Yao's mind was a jumbled mess, various thoughts intertwined. She even began to suspect, would many things that were supposed to happen in the future have been completely derailed by the butterfly effect of her rebirth? And among them, was it the fact that Ember, who should have been invincible, still hadn't logged into Wasteland? No. I must remind Yu Jin to start the closed beta test as soon as possible and create his own account. Only in this way can he become the invincible Wasteland powerhouse I remember. And only then will I have a chance to cling to a powerful figure and survive in this perilous wasteland. Yin Yao snapped out of her reverie, her expression resolute. Only 5 days remain before Wasteland invades reality, and countless people worldwide are randomly transported to the Wasteland world. Yin Yao was even considering, should she tell Yu Jin the truth about the Wasteland game beforehand? September 4, 2025. Weather, sunny. 7+7 hotel. On the Simmons king-size bed, Yu Jin woke up early. You used 1 Tier 2 energy crystal and 2 Tier 3 energy crystals, taking you 1 step closer to Tier 4. The system notification arrived as expected. While the failure to advance to Tier 4 in one go disappointed Yu Jin, it was within expectations. If I could get another Tier 4 energy crystal, I should be close. Yu Jin thought to himself. Where can I get Tier 4 energy crystals? Through his previous experiences of exploiting the system, Yu Jin had summarized a basic pattern. Suppressing/frightening/containing an N-tier mutated beast or infected entity would most likely reward him with N1 tier energy crystals. Except for the initial stray little calico beast he fed, Yu Jin's 3 Tier 3 energy crystals were obtained from the little black dog Tier 4 mutant beast king, Cerberus, Leo Tier 4 infected Aznig, and Yang Yuan Tier 4 infected, Fallen Plum Maiden. Either gather more Tier 3 crystals. But according to the pattern of scavenging, the same type of reward will only trigger once. This means that feeding other stray cats and dogs won't yield more crystals. Or suppress higher tier mutant beasts or infected, like suppressing some Tier 5 mutant beast king or something? A Tier 5 mutant beast king, in human terms, is an animal even more powerful than stray cats and dogs. Yu Jin's eyes suddenly lit up. He had an extremely bold idea. Zhangcheng Wildlife Park, doesn't it have lions and tigers? Chapter 18 No Appointment. The idea of a zoo thrilled Yu Jin. The more he thought about it, the more feasible it seemed. What excited him even more was, the cats and dogs were already classified as Tier 4 mutant beast kings by the system. If they were tigers, lions, or crocodiles, wouldn't they be Tier 5, 6, even 7, or 8? The only problem was, what actions would the system classify as containing/suppressing/frightening away these mutated beast kings? I wonder if the lions in the zoo will let me touch them. If I can touch them myself, that would be good enough. If they won't let me touch them, then I'll just have to touch them. After all, I'm a Tier 3 evolver. Even though I feel restricted, I shouldn't be unable to defeat a lion or tiger, right? Yu Jin pondered this, quickly eating breakfast at the hotel. When checking out, the front desk manager even went to Yu Jin's room to take a look. Seeing that the room door was intact this time, the manager sighed regretfully. But as Yu Jin was leaving, he still waved and called out, "Come again, come again." Leaving the hotel, Yu Jin didn't rush to the wildlife park. It was only a little past 7 a.m., and while having breakfast, Yu Jin checked his phone. The Zhangcheng Wildlife Park didn't open until 10 a.m. I'll use these 2 hours to write up the club activity application and submit it to the school for review. And attend a class. I haven't had class for 2 days, I don't know if the teacher took attendance. Yu Jin made his plans. Compared to the impulsive zoo trip, organizing a sewage river cleanup activity for all members of the Environmental Protection Club was more important to Yu Jin. After all, the system's so-called territory module was practically making it clear. Jin was 100% certain. The Sewage River Cleanup Club activity would definitely bring him extremely generous rewards. The hotel wasn't far from the university, just across the street. There was a gold shop on that street, but it wasn't open yet, otherwise, Jin would have immediately cashed out the gold bars he bought in the Points Mall last night. It was Wednesday, rush hour, and the traffic and crowds at the school gate were heavy. Although it was a university, many students still chose to commute or live off campus. The vast majority of these were local students from Zhangcheng. Jin, head down, walked straight towards the school gate. Jin. Just as he reached the school gate, Jin was called out. He paused, turning around. Senior Sister Yin? Yin Yao, still dressed in an elegant white dress, strode quickly towards Jin. No, she practically ran. Jin looked behind her and saw. A row of black cars was parked in front of the school gate. Bodyguards in black suits and white gloves stood on either side of the black sedan, watching Yin Yao's retreating figure intently. Soon, Yin Yao arrived in front of Jin. At the same time. Section 26. Eyes from all directions turned to the two people at the school gate. Especially, the Zhangcheng University students who had already seen the rumors about the two on the campus forum last night were now practically gleaming with excitement, and many even secretly took out their phones to take pictures. Good morning. Jin greeted Yin Yao. Good morning. Yin Yao responded, catching her breath slightly before asking, Are you free today? I wanted to ask you out. Before she could finish, Jin interrupted. No, not available. Yin Yao froze. The students who had been pretending to walk past the two, but whose ears were practically perked up, were stunned. Even the white-haired gatekeeper at the security booth was stunned. Bach Building. Classroom 103. Jin entered the classroom precisely at 7:59, a second before the school bell rang. Behind him, Yin Yao followed closely. Jin ignored the senior who had been following him since entering the school and went straight to the back of the classroom. Old Yu, over here. I saved you a seat. Old Kui waved. Jin stepped forward and plopped down. A moment later, Yin Yao also came over and sat down next to Jin. This scene made old Kui and the others widen their eyes, especially Gang Ge, who lowered his head, not daring to look at Jin. He thought Yin Yao had come to settle scores with Jin for betraying his brother last night. But unexpectedly, the next second, the conversation between the two left old Kui and Gang Ge speechless, and even Yu Fei, who was buried in his workbook at the far end, couldn't help but look up. Jin, why did you invite me out in public? Are you afraid people won't misunderstand us? Yin Yao, I didn't mean to say that. Jin, accidentally. Yin Yao, yes, accidentally. Jin, I think you did it on purpose. Yin Yao, old Kui and the others were completely dumbfounded. Holy crap. What does it mean to be a kept man? This is what it means to be a kept man. What does it mean to have family status? This is what it means to be a family emperor. Although they didn't know the specifics of what had happened, but listen to Jin's attitude, and listen to Senior Yin Yao's apologetic tone. In an instant, the way old Kui and the others looked at Jin changed several times, until finally, they looked at him as if he were a saint. On the other side, Jin ignored the senior student. He didn't know what had gotten into her today. She insisted on meeting him immediately. He had important things to do. The class bell rang. Jin got paper and pen from old Kui and started writing quickly. Applying for large club activities was a hassle. Not only did he have to clearly state the participants, but he also had to confirm the time, location, and even prepare contingency plans for emergencies. Jin's plan was for all 100 members of the Environmental Protection Club to participate, but he still needed to confirm the specifics. Thinking of this, he took out his phone and sent a message in the large group chat called Environmental Protection Club, tagging everyone. The message stated that the Environmental Protection Club was planning a large-scale event to clean up sewage and garbage from the river, and those interested could sign up. Unexpectedly, the club members' response was incredibly enthusiastic, even surprising Jin. What's going on? Sewage river treatment is genuinely dirty and tiring work. Why is everyone so enthusiastic? What Jin didn't know was, these new members weren't enthusiastic, nor were they unafraid of hard work. It was simply for the credits. Those 2 innovation and entrepreneurship credits weren't awarded upon joining the club, but rather at the end of the semester. In other words, being a member of the Environmental Protection Club now didn't guarantee credits. Only members at the end of the semester were eligible for credits. Therefore, even for dirty and tiring work like treating sewage rivers, these freshmen were all incredibly eager, afraid the club president might dislike them and kick them out. That would mean losing their earned credits. Wow, everyone's here. I thought half a person would be lucky. Jin smiled broadly as he watched the new students' attendance lists in the club group chat. Undoubtedly, the more people participate, the richer the system's rewards will be. Members confirmed, location confirmed, now it's just a matter of setting the time. Yu Jin filled in 103 in the application form's participants section, staring at the date in deep thought. Today's Wednesday, and everyone has classes on Thursday and Friday. The earliest we can expect is Saturday. If you factor in the application approval and processing time, it might be difficult to even make it by next Saturday. Yu Jin muttered, not entirely satisfied with the result. The later it drags on, the slower the rewards will come, and the later he'll become Happy Superman. When do you want it to be? Yin Yao suddenly asked. She had been silently watching Yu Jin's movements, knowing he was writing the club activity application. Although she felt that Yu Jin should spend more time on the game Wasteland, but, wanting to cling to Yu Jin in the future, she would respect all his choices and offer assistance. When do I want to? I can't wait to clean up that polluted river tomorrow. Yin Yao nodded upon hearing this. Okay, tomorrow it is. Yu Jin, Chapter 19 The True Superman. In commemoration of the 1036th anniversary of the birth of Mr. Fanzhuangyan, the famous politician, thinker, military strategist, and writer of the Northern Song Dynasty, tomorrow, September 5th, Zhongcheng University will have a day off for all students. 2 minutes later, Yu Jin received this message on his phone. Not just Yu Jin. Old Kui, Gang Ge, Yu Fei, and even the teacher lecturing on the podium, spitting as he spoke, all received the same message. Section 27. No. Is this correct? The message was so abstract, even bordering on the bizarre, that everyone instinctively assumed it was a prank. But the next second, hello, hello. A strong male voice boomed from the lecture hall's loudspeaker. Announcement, announcement. To commemorate the 1036th anniversary of the birth of Mr. Fanzhuangyan, the famous politician, thinker, military strategist, and writer of the Northern Song Dynasty, tomorrow, September 5th, all faculty and students of Zhongcheng University will have a day off. Repeat. To commemorate the Northern Song Dynasty. At the same time, ding dong, Yu Jin received another message on his phone. Zhongcheng University Academic Affairs Office. The application for the Environmental Protection Club activity sewage river treatment has been approved and filed. Yu Jin, no. I haven't even finished writing my application yet. What do you mean by approving it? In the past, Yu Jin always believed, even if someone is rich, powerful, or well-connected, they still need to adhere to basic principles and logic in their actions. But today, he realized he was wrong. More than wrong, utterly wrong. In the eyes of truly wealthy, powerful, and well-connected people, anything is possible if they so choose. That's right, this she is Yin Yao. It's obvious. Zhongcheng University's inexplicable one-day holiday, and the incredible result of his application being approved before it was even submitted, were all due to the senior's efforts once again. Phew. Yu Jin walked out of the classroom, letting out a long sigh. Regardless, the good news is, the Environmental Protection Club's activity is scheduled for tomorrow. In other words, he can collect a huge wave of rewards from the system tomorrow. Thinking of this, Yu Jin turned to look at Yin Yao, who was following behind him. I'll ask you out. Those two simple words silenced Yin Yao. Yu Jin wasn't stupid, nor was he a clueless straight man, nor was he narcissistic. He knew, of course, that what Yin Yao really meant at the school gate wasn't that ask you out. The reason she interrupted him so abruptly, even deliberately misunderstanding, was simply to express her refusal. He didn't have time. He still had to go to the zoo to collect rewards today, and he needed to sell the heavy gold bars in his pocket. If he had any spare time, he might even have to go to the hospital to see if he could encounter an infected person and collect more rewards. But, with his senior putting in so much effort, it wouldn't be right for him to pretend to be oblivious. Yin Yao remained silent for a long time. Finally, she looked at Yu Jin and spoke softly. What I mean is, if you're free today, we can log into Wasteland together. To avoid Yu Jin overthinking, she added, that game is incredibly realistic, it's a unique gaming experience. You'd be missing out. Yu Jin remained expressionless, but deep down, his heart was in turmoil. He realized the crux of the matter. From Yin Yao's inexplicable joining his club the day before yesterday, to giving him and his roommates gaming helmets, to helping him arrange club activities today, everything was paving the way for this moment. The Wasteland game. What Yin Yao truly cared about wasn't herself, but rather, herself, logged into the Wasteland game. The Wasteland game wasn't ordinary, in fact, it was highly suspicious, a fact Yu Jin had already suspected. And Yin Yao? A person with an incredibly powerful background, arguably the pinnacle of human influence on Earth, inexplicably becoming obsessed with this strange game. It was hard not to speculate. Could it be a plot device from a novel where the game invades reality, the higher UPS know and orchestrate it beforehand, and the public is kept in the dark? This thought kept recurring in Yu Jin's mind. But, he had no way of verifying it, nor could he. He couldn't easily reveal this idea to Yin Yao. That would risk exposing the secret of his system. After a long silence, Yu Jin shook his head. If it weren't for the conflict between the system and the Wasteland game, he would actually rather spend some time playing games with this young lady. But Yu Jin would never do anything that posed a risk to the system. Why? Yin Yao asked, puzzled. I get motion sickness in 3D. Yu Jin replied without hesitation. But Wasteland is technically 5D. Yin Yao persisted. 5D is even more motion sickness inducing. Yu Jin said seriously. Yin Yao fell silent again. Zhongcheng University, at the school gate. Yu Jin still couldn't shake off Yin Yao, his follower. It was hard to imagine that someone like Yin Yao would one day be playing the role of a tagalong. But Yu Jin didn't feel good. Instead, he felt somewhat helpless. He was going to the zoo to farm rewards. What was the point of bringing this senior along? If you don't want me to follow, I can disappear. Yin Yao seemed to see through Yu Jin's thoughts and spoke softly. Yu Jin, upon hearing this, sighed and facepalmed. She's already said that. Are we just going to kick her out? If I hadn't accepted her favor, I wouldn't have bothered kicking her out. He who eats another's food is bound to him. He who takes another's money is bound to him. Section 28. Yu Jin sighed, looked at Yin Yao, and said seriously, I'm going to the zoo. Are you sure you want to come? Yin Yao was visibly taken aback. The zoo? What was Yu Jin going to the zoo for? She didn't understand, but, yes, Zhongcheng Wildlife Park. Despite it being a weekday, a long queue still stretched out at the entrance. Zhongcheng, as a major city in southern China, attracts many tourists from all over the country. The Zhongcheng Wildlife Park is considered one of Jiangxin's more popular tourist attractions. The animals here are known for their reputation for banning animal performances, but being unable to stop them from performing anyway. Judging by this queue, it'll be a while. Yu Jin glanced at the crowd ahead and then looked at Yin Yao. Yin Yao remained silent, simply taking out her phone. 5 minutes later, the zoo director appeared at the entrance. Yu Jin and Yin Yao, personally greeted by the park director, bypassed the long queue and entered the park directly. You're related to this director too? Despite being somewhat prepared, seeing the director's radiant smile and the way he held a parasol for Yin Yao and himself, Yu Jin couldn't help but ask in a low voice. My family owns this place. Yin Yao's answer, for the nth time, plunged Yu Jin into silence. Damn it, you're the real Superman. Chapter 20 Mountain King. Zhongcheng Wildlife Park. Tiger Enclosure, Feeding Area. Are you sure you want to touch her butt? Director Xiao of Zhongcheng Wildlife Park looked at Yu Jin with a solemn expression. You want to touch it? Yu Jin's tone was firm. Director Xiao swallowed hard and looked at the male zookeeper standing to the side. Did you feed it meat today? The male zookeeper replied, yes, but... He hesitated, then said, I still don't recommend this guest get close to her. After all, she's a very ferocious wild animal, and Dalai's temperament is not stable. The Dalai the zookeeper mentioned, and the she Yu Jin was referring to, was the female Siberian tiger in the cage, baring its teeth and roaring. A moment earlier, under Yin Yao's superhuman privilege, Yu Jin, led by the director, went directly to the tiger enclosure, which was not open to the public. The bad news was, Yu Jin's act of feeding the tiger raw meat from a distance did not trigger the system reward. The good news was, large predators like tigers did indeed cause the system to misjudge. Warning, warning. You have encountered a Tier 5 mutant beast king, the white-forked tiger with hanging eyes. You, as weak as an ant, are powerless to resist. Please flee this place as soon as possible. Although Yu Jin was somewhat disappointed that the mighty tiger was only mistakenly identified as a Tier 5 mutant beast king, it at least proved that he hadn't made a mistake coming to the zoo. With proper handling, he could get at least 4 tiers of energy crystals as a reward from the system. Really want to touch it? Director Xiao's expression was conflicted as he confirmed again. In principle, allowing tourists to touch a tiger's rear end is not allowed. But the principal was standing silently next to Yu Jin right now. Really want to touch it? Yu Jin nodded. Hey. Director Xiao looked at Yin Yao. The latter said calmly, take proper safety precautions and make sure nothing happens to Yu Jin. Upon seeing this, Director Xiao shook his head and sighed. I've seen people try to touch princesses, but I've never seen anyone try to touch a tigress. But, the young lady has given her orders, so I can only obey. 10 minutes later, under the protection of a security team wielding riot shields and alloy forks, Yu Jin finally entered the cage holding Dalai. The security guards looked grim. The male keeper tried to calm the female Siberian tiger. Yu Jin stepped forward and extended his hand. Roar! The tiger roared through the forest. This tiger, known as the Mountain Lord, had a terrifying roar. Even the guards with riot shields were startled by the roar and stumbled. Hey! Seeing this, Yu Jin became even more enthusiastic. They say you shouldn't touch a tigress's backside, but today, Yu Jin was determined to do it. Roar! Seeing Yu Jin reach closer, Dalai roared again. His gaping maw opened, and several spittle droplets of saliva splashed onto Yu Jin's face. Yu Jin narrowed his eyes slightly. Buzz! A barely perceptible fluctuation emanated from his body. This was Yu Jin deliberately releasing some of the aura of a third-tier evolver. Although this aura was weak, neither Director Xiao beside him nor Yin Yao outside the cage could detect it. But the tigress, who had been ferocious just a second ago, stiffened abruptly upon sensing the oppressive aura. A hint of human-like fear appeared on her previously savage face. Animals, especially powerful and intelligent animals like tigers, have a far more acute sense of danger than humans. Come here. Yu Jin stood still and beckoned. Upon hearing this, everyone inside and outside the iron cage was stunned. Director Xiao was completely dumbfounded. No way, did he really think he was so powerful that even a tigress from northeast China would obey him? But guess what? The next second, Dalai actually lowered its previously proud head, simultaneously extending its two enormous paws forward, its entire body crouching on the ground, crawling towards Yu Jin. The zookeeper was stunned. This was the most standard gesture of submission from a feline. Under normal circumstances. Section 29. He would only do that when encountering a beast far stronger than himself. On the other side, while the onlookers were still completely bewildered, Yu Jin had already achieved his goal, touching the tiger's rear end. To be honest, it felt pretty good. At the same time, the system notification appeared precisely on time. You, with the body of an ant, suppressed the 5th-tier mutant beast king, the white forked tiger with hanging eyes. Wasteland points plus 5,000. Resources obtained, 4th-tier energy crystal. Beautiful. Yu Jin was in high spirits. He unconsciously increased the pressure on his hand. Oh woo-woo. The tigress let out a low whimper, but still obediently lay prostrate on the ground, letting Yu Jin rub her. In the next cage, 2 male Siberian tigers, weighing several hundred kilograms and 2 to 3 meters long, watched the scene, their eyes bloodshot. Damn two-legged beast, get your stinking paws off me. But alas, no matter how angry they were inside, their instincts prevented them from doing anything but staring intently. The aura emanating from that evil two-legged beast was terrifying. With the body of an ant, you suppressed the 5th-tier mutant beast king, fallen lion king, a level above your own. Wasteland points plus 5,000. Resource acquired, 4th-tier energy crystal. Ember walked out of the lion enclosure, in high spirits. Director Xiao and the security team followed at a distance, utterly astonished. With the body of an ant, you suppressed the 4th-tier mutant beast lightning working leopard, a level above your own. Wasteland points plus 1,000. Resource acquired, 3rd-tier energy crystal. Yu Jin looked down, patted the head of the cheetah lying at his feet, purring loudly, and sighed. Only 4th tier? Still not enough cough syrup. You subdued the 4th-tier mutated beast pack swift wind wolves with your bare hands. Wasteland points plus 3,000. Gained ability, Wind Blade LV1. Oh, an unexpected gain? Yu Jin pinched the ears of the incredibly obedient wolf king lying in front of him, his face filled with surprise. You, with the body of an ant, suppressed the 5th-tier mutated beast king heavy armor iron rhinoceros, a level above your own. Wasteland points plus 5,000. Gained resource, 4th-tier energy crystal. Heavy armor iron rhinoceros? Yu Jin stared at the quiet rhinoceros before him, thinking the system's name was quite imposing. You single-handedly tamed the tier 6 behemoth, war mammoth. Wasteland points plus 10,000. Gained resource, tier 5 energy crystal. Yu Jin rubbed his long elephant trunk, somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected that even lions and tigers were only classified as tier 5, while the elephant had been awarded the title of tier 6. Thinking about it carefully, it seems that makes sense. Lions and tigers are fierce, but they're still quite a bit weaker than land behemoths like elephants. Yu Jin muttered to himself. The entire morning, Yu Jin spent his time touching the backside at Zhangcheng Wildlife Park. The park's director, Xiao, and the security team, who had witnessed this, were completely numb. Even Yin Yao's gaze towards Yu Jin changed repeatedly. However, perhaps it was because Yu Jin's plundering was too ruthless and the time too concentrated. Aside from the initial animals, Yu Jin later touched alpacas and zebras, which, although judged by the system as suppressing mutated beasts, only earned him wasteland points, with no further rewards. Despite this, Yu Jin adhered to the principle of better to kill the innocent than let the guilty go free, touching almost every type of animal in the zoo. Yu Jin hadn't yet checked his accumulated wasteland points. But, just as he and Yin Yao, seeing off Director Xiao, walked out of the zoo gates, unexpected text appeared before Yu Jin's eyes. You descended with divine might, with the body of an ant, single-handedly venturing into the mutated Beast King's lair, suppressing multiple mutated Beast Kings beyond their level, and successfully escaping unscathed. Wasteland points plus 100,000. Gained resource, Attribute Activation Stone. Attribute Activation Stone has a chance to activate a new evolutionary attribute after use. Chapter 21 Fortune and Misfortune. Thank you so much for today. At the zoo entrance, under the blazing midday sun, a long queue still stretched out. Yu Jin looked at Yin Yao and sincerely thanked her. If it weren't for his senior activating her superhuman privilege, his trip to the zoo wouldn't have gone so smoothly. Let alone touching all the animals, even just touching a lion or tiger would have taken a lot of effort. It's nothing. Yin Yao shook her head, not taking it to heart. However, Yin Yao stared at Yu Jin, voicing her lingering doubts. Why did you suddenly decide to do this at the zoo? Touching tigers' butts and stuff. Yu Jin's expression remained unchanged upon hearing this. His unusual behavior today would undoubtedly arouse Yin Yao's suspicion, and Yu Jin was already prepared for this. I had a dream last night. Yu Jin didn't answer directly, but suddenly said, a dream? Yin Yao frowned slightly, unsure what this had to do with Yu Jin's random touching at the zoo. Yes, a dream, a very real dream. Yu Jin's face was full of seriousness, his expression seemingly lost in memory. In the dream, I discovered that as long as I touched lions and tigers up close, I could become Superman. Superman, you know what that means, right? After saying that, Yu Jin chuckled awkwardly. Senior, you probably think this dream is childish? On the other side, Yin Yao's beautiful eyes widened slightly upon hearing this. Yu Jin's fabricated words, however, caused a huge uproar in her ears. Could it be? In my past life, the reason Yu Jin was so powerful wasn't because of the opportunities he gained during the closed beta, but because of these dreams? Yin Yao thought to herself, but a perfectly timed smile appeared on her face. She asked in a joking tone. Section 30. So, after you touched the lion and tiger, did you become Superman? Yu Jin shook his head, looking disappointed. No, that's why I said it was just a childish dream. As he spoke, Yu Jin sighed. If I really became Superman, I'd definitely show off my superpowers to you, senior. Yin Yao didn't press further. The two walked side by side, the atmosphere somewhat silent. A moment later, Yu Jin saw the bustling Kanda Plaza not far ahead. Senior Yin, to repay you for your help today, how about I treat you to lunch? Yin Yao was startled, snapping out of her thoughts. Okay, she replied softly. Fourth floor of the mall. Window seat. Yu Jin and Yin Yao sat facing each other, a table laden with steaming dishes. Thank you again for your help these past few days, senior. Yu Jin poured himself a glass of Jiangxiaobai, a type of Chinese liquor, and downed it in one gulp. It's nothing. Yin Yao reached out, gesturing for Yu Jin to pour her a glass as well. Yu Jin hesitated for a moment, but ultimately chose to respect his senior's wishes. Not long after, as glass after glass of liquor went down, the atmosphere at the table inexplicably became strange. Not the romantic atmosphere that often arises between a man and a woman alone, but rather, brotherhood is in the heart. I'll drink mine, senior, feel free to drink as you like. The rewards from the trip to the zoo were extremely generous, putting Yu Jin in a very good mood. For a moment, he didn't control himself and drank a little too much. Yin Yao seemed to have never drunk liquor before. After a few glasses, her delicate, fair face was flushed. Bottoms up. The elegant senior, now under the influence of alcohol, appeared somewhat boisterous. Moreover, this usually quiet and gentle senior student gradually became more talkative. Ember. You mean, you really aren't planning on logging into Wasteland and trying out that game? Ember, swaying from his drink, mumbled, his words slightly slurred. Senior, you still don't trust your junior. I get motion sickness in 3D, really bad. I'd probably throw up in 2 minutes playing that game. Yin Yao poured herself another glass of baijiu. What a pity, what a pity. I wanted to play with you. Yin Yao muttered to herself. At the dinner table, the two continued drinking, one glass after another. How much time passed? Both were slightly unsteady on their feet, Yin Yao's pretty face completely flushed, and she leaned back weakly. Ember. She suddenly called out. Ember responded groggily. You said. If, one day, you, me, and countless millions upon millions of people around the world, suddenly transmigrated to a perilous wasteland, what would you do then? As she spoke, Yin Yao's eyes were half closed from the alcohol. Superman. Happy Superman. Yu Jin answered quickly. Happy Superman? Yin Yao was puzzled. Yu Jin didn't explain, but instead muttered, if that day really comes, I hope it comes later, the later the better. Yin Yao sighed. I hope so too. Unfortunately, time is running out. An hour later, in the restaurant, a group of sharp-looking young men with buzz cuts, dressed in suits, appeared. Take him back to school. Yin Yao, who was slumped in her seat, seemingly completely drunk just a moment ago, now sat up. Her face was still flushed, but her speech was clear, and her emotions were calm. Yes, miss. The buzzcut young men responded, then lifted Yujin, who was slumped in his seat, completely passed out, and carried him away. In the restaurant, Yin Yao took out a white handkerchief, gently wiped her mouth, and gazed into the distance, her eyes lost in thought. Today's probing hadn't yielded any useful information from Yujin. At the same time, she had also given Yujin some hints about the future in the form of drunken ramblings, if he remembered them when he sobered up. However, the dream Yujin mentioned did attract Yin Yao's considerable attention. Should I go touch the tiger's butt too? Yin Yao even entertained such an absurd thought. Beep beep. Just then, the phone rang. Yin Yao picked up her phone. Meanwhile, the young man in the suit with the buzz cut had already begun clearing the restaurant, isolating all loiterers. Grandpa. Yin Yao answered the phone. How is it? The old man's voice came through. No useful information. I still don't understand how Ember managed to be so powerful in the wasteland of the future. Yin Yao spoke softly. Should we monitor him? The old man was interrupted by Yin Yao before he could finish his sentence. No. Section 31. Regarding Ember, all we can do is befriend him, try our best to maintain a good relationship. Anything else will only bring backlash in the future. Yin Yao's tone was resolute. No one knew better than her just how powerful Ember would be in the future wasteland. That kind of power was the kind that could disregard millions, disregard all danger. All right. The old man's voice was hoarse. He actually shared the same thought. After a moment of silence, the old man spoke in a somber tone. Today, the second batch of helmets appeared out of nowhere on a large scale. This time, there were many helmets. Even though we organized forces to intercept them immediately, a considerable number still ended up in the hands of the people. According to you, 5 days later, almost everyone who activated the helmet and logged into the Wasteland game will be transported to the Wasteland, and those who didn't come into contact with the helmet will be randomly transported. So we can't be sure. For the millions of people, are these helmets a blessing or a curse? Chapter 22 Harvest. What does time is running out mean? Zhongcheng University. After the few crewcut youths left, Yujin opened his eyes on the bed. His alcohol tolerance was indeed average, but third-tier evolution had greatly improved Yujin's physique. Now, Yujin wouldn't say he was unbeatable, but his alcohol tolerance was far, far greater than before. He feigned drunkenness hoping to glean some information about Wasteland from Yin Yao, and the result was, he actually found out the truth, or drunken ramblings. Yujin couldn't be sure, but he still felt a strong sense of urgency. Yin Yao's inexplicable approach, the inexplicable reality of the Wasteland game, and the Wasteland survival system, he was bound to all these signs pointed to an impending storm. And Yin Yao's words at the dinner table only added to the impending storm. I have to hurry and get stronger. If I really end up in the Wasteland, at least I'll have some survival skills. Yujin muttered to himself. Meanwhile, he checked his gains from today's trip to the zoo. Wasteland points 613,000. This was Yujin's current total points. Excluding the 110,000 points he already had, today's trip to the zoo earned him a whopping 500,000 points. This number is astonishing. But Yujin looked at the 3 empty slots in the point shop, feeling somewhat helpless. So many points, but nothing to spend. The countdown at the bottom of the point shop currently showed 8 hours and 50 minutes. That means the shop won't refresh with 3 new items until after 11 p.m. Hopefully, I'll get something good, something expensive. Even with so many points, I'll only feel secure if I can convert them into abilities. Yujin took a deep breath and continued to tally his gains. Tier 5 Energy Crystal *1. Tier 4 Energy Crystal *6. Tier 3 Energy Crystal *10. Tier 2 Energy Crystal *25. Attribute Activation Stone *1. Windblade LV1. Among these, Yujin understood the use of energy crystals. They allowed for advancement and leveling up. So many energy crystals. Advancing to the 5th or even 6th tier shouldn't be too much to ask, right? Yujin thought to himself, but didn't rush to use them. His gaze fell on the descriptions of the other 2 rewards on the panel. Attribute Activation Stone has a chance to activate a new evolution attribute after use. Note, the more attributes you have, the lower the activation probability. Yujin was no stranger to attributes. He currently possessed only one attribute, Light. This single attribute alone granted him 4 skills: Laser, Light Shield, Light Touch, and Light Wings. If I can successfully activate a second attribute, I'll have even more skills. Yujin easily deduced this. This setup was somewhat similar to the online game novels he'd read on Cheateon.com. Different characters gained different skills after leveling up. At this point, attributes were equivalent to characters. Despite his anticipation, Yujin didn't immediately claim and use it. Activating the attribute would cause quite a commotion, and even though he was alone in the dormitory, it still wasn't safe enough. I'll go to Lang Lang Mountain again tonight. Yu Jin had a plan. Meanwhile, his gaze fell on the last reward. Ability, Wind Blade. Rank, LV1. Evaluation, can condense gales to unleash lethal wind blades from a distance. Hint, this ability requires the wind attribute to be activated before it can be used. Although he had expected it, Yu Jin still felt a pang of regret upon seeing this last line of text. This wind blade, like the hardening he bought last night, had attribute prerequisites, otherwise, it couldn't be used. Speaking of which, the purifying light ability I initially obtained not only had no attribute restrictions, but I could even use it before I became an evolver. Yu Jin belatedly realized. Meanwhile, with a thought, he brought up his personal panel. Name, Yu Jin. Rank, Tier 3. Attribute, Light. Identity, Lord of Dawn City. Items, Tier 5 Energy Crystal *1, Tier 4 Energy Crystal *6, Tier 3 Energy Crystal *10, Tier 2 Energy Crystal *25, Attribute Activation Stone *1. Abilities, Purifying Light LV2, Laser LV1, Light Shield LV1, Light Touch LV1, Light Wings LV1, Hardening LV1, unavailable, Wind Blade LV1, unavailable. Achievements, Wasteland Purifier LV2, equipped, Wasteland Protector LV2, equipped. Points, 613000. Evaluation, you are still just a weak ant, unable to stand firm in the perilous wasteland world. Please fight with all your might and strive to become stronger. Section 32. Compared to the initial version, the panel was much richer, especially the abilities section, which was almost completely full. But, except for purifying light, everything is level 1. Yu Jin frowned. He still didn't understand how to upgrade these skills. The obvious logic was, the higher the skill level, the stronger its power. Do I have to use these skills to fight monsters? Yu Jin recalled that he had upgraded Purifying Light because he had collected trash, that is, purified pollution sources. Although he had suppressed quite a few mutated beasts recently, it was all by feeding them or by hand, never using any skills. I'll try it out at Lang Lang Mountain tonight. Yu Jin added another item to his plan. Whew. After sorting through his gains, Yu Jin let out a long breath. Then, with a thought, several pure, transparent crystals appeared in his hand. Using energy crystals for advancement won't cause any special disturbance, the only side effect is that you'll uncontrollably fall into a deep sleep. Yin Yao thought I was drunk too, so spending the whole day sleeping in the dorm makes sense. Thinking this, Yu Jin tossed the crystal into his mouth. Crunch, crunch. The result, not sleepy? Then 2 more. You used a second-tier energy crystal. You have awakened, the crystal has been converted into advanced energy. You used a third-tier energy crystal. You have awakened, the crystal has been converted into advanced energy. Not long after, on bed number 2 in dorm 615, Yu Jin drifted off to sleep. Evening. Old Yu. Wake up, old Yu. Yu Jin was woken up by old Kui pulling his arm and calling him. When Yu Jin opened his eyes, he was still groggy and a little disoriented. What's wrong? Yu Jin rubbed his eyes. He knew old Kui's personality. Unless it was something extremely important, he wouldn't wake him. A lecture. Old Kui sounded a little anxious. A lecture? Yu Jin regained his senses slightly and frowned. The school just sent out a notice. It tells all students to go to the auditorium for a lecture. The notice is very formal. It says that attendance will be taken in every class, and those who are absent will have their credits deducted. Seeing old Kui's flustered state, but unable to explain clearly, Gang Ge chimed in. What kind of lecture is it that's so formal? Yu Jin sat up and asked casually, but Gang Ge's answer made him abruptly stop in midair as he tried to get out of bed. What did they say? A lecture on post-apocalyptic survival? Chapter 23. The lecture. Post-apocalyptic survival. Yu Jin, walking into the auditorium, stared at the bolded title on the large screen, lost in thought. This lecture, is it right? Old Yu, our class is over there. Old Kui's shout brought Yu Jin back to reality. He temporarily suppressed his thoughts and, with his 3 roommates, found their class seats and sat down. The auditorium was now crowded and noisy. Many students, upon entering, were startled upon seeing the title Post-Apocalyptic Survival on the screen. At the same time, Yu Jin also heard the discussions of his classmates coming from all directions. Wait, a Wasteland survival lecture? Just this one lecture, and everyone's mandatory to attend? You get deducted credits if you don't come? Holy crap, buddy, my promotion match is on. Wasn't it announced at noon? I was playing my promotion match at noon. Wait, let me get this straight. The students were buzzing with discussion. But, most of them didn't really take the lecture seriously. That's how university lectures are. Attendance is one thing, whether you listen or not is another. Speaking of which, our school's been doing more and more outrageous things lately. That Fan Zhuangyan birthday celebration this morning was abstract enough, and now this is even more bizarre. I don't know what the school leaders are thinking. Yu Jin heard the girl behind him complaining. Exactly. This world is just a giant makeshift operation. Old Yu, what do you think of this lecture? Old Kui suddenly leaned closer, his expression strange. Me? Look with your eyes. Yu Jin told a lame joke, and Old Kui laughed along. But after a while, Old Kui leaned closer again and whispered, "Don't you think something's a little off?" Yu Jin raised an eyebrow. Explain? Old Kui looked up and glanced around. I think, just a simple thought. This lecture might be related to the game Wasteland. Old Kui's words were startling. Section 33. Oh. Yu Jin gestured for him to continue. Old Kui hesitated for a moment, adjusted his tone, and then said in a low voice, "You've been sleeping all day, so you might not know. Just today, there's a rumor circulating online that many people across the country received game helmets for Wasteland. Receiving a helmet is fine, the problem is, many of them had no idea about the game Wasteland before, but they still received the helmets. Those are helmets worth hundreds of thousands, and they're practically priceless." Yu Jin nodded in agreement. So? Old Kui took a deep breath and cautiously began. Old Yu, don't you think this sounds a lot like marketing? Yu Jin was shocked. He hadn't expected Old Kui to come up with such a revolutionary conclusion. On the other side, Old Kui got more and more excited as he spoke. Limited edition helmets, not for sale, but given away for free, a classic case of scarcity marketing. And this lecture. Maybe the game publisher paid Zhangde a lot of money to put this together, just to get everyone interested in the Wasteland game, even to the point of spending a fortune on the game helmet. Yu Jin interrupted, "You just said that the game helmet is priceless. There's no official sales channel. It'll be available after the marketing campaign," Old Kui said firmly. Yu Jin stared at Old Kui, scrutinizing him for a long time. After a long while, he realized the reason he had this game invading reality theory was essentially because of the system he was bound to. The system made Yu Jin clearly realize that the scenarios described in online novels weren't impossible to become reality. But Old Kui? He was just an ordinary college student. Despite the extreme realism of Wasteland, and despite the eerie atmosphere surrounding this lecture, he could only speculate according to normal human thinking. Even if someone did connect it to the idea of games invading reality, he could only speculate, not verify it. He might even be ridiculed by his peers for stating that conclusion. I think you're right. Yu Jin looked at Old Kui and affirmed. He. Old Kui chuckled. But for some reason, there was a hint of feigned ignorance in that smile. Speaking of the Wasteland game, how's your gaming experience these past few days? Any special experiences? Before the lecture officially started, Yu Jin asked Old Kui and the other two. Realistic. Hong Kong was the first to speak. Anything else? Yu Jin pressed. So realistically realistic. Hong Kong replied without hesitation. Yu Jin was exasperated, knowing he wouldn't get any useful information from this guy, so he simply looked at Yu Fei, who was sitting across the room. Yu Fei, what do you think? Yu Fei was writing furiously in a notebook. Hearing Yu Jin's question, he looked up. Yu Jin was surprised to find that Yu Fei's eyes were bloodshot. You don't have to work this hard for the postgraduate entrance exam. As his roommate, Yu Jin offered a word of advice. But before he could finish speaking, Hong Kong quietly said, "This time it's not because of the postgraduate entrance exam, but because of Wasteland." After logging into Wasteland last night, Yu Fei didn't sleep a wink. He went to the library at dawn, and spent the whole time scribbling in his notebook. I don't know what he was writing, but he didn't show it to me or Lao Kui. At the end, Gang Ji's tone became somewhat reproachful, feeling that Yu Fei didn't treat them like brothers. Really? Yu Jin was somewhat surprised. Really? Lao Kui confirmed. The words had barely left his lips. Lao Yu. Yu Fei finally stopped writing. He looked at Yu Jin and called out, handing him the notebook filled with lines of writing. Yu Jin took it. Just one glance, and Yu Jin's pupils dilated violently. Analysis of the possibility of Wasteland invading reality. Old Kui and Brother Hong, who had leaned closer to read the title, were equally shocked. Hiss. Yu Jin clearly heard them both gasp simultaneously. The production requirements of the Wasteland game far exceed the current level of human technology. The Wasteland game possesses completely realistic pain feedback, but logging into the game only utilizes the helmet. The human nervous system is not entirely controlled by the brain. The time flow in the Wasteland game is approaching that of reality. Initially, 1 minute in the Wasteland was equivalent to 2 minutes in reality. The second login revealed that 1 minute in the Wasteland was equivalent to 1 minute and 59 seconds in reality. The third login revealed. The notebook was filled with various writings. The last line was freshly written by Yu Fei. Today, several universities in Daxia, including Zhongcheng University, are simultaneously holding Wasteland survival lectures. Yu Jin didn't have time to care. Besides Zhongcheng University, other universities were also holding similar lectures. He suddenly looked up at Yu Fei. What did you experience in Wasteland? In Yu Jin's understanding, Yu Fei wasn't the type to enjoy online novels, nor was he a fantasist. Quite the opposite. Since the start of his junior year, all his focus had been on postgraduate entrance exams, proving he was an extreme realist. The only reason for all this change could be something that happened after he logged into the Wasteland game last night. An old man. Yu Fei pursed his lips, his eyes filled with indescribable confusion. I met an old man, he said. Chapter 24 Alpha. Time rewinds slightly. Last night, after the man in military uniform delivered 3 more helmets to dormitory 615, Yu Jin left early. Old Kui excitedly described the realism of the game Wasteland to Yu Fei and Gang Ji. At the same time, he also explained to the two how to use the helmets and what to be careful about after logging into the game. Yu Fei originally didn't want to play, he planned to spend more time watching online classes. But Old Kui's description was just too tempting. Section 34. He wanted to take the postgraduate entrance exam, but ultimately, he was just a 21-year-old college student with a natural curiosity for new things. So, with Lao Kui's help, Yu Fei put on the helmet. Log into the Wasteland world and start your post-apocalyptic survival journey from scratch. Yu Fei looked at the text in front of him and selected yes. A moment later, the scene before him transformed from darkness into reality. Just like Gang Ji when he first logged into the game, Yu Fei, despite having mentally prepared himself after Lao Kui's description, was still quite shocked. He crouched down and grabbed a handful of sand from the ground. The feeling of the sand slipping through his fingers transmitted to every cell in his body. Unbelievable production quality. Yu Fei exclaimed. Although he was aiming for a master's degree in finance, he also had some understanding of the technology field. Achieving such a realistic experience would require an unimaginably high level of technology. In an instant, Yu Fei even doubted whether Earth could truly create such a game. He didn't dwell on it, but instead observed his surroundings. He found himself standing beneath a city wall 10 meters high. A refuge city? Yu Fei recalled Old Kui's introduction and felt a surge of surprise. He hadn't expected to spawn at the entrance of a refuge city right at the start of the game. In contrast, Old Kui had complained about his spawn point more than once. Old Kui had also spawned in a refuge city, but his identity was that of a displaced person expelled from the refuge city. Yu Fei dismissed his thoughts and walked towards the city gate not far away. At the city gate, there were many ragged figures, all queuing to enter the refuge city. From these people, Yu Fei learned that the name of this refuge city was Alpha. Alpha City? It sounds a bit awkward, maybe it's to cater to Western players. Yu Fei thought to himself, joining the end of the queue to enter the city. However, while waiting in line, his attention was drawn to the shouts of an old man. It was an elderly man with white hair, thin and bony, sitting at the foot of the city gate. He's survived this long in the Wasteland. Yu Fei was stunned when he saw the old man's appearance. This old man was at least 70 or 80, perhaps even over 100 years old. Alpha! Don't forget Alpha! You can't forget Alpha! The old man shouted repeatedly. The soldiers standing at the city gate seemed used to it. Alpha? Yu Fei was puzzled. Isn't this refuge city called Alpha? Why talk about forgetting Alpha? Yu Fei didn't pay much attention, assuming the old man was a bit mentally unstable and talking nonsense. But, the next second, outsider! The old man suddenly shouted. Yu Fei froze. An outsider? In this Wasteland game, wasn't he just an outsider, a player? He instinctively turned his head to look at the old man again. To his shock, he found the old man was staring straight at him, his eyes gleaming. Outsider! The old man shouted again. Then, surprisingly, a strange strength burst forth from his emaciated body. The old man abruptly stood up, rushed into the line, and then, without a word, pulled Yu Fei out. Yu Fei was completely stunned. He was a 20-year-old young man, even now a malnourished vagrant, but he tried with all his might, but couldn't break free from the old man's grip. Could he be a game NPC, guiding me to start a quest? Although Old Kui had said this game was extremely open-ended and had no quest system, Yu Fei still subconsciously thought in that direction. Soon, he was dragged by the old man to a secluded corner, where no one was around. An outsider. The old man stared intently at Yu Fei, his eyes gleaming. Who are you? Yu Fei was puzzled, but decided to go along with what the old man was saying. But he never expected. The old man's second sentence completely shut Yu Fei down. This is your first time logging into Wasteland, isn't it? Yes, it must be. Only a newcomer to Wasteland would be as bewildered and foolish as you. The old man answered himself. The NPCs in the game actually know about Wasteland. Could it be an Easter egg left by the developers? Wu Yufei snapped out of his initial confusion. I'm from Alpha Star. The old man grabbed Yufei, saying excitedly. Oh, Yufei responded. Alpha Star, the old man repeated. Okay, Alpha Star. Yufei continued. The old man realized. He stopped talking, instead staring at Wu Yufei up and down for a long time. After a long while, he spoke again. You think I'm a game NPC, right? Without waiting for Yufei's reply, he continued. You also think I know Wasteland is just an Easter egg left by the game developers, right? These two sentences left Wu Yufei somewhat bewildered again. No, child. The old man stared at Wu Yufei, his tone extremely serious. It's not what you think. Section 35. I'm not an NPC, and this isn't an Easter egg. Everything is real, absolutely real. As he spoke, the old man's emotions surged again. He grabbed Wu Yufei's hand and pointed to the refuge city. This is Alpha City, the refuge city of the Alpha people. But everyone has forgotten where we came from. Alpha, we can't forget Alpha. Wu Yufei frowned. The old man's words sounded more and more like the ravings of a madman. Where are you from, child? The old man suddenly spoke. Wu Yufei thought for a moment and replied, Great Xia. Great Xia? The old man asked, puzzled. Wu Yufei immediately chuckled. So even though the game developers designed such a dramatic Easter egg, they hadn't even entered the information about Great Xia. Blue Star, Great Xia. Wu Yufei added. Blue Star. The old man's expression remained blank. Wu Yufei was getting impatient. The planet located in the Virgo supercluster, local cluster, Milky Way, Orion Arm, third ring of the solar system, Blue Star. Yufei finished in one breath, then, not wanting to pay attention to the old man, prepared to go to the city gate to queue for entry. But the old man reached out and grabbed him forcefully. Wu Yufei struggled, but couldn't break free. Listen to me, child. The old man spoke quickly. I don't know your civilization's naming system for star systems, but I want to tell you, I was once like you are now, thinking all of this was just a game. 70 years ago, I was just a young man like you, a young man from Alpha Planet. That year, a game called Wasteland appeared out of nowhere on Alpha Planet. It was incredibly realistic, far exceeding the technological level of Alpha Planet at the time. Hearing this, Wu Yufei was stunned. This description, how could it be exactly the same as what's happening on Earth now? Just now, when he logged in, he was marveling at the game's level of realism. Could Earth really achieve that? And then, the old man suddenly uttered these words. Child. The old man, pulling Yufei along, his voice hoarse, said, Since you are here, it means your planet, your civilization, has also been chosen. You will all eventually descend upon this place. And, as time goes by, 5 years, 10 years, 50 years. The pollution and erosion of the wasteland will make you forget everything about Blue Star, just like countless of my Alpha Star compatriots. They came from Alpha Star, but they don't remember they came from Alpha Star. They will eventually forget how they got here. They will believe they originally belonged here. Hearing this, Wu Yufei couldn't help but interrupt the old man. Then why do you remember? Wu Yufei keenly noticed the flaw in the old man's words. The old man fell silent. For a long time. Until Wu Yufei lost his patience. The old man spoke again. Child. Remember Alpha Star. He said this, then his head tilted, and he breathed his last right before Yufei's eyes. At the same time, a line of semi-transparent text suddenly popped up in front of Yufei's eyes. You have received a life sacrifice from a knowledge evolver. You have activated the attribute knowledge. You have successfully awakened and advanced to a Tier 1 evolver. As an evolver with the knowledge attribute, your knowledge grants you immunity to contaminant corruption until death. Wu Yufei's eyes widened in terror. He immediately logged out of the game. Chapter 25 John Hoquin. This is my experience in the game Wasteland. Afterwards, the more I thought about it, the more creepy it seemed. I looked up some information and did some verification. That's why it exists. Yufei spoke softly, pointing to the densely filled manuscript in Yujin's hand. After he finished speaking, Yujin, Lao Kui, and Gang Ji all fell silent. A long time passed. Old Kui spoke first, breaking the eerie atmosphere. Maybe it's just a weird Easter egg from the game developers, deliberately trying to scare the players, right? Hong Kong nodded in agreement, very likely. After all, it's just the old man's side of the story, there's no solid evidence. Besides, that old man's death was too abrupt, a sacrifice just like that. Maybe you triggered some hidden plot, so it's a plot-driven reward. He paused, then added, the idea of a game invading reality is too fantastical, it feels a bit far-fetched. Yufei didn't refute. He didn't completely believe in such bizarre things either, so what he wrote was only an analysis of the possibility of Wasteland invading reality. Old Yu, what do you think? Old Kui and Hong Kong exchanged a glance, then looked at Yu Jin. I've never even logged into Wasteland, what opinion could I have? Yu Jin shook his head, not saying much. That's true. Old Kui realized. For a moment, the 4 students in dormitory 615 fell into deep thought. Meanwhile, while the 4 were discussing, the students in the auditorium had mostly arrived. As the notice had stated, the class advisors were indeed calling attendance one by one from the roster. 10 minutes later, the lecture officially began. A middle-aged man, who called himself a survival expert, yet exuded a strong military bearing, stepped onto the stage. Hello, students of Zhongcheng University. The classic and cliched opening didn't attract much attention from the students. Looking around, although the auditorium was packed with students, almost all of them were engrossed in their phones, some whispering amongst themselves. In short, no one really took this so-called Wasteland survival lecture seriously. Time slowly passed. The lecture lasted a full hour and a half. The expert on the podium started by discussing what is a wasteland, then moved on to basic knowledge of wilderness survival, and then to the importance of collective strength in extreme environments. Section 36. The expert spoke at length, earnestly and seriously. But no one took it seriously. After all, this is a truly peaceful and prosperous era. Although carbon emissions are a bit high and global sea levels are rising a bit, we are still a very, very long way from that so-called wasteland apocalypse. Swish swish. Beside Yu Jin, Old Kui and the other 2 were all listening intently, their expressions focused. Especially Yu Fei, who was scribbling and drawing on his notes as if taking notes. A storm is brewing. Yu Jin sighed inwardly. That concludes my speech. I hope everyone will remember it. At the front of the auditorium, the expert, his throat dry from speaking, let out a long breath and stood up. Clap clap. Below the podium, sparse applause rang out. Finally over. A student stretched and exclaimed, "Where to eat dinner? The cafeteria or out for a bite?" Other students discussed their plans after the lecture. Everyone. But the next moment, the expert had just stepped down from the stage when a square-faced man in a suit and gold-rimmed glasses stepped onto the platform. Zhang Hoquan, why is the president here? The students who were about to get up and leave obediently sat back down. The president of Zhang University was known for his strictness. If you were to be targeted by him, your university life would be miserable. Did everyone remember what the expert said? Zhang Hoquan's expression was serious, his tone somewhat imposing. Yes. Scattered responses rang out from the audience, mostly from student leaders and other student cadres. Even though they hadn't been listening at all, they still pretended to have it memorized. Okay. Zhang Hoquan nodded, his gaze not lingering on the student leaders in the front row. His gaze swept across the auditorium, row 1, row 2, row 3. Wherever the principal's gaze fell, everyone, from freshmen to seniors, obediently put away their phones and sat up straight. A short while later, Zhang Hoquan's scan stopped. His gaze landed on an area towards the back of the middle. Hiss. Why does it look like he's looking in our class's direction? Gang Ge realized, his gaze fixed straight ahead, but he let out a low exclamation. Yu Jin. The next moment, Zhang Hoquan suddenly spoke, calling out that name. The auditorium, filled with teachers and students, fell silent instantly. Yu Jin was also confused, but out of basic politeness, he still stood up from his seat. Zhang Hoquan stared at Yu Jin, his gaze searching, which ultimately softened into a warm and approachable expression. I heard you're planning to organize the Environmental Protection Club members tomorrow to clean up the garbage in the polluted river near the school? Zhang Hoquan's voice echoed in the auditorium. Yes. Yu Jin nodded, unsure why the principal had suddenly brought it up. Are there enough people? Zhang Hoquan asked. Enough. Yu Jin replied. Do you need more people? Zhang Hoquan asked. Yu Jin looked bewildered. According to the system's evaluation criteria, the larger the scale of tomorrow's polluted river cleanup operation, the richer the reward. But what did the principal mean by saying this at this moment? Could this also be part of Senior Yin Yao's superpower? Okay. Zhang Hoquan nodded. Then, he withdrew his gaze, then scanned the auditorium, before speaking in a deep voice. The sewage river purification activity that Yu Jin will be conducting tomorrow will have outstanding benefits for promoting the academic atmosphere of our school, enhancing students' environmental awareness, and strengthening their social practice abilities. Therefore, tomorrow, as the principal of Zhongcheng University, I suggest that everyone, if they have the conditions, time, and willingness, participate actively as much as possible. After speaking, Zhang Hoquan paused slightly, then added, students and teachers who participate in this activity will receive certain preferential treatment in the comprehensive quality assessment, scholarship application, and teacher performance evaluation at the end of the semester. Upon hearing this, the auditorium fell silent. Students and teachers alike stared wide-eyed, their faces filled with disbelief. A small environmental club activity actually warranted the principal's personal endorsement? Even more so, in such a formal setting with all teachers and students present. All right, meeting adjourned. Jang Hokwon waved his hand, his figure descending from the podium, until he reached the backstage area. Only then did he finally let out a long sigh. Today's cause, tomorrow's effect. If what Yao Yao said is true, how many of my Jang University students will be forced to travel to that desperate wasteland apocalypse? How many will survive, and for how long? Even I, as the principal, even without touching the helmet, have a chance of being forcibly transported. At that moment, will I also have to rely on the breath of my student Ember to survive? Jang Hokwon sighed softly. As the principal of Jang University, his status was originally insufficient to know these secrets. But his other identity is Yin Yao's uncle. Recently, Jang Hokwon has broken the rules and defied public opinion to do so many favors for Eugene, not only because of Yin Yao's request, but also largely because of his own selfish motives. Section 37. Old Yu, going back to the dorm tonight? The lecture ended at the auditorium entrance. Old Kui saw Yu Jin leading towards the school gate and called out. Yu Jin didn't turn around, just waved. Not going back again? Old Yu hasn't been in the dorm these past few nights, so mysterious. Old Kui stared at Yu Jin's retreating figure, muttering to himself. Maybe he's dating senior Yin Yao. Yu Fei said softly. That's not it. Gang Ge muttered under his breath. He met Yin Yao in Wasteland and knew she always wore a helmet while playing games at night, never with Yu Jin. The three stood there, watching Yu Jin's receding figure. But, thud, a brick suddenly fell out of Yu Jin's pocket. Even from a distance, the dull thud of the brick hitting the ground still carried far. Old Yu, something fell. Old Kui shouted at the top of his lungs. Yu Jin squatted down, picked up the brick, waved in their direction, and then disappeared from their sight. What did old Yu just drop? Why does it look so yellow? Gang Ge asked. Across from Zhongcheng University. Zhou Dashin Gold Shop. Hello sir. You've sold a total of 1000 G of 099.99 pure gold. Our buyback price is 713 yuan/gram, totaling 713,000 yuan. The clerk, with a professional and enthusiastic smile, pointed to the notice board beside the counter. But a reminder. According to the regulations on the administration of precious metals transactions, transactions exceeding 20 G of gold require registration of your ID. Yu Jin nodded, no problem. Would you like to pay by bank card or check? The clerk added, seeing Yu Jin register his information. Bank card, Yu Jin replied. Okay, then a 0.3% bank transfer fee will be deducted. Your actual amount received is 710,861 yuan. 10 minutes later. Yu Jin walked out of the Chao Sang Sang gold shop. The gold bars he had bought in the Points Mall were gone, replaced by a string of cold numbers on his bank card. 710,000? Yu Jin suddenly realized that making money wasn't so difficult after all. If it weren't for the Damocles sword hanging over his head, the possibility of the game invading reality, one day he could achieve financial freedom and become Happy Superman even if he couldn't become one. For the time being, I won't have to worry about running out of money for Superman. In the comments section of short video platforms where millions or tens of millions are commonplace, 700,000 is insignificant, but for Yu Jin, a junior in college, it's a huge windfall. WeChat transfer of 50,000 yuan. Yu Jin first returned the 50,000 yuan that Yin Yao had lent him. Although she said it didn't need to be returned, Yu Jin didn't intend to actually live offer. After waiting 2 minutes, Yin Yao neither accepted the payment nor replied. Maybe she's busy. Yu Jin muttered, then opened a group chat named I'm mortally averse to gambling and sent 3 200 yuan red envelopes. It's not that Yu Jin is stingy, it's just that the maximum amount that can be sent in a red envelope is 200. Old Kui, brother gang, what's going on? Yu Fei, Yu Jin, wealth and honor, we won't forget each other. The three didn't say anything more, tacitly accepting a red envelope each. Then, Yu Jin's gaze fell on the group chat called Environmental Protection Society Family. After thinking for a moment, Yu Jin sent 5 200 yuan group red envelopes. Your red envelope was claimed within 30 seconds. Your red envelope was claimed within 30 seconds. The president popped up? Damn, the president's move is impressive. President is mighty, president is generous, president is awesome. Haha, I've got my internet fee for tonight, thanks for the president's red envelope. Environmental Protection Society, loyal. President, loyal. The group chat suddenly became lively. Old Tang sent Yu Jin a message, old Yu, got rich. Yu Jin didn't reply. His gaze fell on the semi-transparent system panel in front of him. Really impressive. Yu Jin murmured. The panel clearly displayed As the Lord of Dawn City, you have generously distributed precious resources Tier 1 Infection Crystal * 200 to your subjects, Wasteland points plus 1000. You have obtained resources Tier 4 Energy Crystal * 1. Below were 5 identical notifications. Hiss. Yu Jin's face showed surprise. He could only get one Tier 4 Energy Crystal by touching a tiger's tail. But now, he earned a Tier 4 crystal for free by sending a 200 yuan red envelope. Yu Jin didn't bother to figure out how the system interpreted the 200 yuan red envelope as 200 Tier 1 infection crystals. He didn't even know what infection crystals were. Send! Yu Jin reacted swiftly, sending 5 more red envelopes in a row. In an instant, the members of the Environmental Protection Society were astonished, spreading the news far and wide. Words of loyalty were heard everywhere. Your subjects' loyalty has greatly increased. The system popped up a notification. That's it. Yu Jin frowned. The same type of resource distributed to subjects can only receive rewards a maximum of 5 times. Seemingly aware of Yu Jin's confusion, the system provided an explanation. That's fine then. Section 38. Yu Jin felt a little regretful, but upon reflection, he could accept it. The system's reaction was similar when he was farming rewards at the zoo that morning. Or rather, Yu Jin had figured out the system's underlying principle. The number of times a similar event triggers a reward is limited. In short, spending 2000 RMB to obtain 5 Tier 4 energy crystals, plus 5000 Wasteland points, was definitely a profitable deal. After all, a gold brick worth 710,000 RMB only cost a mere 500 points. Time to get down to business. Yu Jin didn't continue sending red envelopes in the guild group. He opened the chat box labeled Little Brother. Transfer 20,000 RMB. 3 seconds later, Yu Jin's phone rang. Brother, you hooked up with a rich woman. A slightly immature boyish voice came from the phone's receiver. Yu Jin was speechless. Damn it, what kind of stereotypes are these? While I might be a bit handsome, is marrying a rich woman the only way to get rich? Hee hee, just kidding. The boy's voice rang out again on the phone. Spend wisely, you hear me? Yu Jin's tone was slightly serious. Okay, bro, you're really my brother. The call ended, and Yu Jin put away his phone. The gold bricks sold, the money arrived, and the spoils were divided. Next stop, Lang Lang Mountain. Tonight, Yu Jin will use the attribute stone to activate his second attribute. And by the way, he'll also advance to the 5th or 6th rank. That nap in the dorm this afternoon had already advanced him from the 3rd to the 4th rank. He's not far from becoming a 5th rank evolver. Suzhou Province, Shu University. Freshman dormitory. Nice. Yu Chen jumped up excitedly from his gaming chair. With this money, I'm one step closer to getting that helmet. Yu Chen pumped his fist, making the air in front of him whistle. What's got you so happy? His roommates curiously gathered around. Soon, they also saw the eye-catching 20,000 yuan transfer in their WeChat chat. Holy crap, your brother's too good, that's 20,000 yuan. He transferred it without a word. The roommates let out strange, envious, and jealous shouts. That's a real brother. Upon hearing this, Yu Chen didn't respond. Yu Jin wasn't his biological brother. Strictly speaking, the two weren't even related by blood. Yu Jin was an orphan, adopted by his parents from an orphanage when he was young. They both knew this from a very young age. But this didn't hinder the close relationship between the two brothers who grew up together. When they were little, Yu Jin, as the older brother, would even take the blame for his brother getting beaten up in return. Ah Chen, now that you're rich, aren't you going to treat us to something good? His roommate's teasing pulled Yu Chen back to reality. No. Yu Chen's answer was resolute, leaving his roommate stunned. No. You're not still thinking about that Wasteland game helmet, are you? I heard that thing costs hundreds of thousands, and there's no market for it. Yu Chen's roommates all knew he was a hardcore gamer, and these past few days he'd become completely obsessed with a game called Wasteland, dreaming of owning a gaming helmet. Hundreds of thousands? Yu Chen scoffed and sat back down at his computer. With the 20,000 my brother gave me, I can earn any amount of money. Back then, Chende is a 137 million with 20 yuan. Today, I, Yu Chen, can win 500,000 with 20,000 yuan no problem. As he spoke, Yu Chen opened a game called Counter-Strike. Half an hour later. Damn, you actually got it. Gamma Doppler Emerald. Holy crap. Chapter 27 Rat. The time in Wasteland is different from that on Earth. Night had fallen in Zhongcheng, but in Dawn City above the Wasteland, it was still daytime. Dawn City, outer city area. In a dimly lit, secluded alley, the girl sat cross-legged on the ground, her eyes tightly closed. Suddenly, whoosh, a gust of sand appeared out of thin air around the girl. The sand condensed into fist-sized vortexes, whistling loudly. But these vortexes didn't last long, quickly disappearing. Success! The girl opened her eyes, her expression one of extreme joy. Congratulations, miss, on successfully activating your attribute and becoming a true first-tier evolver. On both sides of the alley, the 4 crewcut youths guarding the area also breathed a sigh of relief. To obtain enough pollution crystals for their young lady, they had been digging day and night in the wasteland outside the city until their arms were numb. Thank you for your hard work. Yin Yao stood up from the ground and sincerely said, no trouble at all. The young man with the buzz cut waved his hand repeatedly, then changed the subject, asking, may I ask what attribute you've activated, miss? Sandstorm, Yin Yao replied. Section 39. To be honest, she was somewhat surprised. In her previous life, her awakened attribute was mind control. At the time, Yin Yao was quite happy. After all, this ability sounded very powerful. But not long after, Yin Yao completely shut herself off. Mind control was powerful, but the mutated beasts and infected creatures scattered throughout the wasteland had no minds. This was incredibly difficult to handle. Of course, Yin Yao had heard that those high-level mutated beasts and infected creatures not only possessed minds, but their intelligence was even comparable to that of humans. But those beings were far beyond what Yin Yao, at only level 3, could afford to provoke. Let alone provoke them, even a glance would be enough to cause an explosion. In comparison, in this life, her awakened attribute, Sandstorm, while seemingly less powerful in the future than mind control, offered far greater early-game combat strength. Especially, the wasteland's sandy environment was more suitable for her to utilize her abilities. Sandstorm? On the other side, the young man with the buzz cut, who was leading the group, was taken aback, but quickly realized what she meant. Isn't that a fusion of the attributes wind and sand? Before he could finish speaking, Yin Yao shook her head. Not at all. In this world, a single attribute is far more powerful than what I seem to have as a fusion attribute. As she spoke, Yin Yao looked towards the center of Dawn City. Compared to that new city lord with the pure light attribute, my sandstorm attribute is far inferior. Attributes, too, have varying levels of power. The purer and more singular the attribute, the stronger its combat power and the greater its potential. The more mixed the attributes, the more limitations there are, and the more difficult future development becomes. Yin Yao spoke softly. Thinking of this, Yin Yao couldn't help but think of Ember. That guy. Not only are all his attributes incredibly pure, but the sheer number of them is astonishing. Normally, those who can awaken 2 or even 3 attributes are already among the strongest of their tier of evolvers. But Yu Jin is said to have dozens, even hundreds, of attributes. Anyone who has seen him fight has never seen 2 of the same attribute. Yin Yao shook her head in amazement. In her past life, Yu Jin's power had reached an unbelievable level. If not, her first thought upon rebirth wouldn't have been to cling to a powerful figure. Miss, what do you need us to do next? Continue mining the polluted crystals outside the city? We've almost completely mined out the polluted crystals in that area. The crewcut youth spoke, interrupting Yin Yao's thoughts. No need. Yin Yao took a breath and said softly. After becoming a Tier 1 evolver, the effects of contamination crystals are negligible. In fact, excessive use can even increase one's own contamination level. Contamination level? The crewcut youth looked puzzled. Yin Yao didn't explain, but turned and walked towards the Dawn City gate. 10 minutes later, Yin Yao, accompanied by 4 youths acting as bodyguards, walked out of Dawn City. Half an hour later, the 5 of them left the buffer zone. The buffer zone is a relatively safe area within a certain radius of the refuge city. According to Yin Yao, mutant beasts and infected creatures rarely appear within the buffer zone. Once they stepped out of the buffer zone, they would face the truly perilous wasteland. The 5 of them had come specifically for the mutated beast. We need to hunt a second-tier mutated beast and extract first-tier crystals from its body. Yin Yao had barely finished speaking. They had only been out of the buffer zone for a short while. Whoosh! A dark shadow suddenly emerged from the ground. The shadow moved with incredible speed, hurtling towards the crewcut youth. Sizzle! The professionally trained youth dodged at top speed, but a long, bloody gash remained on his arm. A mutated beast? What tier is it? How can it be so powerful? The youth was shocked. He was a top-tier soldier in the group, but now, he was wounded in a single exchange. Second tier. Yin Yao replied. Then she added, the weakest of the second tier. The buzzcut youth's expression changed instantly. Whoosh! The next moment, Yin Yao raised her hand, and sandstorms swirled around her. The 4 youths also tensed up, each pulling out a large machete from behind their backs, something they had specifically brought with them when they left the city. Whoosh! The black shadow emerged from the ground again. This time, a whirlwind of sand blocked its path. Squeak! The black shadow let out a strange cry. Only then did the group realize that it was the size of a basketball, with blood-red eyes and fur standing on end like needles. A rat! Damn it! Ye Fan, the buzzcut youth who was the leader, suddenly felt a surge of heat on his face. He, a dignified elite soldier, had actually been injured by a mutated rat. If word got out, where would Ye Bingguang's reputation stand? Die! Ye Fan roared, charging forward with his broadsword. And us. The other 3 crewcut youths were equally swift. As for Yin Yao, she struggled to control tiny sandstorms, no bigger than a fist, blocking the path of the second-tier mutated rat. An hour later, the mutated behemoth was lifeless. Section 40. Yin Yao extracted a grey geometric crystal from its body. A Tier 1 infection crystal. Yin Yao's face lit up with surprise. She hadn't expected her luck to be so good. The very first Tier 2 mutated beast she encountered contained a crystal. Moreover, this mutated rat was among the weakest of the Tier 2 mutated beasts, otherwise, her group probably wouldn't have been able to defeat it. Of course, killing this rat also came at a considerable cost. The elite soldier Ye Fan had vanished. Of the other 3 crewcut youths, only one remained, covered in wounds and claw marks. The 3 who disappeared were killed by the mutated rat, their lives restarting. Phew! Finally back. Dawn City. Yin Yao dragged her weary body through the city gate. To escort her back here, the last crewcut youth had also fought another mutated beast they encountered along the way, forced to die and restart. Although Yin Yao had awakened, her abilities were still weak at the first tier and she couldn't sustain them. But, although the price of this trip was high, she had ultimately gained a first-tier infection crystal. With this crystal, Yin Yao could continue to improve. Although she couldn't advance to the second tier, she was at least closer. Hey, Senior Yin? Hiss. How come you have so many injuries? The surprised question made the exhausted Yin Yao subconsciously look up. Chen Gang. Yin Yao recognized him. This was Yu Jin's roommate. You. Yin Yao was about to speak. The next second. Suddenly, her beautiful eyes widened, her blood-stained face filled with disbelief. How did you get this? Yin Yao's voice even cracked slightly. Ha! Chen Gang was somewhat bewildered. He noticed that she was staring intently at his right hand. More precisely, she stared intently at the gray-black geometric crystal in his right hand. You mean this? I just logged in, and someone handed me one, saying it was some kind of welfare from the new city lord to his subjects? I've never understood what this thing is for. Senior, do you know what it is? Crack. Yin Yao clenched her fist. Did she know? Of course she knew. Isn't this the thing she risked her life for, even losing 4 bodyguards, to get? Chapter 28 Thor. A Tier 1 infection crystal? Chen Gang learned the name of the gray crystal from Yin Yao. Is it very precious? Chen Gang asked. Yin Yao's face darkened. Senior, you look a little unwell? Chen Gang continued to ask. Crack. Yin Yao couldn't help but clench her fist again. Where did you get this? Yin Yao asked through gritted teeth. Chen Gang was somewhat puzzled. Hadn't he already explained? But out of respect, and a tiny bit of fear of Yin Yao's identity, Chen Gang honestly replied. Well, someone gave it to me. I just logged in a little while ago. Well, as soon as I logged in, a few burly men walked towards me. I thought they were going to mess with me, but then, they shoved this thing into my hand, saying it was a perk from the new city lord, to remind me of his kindness, and even made me shout loyalty. The more Chen Gang spoke, the darker Yin Yao's face became. Finally, Chen Gang's voice was barely audible, like a child who had made a mistake. Yin Yao's fists clenched so tightly they cracked. She tried to calm herself, her gaze shifting away from Chen Gang. Soon, she overheard from the passing crowd. Half an hour ago, the new city lord distributed perks, giving each of the city's 1,000 refugees a Tier 1 infection crystal. The number of refugees was, of course, far more than 1,000, and it was said that the distribution was completely random. And Yin Yao, because she was out hunting mutated beasts, she had perfectly missed it. Humph. Yin Yao inhaled and exhaled repeatedly, her chest heaving. As the dignified young lady of the Yin family, and also a reborn person, she felt inexplicably aggrieved. If staying in the city would allow her to receive the crystal for free, then what was the point of all the effort, suffering, and injuries she endured leaving the city with bodyguards? Thinking this, Yin Yao felt a sudden stinging sensation in her nose, along with an itch. Hey, senior. You still haven't told me what this thing is for. Yin Yao turned and walked away, heading towards a dimly lit alley. Chen Gang, watching her retreating figure, suddenly felt anxious. But, he didn't dare truly anger this important figure, only calling out twice in a low voice. And those 2 sentences caused Yin Yao, who had already walked a distance, to stumble, her fists clenching even tighter. An hour later, Yin Yao successfully absorbed the Tier 1 infection crystal. Although her rank hadn't increased, her attributes and sandstorm ability had seen a significant boost. After absorbing a few more Tier 1 crystals, I can advance to Tier 2. Yin Yao clenched her fist, encouraging herself. Meanwhile, on both sides of the alleyway, Section 41. Ye Fan and the other three reappeared here. The advantage of the closed beta was that even if you died, you could restart immediately. The four of them respawned within the buffer zone of Dawn City, not far from the city itself, so they quickly arrived after restarting to continue acting as Yin Yao's bodyguards. Meanwhile, upon hearing the news of the new city lord issuing crystals, the four of them turned ashen-faced. Oh woo-woo, oh woo-woo. From the next alley, a series of heart-wrenching, wailing screams echoed. Holy crap! Everyone told me this thing could be used for revolution, but no one mentioned how painful the process is. It hurts so much, oh my god. The screamer was none other than Chen Gang. He had learned about the uses of these infection crystals from other refugees in Dawn City and was overjoyed. He immediately found a secluded spot to prepare for evolution. The result was, he was now writhing on the ground in agony, convulsing violently. Humph! Yin Yao snorted upon seeing this. While the awakening probability of a Tier 1 infected crystal is much higher than that of a contaminated crystal, the pain of the process is no less. To achieve a truly painless awakening, one must use a Tier 2 or higher pure energy crystal. Of course, if a Tier 1 infected crystal successfully awakens, its advantage over using a contaminated crystal is that it directly activates attributes. Looks like it's going to fail? Ye Fan stared at Chen Gang, who was writhing on the ground in the alley, and looked at Yin Yao. Yin Yao remained silent. Half an hour later, Chen Gang lay sprawled on the ground, lifeless. Death restarted? Ye Fan asked curiously. No, it successfully awakened. Yin Yao's tone was complex, her expression unreadable. Ye Fan and his companions exchanged glances and fell silent. In principle, having a familiar of their young lady awaken would make their subsequent hunts of mutated beasts outside the city much smoother. But emotionally, it was truly heartbreaking. They had been digging for crystals day and night for 2 or 3 days to awaken Yin Yao. Just now, they even risked their lives to obtain a piece of infected crystal. Although the closed beta allowed account deletion and restarting, the feeling of death was still incredibly painful and real. I wonder what attribute he can activate. Ye Fan and his companions now understood the importance of attributes and stared intently at Chen Gang on the ground, observing him carefully. A few minutes later, zzz, zzzzz, a weak current swirled around Chen Gang. Hiss! Ye Fan gasped softly. Lightning attribute? Yin Yao's beautiful eyes also narrowed slightly. But quickly, she shook her head. It's not pure lightning attribute, it's more like electric current attribute. Lightning and electric current seem similar, but they're worlds apart. The former is one of the top offensive attributes in the Wasteland, the latter, while not weak, it's definitely not very strong either. A few more minutes passed. The electric current disappeared. Chen Gang groggily got up from the ground. He looked down at his hands. Sizzling. Electric current rippled through his fingertips, tingling and numb. Ha ha ha. Chen Gang laughed loudly, looking up at the sky. I succeeded. I am the ancient Greek god of lightning. The appearance of his superpowers filled Chen Gang with excitement, even causing him to shout in a childish, almost childish way. But, the next second, boom, rumble, a deafening roar shook the entire Dawn Refuge city. That is, Yin Yao, Ye Fan, and Chen Gang, still immersed in excitement, all froze, instinctively looking in the direction of the sound. Just one glance. They all froze in shock. That was, in the central area of Dawn City. A dark purple lightning pillar, tens of meters wide, descended. Whoosh! At the same time, an indescribable, terrifying pressure swept out from the lightning pillar, instantly enveloping the entire Dawn City. Thump! Under the pressure, Yin Yao involuntarily knelt on the ground. Of course, it wasn't just Yin Yao. Throughout Dawn City, hundreds of thousands of citizens knelt like ears of wheat. New City Lord. Loyalty. Dawn City. Loyalty. Hundreds of thousands of citizens shouted in unison. In this perilous wasteland, the stronger the city lord of the refuge city, the safer the citizens within the city and the refugees in the outer buffer zone. Inside the alley, Chen Gang, also kneeling on the ground, stared at the faint electric current coiling around his hands, feeling a slight pain in his face. Damn it! I've encountered a true Thor. Chapter 29 Use Mosquito Extermination Method. Zhangcheng, Lang Lang Mountain. Inside a natural cave deep in the mountains, Yu Jin, eyes closed, hovered in midair, his body crackling with lightning arcs. Violent currents intertwined on his body, reflecting spiderweb-like cracks onto the cave walls. Section 42. You used an attribute activation stone. You successfully awakened your second attribute, Thunder. You have mastered a Tier 1 Thunder Attribute ability, Lightning LV1. Passive effect, immune to lightning attacks of lower rank than yourself, and can absorb lightning and convert it into energy. Active effect, releases lightning, dealing damage. You have mastered a Tier 2 Thunder Attribute ability, Flying Thunder God LV1. Active effect, transforms into lightning for high-speed movement, ignoring physical obstacles for short distances. You have mastered a Tier 3 Thunder Attribute ability, Thunder LV1. Active effect, releases a high-energy lightning pulse, causing a mental shock and inflicting a paralysis effect on enemies of lower rank than yourself. You have mastered a Tier 4 Thunder Attribute ability, Thunderstorm LV1. Active effect, summons thunderclouds within a kilometer radius, unleashing lightning pillars to bombard targets, and applying an additional purification effect to mutated beasts/infected beings. You used a Tier 2 Energy Crystal. You used a 3rd Tier Energy Crystal. You used a 4th Tier Energy Crystal. You used a 5th Tier Energy Crystal. Your rank has increased. You have become a 5th Tier Evolver. Energy surplus, continue to improve. You are one step closer to becoming a 6th Tier Evolver. Detected your advancement to 5th Tier Evolver. You have mastered the 5th Tier Lightning Attribute ability, Lightning Domain LV1. Passive effect, creates a lightning field around your body, continuously absorbing free charges in the environment and converting them into your own energy. Active effect, generates a lightning domain with a radius of 100 meters, annihilating all enemy units within the domain. You have mastered the 5th Tier Lightning Attribute ability, Light Domain LV1. Passive effect, greatly increases the efficiency of absorbing sunlight or artificial light as energy. Active effect, generates a light field with a radius of 100 meters. Within the light field, the user gains significant damage reduction, and all light attribute attacks receive a significant damage increase. An unknown amount of time passed. Inside the cave, the arcs of lightning on Eugène's body subsided. Boom! Eugène's figure slowly descended until his feet firmly touched the ground. Whew! Eugène opened his eyes and exhaled a long breath. Much stronger. Eugène gently clenched his fist, feeling an inexhaustible power within his body. Now, with the physical enhancement brought by his 5th Tier evolution alone, he could kill a heifer with a single punch. Not to mention, the system panel displayed a dazzling array of skills, almost overwhelming Eugène. Lightning, Thunder, Thunderstorm, Thunder Domain. Flying Thunder God? Eugène raised an eyebrow. The next second, with a sizzle, lightning flashed. Eugène's figure vanished from the spot. When he reappeared, he was already 10 meters away. After that, Eugène tested several abilities, including Lightning, Thunder, Thunderstorm, and Thunder Domain. Although he could still feel that invisible suppression, compared to before, perhaps because the lightning attribute itself was extremely offensive, or perhaps because Eugène's rank had now increased to the 5th level, these abilities were finally no longer all show and no go. At this moment, Eugène, while not daring to call himself Thunder God, would certainly call himself Lightning Kid, especially after unleashing his Lightning Domain. Lightning roared within a 3-meter radius of Eugène, a truly wondrous sight. While the lightning's power wasn't quite the annihilation described by the system, it easily cleaved through trees several people could barely encircle in the forest. Moreover, Eugène then tested his light attribute abilities. He discovered that, just as he had suspected, after advancing to a 5th Tier Evolver, although the suppression still existed, his light attribute abilities were many times stronger than before. Whoosh! Eugène's mind stirred. A pair of magnificent, semi-transparent wings of light materialized on his back, and his body slowly lifted off the ground. 1 second, 2 seconds, 10 seconds. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 5 minutes. A full 10 minutes later, Eugène finally felt the unsustainability begin. During this time, he even manipulated his wings of light, flying back and forth through the forest several times. Now that's more like Superman. Ember smiled brightly, calmly dispersing his light wings and landing steadily. Although this upgrade had consumed all the energy crystals he'd gained from his trip to the zoo today, including attribute activation stones, but it was worth it. He had taken another giant step closer to his goal of becoming Happy Superman. Although I don't know if what Yin Yao said about the Wasteland invading reality is true, or how long it will take. But as long as I keep improving, keep getting stronger. Even if I really do transmigrate to a perilous Wasteland world, I'll have the ability to survive. Ember was invigorated, but not complacent. On the contrary, he looked at the system panel, at the long list of abilities that had appeared before, followed by LV1. A uniform LV1, it was truly eye-catching. Let's try fighting monsters to upgrade my abilities. Ember muttered to himself, then began searching for a target in the mountains and forests. It was the dead of night. The desolate mountains were deserted, and most small animals had hidden themselves away. But, buzz, buzz, a swarm of noisy mosquitoes still roamed the night. Eugène had always felt that mosquitoes, creatures that offered no benefit to nature or the food chain, had no reason to exist. So, He made his move, driven by both experimental intent and a touch of personal grudge. Whoosh! A beam of light, a few millimeters long, shot from Yujin's fingertip, instantly and precisely piercing a mosquito's body. You used Laser LV1 to kill Tier 2 mutant beast blood mosquito. Your ability Laser LV1 has gained experience. That actually worked. Yujin was immediately delighted. Although the system only classified these mosquitoes as Tier 2 mutant beasts, their sheer number was overwhelming. With such a huge mountain like Lang Lang Mountain, how many mosquitoes must there be? Just around the embers, there are swarms of mosquitoes. Section 43. They seemed to want to suck the blood of Ember, yet instinctively hesitated, a hint of fear lingering. While you gaze at the abyss also gazes at you, mosquito. Ember spoke, raising his hand again. Sizzle. Lightning flashed, and the mosquito perished. You used Lightning LV1 to kill Tier 2 mutant beast blood mosquito. Your ability Lightning LV1 has gained experience. Half an hour later. Through Ember's tireless efforts, his laser and lightning skills both increased from LV1 to LV2. Within a radius of several hundred meters, almost no living mosquitoes could be seen. Lang Lang Mountain is vast, there are plenty of mosquitoes. Ember wasn't worried at all. He chose a direction and headed deeper into the forest. But not long after, Ember discovered this monster-killing method was still too slow and inefficient. So, after a moment's thought, the Yu family's mosquito-killing method was officially born that night. The mosquitoes are attracted to light, so use the light shield to create a light source to draw them in. Then activate the thunder domain to cover the outside of the light shield. The mosquitoes seem quite interested in my blood, so sell some more blood and spread it evenly on the surface of the light shield. 10 minutes later, a figure, blowing all over and enveloped in arcs of lightning, whistled through the forest. Occasionally, it would raise its hand and shoot out beams of laser light or lightning. That night, the little animals of Lang Lang Mountain were sleepless. That night, the mosquitoes of Lang Lang Mountain faced an unprecedented calamity. Chapter 30 Eye of Insight. The next morning, dawn broke. Yujin, his face glowing, walked down Lang Lang Mountain. Despite having spent the entire night leveling up and not sleeping a wink, his energy was still quite good, a change brought about by his 5th tier evolution. While he wasn't at the point where he didn't need sleep, missing a night wasn't a big problem. The Yu family mosquito eliminating method is still too authoritative. Yujin boasted, his gaze falling on his personal panel. What were initially all level 1 skills had, after a whole night of effort, mostly improved to level 3, a few remain level 2, and only a very few had 2 skills still at level 1, like the light attribute skill Lightsaber LV1 that Yujin acquired after advancing to 4th tier. This skill condenses a giant lightsaber, unleashing a single target attack. The lightsaber itself was fine for cutting mosquitoes, but the single target damage was terrible. Clearly, this high damage single target skill wasn't suitable for grinding experience among swarms of mosquitoes. Lang Lang Mountain wasn't far from Zhongcheng University, only a few kilometers away. Not long after, Yujin returned to Zhongcheng University. He didn't rush back to his dorm, but instead went to the cafeteria for breakfast, remembering to bring some for Lao Kui and the others before leaving. Half an hour later, Yujin pushed open the door to room 615, but he found Lao Kui, Gang Ge, and Yufei. None of them were asleep. Moreover, their postures were remarkably synchronized, they were all sitting upright in their chairs, wearing helmets. Tisk! Yujin clicked his tongue in surprise. To be honest, if it weren't for the system conflict, he himself would have wanted to log into Wasteland to see what was going on with this game. Yujin didn't wake the 3 of them. Instead, he placed breakfast on their table and then returned to his seat. Today was the Environmental Protection Club's activity day, the day to clean up the polluted river. The activity was scheduled to start at 9 o'clock. All club members would gather in the activity room before setting off together. 2 more hours. Yujin glanced at the time, the clock showed it was just past 7 in the morning. The points shop has refreshed. Let's see what goodies are there. Yujin's mind raced, and he brought up the system panel. Last night, he had seen a notification that the shop had refreshed, but he was busy killing mosquitoes and hadn't had a chance to check it. Now he had time to take a good look. He had accumulated over 600,000 points, a huge sum of money, and he was worried about where to spend it. Here it comes, Yujin thought to himself. The next moment, 5 boxes with only text and no pictures appeared on the semi-transparent panel in front of him. Yujin was somewhat surprised. Soon, he vaguely realized. The number of items in the points shop is linked to my rank? There were only 3 items before because I was only rank 3 then. But when the shop refreshed last night, I was already a rank 5 evolver. Yujin thought to himself, his gaze already fixed on the first item. Wasteland Gold 1 kg. Price, 500 points. Evaluation, a hard currency used for thousands of years, it has lost its status in the Wasteland world and is worthless. Heh, gold again? Does he really think I'm the kind of vulgar person who's only interested in money? Yu Jin scoffed. Wasteland points -500. You gained Wasteland gold 1 kg. Current Wasteland points 612500. Yu Jin put away the heavy gold bar and looked at the next item. Second tier energy crystal. Price 2000 points. Evaluation, a pure and safe energy source, a rare treasure in the Wasteland world. Only second tier? Ember frowned. A second tier crystal was far from sufficient for him now. I'll buy it. Adhering to the principle of better to waste than miss out, Ember made another purchase. Then, he looked at the third item. Fourth tier energy crystal. Section 44. Price 10,000 points. Evaluation, a pure and safe energy source, a rare treasure in the Wasteland world. Ember didn't hesitate for a second and bought it immediately. His Wasteland points increased from 610,500 to 600,500. Something good, something expensive, Ember muttered, looking at the fourth item. Ember's eyes lit up. This was an ability item. Most importantly, he could use this ability. Not only could he use it, but it was also quite practical. Ability, Eye of Insight, LV1. Price, 50,000 points. Evaluation allows you to see information about items/creatures. The higher the skill level, the more detailed the information displayed. Note, this is a non-attribute ability, requiring no prerequisite attributes to use. However, this type of skill is difficult to upgrade, so please choose carefully. Compared to the previously refreshed hardening ability, the price of this Eye of Insight has increased tenfold, reaching a staggering 50,000 points. But, I'll buy it. Yu Jin knew a crucial truth. Many times, understanding the enemy is harder, and more important, than defeating them. If I ever really do travel to the Wasteland, this ability alone will at least allow me to avoid many unmanageable crises, and might even give me a chance to snag some unexpected opportunities. Yu Jin made his decision in his mind. The next second. Wasteland points -50,000. You gained Eye of Insight LV1. Current Wasteland points 550,500. At the same time, as the Eye of Insight ability was integrated, Yu Jin felt a subtle change in his eyes. His vision briefly blurred, then cleared again. Yu Jin squinted at the two crystals he had just bought. Second tier energy crystal. Purity 100%. Evaluation, an energy crystal untouched by any contamination, an incredible miracle of the Wasteland. Fourth tier energy crystal. Purity 100%. Evaluation, even more miraculous than the one next to it. Yu Jin chuckled at the Eye of Insight's evaluation, although he didn't really understand what this so-called purity was. Look at Gang Ge and the others. Yu Jin subconsciously turned around and looked at the three people wearing helmets. He looked at old Kui first. Kui Xian Jiu. Tier 0. Evaluation, an ordinary human who has not yet awakened, extremely devoted to his girlfriend who is in another place. Yu Jin stared at the evaluation, momentarily stunned. Good heavens! This Eye of Insight is amazing. It even saw that old Kui had a long-distance girlfriend. And, old Kui's loyalty is no joke. For the past 3 years of university, rain or shine, he's gone to Zhejiang province every weekend to see his girlfriend. Let's see brother Gang. Yu Jin became interested. Chen Gang. Rank, first tier, sealed. Evaluation, an evolved being who was lucky enough to awaken in Wasteland, with the attribute electricity, loves his brothers but loves gold even more. Yu Jin's expression changed slightly. He ignored the last part, loves his brothers but loves gold even more, and focused intently on first tier, sealed, and electricity attribute. This description, how is it so similar to my own situation? No, not just similar, it's exactly the same. Brother Gang is also an evolver. Judging from this, he awakened in the Wasteland game, so he can't bring his abilities into reality. Yu Jin felt a slight tremor in his heart. Although he had only recently suspected that the system's Superman path for him might be consistent with the Wasteland game, it wasn't until this moment that he was truly certain. Yu Jin took a deep breath, temporarily suppressing his thoughts, and looked at Yu Fei in the far corner. Wu Yu Fei. Rank, first tier, sealed. Evaluation, a lucky individual who awakened the knowledge attribute through a sacrifice by the remnants of Alpha Star, burdened with the destiny of exploring the history of the Wasteland and carrying the knowledge of Blue Star, loves postgraduate studies but loves his brothers even more. The remnants of Alpha Star? This description reminded Yu Jin of the crazy old man Yu Fei had mentioned earlier. If the Eye of Insight wasn't wrong, it meant the old man's words were true. The Wasteland will eventually invade, and one day, humanity from Earth will also descend upon the Wasteland. Wait. After reading the information about old Kui and the other two, Yu Jin suddenly paused. He picked up a small square mirror from the table. His face was reflected in the mirror. Yu Jin, rank 5th tier, evaluation? Please upgrade the rank of your Eye of Insight skill to have a chance to obtain more information. The original title, This Wasteland is Amazing, has been changed to I'm already max level, and you've only just transmigrated, just to let you know. Chapter 31 Wasteland. Can't see it. Yu Jin frowned slightly, but quickly relaxed. Yeah, we're already a 5th tier evolver, so it's reasonable that we can't see information about level 1 skills. I just don't know how to upgrade this Eye of Insight, the system hasn't given any hints. If it can only show 1st tier information, then the upgrade/downgrade skill is a bit useless. Yu Jin muttered to himself, putting his mind at ease. His gaze returned to the semi-transparent panel in front of him. One last shot, let's get something amazing. Yu Jin vaguely grasped the pattern of the point shop. The later the item, the higher its value. Resource, legacy left by a 6th tier powerhouse. Price, 200,000 points. Evaluation. After activation, there is a chance to obtain the resources, abilities, attributes, memories, of a 6th tier powerhouse in life, but there is also a chance to obtain nothing. Hint, can only be activated after reaching 6th tier. Wow! Section 45. Yu Jin was shocked. This was truly a rare find priced at a whopping 200,000 points. But, this description looks more like a blind box opening? How much you get depends entirely on luck. Yu Jin frowned. 200,000 points was no small sum. His current 500,000 points were mostly earned by farming the zoo dungeon. Given the system's nature, repeated actions wouldn't trigger rewards again, and finding another dungeon like the zoo for farming points wouldn't be easy. Therefore, he had to be careful. If he was unlucky, all 200,000 points would be gone. Yu Jin fell into thought. After a moment, he made a decision. No rush, there are still over 10 hours before it refreshes. Let's see how much we reaped after today's sewage river event. If we get enough points, then we can make our move. After finishing his daily shopping spree, Yu Jin glanced at Lao Kui and the other two, noticing they were still wearing their helmets and showed no signs of waking up. If Yu Jin's senses hadn't been sharp enough that he could hear their even breathing from a distance, he would have thought something had happened to them. Is Wasteland really that addictive? Yu Jin looked on, a little tempted himself. If circumstances allowed, he really wanted to log into Wasteland and experience what a real Wasteland world was like. Unfortunately, the system conflict forced him to stay on campus for the time being, feeding stray cats, scavenging for trash, and grinding for rewards to level up. With over 2 hours until the scheduled club activity, Yu Jin didn't rush to the activity room, nor did he use those 2 hours to catch up on sleep. He thought for a moment, then turned on his computer and searched online for the keyword Wasteland game. With a click, he pressed enter. A series of eye-catching webpage titles caught Yu Jin's eye. Wasteland game sweeps the globe, countless players go crazy. In-depth investigation of the Wasteland game developer, the emerging X company. Wasteland game helmets are extremely hard to find, game developers send randomly but never open official sales channel. Shocking. Top billionaire offers millions for Wasteland game helmets. Rational discussion, is the Wasteland game, with technology beyond Earth's level, an extraterrestrial product? Yu Jin's attention fell on the last webpage title. He clicked and entered. The next second, a 1,000-layer discussion thread appeared. Hahaha, it's the 21st century and people still believe this? The first thing the blogger needs to do right now is uninstall the damn tomato app from your phone. The realism of Wasteland is currently only based on the opinions of so-called players. Personally, I think the game's production quality is top-notch, but it's definitely not incredibly realistic. Realistic? Absolutely. I watched K-Dog's livestream of him playing it, and all I can say is that the livestream was immediately shut down and he was banned. If the sky falls, someone taller will hold it up. If it were truly an alien creation, would it be our place, people earning 3,000 a month, to speculate on it? Are the high-ranking officials of various countries just sitting around doing nothing? Ember swiped his mouse, scanning through the comments. The vast majority didn't believe the game had anything to do with aliens. The very few who supported the blogger's viewpoint, even those who firmly believed in it, were ridiculed and mocked by others. Clearly, advanced technology has made people more self-assured about their own intelligence. People are more willing to trust their common-sense judgments and subconsciously reject far-fetched alternative viewpoints. Ember wasn't surprised by this. He continued swiping his mouse, searching for more information about the game Wasteland. Not long after, Ember actually found some posts from people claiming to be players. Lost in the Wasteland, started as a refugee. Just logged in and got fucking killed by a giant rat. Death and restart, the respawn point never changes, fought all night, I've been fucking killed by rats 73 times. Any experts know how to break this deadlock? Waiting online, urgent. Lost in the Wasteland, saw Superman. I thought it was a simple, unadorned wasteland survival world, but I didn't expect there to be superpowered people. I watched him fly right over my head. Damn, that's so cool. I'm begging the game developers to open a recharge channel. I want to spend money, I want to fly. I'm in Wasteland, starting as a black slave. Damn it, I walked miles to find a refuge city. But I was forcibly dragged to the wilderness to dig, supposedly to dig for some kind of polluted crystal. How can a player like me live a life of subservience? Any brothers near Light City? Let's unite and overthrow the city lord's rule. The Wasteland game has only existed for 3 days since it appeared out of nowhere. Clearly, for these lucky new players who obtained helmets, their exploration of the game is still in the pioneering stage. Ember spent a long time reading various posts and found that almost no players had successfully awakened and become evolvers. Even those who had become evolvers were only at the first tier. For example, the post Ember is currently seeing. Damn it! I awakened my electric attribute, confidently went out to fight monsters, and got stopped by a dung beetle. Can anyone tell me why a dung beetle is so big? So strong? When I used my electric current, it felt like I was just tickling it. The worst part is, it clung to me and wouldn't let me leave. It wanted me to keep using my electric current, then let me rest when I got tired, and then keep using it. I came to the Wasteland to be Thor. How did I end up as an electrotherapy technician? Ember finished reading and couldn't stop laughing. He glanced at the username of the poster. Poster. Socialite Brother Hong Kong. Chapter 32 Scene. Xiwan Building, top floor. Environmental Protection Club Activity Room. A few minutes before 9 o'clock, the classroom was already full of people. Today is Thursday, and freshmen should all have classes scheduled. But yesterday, Zhongcheng University's unusual event commemorating the birthday of Fan Zhongguyan somehow managed to give the entire faculty and student body a day off. Right now, Yu Jin hadn't arrived yet, but the club members in the classroom were still mentioning his name frequently. Section 46. Have you heard? Club President Yu and Senior Yin are having an affair. Damn, your news is so outdated. The latest news is, not only are they having an affair, they were even photographed on a date at the zoo. Wow, really? Of course it's true. The photos are posted on the campus forum, go see for yourself. I heard that we got a day off today thanks to Club President Yu. Yeah, I heard too. Apparently, Club President Yu wanted to hold a club activity today, so President Zhang University just gave us a day off. Wait, you guys are exaggerating. How is it exaggerated? Yesterday at the lecture, President Zhang personally supported our club president, didn't you hear? Support is one thing, but giving a day off is too much. I don't think it's that far-fetched. Have you ever seen a school give a day off for Fan Zhongguyan's birthday? At the front of the classroom, Tang Yungsuan, the vice president of the club, was having a long talk with a JK, high school girl, junior. They talked about everything from philosophy to life, literature to art, the universe to geography. Finally, as it approached 9 o'clock, Yu Jin and Yin Yao should be arriving soon. Tang Yungsuan looked at the JK junior and said seriously, "Want to see your legs?" The JK junior didn't answer, but simply took out her phone and blocked Tang Yungsuan on WeChat. Ha! Tang Yungsuan immediately panicked. Don't you want to continue talking to me about the aftermath of the exoplanet Oumuamua? We agreed to go to the library to read Nietzsche together. No. I didn't mean to see your legs, I meant to see the path you've walked, your past and your growth. The JK junior snorted, turned her head away, and ignored Tang. Tang stood there, feeling awkward. Fortunately, a few minutes later, the main characters arrived. Yu Jin and Yin Yao walked into the activity room side by side. Instantly, the club members who had been gossiping about the two fell silent, but the expressions on their faces were quite interesting. Is everyone here? Yu Jin asked succinctly, not bothering to explain that he had just happened to meet Yin Yao downstairs. 103 people, everyone is here. Tang Yungsuan replied. Is everything ready? Yu Jin confirmed. These past 2 days he had been busy leveling up and collecting rewards, leaving the preparations for the club activity to Tang Yungsuan. Don't worry about me. Old Tang chuckled, ran to the back of the classroom, and lifted the gray cloth covering it. Under the gray cloth, neatly arranged were over 100 fishing nets, snakeskin bags, and orange-red life jackets. Well done, Yu Jin praised. I'm the vice president. Old Tang straightened his back, his voice strong and clear. Ha ha ha. This scene made the club members, who had been quiet and reserved because of Yu Jin and Yin Yao's arrival, all burst into laughter. Even the freshman JK girl, after staring at Tang Yungsuan for a while, removed him from her blacklist. Now that everyone is here and the tools are ready, then, at the front of the classroom, Yu Jin, as the club president, swept his gaze over everyone. Get the tools, let's go. Destination: the sewage river outside the school. The words fell. The 100 members exchanged glances, then shouted the same slogan in unison. Environmental Protection Club, loyal. President, loyal. 10 minutes later. Holding nets, wearing vests, and carrying burlap sacks, the entire Environmental Protection Club walked out of the main gate of Zhongcheng University. The sewage river wasn't far from Zhongcheng University, less than a kilometer away. Therefore, Eugene chose to lead the team on foot. It was late September, and the weather was still hot. But the 100 or so members of the Environmental Protection Club were all in high spirits, many of them subconsciously puffing out their chests. The reason was simple. Wherever they went, passers-by couldn't help but cast their gazes. The initial curiosity turned to surprise, and then, upon seeing the large environmental protection banner held up by Tang Yongsuan at the front of the group, it transformed into admiration. In such sweltering heat, these university students weren't indoors enjoying air conditioning. Instead, they were out doing environmental protection. Anyone who saw them would look at them with admiration and praise. Damn, this time they're really fired up. Tang Yongsuan couldn't help but exclaim. Eugene, hearing this, glanced at the 2 or 3 meter wide banner with environmental protection written on it. I didn't ask you to make this, Tang Yongsuan said with an embarrassed smile. I just thought a banner would make it look more impressive. Eugene shook his head and chuckled. Beside him, Yin Yao's lips also curved into a rare smile. Although she initially participated in this environmental activity simply to build a good relationship with Eugene and get close to him, but, putting that aside, the activity itself was a novel experience for her, making the trip worthwhile. By the way, Lao Yu. Tang Yongsuan, carrying the flag and basking in the stares of passers-by, looked at Eugene with a hint of doubt in his voice. Yesterday, even the president of Zhang University endorsed you, saying that other teachers and students outside the club should participate as much as possible. I thought a lot of people would come to help us today. But so far, apart from our Environmental Protection Club members, we haven't seen a single person. That's really strange. Logically, if others don't come, those sycophants from the student council should definitely join in the fun. As Tang Yongsuan spoke, he suddenly noticed that Eugene and Yin Yao beside him had both stopped. Not only them, but the 100 club members behind them also stopped. Ha! Tang Yongsuan was taken aback. We haven't reached our destination yet. He knew the location of the sewage river and knew they were still 200 or 300 meters away. What's going on? Confused, Tang Yongsuan moved the flag blocking his view aside and followed Eugene and Yin Yao's gaze forward. Just one glance, and Tang Yongsuan was stunned. Holy crap! Section 47. He couldn't help but swear. He saw, 200 or 300 meters away, the banks of the polluted river were already teeming with people. Looking around, there weren't just dozens or hundreds, but hundreds, even thousands. No, all the students from Zhang University are here? The words had barely left his mouth when Tang Yongsuan's eyes widened. He saw, at the very front of the crowd, several familiar figures stood. Principal Zhang Hoquan? Vice Principal Ge Lei? Wait a minute. The one standing between them, isn't that the top official of Zhang City? 2 updates daily during the new book period, fixed time a little after midnight. Chapter 33 7th Order Pollution Source. Pearl River. Although this polluted river was infamous for its stench, its name was actually quite elegant. At this moment, it was morning, and the sun was shining brightly. The banks of the Pearl River, stretching for hundreds of meters, were already packed with people. Most were students from Zhongcheng University, predominantly freshmen, along with student council members. But, besides the students, there were also many middle-aged men and women with glasses and refined appearances. Even in casual sportswear, they still exuded an air of intellectualism. The professors are here too. Tang Yongsuan was stunned when he saw them clearly. He saw his class advisor, now standing like a lackey at the back of the crowd, casting his gaze in his and Eugene's direction. Besides the Zhongcheng University faculty and students, what shocked Tang Yongsuan even more were the outsiders surrounding the riverbank. Hundreds of uniformed men in hats, their expressions solemn and postures upright. The reporters and media, carrying long lenses and flashing spotlights, all gleamed with a sharp light when they saw Eugene and his group arrive. If the president and top leader of Zhang University hadn't been still standing there, they probably would have already rushed up to the Environmental Protection Club and bombarded Eugene, the organizer of the event, with a media-style bombardment. Eugene was also momentarily silent. He wanted to make the event bigger, so the system rewards would be more generous. But he hadn't intended to make it this big. Senior. Eugene turned his head to look at Yin Yao, guessing that it was this senior who had pulled the strings again. But the next moment, to Eugene's surprise, Yin Yao shook her head seriously. It wasn't me, she said, pausing for a moment before adding, it must have been my uncle's idea. The uncle Yin Yao referred to was Zhang Hoquan, the president of Zhang University. Yin Yao hadn't attended the Wasteland survival lecture last night, but she had heard afterwards that Zhang Hoquan had publicly named Eugene and even endorsed him. Yin Yao wasn't surprised. In fact, she found it reasonable. After her rebirth, she told her parents and grandfather about the arrival of the Wasteland. Her uncle, as her mother's younger brother, knew quite a few secrets. For example, He knew how invincible and powerful the Embers were in the Wasteland in Yin Yao's previous life's memories. Because of this, he orchestrated a series of subsequent actions. On Blue Star, Zhang Hoquan was the president of Zhang University, holding an extremely high status. But if he were to truly transmigrate to the Wasteland, he would only be a lowly refugee, facing immense hardship even in terms of survival, let alone status. However, even though Yin Yao was mentally prepared, she still hadn't expected Zhang Hoquan to go to such lengths. Not only did he personally attend, but he even used his connections to get the top official of Zhongcheng to show his support. You don't like it? Yin Yao snapped out of her thoughts and looked at Yu Jin. Her tone was calm, as if a mere nod from Yu Jin would send these thousands of people back to where they came from. It's not that I don't like it, it's just a little unexpected. Yu Jin understood Yin Yao's meaning. He didn't doubt her abilities. The scale of the scene before him was indeed beyond his expectations. But Yu Jin wasn't one to be pretentious. Since they were already here, there was no need to make a fuss. Besides, the more people, the larger the event, the richer the system rewards he could obtain. It was just a matter of more social etiquette and saying some polite words in front of the cameras. As it turned out, Yu Jin's guess was correct. After speaking with the principal, vice principal, and the top leader, and giving a full 10-minute media interview, Yu Jin finally had the opportunity to lead the club members to the banks of the Pearl River to begin a proper garbage disposal activity. The activity was straightforward. The environmental club's 100 members were divided into two teams. One team was responsible for collecting garbage from the river surface, while the other team sorted and processed the collected garbage on the bank and transported it to the nearest recycling station. Originally, Yu Jin and Lao Tang planned to collect the garbage from the riverbank. But Principal Zhang had clearly considered things more thoroughly. He had specifically arranged about 10 small boats. This made it much easier for Yu Jin and the others to collect the garbage, especially from the riverbanks and closer to the center. As the club president, Yu Jin took the lead, stepping onto a small boat first. He held a net and began collecting the garbage. And it was at this moment, on the semi-transparent panel before them, the system notification arrived as promised. You, alone, with the body of an ant, have ventured deep into and purified the 7th-tier pollution source River of Death. Due to the immense scale of the pollution source, the system will award a reward based on the purification results after you complete the purification. But a moment later, as Yin Yao beside Yu Jin also picked up a net and bent down to scoop up a plastic bag floating on the river, a new notification appeared. Your subjects have followed in your footsteps and joined the purification of the 7th-tier pollution source River of Death. After purification, you will receive additional rewards based on the purification results of your subjects. Immediately afterwards, Tang Yingxuan, along with 100 other members, began to act. As the city lord, you led 100 subjects to purify the 7th-tier pollution source River of Death. After purification, you will receive extremely generous rewards based on the success of the purification. Below this notification, 2 more lines of text appeared. Current purification progress, 0.1%. Hint, the higher the purification progress, the richer the rewards. After reading them, Yu Jin made a decision without hesitation. 100%. The progress must be pushed to 100%. I won't stop today until I've collected all the rewards. Section 48. Yu Jin quickened his pace. A moment later, a new text notification appeared before his eyes. Your actions in leading your subjects to purify the 7th-tier pollution source have attracted a large number of refugees to participate. You have gained the achievement Wasteland Leader. Wasteland Leader. The refugees who voluntarily participated in the purification activities under your leadership are temporarily considered your subjects, and their purification results bring you additional rewards. The scale of your 7th-tier pollution source purification activity is unprecedented, resounding throughout the Wasteland. Your reputation in the Wasteland has greatly increased. Yu Jin shifted his gaze from the semi-transparent panel to the distance. Only then did he notice. The principal, the vice principal, and even the top leader, had followed his actions, holding nets and boarding small boats. And on the banks of the river, the students and teachers who were not club members had also rolled up their sleeves, ready to get to work. To Yu Jin's even greater surprise, as time passed, the onlookers who had initially been watching from afar began to walk towards the river and join in. In an instant, the scale of the sewage river cleanup campaign grew even larger. Meanwhile, as the number of participants increased, the sound of horns grew louder and louder. More police officers were dispatched to maintain order and ensure the safety of the event. Furthermore, even onlookers who hadn't participated in the event spontaneously took out their phones and started filming short videos. The media reporters who had been stationed along both sides of the river were now practically red with excitement. Click click. Flashes went off incessantly. The scenes at the scene were captured on camera. Chapter 34 Superman. This is reporter Yu Wenbo reporting for you. This is Zhongcheng Pearl River. Over the past few years, due to the unregulated sewage disposal by nearby residents, this once beautiful and clear river has become a stinking ditch that everyone avoids. But today, something different has happened. As you can see, in the middle of the river, a group of young people are working hard under the scorching sun. On both sides of the river, the garbage being continuously dredged up is being scientifically sorted and sent to the nearest recycling station. Following the camera, we can see Jianda President John Hokwon, Vice President Ge Lei, and the top leader of Zhangcheng. Of course, compared to these well-known figures, today we'll focus more on a young man who is only 21 years old. Yu Jin, a third-year student at Zhangcheng University, and the president of the Environmental Protection Club. We learned from President Zhang Hokwon that this event was planned and organized by Yu Jin. Before this event, Yu Jin led 100 club members in a garbage disposal club assessment activity on the Jianda campus. Many years ago, Daxia proposed the concept of sustainable development. Green mountains and clear waters are more valuable than gold and silver mountains, emphasizing that we must guard against pollution and attach importance to environmental protection. And what you are seeing now is the practical application of this concept by students of John University, as well as members of all walks of life. Time flew by. In the blink of an eye, more than 3 hours had passed. The sun overhead was even more glaring and scorching than before. In the center of the river, on the small boat, Yu Jin's movements did not slow down at all. Although repeatedly bending over to retrieve trash was very strenuous, it was no problem for Yu Jin, who already possessed the physique of a fifth-tier evolved being. On the same small boat, Yin Yao was hunched over, supporting her knees, panting heavily. She was wearing a gray tracksuit, which was now completely soaked with sweat. Her high ponytail swayed with her movements, the ends of her hair clinging to her cheeks due to sweat. "Aren't you tired?" Yin Yao asked Yu Jin, panting. "Not tired," Yu Jin replied without turning his head. Yin Yao shook her head upon seeing this. She wanted to keep up with Yu Jin's movements, but she was too exhausted. She even felt her vision blurring, showing signs of heatstroke. "Rest if you're tired, don't push yourself." Yu Jin noticed Yin Yao stagger, almost falling into the river, and steadied her, offering this advice. Yin Yao didn't force herself. She leaned against the small boat's cabin, gulped down a bottle of water, and rested. Meanwhile, it wasn't just Yin Yao. As time passed and the temperature rose, whether it was the members of the Environmental Protection Group or the enthusiastic members of the public, after 3 hours of labor, they were all basically exhausted. Some people in the crowd were even suffering from heatstroke, but fortunately, medical personnel were nearby. Old Yu, on the small boat next door, Tang Yungsuan's face was burning hot. Stop cursing. I'll rest for a bit, you rest too." After shouting, Tang Yungsuan stopped trying to stay awake and plopped down to rest. Yu Jin didn't reply. His hands didn't stop moving. Purification progress, 35%. This line of text was glaringly obvious on the semi-transparent panel in front of him. Yu Jin's relentless efforts stemmed from this. He wasn't a masochist, and he didn't like hardship, but the purification progress was far too slow. How come it's only 35%? Yu Jin scooped up another clump of unidentified trash and stuffed it into the snakeskin bag. He looked up and surveyed his surroundings. The surface of the Pearl River was practically brand new compared to before. As far as the eye could see, there was virtually no floating trash, only a few scattered small pieces. That shouldn't be the case. Yu Jin was somewhat puzzled. The scale of this event was an absolute surprise to him. Therefore, Yu Jin was even more determined to take advantage of the situation to maximize the purification progress and fleece the system. Yu Jin stopped what he was doing and fell into thought. Not far away, those on both sides of the river and those on the small boats breathed a long sigh of relief when they saw Yu Jin finally stop and begin to rest. If the president doesn't rest, I'll start to think he's Superman. 3 hours straight, without stopping. His stamina is even more incredible than a national athlete. Section 49. This is reporter Yu Wenbo reporting. As you can see, finally, our friend Yu Jin, after 3 hours of non-stop hard work, has chosen to take a short break. Hey, where are the trolls in the comments section of my last video? Didn't you say that this Yu Jin was just putting on a show, and that the so-called environmental protection activity was just a facade? He's been scooping up trash for 3 hours straight under the scorching sun in the middle of summer, and you call that a show? Trolls, speak up. Dear viewers in the live stream, this is Li Ran UXIN, bringing you a live broadcast of the University Student Environmental Protection activity that's been generating a lot of buzz online. As you can see, the organizer and leader of this activity, Yu Jin, has finally decided to take a short break. To be honest, if he didn't rest soon, I was worried he might get heat stroke or overexertion and something bad might happen. Viewers in the live stream can participate in the lucky bag in the upper left corner and also guess how long Yu Jin will rest before resuming his work. 1 hour? 2 hours? Until the sun goes down? Haha, I think he should wait until the hottest part of midday has passed. What? Yu Jin, he's finished resting? He's started again. My god, he jumped into the river? Thump, a muffled sound echoed. It reverberated along both sides of the river, stretching for hundreds of meters. The small boat and everyone on the shore were completely stunned. Old Yu, Tang Yingxuan, who had just sat down to rest, jumped up in a panic. After shouting, he prepared to dive into the water to rescue him. He thought Yu Jin had fallen into the river due to exhaustion. He's alright. But the next second, Yu Jin popped his head out of the water. He was clutching a large clump of garbage in his hand. Tang Yingxuan was stunned. Yin Yao was bewildered. Our reporter Yu Wenbo was dumbfounded. I discovered that only a small portion of the garbage is floating in the river. The real garbage and pollution are at the bottom. So, don't worry about me. Yu Jin greeted Tang Yingxuan, then plunged back into the water. And this scene instantly silenced the previously noisy river area. This is a stinking river. That sewage, that garbage. Even ordinary people would avoid it, let alone go in. And Yu Jin? To thoroughly clean up the garbage, he just went in, all fresh and clean. Glug, glug glug. At this moment, underwater, Yu Jin's situation was actually different from what everyone expected. A faint halo surrounded his body. This halo was extremely thin, and under the blazing sun, it was almost transparent. Light attribute skill, Light Shield LV3. Under the light shield, the river's pollution was completely blocked. At the same time, to avoid becoming smelly, Ember activated Purifying Light. Ability, Purifying Light. Level, LV2. Effect, Healing, Purifying, Dispelling. Smell, in essence, is also a type of pheromone, a concrete substance. Under the influence of the light of purification, Yu Jin dispersed the substance, ensuring he remained wet and wouldn't be exposed to the outside world, while also preventing himself from becoming smelly. Perfect. Yu Jin secretly praised himself, then scooped up another clump of trash from the riverbed. The purification progress on the semi-transparent panel before him, which had been stagnant for a while, indeed started to increase again. On the other side, on both banks of the Pearl River, the crowd, however, was unaware of Yu Jin's methods. Thousands of people looked at each other, speechless for a moment. After a long while, our reporter, Yu Wenbo, couldn't help but shout. He's practically a Superman. Chapter 35 Ambassador. At noon, the sun blazed overhead. The intense, scorching sunlight refracted the surface of the Pearl River, making it dazzling and blinding to look at. But, glug, glug asterisk. A string of bubbles occasionally rose to the surface of the Pearl River. A moment later, with a splash, Ember, soaking wet, emerged from the water and stuffed a wad of trash into a burlap sack on the small boat. Then, he dove back underwater. This cycle repeated itself endlessly. Time ticked by. Ember's action showed no sign of stopping. He was like a tireless Superman, his only thought now being to clean up the trash in this polluted river as much as possible. And it was this scene that left the thousands of people on both banks of the Pearl River speechless for a long time. President. The environmental club members, who had been resting on the small boats or the banks, instinctively clenched their fists. They had come for credits. Even after a morning of work, very few members truly took environmental protection to heart. The word environmental protection is too meaningful, yet too abstract. Even if they completely cleaned up this polluted river, what difference would it make? Perhaps in 10 days or 2 weeks, it would be floating with all sorts of garbage again, and would become foul-smelling once more. Many people share this sentiment. Section 50. Even Principal Zhang Hoquan on the riverbank shared this thought. But, Yu Jin's efforts at this moment were like a silent yet deafening rebuttal. How much time had passed? Splash! A splash rang out. This time, it wasn't Yu Jin who jumped into the Pearl River, but Tang Yingxuan on the small boat. Ha ha, it's not so hot in the water. Old Yu, you're not being fair, you didn't call me for this good thing. Glug glug. Tang Yingxuan shouted too loudly and accidentally choked on a mouthful of water. The members of the Environmental Protection Club on his boat burst into laughter. After the laughter subsided, more splashes followed. On both sides of the river. Some good swimmers, especially middle-aged men, chuckled and immediately stripped off their clothes and plunged into the water. We can't let the young lads steal the show. The older men said this. But, those who went into the water weren't really there to escape the heat. They all imitated Yu Jin's actions, holding their breath and diving to the bottom, scooping up clumps of trash from the riverbed and bringing them to the boat or the shore. Hey, don't jump in. Don't jump in. Those who aren't strong swimmers, don't be impulsive. Put on your life jackets before going in. On the riverbank, the man in the hat responsible for safety shouted excitedly as more and more people went into the water. Time slowly passed. The blazing sun that had been hanging overhead had quietly sank below the horizon. Before this, No one could have imagined that this sewage river cleanup activity would last from morning until evening. Most people were exhausted. Even if they wanted to, they no longer had the strength to continue working. But, in the middle of the river, Yujin continued to dive and resurface, his movements relentless. Incredible. Damn, that's incredible. Reporter Yuenbo, wearing a life jacket, lay on the bank, panting heavily, yet still offering his assessment to the camera. That stamina. That environmental commitment. So exaggerated, I don't even know how to describe it. Yuenbo wasn't the only one making such exclamations. However, compared to their initial shock, they were slowly becoming numb. If Yujin hadn't taken a few minutes rest every hour or two, they would have truly thought that guy was possessed by Superman. On the riverbank, Principal Zhang Hoquan, although not in the water, was actively participating, sorting through trash on the bank for a while. Vice Principal Ge Lei, and the top official of Zhongcheng, did the same. It's worth mentioning, around noon, after seeing Yujin jump into the river, Zhang Hoquan discussed something with the top leader. The top leader then left and didn't return for several hours. Few people knew what they talked about, but Vice Principal Ge Lei, who was listening in, showed obvious astonishment. Meanwhile, Yujin leaned against the edge of the small boat, panting heavily. While a fifth-tier evolved being possesses strong physiques, the workload was indeed immense, and coupled with Yujin's lack of rest, he was truly exhausted. Purification progress, 99.9%. Yujin looked at the panel before him and frowned. The Pearl River, being a closed body of water, is not very long, only about 500 meters. Now, looking around, the surface of the river is practically spotless, without a single piece of trash in sight. Below the water, Yujin had cleaned up almost all the trash and suspected trash. He had even used his light touch skill during this process. Why am I stuck here? Yujin wondered, lost in thought. He activated light touch again, taking in every corner of the Pearl River. It should be completely clean. I even used purifying light to completely eliminate the stench. Yujin muttered to himself, subconsciously looking up. But at that moment, out of the corner of his eye, he noticed several middle-aged women carrying garbage bags standing at the back of the crowd on the riverbank not far away. They were looking around, muttering to themselves. Yujin, though unable to read lips, recognized the familiar lip movements of the national treasure. 5 minutes later, Yujin emerged from the water. 10 minutes later, the Hat Uncle found the group of middle-aged women in the crowd and discovered they were indeed preparing to dump trash into the Pearl River. After a stern lecture, the women left with sullen faces. Facing the media, the Hat Uncle stated that they would strengthen supervision near the river and strictly manage the littering and sewage discharge by nearby residents. Purification progress, 100%. Yujin breathed a sigh of relief. So it's about tracing the root cause. Yujin thought about it carefully and agreed that the system's assessment was quite reasonable. Treating the symptoms but not the root cause is ultimately just a superficial project and cannot be considered a 100% completion of purification. With Yujin ashore, the root cause of the pollution was found. This large-scale sewage river cleanup operation, involving thousands of people, officially came to an end. Whoosh, whoosh whoosh. Before Yujin's eyes, line after line of text prompts appeared on the system panel, like computer gibberish, overwhelming his senses. However, before Yujin could even examine them closely, he was surrounded by a swarm of media cameras. At the same time, the president, vice president, and top leader of Zhang University all walked up to Yujin with smiles on their faces. A moment later, under the witness of numerous cameras, the top leader personally announced, in response to the environmental protection policy and sustainable development concept proposed by Daxia, after discussion and research, Yujin is hereby appointed as the Zhongcheng Environmental Ambassador. And 2 days later, this Saturday, a citywide environmental protection activity will be launched. This activity will be led and organized by Yujin. All media are welcome to follow and report on it. The words had barely left his lips. On the panel before Yujin's eyes, several new lines of text appeared. Chapter 36 Team Building. You have gained the attention of a higher dimensional civilization and have been bestowed the title of Purification Messenger. Section 51. Purification Messenger. Type, Title. Effect. After equipping this title, you can purify all sources of pollution lower than your own level and are immune to attacks from mutated beasts/infected beings lower than your own level. Notification. Your reputation has greatly increased. Continue to increase your reputation. You may unlock the reputation module ahead of schedule. Environmental Ambassador corresponds to Purification Messenger. The top leader has become a high-dimensional civilization. This works. Yujin was surprised. He hadn't expected that obtaining the Environmental Ambassador title would trigger a system reward. This is truly an unexpected delight. Yujin muttered to himself. Compared to the achievements he had obtained before, the effect of this Purification Messenger title seemed incredibly overpowered. Leaving aside what purifying sources of pollution meant, the phrase immune to attacks from mutated beasts/infected beings lower than your own level alone was visibly monstrous. Old you, what are you daydreaming about? Tang Yongsuan's voice brought Yu Jin back to reality. A while had passed since the event ended, and the crowds and media on both sides of the riverbank had mostly dispersed. Only the 100 members of the Environmental Protection Club remained, standing before Yu Jin. Seeing this, Yu Jin abandoned his plan to continue checking the reward information. In the planned itinerary, the sewage river treatment was only the first project of today's activities. After finishing the dirty work, the next activity would be the club's team building activity, which is most popular among college students. And this would also trigger the rewards from the system's territory module. Yu Jin was serious about getting the benefits. Is everything arranged? Yu Jin looked at Tang Yongsuan. Absolutely. Tang Yongsuan patted his chest vigorously, pointing to the parking lot not far away. There, 2 double-decker buses were parked quietly. The bus bore a prominent Tianhe Tourist Resort logo. 2 buses sped along the highway, one after the other. Tianhe Tourist Resort wasn't in Zhangcheng, but in the neighboring Lycan, though the journey was short, only an hour by highway. At this moment, on the bus, the members of the Environmental Protection Society were in high spirits. Although exhausted, everyone wore excited and expectant smiles. Although they knew there was a team-building event today, Vice President Tang had kept the destination a secret. Until just before departure, they learned they were going to Tianhe Tourist Resort. That was a renowned resort, said to have all kinds of facilities, including natural hot springs. President, so generous. Environmental Protection Society, so loyal. The members shouted in unison on the bus. Ember, seated in the last row by the window, didn't respond. His attention was entirely focused on the semi-transparent panel in front of him. You, with the body of an ant, led thousands of your subjects to purify the 7th-tier pollution source River of Death. Purification progress, 100%. Such a feat, unprecedented and unparalleled, resounds throughout the Wasteland. You have gained Wasteland points, 300,000. You have gained resources, 6th-tier energy crystal *5. You have gained resources, attribute activation stone *3. You have gained ability, Death LV1. Evaluation, an extremely terrifying ability, ignoring distance, inflicting a death effect on enemies no higher in rank than oneself. Death effect, physical body disappears, soul annihilates. Note, this ability requires the simultaneous activation of the life and causality attributes to be used. You purified the 7th-tier pollution source River of Death and mobilized thousands of subjects to participate, triggering the territory module reward. You gained Wasteland points, 100,000. You gained resources, 10 tier 5 energy crystals. You gained the ability, Majesty LV1. Evaluation, activating this ability greatly enhances your majesty as the city lord and significantly increases the obedience of your subjects to your commands. Note, this ability does not require attribute activation, but requires the city lord status to use. The dazzling array of rewards overwhelmed Ember. Among them, Yu Jin's gaze lingered longest on the ability called Death LV1. Ignoring distance, it inflicts a death effect. This is even more outrageous than the legendary Death Note. The only downside is that while this ability is monstrous, its attribute requirements are terrifyingly high. Life and causality attributes. To be honest, Yu Jin felt that even with cheat codes, he'd have a hard time assembling all 3. The good news is that the reward includes 3 attribute activation stones. The bad news is that, according to the system, the success rate of using attribute activation stones decreases as the number of attributes increases. So, activating 3 attributes with 3 attribute activation stones is basically impossible. With good luck, I might activate 1 or 2, with bad luck, I might not activate any at all. As for the 5 6th-tier energy crystals and 10 5th-tier energy crystals, if nothing unexpected happens, that's enough for me to advance to a 6th-tier evolver, and 7th tier might not be out of the question. Yu Jin smiled brightly. In addition, this reward also includes a total of 400,000 Wasteland points. Including the 500,000 points Yu Jin already had, his total points reached over 900,000, not far from the million mark. But Yu Jin didn't plan to accumulate a million. Compared to cosplaying as a troll, he preferred spending money. Yu Jin's mind raced, and he opened the points shop. Wasteland points, 200,000. You have obtained resources, the legacy left by a certain 6th-tier powerhouse. Evaluation, after opening, there is a chance to obtain the resources, abilities, attributes, memories, of a 6th-tier powerhouse in life, but there is also a chance to obtain nothing. Hint, can only be opened after reaching 6th tier. Status, cannot be opened. Current Wasteland points, 700,500. Yu Jin was currently only at 5th tier. But he wasn't worried, because he planned to find a quiet place after the team building event to buy crystals and upgrade to 6th tier. At that time, there would be another wave of blind box rewards. The harvest is too great, one wave after another, it's almost numbing. Is this the troubles of happiness? Ember gazed out the window, sighing involuntarily. Ember even had the urge to venture into the wasteland and face off against real mutated beasts. Section 52. No, I can't get carried away yet. Jin quickly shook his head, reminding himself. Tier 5 was still too weak, not safe enough. To this day, the system's evaluation of him was still an ant. I don't know when Wasteland will invade, I must seize the time, keep developing, keep getting stronger. Jin took a deep breath, admonishing himself. His slightly agitated state of mind due to the large influx of rewards gradually calmed down with each deep breath. Time flew by. The bus slowed down. The scenery outside the window changed from a monotonous highway to a resort estate lined with wooden cabins. Old you, we're here. Tang Yungsuan, sitting in the row in front of Jin, stood up, his large face very close, his smile brighter than a blooming chrysanthemum. You, the vice president, are more excited about team building than the other members. Jin, who had been resting with his eyes closed, opened them, showing his disdain. Tang Yungsuan chuckled but remained silent. Only after the bus had come to a complete stop did he look around before leaning closer to Ember and asking in a low voice. Old you, this team building trip is going to cost a fortune. Have you calculated it? With over 100 people, even the minimum cost will be at least 100,000 yuan. Although Jin had transferred a 20,000 yuan deposit when he made the reservation yesterday, but Tang Yungsuan knew Jin's financial situation. He knew Jin wasn't from a wealthy family, and it wasn't realistic for him to come up with 100,000 yuan all at once. If we're going to split the bill, shouldn't we tell these new students beforehand? To avoid an awkward atmosphere when settling the bill, or even them gossiping about us. Tang Yungsuan raised his voice slightly at the last sentence, making sure Yin Yao, sitting next to Jin, could hear him. And Yin Yao, as expected, raised an eyebrow slightly at this moment. She looked at Jin, as if a mere nod from him would make any money-related issues disappear. But Jin didn't respond to her gaze. Did he really think he was some gigolo? Who told you I was going to split the bill? Jin shook his head, his tone serious. If he really split the bill, how could he collect rewards from these lovely club members? How could he get freebies from the system? For today's team building event, Jin had specifically gone to Chao Sang Sang this morning before going to the Environmental Protection Club's activity room to sell his second gold brick. Right now, his bank account held a cold 1.3 million. Chapter 37 Barbecue. Today's entire bill is on President Yu. Tianhe Tourist Resort, parking lot. The Environmental Protection Club members, who had just gotten off the bus, heard Vice President Tang Yungsuan announce this news. In an instant, the 100 club members were overjoyed, unable to contain their excitement. Some of them had been secretly worried about the potential split the bill, going Dutch. Especially on their way here, they had researched the resort online and knew that prices were not low. But now, the problem disappeared. They felt relieved. Slogans began to rise. The club president is awesome. The club president is loyal. Several bold freshmen even ran up to Ember and gave him a big hug. As the city lord, you led your people to an extremely rare oasis safe zone in the Wasteland, Wasteland points plus 8,000. Your people's loyalty has increased. Your ability Majesty LV1 experience has increased. You have obtained a resource, a fragmented map. A detailed map of a portion of the Wasteland world, marking the locations of refuge cities and contaminated nests within the area, possessing immeasurable value in the perilous Wasteland. Ember ignored the innocent freshman lining up to hug him, even wanting to give him a face wash. His attention was instantly drawn to the notification on the panel. Oasis Safe Zone? Is this the Tianhe Tourist Resort? Incomplete map? A reward type I've never seen before. Although Jin came on this team building trip with the intention of getting freebies, he didn't expect the system to kick in so soon after he got off the bus. Jin belatedly realized that his understanding of system bugs was still at a very rudimentary stage. At least before this notification, he hadn't expected the system to interpret the resort as an oasis safe zone. Claim reward immediately? The system prompted again. Don't claim it yet. Jin silently thought to himself. System rewards always appear out of thin air. That incomplete map was probably huge, its sudden appearance was hard to explain. I'll study it carefully after the team building trip. Jin made his decision calmly. Soon, several resort staff members dressed in office lady uniforms arrived and led the group into the resort area. The Tianhe Tourist Resort is vast. Jin had Tang Yungsuan book a townhouse on a hillside in advance. The villa's overall design resembled a mountain cabin, nestled beside a lush forest while offering panoramic views of Tianhe Lake. After the staff's introduction, Jin generously booked a team building party package. It included overnight accommodation, outdoor barbecue, indoor entertainment party, and a hillside hot spring. Also included were drinks and snacks, a nighttime boat trip, and spa treatments. Wow! Wow wow! Yujin's generosity resulted in the Environmental Protection Club freshmen exclaiming and screaming nonstop throughout the journey. I cried. This is the first time in my life I've ever stayed in a big villa. Mom, guess where I am? Haha, I joined the Environmental Protection Club a few days ago, and the president invited us on vacation today. The club members were all so happy they almost jumped for joy. Some even made video calls to their parents on the spot. Old you. While the staff were preparing the outdoor barbecue equipment and ingredients, Tang Yungsuan approached Yujin. Tell me the truth, how much did this set cost? Compared to the new members' excitement, Tang Yungsuan's tone now contained a hint of worry. Section 53. The earlier announcement, President Yu, it's on me, was made by Yujin. Now, the words were out. If they didn't have enough money when it came time to pay, it would be truly embarrassing. Yujin didn't answer, but simply held up 3 fingers. Young master duo. Tang Yungsuan's eyes widened. 300,000? That's 3,000 per person? No, the per person isn't important, the important thing is 300,000. Where did you get? Tang Yungsuan was about to ask Yujin where he got 300,000 when, the next second, the impatient Yujin shoved his phone directly in his face. The phone displayed his online banking account balance. Tang Yungsuan's eyes widened even more after seeing the number. 1,300,000. Did you rob a bank? Tang Yungsuan breathed a sigh of relief, but was utterly bewildered. Especially, he noticed that Yin Yao, who had been sitting quietly next to Yujin, showed a clear look of surprise after hearing his mention of 1.3 million. This meant that Yujin hadn't gotten the money from Yin Yao by living off her. Did you win the lottery? Tang Yungsuan pressed. Yujin rolled his eyes and replied succinctly, selling gold. After saying that, Yujin didn't bother to explain further. He stood up and walked towards the staff who were setting up the barbecue grill. The first activity of the team building was a barbecue, or self-service barbecue. The reason he chose this was because Yujin saw an opportunity to get something for nothing. On the other side, after Yujin left, Tang Yungsuan remained standing there, dumbfounded. He pondered Yujin's 3 words from just now. Sell, sperm. Tang Yungsuan realized, as if he had seen a bright path to wealth. He quickly took out his phone and searched online. What is the specific process for selling sperm? How can I sell it for a higher price? How much do I need to sell to earn 1 million? The sun set, and night fell. In front of the row of hillside villas in the Tianhe resort area, 100 club members sat neatly in a circle. In the center of the open space, there were more than a dozen barbecue grills. Their club president, Yujin, was busy at work. Hiss. The club president has worked hard all day cleaning up the sewage river, and he's even offering to grill meat skewers for us. Isn't that a bit much? The new club members whispered among themselves, especially the boys, who had already rolled up their sleeves, eager to join in the barbecue. But Yujin refused their request. As the club president, it's only right that I give you some perks. You've all worked hard. Take a break for a moment, I'll grill some for you, and you can grill the rest yourselves later. Yujin said. He placed a handful of meat skewers on an iron plate and handed them to the club members sitting on the ground. Thank you, club president. The club president is awesome. The club is loyal. The new members were flattered and shouted repeatedly as they took the skewers. Yujin remained silent, simply handing out the skewers. As the Lord of Dawn City, you have generously distributed the precious resource Tier 3 Mutant Beast Meat Dark Sheep to your subjects, Wasteland points plus 1,000. You have obtained the resource Tier 3 Energy Crystal *1. As the Lord of Dawn City, you generously distribute the precious resource 2nd Tier Mutant Plant Essence Undying Enoki Mushroom to your subjects, Wasteland points plus 1,000. You have obtained the resource 3rd Tier Energy Crystal *1. As the Lord of Dawn City, you generously distribute the precious resource 3rd Tier Mutant Beast Meat Bone Eating Wings to your subjects, Wasteland points plus 1,000. You have obtained the resource 3rd Tier Energy Crystal *1. As the Lord of Dawn City, you generously distribute the precious resource 3rd Tier Mutant Beast Meat Soul Stirring Sausage to your subjects, Wasteland points plus 1,000. You have obtained the resource 3rd Tier Energy Crystal *1. The new members of the Environmental Protection Club noticed. For some reason, as President Yu distributed the skewers, his smile grew increasingly radiant. As he distributed them, the president even couldn't help but sigh. This skewer is amazing. The club members were puzzled, but they still took the skewers, some undercooked and some burnt, stuffing them into their mouths and chewing heartily while shouting, Yeah, club leader, the skewer is amazing too. Chapter 38 Magic. Ember's grilling didn't last long. To be precise, he stopped after giving each club member 2 skewers, because at this point, no new reward notifications popped up on the system panel. Ember wiped his greasy hands on his apron while mentally tallying his gains. The result left him speechless. In just over 10 minutes, he had accumulated a total of 204 Tier 3 energy crystals. With 102 members in the club besides himself, each person contributed an average of 2 Tier 3 energy crystals. Not to mention, there were also a whopping 200,000 Wasteland points. Although it's only 3rd tier crystals, the quantity is large enough, so its value is considerable. Yu Jin was in high spirits, his smile growing even brighter. Seeing this, the club members felt even greater admiration for their club leader. At the same time, they breathed a sigh of relief when they saw Yu Jin stop. If their club leader had continued grilling, they truly felt it wouldn't have been right. As Yu Jin took off his apron and sat down on the edge of the open space, the group of impatient freshmen rushed towards the blazing barbecue grill with shouts and cheers. 5 minutes later, Yu Jin stared at the several large plates of skewers in front of him, and the club members still constantly offering him skewers, lost in thought. University students, especially freshmen, seemed to have inexhaustible energy. Section 54. Everyone had worked hard all day cleaning up the polluted river, but at this moment, both men and women were incredibly energetic. Some were grilling skewers, covered in soot, some were drinking together, and some, their hormones raging, were actively striking up conversations with members of the opposite sex. This lively, peaceful scene allowed Yu Jin to temporarily forget his thoughts about the wasteland. He lay on the grass beside the clearing, his hands behind his head, staring blankly at the night sky. Because the resort was far from the city and had less light pollution, many stars twinkled in the night sky. What are you thinking about? Yin Yao had sat down beside Yu Jin at some point. Ha! Yu Jin chuckled. Nothing, just feeling good like this. Yin Yao pursed her lips upon hearing this. After a long while, she let out a long, soft sigh. Yes, that's good. The two gazed silently at the night sky, neither speaking. Not far away, some club members noticed this scene. Although they whispered among themselves, no one approached to disturb them. Senior Yin Yao was a prominent figure at Zhang University, rumored to have an extremely powerful background. But club president Yu's personal charisma was no less impressive. Even in the hearts of many club members today, Yu Jin's status was higher than that of the mysterious senior Yin Yao. Time slowly passed. Not far away, the club's freshmen had finished their meal and began to spontaneously perform their talents. Some sang, some danced, and some even did backflips. Yu Jin sat up, watching this scene with Yin Yao beside him, a faint smile appearing on his face. Actually, putting aside the freebie hunting aspect, he himself quite liked these club members. If only it could stay like this. Yu Jin heard Yin Yao sigh softly again. He turned to look at Yin Yao. This senior was actually quite different from the celestial dragon he had imagined. What's wrong? Yin Yao noticed Yu Jin's gaze and turned to look at him. Their eyes met. The atmosphere, however, was far from romantic. In her eyes, Yu Jin saw a faint pity. Pity? Was it because of the impending wasteland? Yu Jin thought to himself, but his face remained impassive. Regarding the Zhangcheng environmental ambassador matter, was it your idea, or Principal Jian's idea? Yu Jin deliberately changed the subject, taking the opportunity to ask the question that had been bothering him. The activities to clean up the polluted river during the day, both in scale and aftermath, far exceeded his expectations. Among them, what surprised Yu Jin the most was that the top official of Zhangcheng appointed him as the Zhangcheng environmental ambassador in front of the media. They even directly announced that a citywide environmental protection campaign would be held in Zhangcheng 2 days from now, this Saturday. It's my uncle's own arrangement. Yin Yao answered quickly. Then, Yin Yao paused and looked at Yu Jin. If you're not interested in that environmental ambassador thing or the environmental event on Saturday, you can cancel. Yu Jin shook his head. He knew that given Yin Yao's background, this can cancel wasn't a joke. However, although the environmental ambassadorship and the citywide environmental campaign were completely beyond his expectations, in retrospect, it was also a golden opportunity to squeeze in rewards. Just cleaning up a polluted river yielded incredibly generous rewards. If he were to actually succeed in organizing this citywide environmental campaign, leading millions of people in environmental protection, how outrageous would the system's assessment and rewards be? Just thinking about it sent chills down Yu Jin's spine. Seeing Yu Jin shake his head, Yin Yao didn't continue the topic. Although in her heart, Yu Jin should be spending his time on the closed beta of Wasteland. But as she said before, she would respect all of Yu Jin's decisions and ideas and offer her support. That's why she was here, not Wasteland. Yu Jin was Yin Yao's biggest and most important investment since her rebirth. Old Yu, how much time had passed? Tang Yungsuan, clutching grilled lamb kidneys and grilled chives, with a freshly swallowed grilled oyster still in his mouth, ran over. What? Yu Jin raised an eyebrow. Well, what's up? The talent show. Those freshmen have already performed several rounds of talents, and now they're all egging you on to do one too. As soon as he finished speaking, the freshmen nearby shouted in unison, "Club president! Club president! Club president! What talents could I possibly have?" Yu Jin felt helpless, but also somewhat amused. Yes, yes. Tang Youngsuan's speech was a little unclear because of the oyster in his mouth. They were even egging me on to sing. That's ridiculous, I can't sing. Yu Jin's expression changed instantly upon hearing this. Tang Youngsuan wasn't being modest, he was completely tone-deaf, his voice a cacophony of wailing. Old Tang's singing is notorious, a dragon-level disaster. Have you sung yet? Yu Jin's tone was unusually serious. Not yet. They said if you go up and perform a talent, they won't force me to sing. Tang Youngsuan had barely finished speaking. Whoosh! Yu Jin stood up. His movements were so fast they even created a whooshing sound. Yin Yao was stunned. Damn! Tang Youngsuan was taken aback, then reacted and quickly followed Yu Jin's steps. You're discriminating against me, old Tang. I don't think my singing is that bad. Old you, what talent are you going to perform? Yu Jin didn't even turn his head. Magic. Upon hearing this, Section 55. Tang Youngsuan was completely bewildered, standing there scratching his head. Magic? I've never heard you say you know magic. Chapter 39 Healing. The spacious open space in front of the villa. The new members of the Environmental Protection Club sat around on the ground, staring curiously at Yu Jin standing in the middle. I didn't expect the club president to know magic. Amazing. Wow, the club president is so versatile, I love him. I wonder what kind of magic it is. I've never seen a magic performance before, this is my first time, hee. The new club members discussed amongst themselves. Yin Yao also sat quietly to the side. Her eyes also held a hint of curiosity. Because, according to the information she knew, Yu Jin shouldn't know magic. In fact, on the day she was reborn, Yin Yao had already obtained all the information about Yu Jin from her grandfather. The information was so detailed that it even included details like the name of Yu Jin's deskmate in first grade and where he lived now. That's why Yin Yao recognized Chen Gang the first time she met him. Perhaps he's self-taught, so it's reasonable that he's never shown it in public. Yin Yao thought to herself. On the other side, in the center of the crowd, under the expectant gazes of everyone, Yu Jin wore a faint smile. I need a volunteer. As soon as he finished speaking, swish swish swish. One by one, the new students stood up with great enthusiasm. Me, the club president chooses me. I'm super obedient, super cooperative, I'll pose however the club president wants. Ha! Yu Jin was both amused and speechless upon hearing this flirtatious remark. Just pick one. Yu Jin said, pointing to a female student in white stockings and a JK uniform standing in front of him. A moment later, the JK student, blushing, stood in front of Yu Jin. Club president. The student was probably a local from Jiangnan, her voice was slightly affected. Yu Jin didn't pay attention. His gaze passed over the student and landed on the group of freshmen sitting around. Everyone worked hard today cleaning up the polluted river, right? Upon hearing this, the freshmen responded in unison. Not hard at all. Yu Jin, I'm talking about physical hardship, the physical kind. This time, the freshmen exchanged glances and nodded in tacit agreement. During today's sewage river activity, as members of the Environmental Protection Club, they were more proactive than other teachers, students, and enthusiastic members of the public. Even though they are naturally lazy, under the exemplary influence of their club president, Yu Jin, they all gritted their teeth and persevered in their work. Originally, due to the excitement of team building, they didn't feel particularly tired. But now, with Yu Jin mentioning it, countless cells and nerves in their bodies seemed to react instantly. Nerve fatigue and muscle soreness washed over them like waves. Many freshmen suddenly donned masks of pain. That's right. Yu Jin nodded in satisfaction upon seeing this. The body's reaction can sometimes be delayed, especially when in a good mood. And you, are you tired too? Yu Jin looked at the volunteer in front of him, a junior in JK white stockings. Should you feel tired? The JK freshman blinked her big eyes. Yu Jin was a little confused. Ahem. He coughed lightly, suppressing the idea of finding a new volunteer. He looked at everyone and introduced himself. The magic trick I'm performing is called healing. As the name suggests, this magic trick can heal your physical fatigue and relieve your muscle soreness. His voice trailed off. A brief silence fell over the room. The freshmen looked at each other, unsure how to react. After a while, Old Tang was the first to shout, let's see what you're made of. President Yu, show us your skills. Instantly, the somewhat awkward atmosphere became lively again. The freshmen clapped their hands and shouted, President Yu, show us your skills. Of course. They shouted it, but deep down they all knew this so-called healing magic trick was utterly absurd. What magic trick could instantly make someone stop feeling tired? Mental fatigue might be somewhat plausible, but physical fatigue is essentially nerve and muscle fatigue, and soreness is caused by existing creatine. What magic trick could eliminate creatine? Or rather, if it could instantly make creatine disappear, would it still be magic? That would be sorcery. President, I'm tired. Right now, my whole body is tired. My hands are sore, my legs hurt, even my butt hurts a little. The JK Jr., with her high level of awareness, immediately raised her voice and shouted after hearing Yujin finish explaining the magic trick. Very good. Yujin nodded. Then, he extended his hand. Section 56. He naturally wouldn't take advantage of the junior at this moment, he simply placed his hand on her shoulder. Ah, so comfortable, I feel so much better now. The junior's eyes widened in surprise. Yujin remained silent. He hadn't even started yet. The reason he was willing to perform the healing magic trick wasn't just to stop Old Tang from singing. The real reason, to fleece, and fleece some more. When he activated the territory module, the system had clearly stated it. As the city lord, developing your territory, improving your subjects, distributing resources, purifying your subjects, etc., will all earn you rich rewards. One of these is purifying your subjects. Yujin understood purification to mean purifying light, and that purifying light skill has healing, purifying, and dispelling effects. Using it to relieve physical fatigue is like using a cannon to kill a mosquito. So, on the surface, Ember was performing a healing magic trick. Actually, he wanted to trigger the system reward again using this method. Otherwise, if he really wanted to perform magic, Ember had plenty of light and lightning magic tricks. Those magic tricks could truly astound these freshmen. Of course, the risk of revealing his superpowers would also be considerable. In comparison, the light of purification was far more concealed. Of course, to avoid being exposed, Ember was using this one-on-one method. I'm starting. Ember stared into the eyes of the JK Jr. and said softly, I'm ready. The JK Jr. closed her eyes, her long eyelashes trembling slightly. A soft hum. After an extremely subtle sound, inaudible to anyone, Ember's right hand, resting on the junior's shoulder, tightened slightly. A faint, imperceptible light, almost invisible to the naked eye, entered the junior's body from her palm. Ah! The junior made a strange sound. A full minute later, the junior opened her eyes again. Her slightly chubby face was filled with shock. Oh my god! The junior exclaimed sweetly, jumping up and down on the spot. She swung her arms, stomped her feet, rubbed her bottom, and even did a few squats. It really doesn't hurt or ache anymore. The junior's words came from the bottom of her heart. Even though Ember had only used a small amount of the purifying light ability, it had still completely healed her original physical fatigue. The junior's gaze towards Ember instantly changed. President, are you Superman? Chapter 40 Truth or Falsehood. As the Lord of Dawn City, you are merciful and generous, bestowing purifying light upon your subjects, dispelling the pollution and erosion they have suffered. Wasteland points plus 1,000. Your subjects' loyalty has increased. Your ability purifying light has gained experience. You have gained resources, Tier 3 Energy Crystal *1. Faced with his junior's questioning, Yujin remained silent, only looking at the information prompts before him. One person, 1,000 points, 1 Tier 3 crystal. Yujin silently calculated in his mind. If everyone did this, that would be 100,000 points, 100 Tier 3 crystals. In an instant, Yujin decided that from now on, he would eat third-tier energy crystals like candy. He'd carry them with him and pop one in whenever he felt like it. With his current 5th tier level, a mere 3rd tier crystal wouldn't be enough to put him to sleep. Meanwhile, while Yujin was pondering this, JK, seeing that Yujin didn't answer, muttered to herself. An illusion? No, it's definitely not an illusion. I really don't feel sore or painful anymore. I've been thoroughly healed by the club president's magic. The last sentence. JK almost shouted it out. Around the open space, the 100 new club members looked at each other, all silent. The atmosphere was eerily quiet. Just now, the club president touched that junior's shoulder. Then, the junior's fatigue disappeared. Is that possible? Of course not. Then, why is the junior saying this now? The freshmen sitting around as spectators quickly realized what was happening. Clap, clap, clap. Several boys clapped loudly. Amazing, club president is amazing. Applause rang out. The other freshmen also realized what was going on. Clatter, clap. For a moment. Thunderous applause, lasting for a long time. The freshmen' faces showed perfectly timed expressions of shock. It's amazing, they said. It really is healing magic. The club president is amazing. Section 57. Even Lu Qian couldn't pull off this kind of magic. No one believed Yujin's so-called healing magic actually worked, just as no one believed Superman existed. The applause from the freshmen wasn't genuine, it was just social nicety. Yu Jin, seeing this, wasn't angry. Instead, he smiled. Excellent. This was the effect he wanted. Next, Yu Jin said with a smile. His words fell. A brief silence fell, but soon, a freshman stood up. I'll go. Yu Jin glanced at the boy. If he remembered correctly, this guy was one of the first to fill out the application form in the gaming club during recruitment. Okay. Yu Jin put aside his wandering thoughts and replied. 1 minute later, Yu Jin reached out and put his hand on the boy's shoulder. Having learned from the experience of the first JK, high school girl, junior, Yu Jin used even less of his purifying light ability this time. 2 minutes later, the boy opened his eyes, his expression one of shock. Holy crap. He's really not tired anymore. This is too amazing. Beside the open space, the many freshmen who witnessed this scene were astonished and amazed. I thought that JK Jr.'s acting was already at its peak, but I didn't expect. And then there's the cake-making technique. Where did this Oscar-winning actor come from? If you didn't say it was acting, I would have thought it was real. Similar thoughts arose in the minds of the freshman club members. But, clap clap. Thunderous applause erupted and lasted for a long time. Amazing, the club president is amazing. The club members shouted in unison. Only the junior girl, JK, and the freshman boy kept shouting, it's not fake, it's real. I'm not tired anymore. Beside the open space, the applause grew even louder. The freshman responded earnestly, yes, it's real. We all know it's real. As the Lord of Dawn City, you are merciful and generous, casting light of purification on your subjects, dispelling the pollution and erosion they have suffered. Wasteland points plus 1,000. Your subjects' loyalty has increased. Your ability light of purification has increased experience. You have gained resources, tier 3 energy crystal *1. Ember withdrew his gaze from the panel. He narrowed his eyes slightly, looking at the crowd. Next, judging from the freshman boy's reaction, he had used light of purification a little too much. For the third volunteer, Ember planned to use even less of his ability. Time slowly passed. Third, fourth, fifth. Finally, to save time, Yu Jin simply had the freshmen sit still and then went up to each one, putting his arm around their shoulder. With Yu Jin's actions, exclamations of surprise erupted one after another. And to ensure it looked real, Yu Jin didn't use purifying light on every single member. Out of the 100 members, Yu Jin genuinely only put his arm around 10 shoulders. But these 10 people reacted even more shocked than the others. Yu Jin almost couldn't hold back his laughter. Ha! That's it. Old Yu, aren't you going to give me and Senior Yin Yao a little push too? Tang Yingxuan, who had been laughing so hard he was practically spitting out poop, saw Yu Jin stop and immediately teased him. Alright. Yu Jin gave a perfunctory reply. He reached out and patted Tang Yingxuan on the shoulder. Hiss. It really doesn't hurt or ache anymore. Healing magic, terrifying indeed. Tang Yingxuan screamed like a banshee. Yu Jin certainly didn't use purifying light on him. This guy was relying entirely on his acting skills. Want to try it out, senior? Yu Jin asked, seeing Yin Yao looking at him with a smile in her beautiful eyes. Sure. Yin Yao smiled. Yu Jin shook his head and chuckled, reaching out to pat her shoulder. Yin Yao's performance wasn't as exaggerated as it seemed. On the contrary, she actually closed her eyes and began to feel it carefully. After a while, Yin Yao opened her eyes. Amazing. She stared at Yu Jin, her pretty face full of seriousness. Ha ha ha. Yu Jin couldn't help but laugh. Yin Yao followed suit and laughed too. For a moment, the atmosphere was lively and cheerful. Night deepened. Perhaps it was because Yu Jin's purifying light had healed the fatigue of the new club members. Even though it was already 2 or 3 in the morning, many club members were still in high spirits. Some were soaking in the hot springs, some were playing games, some were playing cards, some were chatting, some were drinking, and some of the bolder ones were going for an aromatherapy spa together. And not far from the townhouses, in a detached luxury villa called Return to the Wilderness, Yin Yao had already bathed and changed, and was sitting on the bed. Section 58. She had booked the entire villa for herself. At this moment, the villa was guarded both inside and out, openly and secretly. Miss, the helmet has been brought to you. The housekeeper bowed her head and presented the box to Yin Yao. Yin Yao took the helmet. Miss, the area within 100 meters is under lockdown. The housekeeper said softly. Okay. Yin Yao nodded slightly and waved. It was now past midnight on September 6th, and only 3 days remained before she could descend into the Wasteland. Yesterday had already wasted a whole day. She needed to seize the evening to log into Wasteland and advance her rank. Therefore, she had arranged for the housekeeper to bring the helmet she had left in Zhongcheng. But Yin Yao waved, but the housekeeper did not leave. Is there something you need? Yin Yao frowned slightly. Miss, Master asked me to pass on a message to you. He said he wants to invite you Jin home for a casual meal, and asked you to ask him if he has time. Chapter 41 Beast Meat. Wasteland, Dawn Refuge City. Outer city, secluded alley. Whoosh. A flash of light. Yin Yao's figure appeared out of thin air. Miss, Yafan and the other three had received advance notice that Yin Yao would be online and had been waiting here early. Yin Yao responded, I asked you to find out. She stopped abruptly. Her beautiful eyes widened suddenly. Yin Yao's gaze was fixed on a dark, meat-like object that Yafan was holding. Mutant beast meat. Yin Yao blurted out, her voice high-pitched. Mutant beast meat? Yafan was taken aback, glancing down at the meat in his hand. We were just about to report to you. While you weren't online today, the new city lord of Dawn City, for some reason, suddenly started giving out welfare to the refugees again. The four of us were about to leave the city to mine crystals when we bumped into a few burly men on the street. With a thud, they shoved this dark piece of meat into my arms, saying it was a welfare distribution from the new city lord, and I was one of 200 lucky refugees. He told me to remember the new city lord's kindness, and then he made me shout loyalty. After that, some other refugees, although they didn't receive the dark meat, were suddenly enveloped by a pillar of light shooting from the center of Dawn City. They didn't know what the pillar of light was for, but the refugees hit by it were all very excited. Many even knelt down and kowtowed on the spot, shouting loyalty, city lord. Yin Yao fell silent. Miss, you just said this is mutated beast meat. Yafan stared at the black meat in his hand for a long time before asking. Yes, Yin Yao replied in a deep voice. To be precise, it's third-tier mutated beast meat. After a long silence, Yin Yao added. Third tier. Yafan and the other three exchanged glances, their eyes widening. Yesterday, they barely managed to defeat the weakest second-tier mutated rat by dying and restarting. A third-tier mutated beast. They could probably be slapped into mincemeat with a single blow. Gulp. Thinking of this, Yafan suddenly felt the black meat in his hand was a little hot. He had initially disliked the meat's dark color and unsightly appearance, but it turned out, it was the meat of a third-tier mutated beast, something they could only dream of. Meanwhile, unlike Yafan and the others' belated shock, Yin Yao's feelings were incredibly complex. A third-tier mutated beast. In her past life, she had died at the hands of a third-tier mutated beast king. Back then, she was only barely at the third tier. But now, this new city lord of Dawn City, who seemed to have appeared out of nowhere, was giving away a third-tier mutated beast for free, even directly to a lucky refugee. In other refugee cities, not to mention refugees, even the citizens who had contributed to the refugee city would never have had the chance to obtain such a precious resource. Yes, a resource. Mutated beast meat itself was an extremely important resource in the Wasteland world. First and second tier mutated beast meat was the primary food source for the Wasteland refugees, and it didn't possess much energy. But, from the third tier onwards, the situation was completely different. Third tier mutated beast meat contained abundant energy, it was less food and more a supernatural resource. Yin Yao exhaled a long breath. She suppressed her complex and inscrutable emotions. This meat will be quite beneficial to me and to all of you. Yin Yao explained simply to the four of them. The expressions of Yafan and the others gradually changed from initial bewilderment to astonishment, and finally to joy. What? We can become stronger by eating this meat. Half an hour later, in a secluded alley, a large piece of third-tier mutated beast meat was completely devoured by Yin Yao and the other four. Due to the rudimentary conditions, the meat wasn't even cooked, it was eaten raw. The beast meat tasted unpleasant, even extremely raw and unpalatable. But, this beast meat greatly enhanced the five of them. Whoosh! Sandstorm howled around Yin Yao. The momentum was more than twice as strong as before. Although Yafan and the other three had not yet awakened their powers, their physical strength and various attributes had improved far, far beyond what they could imagine. Crack! Yafan simply clenched his fist, and a series of popping sounds emanated from his body. I could take on at least 5, of myself from half an hour ago. Yafan was ecstatic. Section 59. Ever since he was killed by the mutated rat, he'd been holding his breath, yearning to become stronger. Now, he'd finally found his chance. In fact, while Yin Yao was offline, the four of them had been diligently mining polluted crystals outside the city, hoping to awaken their powers through them. However, after several attempts, none of them had succeeded. One step closer to the second tier. On the other side, Yin Yao opened her eyes, the howling sandstorm around her vanishing. Originally, to advance to the second tier, I needed at least 3 to 5 first-tier crystals. After eating this third-tier beast meat, I only need 1 or 2 more crystals. Yin Yao murmured to herself, a smile appearing on her face. In her previous life, she stumbled and struggled, barely managing to awaken her powers after countless near-death experiences. After reaching the first tier, it took her several months to advance to the second. And now, the new city lord's sudden windfall of mutated beast meat benefits greatly accelerated her leveling process. Thinking of this, Yin Yao looked up, gazing towards the inner city of Dawn City. That was where the new city lord resided. However, while feeling grateful to the mysterious new city lord, Yin Yao also felt sorrow for him. No matter how powerful or benevolent this new city lord was, in the near future, the boy named Ember would eventually take his place. This was the future Yin Yao had foreseen in her previous life. Although rebirth might have some influence on the future, Yin Yao still felt that the title of Dawn City Lord belonged to Ember. In her previous life, Ember's title of Dawn City Lord resounded throughout the Wasteland world, and his power seemed inextricably linked to the power of Dawn City. Miss Yafan's call brought Yin Yao back to reality. You previously asked us to inquire about the new city lord of Dawn City. Yin Yao turned to Yafan. Any results? Yafan shook his head, but then nodded. We didn't find any information about the new city lord. This might be related to the fact that we can only operate in the outer city area and cannot enter the inner city. Currently, according to our understanding, at least in the entire outer city area, no one knows the new city lord's name, or even whether he is male or female. Yin Yao nodded upon hearing this. This result didn't surprise her. Sending Yafan and the others to inquire was just an experiment. However, but then, Yafan's tone changed. We unexpectedly learned quite a bit about the former city lord. The former city lord went out of the city to hunt infected beings to celebrate his advancement to the 4th tier, but was defeated and killed. This is something you should already know. But what you might not know is, those who died outside the city weren't just the former city lord, but also a group of Dawn City's high-ranking officials he led. We've confirmed this with many refugees. A few days ago, that city lord led a large group of Dawn City's evolved beings out of the city, but none of them returned. Yin Yao's eyes narrowed slightly upon hearing this. You mean, the entire evolved population of Dawn City's high-ranking officials was wiped out? Yafan nodded firmly. Yes, his tone was resolute. I even suspect that now, in Dawn City, only the new city lord is a powerful evolved being. Besides the new city lord, Dawn City's evolved human strength is actually very weak, almost non-existent. At this point, Yafan suddenly paused. So the new city lord has been giving out perks lately, like first-tier contaminated crystals and mutated beast meat. Perhaps he wants to cultivate new evolved humans as his personal guards? Yafan's words had barely finished when, boom! In the center of Dawn City, pillars of light and lightning, tens of meters in diameter, intersected and shot into the sky. At the same time, a figure flew from the inner city of Dawn into the sky. The figure looked somewhat frail, but the aura emanating from it was filled with oppressive power. The new city lord orders. Effective immediately, the Dawn City Guard is to be formed. Evolved humans of the 2nd tier and above may participate in the selection. This is a woman's voice. Chapter 42 from the Dragon. The new city lord is a woman. Yin Yao stood rooted to the spot, staring in astonishment at the slender figure in black leather standing atop Dawn City. But quickly, she shook her head. No, that's not right. Yin Yao noticed. The pillars of lightning and light in the center of Dawn City didn't originate from that woman. More like the new city lord's deputy. But the aura emanating from her. A 5th tier evolved being. Thinking of this, Yin Yao was lost in confusion for the umpteenth time. If the deputy is 5th tier, how strong must the new city lord herself be? At least 6th tier. So, in the future, how exactly did Ember replace this new city lord? Since her rebirth and the moment she stepped into Dawn City, this question had lingered in Yin Yao's mind. The new city lord was very strong. Yin Yao had witnessed it firsthand time and time again. Lightning attribute, light attribute, starting at rank 6. But alas, in Yin Yao's memories of her past life, this person didn't even exist. A rank 6 powerhouse, yet he didn't even make a ripple in the Wasteland world. And when she first heard the name Ember, he already held the title of Lord of Dawn City. At that time, Yin Yao had only been in the Wasteland for 2 or 3 months. In other words, in 2 or 3 months, Ember defeated this new rank 6 city lord? Yin Yao gasped. She was now almost certain that Ember hadn't logged into the Wasteland game yet. Yesterday, when she arranged for her bodyguard to escort Ember back to his dormitory, the bodyguard reported that the helmet on Ember's desk wasn't even in its packaging. And today, Ember was leading the environmental club on a team-building activity, and she had accompanied him the entire time. As for now, unless Ember, like himself, arranged for someone to deliver the helmet to the Tianhe tourist area early on, he has no chance of logging into Wasteland. Section 60. As for the new city lord being Ember, Yin Yao had considered this possibility from the beginning, but quickly realized that many facts didn't match up. For example, when the new city lord appeared, Ember hadn't even logged into Wasteland yet. For example, when the new city lord was distributing benefits, Ember was still leading his club members in team building activities, still chatting with her, and still performing that healing magic trick with a high degree of social nicety. Yin Yao stood there, her mind a bit of a mess. Miss, it seems I was right. Ye Fan was somewhat excited. His guess, made just a second ago, was confirmed the next. This gave him a small thrill. Dawn City Guard, second tier and above evolved beings are eligible to participate in the selection. Miss, you have a very good chance. Seeing that Yin Yao still looked somewhat dazed, Ye Fan quickly reminded her. Yin Yao simply responded softly. Aren't you interested in this guard team? Ye Fan asked, somewhat puzzled. In his understanding, joining the guard team meant becoming one of the new city lord's men. Not to mention, given Dawn City's current situation of talent scarcity and a shortage of evolved beings, becoming a full-fledged member at this time was practically initial investment. Yin Yao stood there, pondering for a long time. In principle, she should seize this opportunity. Joining the guard team meant gaining access to more and more valuable extraordinary resources, which would greatly help her advance in rank. But Yu Jin was going to destroy this new city lord in the future. At that moment, wouldn't she and Yu Jin become enemies? Thinking about this, Yin Yao's delicate body even trembled slightly. To become enemies with Yu Jin, this is perhaps the most terrifying thing in the Wasteland world, bar none. Yin Yao had heard of it in her previous life. A lord of a refuge city provoked Ember, and before sunset that very day, Ember, all alone, slapped that 7th tier refuge city lord into a pulp. Wait. Lost in thought, Yin Yao suddenly had a flash of inspiration. Since Yu Jin and this new city lord are destined to clash in the future, could I play a role in it? On the surface, I'll be the new city lord's confidant. In reality, I need to cling to Yu Jin's coattails. Then, as long as Yu Jin arrives in Dawn City, or if he has designs on the position of Dawn City Lord, I'll support him as an insider. Stab the new city lord in the back and help Yu Jin seize the position of Dawn City Lord. Only then will I truly have a chance to cling to Yu Jin's coattails. Such a bold idea, once born, spread like wildfire, occupying Yin Yao's entire mind. The more she thought about it, the more feasible it seemed. Since her rebirth, although she adhered to the principle of making things as convenient as possible for Yu Jin and did many things, but, in Yu Jin's heart, perhaps these things didn't carry much weight. Club recruitment? School holidays? These trivial matters were far from enough to make Yu Jin willing to shelter her in the wasteland. In comparison, stab the new city lord in the back and help Yu Jin ascend to power, that was the true meritorious service of supporting a dragon. At this moment, Yin Yao's heart pounded uncontrollably. Huff. She breathed heavily, her face flushed with excitement. Miss. Ye Fan and the other three, confused, called out. Out of the city. Yin Yao's response was simple and direct. She wanted to advance to the 2nd tier tonight, thus participating in the selection for the Dawn City Guard. The journey to power begins now. Half an hour later. Outside Dawn City, Yin Yao and her group of 5 stepped out of the buffer zone and into the true wasteland. An hour later, the 5 faced numerous dangers but successfully killed a 2nd tier mutated rat. Yin Yao also gained a 1st tier contaminated crystal. 2 hours later, the 5 encountered Chen Gang in the wilderness. He was trapped by a 2nd tier mutated dung beetle and couldn't escape. Help me! When he saw Yin Yao and her group, Brother Gang's voice was almost hoarse from shouting. Heaven knows how long that damned dung beetle had been bothering him. 3 hours later, the 6 of them worked together and successfully killed the mutated dung beetle. At this moment, Brother Hong Kong burst into tears. Wah! Senior Sister Yin, Brother Ye, thank you to your ancestors for 8 generations. Wah! If you hadn't come, I really would have collapsed. I just wanted to go out of town to fight some monsters, but I ran into this guy. I used my electric current skill, but not only did it not do any damage, it even used it as an electrotherapy massage. I wanted to run, but I couldn't escape. I logged off, but when I logged back in, the dung beetle was right there guarding me. It even hit me with a dung ball because I missed a bit of its electrotherapy while I was offline. Wah! If I didn't miss my status as a Tier 1 evolver, I would have deleted my account and started over. Brother Hong Kong cried and sobbed incessantly. Yin Yao and Ye Fan, though deeply sympathetic, couldn't help but chuckle. A long while passed. Gang Ge's tears were almost dry. Yin Yao finally looked at him and spoke in an extremely serious tone. Chen Gang, I'd like to invite you to join me in the Dawn City Guard selection. Section 61. Are you interested? Chapter 43 Numerical Values. Dawn City Guard? Hong Kong's eyes widened. What's the benefit? Hong Kong, being pragmatic, immediately grasped the crux of the matter. Joining the guard gives you the chance to become the new city lord's personal guard, even a confidant. Yin Yao's tone was serious. Second only to the lord, above all others? Hong Kong wiped the dung residue from his face, his eyes gleaming. Yes, very likely. Yin Yao nodded affirmatively. Although meeting Hong Kong in the wilderness was an accident, recruiting him into her camp was a plan Yin Yao had made before leaving the city. She wanted to be a spy for the new city lord, to betray him and help Eugene rise to power. This was undoubtedly risky. The risk lay in, what if Eugene truly considered her a confidant of the new city lord? Even bolder. When Eugene arrived in Dawn City, he was already powerful enough to kill the new city lord with a single blow, and she herself might not even have had a chance to betray him or show her abilities before becoming a remnant of the former city. Leaving aside whether Eugene would settle scores with her, she would definitely have no connection whatsoever to serving the new leader. In comparison, if she could get Eugene's roommate and good brother, Chen Gang, on her side, it would be much safer. Therefore, she even decided to tell Chen Gang about her plan to betray the new city lord in advance. What? Betray the city lord? Betray him thoroughly? Chen Gang was astonished. As far as he knew, the new city lord was terrifyingly powerful. He was a true Thor. Why? Chen Gang asked, puzzled. Because Yin Yao had already prepared her explanation. There's a more suitable candidate for the city lord of Dawn City. Her words fell. Gang Ge's gaze towards Yin Yao shifted repeatedly. Good heavens! He'd watched countless dramas, but he'd never seen anyone like Yin Yao, a pure rebel already planning a betrayal before even being officially appointed. And this so-called more suitable candidate for the Dawn City lord, wasn't he referring to Yin Yao herself? Gang Ge saw through her but didn't say anything. What's your consideration? Yin Yao looked at Chen Gang, who was deep in thought. I think it's fine. Chen Gang nodded, indicating his willingness to join. We are extraordinary beings, how can we remain subservient to others for long? In his heart, there were also candidates more suitable than the new city lord and Yin Yao. My position isn't necessarily a disadvantage. Gang Ge felt invigorated. Good. Yin Yao secretly breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing Chen Gang nod. With Chen Gang as her insurance, her future betrayal of the new city lord and allegiance to Eugene would be much more convincing. Betrayal, following the dragon, clinging to a powerful figure. At this moment, Yin Yao had never felt that the future of the Wasteland was so bright, so promising. Today, we'll hunt mutated beasts in the wild. Let's try to get us both promoted to Tier 2, so we can participate in the guard selection as soon as possible. Yin Yao looked at Chen Gang and stated the plan. No problem. Chen Gang's hands crackled with electricity, indicating that he was already prepared. Blue star. Time flies. In the blink of an eye. One night has passed. September 6th, early morning. The freshmen of the Environmental Protection Club, rubbing their sleepy eyes, groggily crawled out of bed. It was Friday, and all the freshmen had classes. Therefore, Eugene had arranged a bus in advance to take the freshmen back to Zhongcheng University. So sleepy. The freshmen yawned repeatedly. They had stayed up too late last night for team building activities and had barely slept. Now, they could barely keep their eyes open. But they had classes, no choice. Unlike the sophomores and juniors, freshmen, especially these newly enrolled freshmen, rarely dared to skip classes. In their eyes, credits were far too important. Where's the club president? The group of freshmen staggered to the parking lot, only to find that they hadn't seen their president, Eugene. They all looked at the vice president, Tang Yungsuan, whose dark circles resembled those of a panda. Oh, Lao Yu. Tang Yungsuan hadn't slept all night, and his reaction was a little slow. He took out his phone and waved it in front of everyone. Lao Yu messaged me. He said we should go back first. He's not going back to Zhang University today, he's planning to go to Yizhu on the way. Oh, you guys don't seem to know, Yizhu is your club president's hometown. It's only a few dozen kilometers away from here. Tang Yungsuan had barely finished speaking. Not far away. Yin Yao, whose dark circles were also very heavy, walked over. Eugene is gone? Yin Yao looked surprised. Last night, she led Gang Ge and Yefan, among others, to fight mutated beasts in the wild all night. Although the process was extremely difficult, even fighting until dawn this morning, but she and Chen Gang still advanced to the second tier, meeting the minimum standard for the guard team selection. Section 62. The reason Yin Yao didn't immediately participate in the selection but instead rushed offline was because she wanted to talk to Eugene about something. Last night, her grandfather had asked her to invite Eugene home for a casual meal. He's gone. Let me see. He sent me a message at 6 this morning, and it's 6:30 now, so that's half an hour ago. He should have left half an hour ago. Tang Yungsuan showed Yin Yao the timestamps of their phone chat history. I see. Yin Yao nodded and didn't say anything more. 10 minutes later. 2 double-decker buses started and drove out of the parking lot. Yin Yao, like Eugene, didn't go back to Zhang University with them. Miss. The housekeeper approached from behind Yin Yao. Prepare the car, we're going to Yizhu. Yin Yao covered her mouth and yawned. Okay. The housekeeper didn't ask any more questions and silently withdrew. 5 minutes later, a convoy of black sedans stopped in front of Yin Yao. The driver, dressed in a suit and white gloves, got out and personally opened the car door for Yin Yao. Yin Yao got into the car, gave him an address, and closed her eyes to rest. She hadn't slept a wink all night and was too tired to stay awake any longer. Whoosh! 6:30 in the morning. Even in the sweltering heat of September, the morning breeze blowing in through the car window carried a chill. A private car with a new energy vehicle license plate sped along the highway. Yu Jin sat in the back seat, next to a woman with a very attractive figure, dressed like a young married woman. This was a rideshare. A few moments earlier, Yu Jin left the Tianhe tourist area and stood in the parking lot trying to hail a Didi ride-hailing service for ages, but no driver accepted his order. The Tianhe tourist area itself was located in a remote area, surrounded by rural areas. After waiting for more than 10 minutes, he only managed to get a shared ride. That's how the woman sitting next to him came to be. Yu Jin shook his head, gathering his scattered thoughts. The woman's perfume was a bit strong, but not enough to disturb his concentration. Yu Jin stared at the semi-transparent panel visible only to him. On the panel was his current personal information. Lines of text and skills, dazzling and overwhelming even for Yu Jin. Last night, while the new members were having fun, he left the villa halfway up the mountain and ventured alone into the forest reserve behind the Tianhe tourist area. Deep in the forest, Yu Jin processed the various rewards he received from purifying the polluted river. 5 6th-tier energy crystals and 10 5th-tier energy crystals. Yu Jin consumed them all last night. His rank thus rose from 5th to 6th tier, and according to the system, he was one step closer to 7th tier. After reaching 6th tier, Yu Jin's awakened light and thunder attributes each gained a new skill. The two tier 6 skills are somewhat similar. Tier 6 Light Attribute Ability, Light Elementalization LV1. Active effect, transforms into photons, entering an elementalized state for a certain period of time, immune to energy attacks up to 1 tier higher than the user. Tier 6 Lightning Attribute Ability, Lightning Elementalization LV1. Active effect, transforms into lightning, entering an elementalized state for a certain period of time. In this state, lightning elemental attacks are amplified by 100%. These two Tier 6 skills are not what Ember's gaze is currently focused on. He had been staring intently at the Attributes section of his personal panel, at the text following lightning and light. Last night, after using 3 attribute activation stones, Ember successfully activated a new attribute. Third attribute, Numerical Value. This new attribute had no combat ability, yet it was marked as a special attribute by the system. A special attribute meant it was rarer and more valuable than lightning and light. However, this attribute seemed slightly different from what he had imagined. Just like now, Ember turned his head, glancing out of the corner of his eye at the young woman sitting in the back seat of the car. A string of numbers appeared before his eyes. 83, 65E, 62 to 89. Ember fell into deep thought. Chapter 44 The Widow. This numerical value. Ember looked at the number before him, somewhat dramatic. Last night, when he first awakened the numerical attribute, he was quite excited. Yu Jin thought. This numerical attribute was the kind that showed health bars, mana bars, and even combat power. He even thought to himself that he was worried about not knowing the specific increase in power with each advancement, and awakening this numerical attribute would give him a chance to see it clearly. But, Yu Jin shook his head and looked at the system panel again. Third attribute, Numerical. Type, Special Attribute. Effect, can view detailed numerical values of life forms no higher than himself by 1 major tier. Because it's a special attribute, unlike the light and lightning attributes, which have corresponding abilities for each tier, the numerical attribute has only one ability, viewing numerical values. That's why Yu Jin wanted to complain even more. It only has one ability, and it's not even a proper one. Detailed, yes, quite detailed. But numerical values, not the kind of numerical values Yu Jin wanted to see. Sigh. Yu Jin sighed. Speaking of which, that wasn't the only strange thing. Last night, after advancing to the 6th rank, he opened the legacy left by a certain 6th rank powerhouse he had bought for 200,000 Wasteland points. The system's explanation was, upon opening, there's a chance to obtain the resources, abilities, attributes, memories, of a 6th rank powerhouse in life, but there's also a chance to get nothing. Therefore, this was like opening a blind box. Yu Jin was full of anticipation. And the result? It wasn't that the result was bad, but it was certainly something Yu Jin hadn't expected. You have obtained the widow of a certain 6th rank powerhouse, 5th rank. Section 63. At that moment, when Yu Jin saw this line of text, he almost choked. He had imagined he might unlock the resources, abilities, attributes, and even memories left behind by a 6th tier powerhouse. But what? A widow? He couldn't have imagined it even if he racked his brains. I, Eugene, have lived a life of integrity and uprightness. Why would I be asked to act like a traitor? This is just too damn incomprehensible. Wives: Angelina Neal. Gender: female. Orientation: female. Rank: 5th tier. Attribute: mechanical. Status: sealed. Race: Alpha Star. Evaluation: 30 years ago, Neal was consumed by despair after the death of his partner, Adela Lucia, and voluntarily sealed away all his emotional memories until his soul was obliterated. Hint: after you choose to claim the reward, Neal will be awakened. Since all his emotional memories have been erased, Neal will exist as a humanoid puppet with maximum loyalty to you. Hint: if you can revive his partner, Adela Lucia, Neal's emotional memories may be restored. This process will not affect his maximum loyalty to you. In principle, Ember didn't want to follow the tradition of Wei Wu, but he'd already opened the blind box. Not claiming the reward would be a waste. So, Ember gritted his teeth and chose to claim the reward. Unexpectedly, Ember waited for a long time, but the widow never appeared. He looked at the panel, puzzled. You have received the reward. The widow of a certain 6th-tier powerhouse, Angelina Neal, is recovering. Angelina Neal has recovered. Due to the great distance and insufficient energy, Neal is unable to descend to your location. Executing the backup plan. Angelina Neal has been teleported to Dawn Refuge City under your name. Angelina Neal is grateful to you for giving her a new life. Angelina Neal is proactively inquiring about the situation in Dawn Refuge City. Angelina Neal has discovered that the Refuge City is in disarray due to the lack of administrators since your absence. Angelina Neal has submitted an application to you. She hopes to become your assistant in managing the Refuge City, helping you handle its affairs and relieving your burdens. A series of messages left Eugene stunned. Good heavens, he didn't even have time to realize that Neal was a lesbian. His only thought right now was, wait, is this widow really that sensible? Offering to help manage the Refuge City? Seriously? It's worth mentioning that Ember had just checked the incomplete map that the system reward was given while activating the legacy left by a certain tier 6 powerful person. The map depicted a region in the Wasteland world called A308. Within A308, there were hundreds of refuge cities, and scattered among them were nests of mutated beasts and infected creatures of all sizes. Among them, what surprised and delighted Ember was, Dawn Refuge City was also clearly visible on the map. Although Dawn City's location seemed somewhat remote, situated in the southwestern corner of region A308, but Ember's actions confirmed a long-held suspicion. His identity as the Lord of Dawn City wasn't just a rumor. In the Wasteland world, a refuge city truly existed. However, since he was currently on Blue Star, he had no way of knowing about it, let alone managing this refuge city under his name. But now, Neal's appearance, even offering to help him share the burden, wasn't this like a pillow being delivered to someone just as he was about to fall asleep? A stroke of genius. It's like a scorching sun. Ember solemnly expressed his contempt for the one who brought this opportunity, while at the same time gladly accepting Neal's application. You have approved Angelina Neal's application. Angelina Neal expresses her loyalty and gratitude to you. Angelina Neal has issued a request to you. Establish the Dawn City Guard and cultivate an army of evolved beings loyal to you. Ember naturally approved Neal's application directly. Having such a completely loyal and selfless assistant to manage his refuge city would be ideal. Unfortunately, perhaps because he was on Earth and hadn't yet descended into the Wasteland, Ember found himself only able to accept Neal's requests and unable to engage in further communication with her. Ember still longed to talk to her. That way, he could gain a clearer and more direct understanding of his Dawn City. He'd been the city lord for several days now, yet he hadn't even seen what Dawn City looked like. How embarrassing that would be. Eugene shook his head, his thoughts returning to reality. The morning breeze outside the car window was still whistling. While he was lost in thought, the car had exited the highway and was now heading towards Yizhu City. Tianhe tourist area is right next to Yizhu, only a 40-minute drive away. Eugene had just decided to stop by and visit his adoptive parents. However, Eugene hadn't expected this. Before the driver even reached their destination, his own home, Ziqiao Lane community, Eugene received a call from his adoptive mother. They only exchanged a few words. Eugene instantly sat up straight, his face grave. Just now, his adoptive father had suffered a sudden heart attack and was being rushed to the hospital. And the cause of the attack was because his adoptive father had opened a mysterious delivery box that had been delivered to their door that morning. It's a helmet. Your father was wearing that helmet, and then he suddenly collapsed and couldn't get up. The foster mother's tearful voice echoed in Eugene's ears through the microphone. Please give me some monthly votes. Chapter 45: The Two Elders. State People's Hospital. Inpatient Department, Ward 308. Section 64. Fortunately, by the time Eugene arrived, his adoptive father was out of danger and his condition was stabilizing. The patient is elderly and has chronic cardiovascular disease. The sudden shock caused a temporary myocardial infarction. Fortunately, he was brought to the hospital in time, preventing irreversible consequences. However, as a doctor, I still recommend that the family consider coronary artery bypass surgery, which can reduce the probability of myocardial infarction to some extent. The doctor in the white coat finished speaking to Eugene and left the ward. Back in the ward, old Yu's muttering could be heard. "I'm not trying to criticize you, Xiao Fang. For such a small matter, why did you call Xiao Jin back from all over Zhangcheng? Our family finally produced a high-achieving student like Xiao Jin who got into Jiangda University. How can we let something like this interfere with his studies?" Yu Liman, Eugene's adoptive father, had already woken up from his coma and was receiving in-4 drip. He leaned back on the hospital bed, muttering to Xiao Fang, who hadn't even had time to take off her apron. Eugene's adoptive mother, Xiao Fang, was a traditional, hard-working woman with a rather submissive personality. Listening to old Yu's grumbling, she kept her head down, not saying a word, only wiping away tears, clearly quite shaken from the earlier ordeal. "Mom, it's all right, I'm here." Eugene went over, hugged his adoptive mother, and gently patted her back. She sobbed softly, and Eugene could still smell the familiar, faint scent of cooking oil emanating from her. For 20 years, old Yu and Xiao Fang had run a small, old noodle shop, raising their 2 sons, Eugene and Yuchen. The tireless work day and night had taken a toll on their health. Eugene's trip back to Yizhu was partly on the way, and partly to use the light of purification to heal their ailments. After all, if you can't even take care of your own parents, what kind of Superman are you, no matter how high your rank or how many abilities you possess? But Eugene hadn't expected that something would almost happen before he returned. This made Eugene feel a little guilty. "Little Jin, I'm fine. It's Friday today, don't you have classes at school? If you have classes, go back to school as soon as possible." "I'm fine, just a little frightened, my blood pressure spiked." On the hospital bed, although old Yu's lips were purple and his face was pale, he still acted as if nothing was wrong, speaking casually. Eugene didn't speak, but simply sat down beside the hospital bed. He reached out and placed his hand on old Yu's wrist. Buzz. Eugene's mind stirred, activating the purifying light ability. A barely perceptible halo of light entered old Yu's body from Eugene's fingertips. Old Yu, lying on the hospital bed, suddenly paused, startled. "Why do I feel like the tightness in my chest has suddenly eased?" Old Yu didn't think of Eugene, but instead looked up at the 4 drip. The 4 drip works so well. Eugene didn't reply. To avoid alerting the elderly couple and the doctor, he had deliberately controlled the healing speed of the purifying light. Over the next day, the aura of light would slowly but thoroughly heal the root of the elderly couple's ailments. Before treating old Yu's illness, Eugene had also used purifying light while holding his foster mother. Phew! Seeing old Yu's complexion gradually regain its rosy hue, Eugene felt a great weight lifted from his shoulders and let out a long sigh. "Tell me, what did you encounter in that game?" Now that his illness was cured, Eugene's tone towards old Yu returned to its usual manner. Old Yu was somewhat afraid of Eugene. "How did you know it was a game?" Old Yu stared at Eugene, his eyes wide. "Never mind how I knew. I won't question what you were thinking, putting on any helmet you saw. Now tell me, what did you encounter in the game?" Eugene's tone became slightly serious. Old Yu shrank back, glanced at Xiao Fang beside the hospital bed, and then whispered, "Well, it's nothing. I just found myself suddenly in a desolate wasteland covered in yellow sand. Little Jin, you wouldn't believe how realistic the environment was. It was quite an eye-opener. I never imagined technology was so advanced these days. If it weren't for the fact that it's a game, I would have thought it was like in those TV dramas, where I'd been transported to another world." Old Yu, though old, had a youthful spirit. Besides running his noodle shop, his favorite thing to do was play chess, chat, and boast with the other old men in the neighborhood. "Get to the point." Eugene interrupted him directly. "I encountered a rat as big as a basketball. I hadn't even taken 2 steps when that rat whoosh pounced on my face, scaring me half to death, and then I opened my eyes and was in the hospital bed." Old Yu told the truth. "Mom, where's the helmet?" Eugene turned to Xiao Fang, his tone instantly softening. "He's still at home. When Lyman fainted, I was terrified. I quickly took the helmet off his head and called 120. The helmet should be on the floor right now. I didn't have time to put it away." Xiao Fang replied. "Okay." Eugene nodded and stood up. "You two, no, for the next few days, don't worry about the noodle shop. Old Yu, you just rest well in the hospital. Mom, don't worry too much. Neither of you should touch the helmet. I'll handle it. And the hospital bills this time, you don't need to worry about them. Just rest, okay?" Xiao Fang moved her lips, but didn't speak. She just looked at Old Yu. Old Yu looked at Jin, but under the latter's serious gaze, he subconsciously lowered his head, muttering under his breath, "You're still studying, where would you get the money for hospital fees? The noodle shop will be closed for a few days, those regular customers won't be buying it." Jin shook his head. The school just gave out last year's scholarships, a total of 20,000. He didn't mention selling the gold, but told a lie. Ha! The words had barely left his lips. Old Yu almost jumped off the hospital bed. Cao Fang, beside the bed, was also beaming with joy. "You got another scholarship? Oh, Jin, you're such a good son, such a good son. Ha 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 ha." What Old Yu cared about wasn't the 20,000 yuan, but the honor the scholarship represented. From the day he was adopted at the age of 3, Jin had always been very sensible. From childhood to adulthood, Jin's academic performance had consistently been among the best. When he was admitted to Jiangda University through the college entrance examination, Old Yu even went to great lengths to host a banquet at his noodle shop, inviting all the neighbors. That's precisely why. While Old Yu was satisfied with his son Jin, he was also somewhat afraid of him. Throughout his life, he valued his reputation above all else. Section 65. Jin was the most valuable and respectable person he had held in his 50-plus years of life. "Alright, you two rest here. I'll go find the doctor and ask about the details." Jin said this to the two elders, hugged Cao Fang again, and then left the ward. Going to find the doctor to ask about the situation was, of course, a pretense. After he activated the light of purification, the two elders' bodies, while not comparable to those of 18-year-old boys, were definitely healthy and robust. He left the ward because after dealing with the elders' situation, he wanted to take care of some personal matters. From the moment he stepped into the hospital, the prominent text on the panel in front of Jin never disappeared. "Warning! Warning! You have approached an extremely dangerous and terrifying infected nest. You have ventured deep into an extremely dangerous and terrifying infected nest. Danger! Danger! You are as weak as an ant, powerless against the swarm of infected here. Run! Run!" Chapter 46 6th Tier Infected. Run! In the hospital corridor filled with the smell of disinfectant, Jin shook his head. As expected, even though he had now advanced to the 6th tier, in the system's eyes, he was still the same ant-like being he initially was. Jin even suspected that when he reached the 9th tier, the system's ant-evaluation wouldn't change. Old Yu's sudden heart attack and hospitalization had indeed frightened Jin. But now, after healing the two elders with the light of purification, Jin felt much more at ease. Now, he wanted to see just how extremely dangerous and terrifying this so-called infected nest truly was. And how many points and rewards could it bring him? Last night, Ember had almost completely used up the rewards he'd gained from the sewage river. Now, besides about 200 Tier 3 crystals and 990,000 Wasteland points, he couldn't even afford a single Tier 4 crystal. "Poverty makes me unable to move an inch." Ember sighed. Speaking of points, last night, the points shop's inventory was refreshed. Since Ember was only Tier 5 when it refreshed, there were still only 5 item slots. The good news is, this time there are some amazing items that made Ember's eyes light up. The bad news is, not enough points. Yes, even Ember himself hadn't expected that, with 990,000 Wasteland points in hand, he would feel so short of money. Coming to the hospital this time was really the right decision. Early on the day he went to the zoo, Ember had planned to come to the hospital to get some freebies as well. After all, the couple Amy at the foot of Lang Lang Mountain were classified as Tier 4 infected by the system. Jin collected his thoughts and looked around. The inpatient corridor was rather deserted, with a chill in the air. Perhaps I should go to the outpatient department, no, the emergency department, or the intensive care unit. There should be higher tier infected there? Jin thought to himself. On his way to the ward, he had encountered many patients. But most patients were only classified as Tier 2 or Tier 3 infected by the system. Those with minor illnesses like colds and fevers weren't even considered Tier 1 infected. I originally thought only X disease was considered infectious. Now it seems the more severe the illness, the higher the level of infection. Jin guessed. And just then, the previously quiet corridor suddenly erupted in a commotion. Jin subconsciously looked up. He saw, in Ward 326, a large group of doctors in white coats pushed a hospital bed out. Behind the doctors and nurses, a young-looking couple followed closely. The wife was wailing, and the husband, his eyes red, comforted her. Poor child. She's only been in this world for less than 2 years. Thanks to his greatly enhanced perception after advancing to the 6th rank, Jin could clearly hear the sighs of the doctors and nurses even from dozens of meters away. From their words, Jin learned. The little girl in the hospital bed was only 3 years old, and unfortunately, she had bone cancer. Because of her young age, her bones were not fully developed, and her condition was deteriorating extremely rapidly. 1 minute ago, the little girl's vital signs deteriorated rapidly, and she needed to be rushed to the operating room for emergency treatment. But according to the doctors, the chances of this surgery being successful were extremely slim. Or rather, even if this surgery was successful, the little girl would still face continuous pain and torment until she had to enter the operating room again for emergency treatment. Cancer, an incurable disease. Bone cancer, the worst of all cancers. Soon, a group of doctors and nurses pushed a hospital bed past Eugene. Warning! Warning! You have encountered a 6th-tier infected being bone cancer evil infant. You, as weak as an ant, are powerless to resist. Please escape this place as soon as possible. The system notification arrived as expected. 6th tier? Eugene's heart sank slightly. You should know. Back then, the AIDS NIG at the foot of Lang Lang Mountain was only classified as a 4th-tier infection by the system. This shows how serious this little girl's condition is. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say she has 1 foot in the grave. Even Eugene could accurately see her remaining time. 29 minutes 59 seconds. 29 minutes 58 seconds. 29 minutes 57 seconds. This is the result displayed to Eugene by the numerical attribute. Initially, in the ride-sharing car, Eugene only saw a string of numbers that seemed inappropriate in relation to the young woman. But after arriving at the hospital, Eugene discovered this numerical attribute actually referred to the most prominent and unique statistic of the individual. For example, when he looked at himself, he saw 18 centimeters. Section 66. The reason he hadn't noticed earlier was precisely because Eugene had only looked at himself and the young woman in the ride-sharing car. Coincidentally, both of these values were rather questionable. Sir, could you please move aside? We're in a hurry to have surgery, it's very urgent. The doctor's shout brought Eugene back to his senses. He then realized he was blocking their path. Excuse me, Eugene said softly, moving aside. However, as he moved aside, he suddenly touched the little girl's delicate hand. Buzz. The barely perceptible light went unnoticed by anyone. Even the hospital's security cameras couldn't detect it. Of course, to avoid revealing himself, Eugene used the purifying light just as he had on the 2 elders, injecting a halo of light while controlling their slow healing over a period of time. Gurgle. The hospital bed receded into the distance, the group hurrying along. The sound of the bed's wheels gliding rapidly echoed through the hospital corridor. Before Eugene's eyes appeared a new system notification. With your ant-like body, you purified a 6th-tier infected being bone cancer evil infant, completely eradicating its source of contamination. Wasteland points plus 100,000. Resource acquired 6th-tier energy crystal. You purified an infected being for the first time, unlocking the title Infected Being Hunter. Infected Being Hunter. Type, title. Effect, wearing this title increases your killing power / oppression / efficiency in hunting / suppressing / purifying infected beings by 50%. Ha! Eugene didn't have time to pay attention to the newly acquired title, he was stunned by the 6th-tier energy crystal. A 6th-tier infected being should theoretically require a 5th-tier energy crystal. Why was it a 6th-tier one? A bug? Eugene shook his head, dismissing the idea. While the system might have bugs, it was always very rigorous when it came to rewards, including mechanisms to limit repeated rewards for the same actions. Last time, Eisnig and May were classified as 4th tier, but the reward was only 3rd tier crystals. This time, the little girl is 6th tier, but the reward is 6th tier crystals. Eugene murmured, standing there, lost in thought. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck him, as if he had grasped the key to the problem. The system only classified Eisnig and May as frightened away. But this little girl, the system classified as purified. In terms of severity, purification is clearly higher than frightened away, so the reward is correspondingly higher? Currently, Eugene's understanding was, various animals were classified as mutated beasts by the system, and humans, more precisely, patients, were classified as infected beings. Generally speaking, infected beings should be more powerful and dangerous than mutated beasts. Therefore, suppressing an N-tier mutated beast only yields N1-tier crystals. But suppressing an infected being can yield N-tier crystals? Very likely. Eugene carefully considered the logic and felt it made perfect sense. Click. Just then, a ward at the end of the corridor opened. Doctors and nurses pushed a hospital bed, on which lay an elderly man on the verge of death. Eugene looked at the old man, the stats displayed. 3 days, 12 hours, 5 minutes, and 56 seconds. 2 minutes later, Eugene used the same trick again, brushing past the group. With your ant-like body, you successfully purified the 6th-tier infected being Uremia old man, completely eradicating its source of contamination. Wasteland points plus 100,000. Gained resource 6th-tier energy crystal. Your title Infected Being Hunter experience increased. Author's request for monthly votes. Chapter 47 points. State People's Hospital. This day, the doctors in all departments of the hospital, especially in the operating room, had a surreal, dreamlike feeling. The reason was simple. All the surgeries today went remarkably smoothly. Even several terminally ill patients, with surgeries boasting near zero success rates, achieved unprecedented and flawless results. Not only were the surgeries successful, but the patient's post-operative recovery progress even led many expert doctors to question their own lifelong learning and experience. A medical miracle, simply a medical miracle. The hospital's experts even held an immediate meeting to review all the treatment details of these terminally ill patients, attempting to find the source of this medical miracle. Inpatient department, first floor. In a corner of the lobby, Eugene sat on a quiet, deserted bench. He had spent the entire morning purifying the infected. From the initial 6th tier, to 5th tier, then to 4th tier, 3rd tier, 2nd tier. Eugene basically exploited every possible advantage of the hospital, this infected nest. Of course, he consistently adopted a relatively slow and gentle approach. Aside from a few terminally ill patients at the 6th tier level who might elicit gasps of medical miracles, the remaining patients, even with slow recovery, wouldn't attract much attention. Such a large-scale operation, it's impossible to say there's absolutely no risk of exposure. But Ember still did it, simply because he kept remembering Yin Yao's drunken words, "Time is running out." And last night, during their conversation, Yin Yao again sighed, if only it could stay like this forever. The Damocles sword called Wasteland always hung over Ember's head, and he didn't know when it would fall. 1 day? 2 days? A week? A month? Ember didn't know. He only knew time is running out. Therefore, Ember urgently needed to improve his strength and rank as much as possible within the limited time available. Section 67. Ideally, it would be to reach rank 9. Not reaching the required rank still made Eugene feel uneasy. A little risk is acceptable. Maybe that day will come before I even expose myself. Eugene murmured, looking at the panel before him. It displayed the rewards Eugene had to claim. Rank 6 Energy Crystal *5. Rank 5 Energy Crystal *10. Rank 4 Energy Crystal *15. Rank 3 Energy Crystal *30. He also gained quite a few rank 1 and 2 crystals, but Eugene immediately consumed them like candy. At his current rank, consuming rank 1 and 2 crystals wasn't entirely useless, but it was negligible, providing almost imperceptible improvement. If it weren't for triggering the duplicate reward restriction again, just like at the zoo, Eugene could have gained even more. Among these, the rank 6 crystals all came from terminally ill patients. Leukemia, uremia, cancer, Alzheimer's, and AIDS. AIDS, even Eugene hadn't expected it. After all, he'd already triggered AIDS NIG before, and at that time the system's assessment of it was only level 4. But this time, Eugene still managed to extract a level 6 energy crystal from an AIDS patient admitted to the ICU. Why was the AIDS NIG level 4, while the one encountered in the hospital was level 6? Eugene's guess was 1. In the system's assessment, NIG species level was lower than the Great Xia people. 2. The level 6 AIDS patient in the hospital was more severely ill. Of the two reasons, Eugene personally believed the former had a greater impact. Speaking of which, if the state hospital weren't so small, admitting fewer patients with terminal illnesses, Eugene could have extracted even more rewards. Eugene shook his head, putting aside his wandering thoughts, and focused his attention back on the panel in front of him. The number of 5th and 6th tier crystals is still a bit too few. While there are many 3rd and 4th tier crystals, their effect on my rank advancement is minimal. A dozen or so of them combined are barely equivalent to one 5th tier crystal. Eugene frowned slightly. As his rank increased, he could clearly feel that the energy required for advancement was far greater, even vast. This didn't surprise Eugene. The higher the rank, the harder it is to advance, which wasn't hard to understand. At the same time, this further explained that as the rank increased, the gap between ranks widened. The gap between 6th and 7th rank might be greater than that between 1st and 6th rank. And this further strengthened Eugene's determination to relentlessly exploit the rewards until he reached 9th rank. Not yet successful, still need to work hard. Eugene clenched his fist, encouraging himself. He planned not to wait until nightfall, but to find a secluded place during the day to absorb and digest all the crystals. Besides the crystals, Ember's Wasteland points also increased significantly. Wasteland points, 1.7 million. Subtracting the initial 990,000, he gained a total of 710,000 points this time. This number already exceeds the points gained from cleaning up the sewage river. However, Ember's face did not show any satisfaction. 1.7 million points. Just barely enough to buy everything that refreshed the shop yesterday. If the shop refreshes again tonight and I find any good deals, I'll be out of points. Eugene was conflicted. The good news was, there was a citywide environmental protection event in Zhongcheng tomorrow, and he would be participating as an environmental ambassador. But, Yu Jin wondered if such a broad environmental event would trigger the system's rewards. If it did, how many points could he get? A citywide environmental protection event. Even if millions of people picked up trash together, it wouldn't feel that great. Although there were many people, the level of picking up trash was still very low in the system's assessment. Yu Jin's brows furrowed even more. He absolutely had to get the amazing item that appeared in the shop yesterday. Missing it would be a complete crime. Should I contact the 10th leader and ask in advance what the citywide environmental protection event was all about? To be even bolder, could I participate in the formulation of the direction and content of this environmental protection event? Yu Jin sighed deeply and picked up his phone. He didn't have the 10th leader's contact information, nor Principal Jiang's, only Yin Yao's. Living off a woman, how shameful. Yu Jin was thinking. Buzz. His phone vibrated. The call was from his adoptive mother, Cao Fang. Yu Jin was a little surprised. His adoptive mother usually didn't call him specifically. She felt it would be a bother, unless something special happened, like old Yu's sudden heart attack that morning. Beep beep. The call connected, but it was old Yu's voice coming through the receiver. Little Jin. Old Yu's voice sounded somewhat restrained. Is someone nearby? Yu Jin asked directly. No. Yes, someone is. Old Yu's speech was somewhat stammering. Yu Jin, holding his phone, stood up from the bench and walked towards the elevator. It seemed that something had happened in old Yu's hospital room while he was away. Someone's causing trouble? Yu Jin's tone was slightly serious. Looking for trouble? Well, not really. It's just... Suddenly, a lot of people came to the ward, a lot of doctors. The one leading them said he was the hospital director, and there were two others next to him who claimed to be vice directors. They insisted on upgrading my ward, saying they would get me into some kind of special care ward, and that they wouldn't charge me. I'm thinking, is there something going on here? Old Yu stopped there. After all, a whole bunch of people were standing in the ward, listening to him make the call. Although he had his suspicions, he couldn't be too direct. You and Mom wait in the ward, I'll be right up. Yu Jin had barely finished speaking. On the other end of the phone, old Yu added. Section 68. Oh, right, there's a little girl too. She's very pretty, like a celebrity, and has a great presence. She said she's your classmate, looking for you. All those deans and vice deans are standing behind her. It seems they all listen to her. Chapter 48 Reason. Why is senior sister Yin here? Inpatient department. At the door of ward 308. Yu Jin looked at Yin Yao in front of him and shook his head. Before hearing old Yu's last few words, he thought the doctor had accidentally discovered old Yu's unusually fast recovery speed and wanted to take him in for observation and research. But it was a misunderstanding. If it were Yin Yao, then Yu Jin wouldn't be surprised at all that the dean, vice dean, and a bunch of experts were standing in this ward. A celestial dragon, wherever they go, they're a celestial dragon. I wanted to talk to you about something, but I only found out you went back to Yizhu early this morning when I got to the Tianhu parking lot. I didn't have any plans today, so I just came to see you. Yin Yao's eyelids lowered slightly, and her voice unconsciously became a few decibels softer. She didn't really want to make such a fuss. But she had barely arrived at the entrance of Yizhu People's Hospital when the hospital director and vice directors came out to greet her. Upon hearing that Yin Yao was looking for a classmate whose adoptive father was hospitalized, the director, without saying a word, immediately brought all the senior management to the ward. Upon arriving at the ward, he waved his hand and insisted on upgrading the ward to the highest level of special care. Old Yu, of course, refused. But the director was eager to claim credit. This led to the phone call Yu Jin received. Xiao Jin. Old Yu's call rang out in the ward, interrupting their conversation. What's going on? Old Yu was a little dazed, not understanding how his good son had gained such influence, to the point that the dean and vice dean were so attentive, even personally helping him push his hospital bed. And that celebrity-like young woman, whom he usually only saw on TV, was now chatting and laughing with his son face to face. Even the young woman seemed to be at a disadvantage, her posture slightly humble. Yu Jin glanced at Yin Yao, who had her head down, then at old Yu and Cao Fang, who were staring intently at him. Who? He sighed and simply led Yin Yao into the ward. Dad, Mom, this is my senior from university, Yin Yao. Since Yin Yao had already come, and upgrading her ward was a kind gesture, Yu Jin simply introduced her to his parents. Hello, uncle, hello, aunt. My name is Yin Yao, I'm Yu Jin's classmate. To Yu Jin's surprise, Yin Yao actually took the initiative to introduce herself. Even as she said these words, she deliberately walked to the bedside, bowed her head slightly, and showed great respect. Such a scene. They were completely stunned as the hospital director and two vice directors were busy tightening the screws on the hospital bed, preparing to push it forward. The three exchanged a glance, all seeing deep astonishment in each other's eyes. This woman before them was the old man's granddaughter. In the entire Great Xia dynasty, the number of people she would greet so politely, even obediently, could be counted on one hand. Okay, hello. Old Yu hadn't expected this star-like girl to be so well-behaved and sensible, and quickly responded. At the bedside, Cao Fang looked at Yu Jin, then at Yin Yao, her eyes filled with joy and relief, yet also tinged with a hint of sorrow. Although she hadn't received much education and knew few characters, her eyes were sharp. This girl's background was clearly extremely distinguished, and her own family's situation, while not exactly poor, they were just an ordinary commoner family. People from Cao Fang's generation held a deeply ingrained concept of marriage between equals. On the other side, Yu Jin was unaware that simply introducing Yin Yao to Cao Fang had almost escalated to the idea that marriages between people of unequal social standing are prone to unhappiness. He glanced at the hospital director and vice director, still busy and somewhat flustered, and said softly, "We don't need to upgrade the ward, this is fine." Old Yu's illness had already been cured with his purifying light, and if he were moved to a special care ward, the various medical examinations would likely reveal abnormalities. Okay. Yin Yao nodded slightly upon hearing this. "You may all leave now." The words had barely left her lips. The dean, vice dean, and the large group of experts standing in the ward carefully and quietly left the room. Before leaving, they gently closed the door behind them. This scene, witnessed by Old Yu and Cao Fang, sent another shock through their hearts. Incredible! Old Yu was both shocked and excited. He never imagined his son would be so successful, managing to win over a seemingly privileged young woman like Yin Yao. Meanwhile, on the other side, Cao Fang's eyes showed even more worry. Sit. You've come from afar, let me wash some fruit for you." Although worried, Cao Fang moved quickly, taking 2 apples from the fruit basket beside her. As Cao Fang reached for the apples, her movements faltered slightly, for she belatedly realized that this fruit basket seemed to belong to Yin Yao. By the hospital window, Yu Jin and Yin Yao stood facing each other. Each held a washed apple. "So, what do you want to discuss?" Yu Jin took a bite of his apple and asked, "Do you have any free time these next couple of days?" Yin Yao stared at Yu Jin, her tone serious. Yu Jin paused in his apple eating. "Another invitation?" Yu Jin's expression was strange. Cough. Inside the hospital room, Old Yu, who was drinking water, suddenly choked. Cao Fang quickly patted his back. It's all right. You two talk, I didn't hear anything." Old Yu coughed, but still managed to say something to Yu Jin and Yin Yao. A long while passed. Section 69. Yu Jin spoke again. "I've been quite busy these past 2 days, with a lot on my schedule." After all, just moments before Yin Yao arrived, he was still figuring out how to get more points and farm more rewards. If Yin Yao was inviting him to play the Wasteland game again, or to some other activity, he really wouldn't have the time. Yin Yao said, "Just dinner, it won't take long." "Dinner?" Yu Jin stared at Yin Yao, noticing a hint of seriousness on her face. "With whom? Very formal?" Yin Yao answered truthfully, "My grandfather." "Your grandfather?" Yu Jin's eyebrows immediately rose. He had seen Yin Yao's application form and knew her grandfather's identity. That old man was a true, celestial being. Yu Jin fell into thought. In principle, an ordinary person like himself, when faced with such an invitation, didn't even have the right to refuse. But, we're practically superhuman now, almost able to go without beef. If we still let others manipulate us, wouldn't we be wasting our superhuman abilities? Reason. Yu Jin looked into Yin Yao's eyes, his tone serious. Yin Yao also looked up. Their eyes met. Yin Yao's delicate body trembled slightly. Deep within her, a long-forgotten emotion called fear arose. In that instant, through Yu Jin's eyes, she seemed to see again the invincible 9th-tier Dawn City lord of her past life. Even Yin Yao could feel that invisible pressure, like that of a high-level evolved being. Gulp. Yin Yao swallowed hard, unable to resist. To win them over. After a long while, Yin Yao finally lowered her head and forced out those 2 words through clenched teeth. She dared not look into Yu Jin's eyes again. It made her feel as if a true high-level superhuman was standing before her. Yu Jin took a bite of his apple. "Tell me in detail. 1 vote from you, 1 vote from me, and tomorrow this little author will debut. Please vote for me." Chapter 49 Chemical Plant. Our little Jin, when you talk to girls, is your tone always so hard? Old Yu, lying on the hospital bed, leaned closer to Cao Fang and asked in a low voice. He pretended to be looking at the news on his phone, but in reality, he had been eavesdropping the whole time. He heard Yu Jin's 2 sentences clearly. That tone, that attitude. Old Yu was stunned. Cao Fang stopped massaging Old Yu's legs and glared at him. "Whether it's hard or not, I don't know, but I don't approve of little Jin and this Yin Yao." Old Yu frowned immediately upon hearing this. You don't think she'll last? This girl is beautiful and has a great temperament, what's wrong with her? Xiao Fang curled her lip and whispered, what's so good about her? They're not a good match. That girl seems to have a powerful background. If they really get together, won't the neighbors gossip about Xiao Jin and call him a gigolo? Old Yu was taken aback and blurted out instinctively, a gigolo? That won't do. It would be a disgrace to the Yu family. Xiao Fang nodded, right? So, before she could finish, Old Yu raised his hand to interrupt, but I have to correct you, Xiao Jin isn't a gigolo. Xiao Fang looked up, puzzled. Old Yu shook his head, leaned close to Xiao Fang's ear, and whispered firmly, look at Xiao Jin's attitude just now, and then look at the girl's attitude. Is that what you call being a kept man? That's clearly being a kept man. Being a kept man? That's what incompetent men do. Being a kept man is a man's greatest skill. Xiao Fang moved her lips, wanting to refute, but after a long while, she couldn't come up with a rebuttal. Old Yu shook his head, seemingly pleased with his own insights. Meanwhile, he noticed Yu Jin and Yin Yao glancing this way, so he wisely stopped eavesdropping and leaned against the hospital bed, scrolling through the news headlines. Exoplanet Oumuamua enters the solar system, experts speculate it may collide with Earth. The New Era Youth Group's tour concert was held today at the Yizhou Olympic Sports Center, attracting a large number of fans from all over the country. The game Wasteland has been released, its incredibly realistic graphics sparking heated discussions among countless players. What kind of nonsense is this news? Old Yu frowned as he scrolled through his phone. The only thing that caught his eye for a couple of seconds was the title of the Wasteland game. But remembering that his son, Yu Jin, forbade him to touch the helmet again, Old Yu shook his head and looked away. After a while, Old Yu clicked on a news article titled, Yin Danlei of the Great Xia Dynasty delivers an important speech today with great interest. By the hospital window, Yu Jin and Yin Yao stood facing each other. Ever since Yu Jin's words, explain in detail, Yin Yao had remained silent. A long while passed. Seeing that Yu Jin seemed to be getting impatient, Yin Yao finally took a deep breath, looked up, and said softly, I can't tell you the specific reasons why my grandfather wants to win you over right now. If you're willing to meet him, perhaps he'll tell you the answer himself. Her tone was serious, more serious than ever before. Yin Yao didn't want to reveal her rebirth to Yu Jin, because if she did, Yu Jin would discover that her help to him was actually motivated by a desire to curry favor. Purposeful approaches rarely win favor, instead, they often provoke displeasure or even resentment. Yin Yao knew this all too well. That's why she hadn't directly told Yu Jin that countless people on Blue Star will be forcibly transported to the Wasteland world in 3 days. In contrast, Grandpa was more suited to reveal this information, just as he wanted to tell Yu Jin. Also, even if Yu Jin pressed his grandfather for answers, he would likely already have a response. Otherwise, his grandfather wouldn't have suggested inviting Yu Jin to a casual meal at this time. As Yin Yao finished speaking, silence fell once more. Yu Jin remained outwardly calm, but his heart was in turmoil. Section 70. At this moment, he was almost absolutely certain. The higher UPS of Great Xia must know a great deal about the impending upheaval in the Wasteland. This included what Yu Jin most wanted to know, how much time was left. Furthermore, although Yin Yao didn't explain her reasons for courting him, the very word courtship itself was enough to pique one's interest. Given Yin Yao's background, her grandfather's status, what did he, an ordinary person, have to offer that made him worthy of courtship? Yu Jin even suspected that his system had been exposed. Or rather, his current identity as a 6th-tier Superman had been exposed. But quickly, Yu Jin dismissed both of these audacious conjectures. The reason was simple. At his current 6th tier, still suppressed, let alone a nuclear bomb, even a bombardment of aircraft and artillery would be difficult for him to withstand. If his system or 6th tier information were exposed, Yu Jin put himself in Yin Yao's grandfather's shoes. If he were in Yin Yao's grandfather's position, he would never resort to inviting her to dinner. A direct approach would leave him with no room to resist at this stage. When Yu Jin broke the silence. Tomorrow night. A hint of surprise appeared in Yin Yao's eyes. I'll think about it. Yu Jin didn't agree immediately, leaving himself some room to maneuver. Okay. Yin Yao pursed her lips and nodded. As she spoke, she took a stack of documents from her handbag and handed them to Yu Jin. What's this? Yu Jin raised an eyebrow. He noticed the red stamp on the documents. Yin Yao smiled slightly and said, this is the plan for tomorrow's citywide environmental protection activities in Zhongcheng. Seeing Yu Jin's surprise, she added, this was drafted by the Zhongcheng leadership, it's only a preliminary draft. I brought it for you to review. Yu Jin's expression turned strange upon hearing this. Review? A plan from Jiangqing's leadership, and one day it was his turn, an ordinary citizen, to review it. He could only say he had underestimated the terrifying power of Yin Yao's powerful background. Thinking to himself, Yu Jin's hands moved quickly, and he snatched the plan. To be honest, he had been thinking about this very thing before Yin Yao came here. The feeling of having a pillow delivered to someone just when you're sleepy was somewhat addictive for Yu Jin. Good, keep it up, don't stop. Yu Jin sighed inwardly as he opened the plan. The plan was lengthy and detailed, and the first thing that caught his eye was a bunch of official jargon about responding to environmental policies and raising residents' awareness. Yu Jin flipped through the pages one by one, until the last few pages when he finally saw the specific details of the activity. All residents of the city going out to pick up trash together. Yu Jin frowned slightly. Just as he had guessed, it was all just a formality. You're not satisfied. Yin Yao had been observing Yu Jin's reaction. Seeing him frown, she immediately asked. Yu Jin nodded honestly and said, picking up trash is more of a superficial project. I want something with real substance. Yu Jin wasn't stupid. When Yin Yao handed him the plan, he knew that she meant he had some decision-making power, even the power to decide, over this activity. For example, what kind of activity do you want to organize? Yin Yao pressed. Snap. Yu Jin closed the plan. He looked at Yin Yao, his tone serious. The chemical plant. Chapter 50 Luck. Ichi State People's Hospital. Yu Jin walked out of the hospital lobby, a sweltering summer breeze hitting him. With the health problems of his parents resolved, Yu Jin no longer needed to stay in their hospital rooms to care for them. At the same time, Yin Yao readily agreed to his request to manage the chemical plant. Yu Jin didn't doubt her abilities. But at the same time, it also meant that he had once again shamelessly taken a large bite of her money. Yu Jin shook his head, no longer thinking about it. He planned to first visit Yu Chen at Ichi State University, then go home and dispose of the helmet that old Yu had received. Incidentally, he would use up all the energy crystals he had collected at the hospital that day, hoping to break through to the 7th rank. He wanted to see Yu Chen because he had transferred 20,000 yuan to that kid a couple of days ago. The next day, Yu Chen returned 50,000 yuan. In one transaction, Yu Jin even made 30,000 yuan. He was worried, but he didn't answer the boy's calls. He figured he'd check on him on his way back to Yizhu, just to prevent the boy from going astray. After all, 30,000 yuan was a significant sum for a freshman. Where are you going? At the hospital entrance. Yin Yao, with a bodyguard holding an umbrella beside her and the dean and vice dean standing behind her, looked at Yu Jin. Yizhu University. What? Trying to tag along again? Yu Jin casually asked, taking out his phone to hail a taxi. To see your brother? Upon hearing this, Yu Jin stopped hailing the taxi. He narrowed his eyes, looking at Yin Yao. You investigated me? He had only casually mentioned Yizhu University, and Yin Yao had already guessed he was going to see Yu Chen. Yu Jin simply couldn't believe that Yin Yao hadn't checked his information. No. Yin Yao bit her lip. Heh. Yu Jin was slightly annoyed. Although he knew that with Yin Yao's background, all his information could be delivered to her with just a word. Moreover, since she had been actively approaching him since joining the Environmental Protection Club a few days ago, she must have thoroughly investigated all his information. But the feeling of being investigated was still very unpleasant. And he was always the one investigating others. What did it mean to be investigated? Watch out, I'll investigate you too. Yu Jin stared at Yin Yao, uttered a harsh threat, and then hailed a taxi and left. Section 71. Yin Yao stood there, stunned for a long while. The big investigation? Me? State University. When Yu Jin arrived, it was lunchtime. Many students were coming and going on campus, but almost everyone couldn't help but glance at Yu Jin. The reason was simple. Yin Yao was following closely behind Yu Jin. She had come to apologize for her previous unauthorized investigation of Yu Jin. Behind Yin Yao were the president, vice president, dean of academic affairs, and a host of other teachers and professors from State University. It was the scorching midday sun of September, incredibly hot. But strangely enough, these prominent figures from State University, all dressed in formal attire and leather shoes, followed Yin Yao with smiles, step by step. The scene was both absurd and bizarre. President. Yin Yao grew anxious as Yu Jin continued to ignore her. She knew she had let slip her earlier comment about going to see her brother, and that investigating Yu Jin's information had displeased him. That's why she had shamelessly followed him not only to Izumi University but also once again acted like a tagalong. Her background was powerful, unmatched even among the celestial dragons, but 3 days later, it was all for naught. Once she arrived in the Wasteland, everything she possessed was worthless. Only Yu Jin, the future 9th-tier Dawn City Lord, was her greatest asset. Therefore, seeing Yu Jin angry, Yin Yao felt no anger at being offended, but rather fear. Do you know you were wrong? Yu Jin wasn't one to be coy. Seeing Yin Yao's attitude, he decided to offer a way out. Yin Yao nodded vigorously. Behind her, the president, vice president, and numerous professors of IZU University exchanged bewildered glances, their pupils dilated in shock, yet they remained silent, trembling with fear. Speaking of which, do you always have to make such a grand entrance wherever you go? Yu Jin stopped and glanced at the large group of people behind Yin Yao. It was the same at IZU Hospital, and now it was the same at IZU University. If he hadn't told her, Yu Jin would have thought IZU was owned by Yin Yao's family. I didn't notify them, they came to greet me on their own initiative. Maybe my grandfather knew I was coming with you, and he gave me advance notice. Yin Yao answered weakly. Okay. Hearing Yin Yao mention grandfather, Yu Jin felt relieved. Then, should we ask them to help out? It's lunchtime, searching the entire campus for someone takes a lot of time. Yin Yao offered. Yu Jin thought for a moment and nodded in agreement. He needed to take some energy-boosting pills that afternoon, so visiting Yu Chen couldn't take up too much of his time. 5 minutes later. Yu Chen, freshman, class 2, Department of Economics and Management, Yu Chen. Your brother is here to see you, your brother is here to see you. The university's public address system broadcast the president's voice. The broadcast reached every corner of the campus, and every student who heard it stared wide-eyed, their expressions as if they'd seen a ghost. No way! Whose son is this Yu Chen? His brother is here to see him, and the president himself has to make a campus-wide announcement. 10 minutes later. State University, men's dormitory. Knock knock. A knock sounded on the door. Who is it? Yu Chen's roommate, rubbing his eyes from a nap, answered. Knock knock. The knocking became more urgent. Yu Chen's roommate frowned, put on a short-sleeved shirt, and climbed out of bed. Only he and Yu Chen were in the dorm at this time. He was sleeping, while Yu Chen was still playing the game Wasteland with his helmet on. For a whole day and night, except for sleeping and eating, he hadn't seen Yu Chen take off his helmet. Knocking in the middle of the day, so annoying. Yu Chen's roommate had just woken up and hadn't even heard the announcement clearly, muttering as he walked to the dorm door. Click. The door opened. Yu Chen's roommate was stunned. The president? The vice president? The dean of academic affairs, the counselor. Just for a moment. Yu Chen's roommate's eyes cleared. Hello, classmate. Is Yu Chen in the dorm? The principal asked with a smile. Gulp. The boy swallowed hard, moved aside, and revealed Yu Chen, who had been hidden from view. Yu Chen was leaning back in his gaming chair, wearing a helmet, completely silent. Yu Chen? Your brother's here. The principal called out to Yu Chen in a kind and friendly tone. The boy standing beside him felt his blood run cold, his brain failing him. But Yu Chen didn't answer. He's playing a game, should we wake him up? The boy, seeing this, boldly asked. But then he noticed. The principal remained silent, looking at Yin Yao. Yin Yao remained silent, frozen in place. She stared intently at Yu Chen wearing the helmet, a look of astonishment now appearing on her delicate face. After a moment of shock, as if realizing something, her pupils suddenly contracted, and her face turned pale. How could this be? A storm raged within Yin Yao's heart. Section 72. On the other side, Yu Jin didn't notice Yin Yao's strange behavior. He was staring intently at the few lines of text visible only to him. Yu Chen. Rank, 2nd tier, sealed. Evaluation: an evolved being who luckily awakened in Wasteland, with the attribute of luck. Loves games but loves his parents and siblings even more. Chapter 51. Butterfly. Brother, why are you here? Hey, isn't this the principal? The vice principal is here too. Oh, even the counselor is here? Boys' dormitory. After taking off his helmet, Yu Chen saw a large group of people standing at the entrance. Although surprised, he wasn't nearly scared to death like his roommate. As old Yu's biological son, Yu Chen fully inherited and carried forward his father's unreliable personality. Just like now. Even with the principal and vice principal in front of him, Yu Chen only greeted them briefly before pulling Yu Jin aside. Brother, is that the rich woman you're dating? Yu Chen asked, glancing at Yin Yao, who stood by the door, head bowed, her expression shifting. Yu Jin wanted to argue. But the principal, vice principal, and others were still standing at the door. If he said he wasn't a kept man, not even he, let alone Yu Chen, would believe him. Awesome, brother. Judging from her demeanor, I know she's not just any rich woman, she's incredibly powerful. Yu Chen gave a thumbs up, full of praise. Yu Jin didn't speak, but his face suddenly darkened. In an instant, Yu Chen became obedient. The 18-year-old boy stood at attention. He was just as afraid of Yu Jin as old Yu. The reason was simple: if he did something wrong growing up, old Yu might not necessarily beat him, but Yu Jin would definitely beat him. Where did the money come from? Yu Jin cut to the chase. From opening loot boxes. Yu Chen answered quickly. As he spoke, he hurriedly pulled out his phone, showing Yujin his loot box opening history on Steam, as well as screenshots of his earnings from selling game skins. 70,000? Yujin raised an eyebrow slightly. He knew Yuchen loved playing this game and opening loot boxes, but he hadn't expected him to earn so much money. However, his younger brother had always been lucky, winning 200 yuan even when just scratching a lottery ticket. This luck seemed to have carried over into the Wasteland game as well. Yujin had just seen that his awakened attribute was luck. I spent 10,000 on loot boxes, so the remaining 60,000 is split between us. Don't tell mom and dad about this, especially old Manu. He knows he's been skimming off a lot from me. Yuchen was still muttering to himself when Yujin's gaze fell on the helmet he had just taken off. Where did it come from? I don't know. You don't know? Well, I suddenly received a pickup code on my phone, went to the Yin Yao station to pick it up, and when I opened it, I found it was a Wasteland game helmet. Maybe I'm a lucky player. After hearing Yuchen's answer, Yujin stood there, lost in thought. The Wasteland game is no simple game, it's highly likely connected to a completely real world. In principle, Yujin doesn't want his family to get involved. But, in just one day, old Yu and Yuchen have both put on the helmets and logged into the Wasteland game. The latter, relying on his luck attribute, quickly became a second-tier evolver. Is this a good thing or a bad thing? Yujin was unsure. He looked up at Yin Yao. Yin Yao, however, didn't notice Yujin's gaze, still looking lost in thought. This caused Yujin to subconsciously narrow his eyes. Yin Yao was starting to panic. From the moment she saw Yuchen wearing the game helmet, this feeling had been growing within her. How could this be? This thought kept echoing in Yin Yao's mind. In her previous life, Yin Yao remembered very clearly. Although Yujin was incredibly powerful, a 9th-tier evolver who ruled and conquered over 1,000 refuge cities. But his younger brother, Yuchen, was never by his side. Yujin was an extremely sentimental person, unable to bear seeing his family suffer any harm, and Yin Yao was absolutely certain of this. In his previous life, a widely circulated rumor circulated in the Wasteland about Ember. His adoptive father, Yu Liman, transmigrated to the Wasteland as a refugee, unfortunately landing in a harshly ruled refuge city. The city lord forced the refugees to mine daily, and even when the mutated beast horde arrived, instead of fighting, he used the refugees as human sacrifices to feed the mutated beasts, thus weakening their attack. Such city lords were actually numerous in the Wasteland. But this city lord was unlucky because Ember, as the refugees' father, was also used as a human sacrifice. At that time, the mutated beast horde attacked the refuge city. Yu Liman was about to be thrown out of the city to become food for the mutated beasts. But Ember, through some unknown means, learned of his father's location beforehand. It is said, that day, Ember arrived amidst a sky full of lightning. That day, the refuge city lord was cleaved into 108,000 pieces by Ember's swordlight, each piece fed to the horde of mutated beasts below. That day, the entire Wasteland was shocked by Ember's ruthless methods, to the point that many refuge cities, when checking refugees entering the city, would specifically add a question, "Are you related to Ember?" Even Yin Yao. Once, when hunting mutated beasts outside the city, she was attacked by a group of Wasteland bandits. When she was outmatched, she used Ember's name. A simple statement, "Ember and I were college classmates," was enough to make the bandits retreat. They didn't completely believe the statement, they were simply terrified and fearful of the name Ember. For over a month after that incident, countless refugees and even evolved beings in the Wasteland would invoke the name Ember whenever they encountered trouble. The deterrent effect was terrifying. This chaotic situation of haphazardly associating with and fabricating relationships was only brought to a halt when Yujin personally killed a female evolved human impersonating his first love. How could this be? Yin Yao recalled her memories of her past life, then looked at the gaming helmet Yuchen had just removed and placed on the table. In my previous life, Yuchen shouldn't have transmigrated to the Wasteland. If he really did, there would be a reason why Yujin wasn't there. There are countless rumors about Yujin in the Wasteland, but there's never been any news about his brother. But in this life, Yuchen received a gaming helmet. Section 73. This means he'll definitely arrive in the Wasteland world in 3 days. Thinking of this, Yin Yao swallowed hard. She knew all too well how dangerous the Wasteland world was. She had always firmly believed that Yujin would transmigrate and gradually grow into an invincible 9th-tier powerhouse. Although her rebirth was like the flapping of a butterfly's wings, changing many things, Yujin's unbelievable, cheat-like strength in the Wasteland was completely beyond anyone's comprehension. He was like the chosen protagonist of the Wasteland world. Even if she, this little butterfly, flapped her wings with all her might, she couldn't shake the future that belonged solely to the protagonist. But Yuchen was different. As Yujin's younger brother, he was just an ordinary college student. Yin Yao knew very well. Her rebirth had changed the fate of many people. Some ordinary people who should have received helmets hadn't. Her grandfather organized a force to acquire helmets from those people at high prices, using them as strategic resources. While they gained a considerable amount of money, they also lost their chance to participate in the game's closed beta. Yin Yao wasn't sure if these people would still be selected and forcibly transported to the Wasteland in the future, but they certainly couldn't start from a higher position and seize opportunities like they had in her previous life. Conversely, because of Yin Yao's influence, some people who shouldn't have received helmets received them in this life. They might have been meant to stay on Earth, continuing to live in a peaceful and happy civilized society. But because of their contact with the helmets, they were destined to struggle for survival in the perilous Wasteland 3 days later. Yin Yao was aware of all this, but she didn't care, or rather, she wasn't emotionally affected by it. But now, when that ordinary person whose fate had been changed appeared as Ember's younger brother, Yin Yao panicked. What if Yu Chen met with some accident in the Wasteland? Even before Yu Jin finds him, he might have tragically died. And later, Yu Jin discovers that my rebirth caused all of this. Yin Yao's scenario wasn't far-fetched. In the rumors of the Wasteland from her previous life, Yu Jin possessed dozens of methods similar to mind reading. He could easily extract other people's memories, even following the cause and effect to settle scores and seek revenge. I must immediately think of a way to protect Yu Jin's brother. No, not just his brother, but also his family and friends. The secret of my rebirth will one day be discovered by him. If I don't make these preparations today, even if I manage to cling to his coattails later, he will cruelly discard me. Chapter 52 Shopping Spree. At the entrance of State University. When Yu Jin and Yin Yao parted, the latter still looked preoccupied and absent-minded. Yu Jin tentatively asked a couple of questions, but Yin Yao remained silent, so he didn't press the matter further. He also had a lot to do today. Especially, after discovering that Yu Chen had also been playing the Wasteland game, Yu Jin began to plan for his family's future. Prefecture, Ziqiao Alley. After unlocking the door, Yu Jin pulled up the shutter of the shop with the crookedly written Old Yu's Noodle Shop sign. After entering, he turned back and pulled the roller shutter door down again. Click. Just to be safe, Yu Jin locked it with a key. Since it was daytime, the room wasn't completely dark even without the lights on. Yu Jin noticed. A gray gaming helmet lay quietly on the floor beside his feet. Yu Jin picked it up, wanting to try it on, but remembering the system's warning, he put it down. The shop was empty, only the sounds of people coming and going and car horns could be heard outside. Yu Jin walked deeper into the shop, turned off the security cameras, and, just to be safe, cut off the power to them as well. Then, Yu Jin went up the stairs to the second floor. This was where he had grown up, and his room. The room wasn't large, only 5 or 6 square meters, containing only a bed, a desk, and a standing bookcase. He had grown up in an orphanage until he was 3 years old. This had been his home since he was 3. Yu Jin sat on the bed and let out a deep breath. It was strange. Just yesterday, when he advanced to the 6th rank, he was looking forward to arriving in the Wasteland and fast-forwarding to becoming a happy superhero who didn't eat beef. But, now that he was actually home, Yu Jin felt a pang of reluctance. Yes, here he was just an ordinary person, without background, power, or wealth. But here, he had old Yu, Cao Fang, Yu Chen, and countless brothers and childhood friends. The protagonists in those cultivation novels on Kidian only start missing their hometowns after they've attained enlightenment. I haven't even transmigrated yet, and I'm already feeling sentimental. Yu Jin shook his head and gave a self-deprecating smile. At the same time, he also cleared his mind of the various chaotic thoughts. Whoosh! A semi-transparent panel appeared before his eyes. Before buying the crystals, he needed to snag the hot items he'd seen in the shop last night. This meant his 1.7 million points accumulated over the years would be wiped out in an instant. If Yin Yao hadn't already given him a definite answer that tomorrow's Zhongcheng Environmental Protection event would target the chemical plant as she intended, Yu Jin would be genuinely anxious about losing his points. So what if the points are gone? I can earn more tomorrow. If I miss these hot items, I might not get another chance. Yu Jin muttered to himself, looking at the 5 item slots on the panel. The first 3 items weren't anything special, one each of Tier 3, Tier 4, and Tier 5 energy crystals. The prices were 5,000, 10,000, and 20,000 points respectively. Yu Jin didn't hesitate and bought them. Although these crystals wouldn't significantly improve his abilities, every little bit helps. Yu Jin put away the crystals and looked at the 4th item slot. A Tribute Activation Stone. Price, 60,000 points. Evaluation, a special crystal with a chance to activate a new attribute upon use. A rare treasure coveted by countless evolvers in the Wasteland. Purchase limit 0/10. Ember was no stranger to attribute activation stones. He had successfully awakened his thunder and numerical attributes using them. As the number of attributes increases, the success rate of activation stones will continuously decrease. I must get all 10 of these activation stones. Yu Jin had already made his decision. For him, the more attributes the better, and naturally, the more activation stones the better. At 60,000 points per stone, Yujin not only didn't think it was expensive, but actually felt the system's pricing was a bit too low. Of course, this was Yujin's objective assessment. Subjectively speaking, Yujin would have preferred the system to price it at 1 point per stone, with no purchase limit, but rather an unlimited supply. Wasteland points 600,000. Section 74. You have obtained Attribute Activation Stone *10. Current Wasteland points 1,065,000. After a shopping spree, Ember's point balance is now just over 1,060,000. This number seems like a lot, but it's barely enough to buy one last item. And this item is precisely the must-have that Ember has been eyeing, believing he absolutely cannot miss. Ability, Loot of the Strong, LV1. Current price, 1 million points. Original price? Evaluation, the strong should ruthlessly plunder everything from the weak. Effect, after defeating other Wasteland evolvers, you can choose to acquire one of their random abilities /attributes /memories /resources. Cooldown, 24 hours. Hint, this ability is a non-attribute ability and can be used without any prerequisite attributes. Hint, this ability cannot be upgraded. Hint, this ability is unique. Hint, use this ability with caution. Overuse may attract the attention and covetousness of higher dimensional beings. A real gem. This is truly a gem. When Yujin saw the information about this item last night, he was dumbfounded. Just the effect of this ability alone. It's no exaggeration to say that it's more powerful than the cheat codes of many protagonists in Kitty and online game novels that Yujin has read. As long as you defeat an enemy, you can randomly obtain one item from the enemy, including abilities, attributes, memories, resources, and so on. The ellipsis was part of the product description. Ember had no idea what else was implied within it. He only knew that even just abilities, attributes, memories, and resources was more than enough to be overpowered. Abilities, memories, and resources aside for now. Just consider attributes. Ember couldn't imagine how many attributes he, possessing this ability, could unlock in the future. He didn't know how many attributes existed in the Wasteland. He only knew. Theoretically, if given enough time, and if someone successfully awakened each attribute, and if he was lucky enough to always acquire the attributes of enemies, then all attributes wouldn't be out of reach for him. For others, attributes were the root of all abilities, the anchor of their future growth path. But for Yujin, the spoils of the strong allowed him to treat attributes like a puzzle collecting game. Not buying is a crime, an outright crime. Even though Yujin hadn't yet transmigrated to the Wasteland, nor encountered any enemies he could defeat, it didn't hinder his determination to acquire such a formidable item. Wasteland points, 1 million. You have obtained the spoils of the strong LV1. Current Wasteland points, 65,000. Friendly reminder, your current Wasteland points balance is low. Please strive to gain points and strengthen yourself to survive in the perilous Wasteland world. Chapter 53 Discovery. Old Yu's Noodle Shop. Second floor room. A series of crisp crunch sounds echoed. On the panel in front of Yujin, lines of text information popped up. You have used a 3rd-tier energy crystal. You used a 4th-order energy crystal. You used a 5th-order energy crystal. You used a 6th-order energy crystal. Yujin didn't hold back, consuming all the crystals he'd collected at the hospital that day in one go, hoping to advance to the 7th order. Yujin murmured, his consciousness gradually fading. His vision quickly disappeared into darkness. Time passed swiftly. The blazing sun, which had hung high in the sky, slowly sank towards the horizon. Ding ding. Similar to his first crystal consumption, Yujin was awakened by his phone ringing. Ugh. Yujin opened his eyes, his consciousness gradually returning to full alertness. He didn't rush to answer the phone, but instead looked at the panel in front of him. You're one step closer to becoming a 7th order evolver. What a pity. Yujin sighed softly. Although he hadn't directly advanced to the 7th rank, Yujin could sense that he was truly only one step away from it. Late-stage peak of the 6th rank, nearing the great perfection? Yujin thought of the descriptions in cultivation novels. After returning to Zhongcheng tonight, I'll go to Zhongcheng Hospital again. I should be able to squeeze out some more crystals. Yujin made a plan in his mind. Zhongcheng was different from Yizhu. The scale of Jiangchen's hospitals far surpassed that of the entire central and southern parts of Great Xia. This meant that it would accommodate a wider variety of terminally ill patients, thus giving Yujin an opportunity to profit. Ring ring. The phone was still vibrating incessantly. Yujin reached out and picked it up. Seeing the caller ID, Yujin subconsciously raised an eyebrow. Old Kui? As college roommates, although they were familiar with each other, they wouldn't usually bombard each other with calls like this unless there was an emergency. Yujin's phone showed more than a dozen missed calls from Old Kui. Beep. The call connected. Old Yu. Old Kui's voice was urgent and tense. Are you busy right now? If you're not busy, come back quickly. Yufei said he's made a major discovery in the Wasteland game. No matter how much Gang Ge and I asked him, he wouldn't tell us. He insisted on waiting for you to come back. Whoosh! Yu Jin pulled down the shutter of old Yu's noodle shop. Standing at the door, he hailed a ditty that would take him directly from Yizhu to Zhongcheng. The fare wasn't cheap, over 300 yuan, but Yu Jin had the money and wouldn't make things difficult for himself to save. A short while later, Yu Jin got into the back seat of the ditty. Section 75. The driver was speeding, and the wind howled in through the windows. Yu Jin, feeling the wind, recalled Lao Kui's description on the phone. Do you really have to wait until I get back to tell me? Yu Jin was curious. You see, Yufei wasn't like Gang Ge, all talk and no action. He was calm, collected, and extremely quick-witted. Since he said that, it meant his discovery in Wasteland was very likely related to him. I'll find out when I get back. Yu Jin thought for a moment, then stopped worrying and unlocked his phone. The activity plan has been sent to you, President. This was a message Yin Yao had sent him that afternoon. Below was a file titled Zhongcheng Citywide Environmental Protection Activity Plan.pdf. Yu Jin opened it and found that the document wasn't stamped yet. The Citywide Environmental Protection Campaign is divided into two parts. The first part is to encourage all residents to go out and pick up litter in the streets, addressing pollution near residential areas. The second part, led by Yu Jin and Yin Yao, will take us to the Zhongcheng Economic Development Zone to address the pollution from chemical plants. Yu Jin carefully read through the plan. He discovered the plan didn't specify the exact method for chemical plant remediation. You see, chemical plant pollution is the culprit of urban pollution, and its remediation is far more difficult than picking up litter or cleaning up polluted rivers. Moreover, the owners of those chemical plants might not be very willing to cooperate with such environmental protection efforts. For Yu Jin, this was environmental protection, a way to get freebies and earn points. But for the chemical plant owners, this was a direct attack on their vital interests, cutting off their livelihood. However, considering Yin Yao's background, Yu Jin felt these problems shouldn't be problems at all. It's shameful to be a kept man, but they still keep eating it, one bite after another. Yu Jin sighed, looking out the window. On the bustling streets of Zhou, many girls holding signs that read New Era Youth League were marching in formation. They chanted in unison, New Era, Youth League, we all love Ma Kekai. Yu Jin shook his head, looking away. Zhongcheng University. Men's dormitory, room 615. When Yu Jin opened the door, Lao Kui, Gang Ge, and Yufei were all sitting upright. In front of each of them was a helmet from the game Wasteland. However, their gazes towards the helmets carried a vague, indescribable emotion, a mixture of relief and regret. Lao Yu. As soon as Yu Jin entered, Yufei, who had been looking down in thought, immediately stood up. Hey Lao Yu, you're finally back. Brother Gang exclaimed, pulling Yu Jin down to sit. Lao Yu. I spent ages questioning Yufei with Brother Gang, and he finally revealed part of his discovery before you got back. Old Kui looked at Yu Jin, lowering his voice, his expression complex. What discovery? Yu Jin narrowed his eyes slightly. The mood and atmosphere among the three of them were clearly off. Phew! Old Kui took a deep breath. He looked at Yufei, then at Brother Gang, and both nodded. Old Kui then said, didn't Yufei say last time that he awakened the knowledge attribute in Wasteland? These past 2 days, he started accepting the setting and exploring the abilities and uses of the knowledge attribute. As a result, Yufei discovered he gained a portion of the memories from that crazy old man who claimed to be from Alpha Planet. The memories aren't complete, just scattered fragments, but after Yufei sorted through and digested them, he unexpectedly learned a breathtaking piece of information. Ember's eyes narrowed even more. What information? The helmet. Old Kui raised his voice, pointing to the helmet placed in front of him. Yufei discovered. If what that crazy old man said is true, and this game called Wasteland is an alien creation, and we will eventually descend upon that wasteland, the helmet is the medium for that descent. Anyone who touches and wears the helmet will be 100% transported to the Wasteland world in the future. And others, if they don't touch the helmet, have a certain probability of being forcibly transported. After Old Kui finished speaking, he paused for a moment, then added, of course, all of this is based on the premise that the Wasteland game is indeed an alien creation, and that the old man from Alpha Star's so-called descending upon the Wasteland is real. At the end, Old Kui's voice inexplicably weakened. As time passed, and with his own experience in the Wasteland game, Old Kui was increasingly convinced of what the old man from Alpha Star had said. He had realized that Wasteland was not a simple game. Descending upon the Wasteland might really happen one day. Chapter 54 History. Dormitory 618. After Old Kui's words, the atmosphere became somewhat quiet. A long while passed. Yufei finally spoke softly, breaking the silence. but getting the helmet isn't entirely a bad thing for us. As he spoke, Yufei looked at Eugene, then at the unopened box containing the game helmet on Eugene's desk. Currently, the Wasteland game is only in closed beta. And according to the memories I got from the old man on Alpha Planet, if the time travel occurs, the saved data from the closed beta will be retained after the time travel. In other words, the helmet symbolizes a 100% probability of time travel, and also brings a higher starting point and more opportunities than ordinary people who are forcibly transported. Finally, Yufei looked at Eugene. Old you. Brother Gang, and old Kui don't blame you for giving us the helmets. We put them on ourselves, it was all our own choice. On the contrary, if we hadn't received the helmets and had been forcibly transported there later, we might not have even seen a sliver of hope for survival. After all, that wasteland world is too cruel. Yufei spoke softly, his tone calm. He had seen many things in the old man's fragmented memories of Alpha, including countless ordinary Alpha humans who unwittingly transported themselves to the wasteland, only to die tragically before surviving even a day. On the contrary, many of the Alpha aliens who obtained the helmets and possessed beta test save files not only survived but also progressed further on the path to transcendence. However, that being said, for Yufei and his two companions, who were only 21 years old and hadn't even graduated from university, this discovery was still too cruel. It seemed like there were two options. Section 76. First, it's a 100% chance of time travel, but it allows for early accumulation of advantages and development. Second, it's a possibility of time travel, or it's not. These two outcomes lead to completely different endings. The former likely results in a gruesome death in the perilous wasteland, while the latter allows for a peaceful old age in civilized society. In fact, even the most level-headed Yufei, deep down, already believed 90% of what the old man from Alpha Planet had said. He had even booked a flight from Zhongcheng to Yanjing this weekend. If time travel was inevitable, he wanted to say goodbye to his family before then. Eugene let out a long breath. Yufei's unexpected discovery left him unsettled. After all, compared to Yufei, who only believed 90% about arriving in the wasteland, Eugene was 100% certain that it would happen. Any other discoveries? Eugene temporarily suppressed his various thoughts and looked at Yufei. Yes. Yufei's answer was very affirmative. Old Kui and Brother Gang also sat up straight instantly, their faces serious. The second discovery also comes from my awakened knowledge attribute. This attribute of mine is very special. Absorbing knowledge allows me to advance, and advancing allows me to gain new knowledge. The old man on Alpha Star was a third-tier evolver. What he sacrificed to me wasn't just the knowledge attribute, but also his third-tier level. It's just that I need time to digest this level. Today during the day, I broke through to the second tier. It was after reaching the second tier that I unlocked part of the old man's memories and discovered the connection between the helmet and the time travel mechanism. At the same time, when I stepped into Alpha Refuge City, the knowledge attribute brought me some information about the Refuge City. At this point, Yufei paused, pondering for a moment, as if organizing his thoughts. The three of them, including Eugene, remained silent, waiting quietly. After a while, Yufei spoke again. First of all, these shelters weren't built by man. They seem to have been born alongside the wasteland world. They were naturally there, only the lords and residents within them changed generation after generation. Old Kui scratched his head after listening. This description sounds a bit like a building in a game. Yufei nodded affirmatively. Yes, just like a game building. He added, because the size and function of shelters vary, some can accommodate millions of people, while others can only hold a few 100,000. This depends on the shelter's level. Eugene was somewhat surprised to hear this. Shelter level? Before Yufei revealed this discovery, he hadn't known this information, and the system had never mentioned anything about it either. This made Eugene's heart skip a beat. Before this, he really didn't know that shelters had a so-called level system. On the other side, Yufei continued. Besides that, I have a third discovery. In Alpha City, I met a refugee whose attribute was Bard. In the short story he sang, Alpha Refuge was caught up in a massive war 50 years ago. The war dragged on, but the two sides weren't humans and infected mutated beasts. They were refuge cities fighting against each other. One by one, city lords led their people to join the fray, either attacking and capturing cities or defending them. I don't know if this is the true history of the wasteland, but the knowledge attribute reacted, meaning that at least some of it is factual. Following Wu Yufei, Old Kui and Brother Gang also briefly described their rewards from the wasteland game over the past 2 days. I awakened the Wanderer attribute. Old Kui's expression was complex as he said this. My starting identity was that of a refugee driven from a refuge city. After that, I wandered the wasteland with other refugee groups. Not long after, we were attacked by a Tier 1 mutated beast. All the dozens of refugees in my group were killed. Because I could resurrect and restart infinitely during the closed beta, I slowly wore down the Tier 1 mutated beast, trading my own life for injuries. That mutated beast dropped a crystal. Oh, old you might not know this if you don't follow the Wasteland game forums. In short, it's an item used to awaken extraordinary abilities. I used the crystal and successfully awakened on the first try, but my attribute is Wanderer. I must constantly wander the Wasteland world. Each time I arrive at a new refuge city, my abilities improve. But the Wanderer attribute limits me from staying in any refuge city for long. I can only stay for a maximum of 1 day, otherwise I'll lose a level. Old Kui sighed at the end, his face full of worry. Hong Kong, standing nearby, muttered, "You're only reporting the bad news. Why don't you tell me how strong your Wanderer attribute is? You just arrived at a refuge city and already awakened the ability Runic Imprisonment. You can even solo a tier 1 mutated beast in the wild." Runic Imprisonment? Yu Jin felt a sense of familiarity upon hearing the name of this ability. After cricketing at Lao Kui, Hong Kong briefly recounted his gaming experience. After awakening the electricity attribute, I went out to fight monsters and level up. I'm currently at tier 2. I plan to level up a bit more and see if I have a chance to become a regular soldier in the refuge city. He didn't mention his encounter with Yin Yao because he didn't want Yu Jin to know that on his first day logging into Wasteland, he had accidentally let slip to Yin Yao that he had betrayed his brother. After Hong Kong finished speaking, the atmosphere in the dormitory fell silent again. After a long while, Lao Kui, Yu Fei, and Hong Kong all looked at Yu Jin. "Old Yu, have you considered putting on the helmet and logging into Wasteland? If the transmigration really happens, at least you'll have some game experience to deal with. Or, you're choosing to forego the closed beta opportunity and wait for God to roll the dice to decide whether you'll transmigrate?" Chapter 55 Rebirth. Yu Jin, of course, didn't choose to put on the helmet. This decision puzzled old Kui and the other two. They weren't trying to drag Yu Jin into facing the possible 100% probability of transmigrating to the Wasteland. The three of them simply felt Yu Jin's decision didn't quite fit his past behavior. Ember is someone who prefers to take control of his future rather than leave it to God to roll the dice. You guys play this game well, make the most of your time to level up and accumulate resources. Before leaving the dormitory, Yu Jin spoke earnestly to the three of them. The three exchanged glances, feeling something strange. Old Yu had clearly never even logged into the Wasteland game, yet he spoke with the air of someone who had been there all along. Snap! The dormitory door slammed shut. Without giving it a second thought, the three quickly ate a quick dinner, then sat back down in unison and picked up their helmets. Whether the time travel happened or not, seizing this opportunity to level up and improve was always a wise decision. Since Old Yu doesn't want to participate in the closed beta, we brothers have to work even harder to level up. If Old Yu gets transported too, at least we can lend him a hand. Old Kui muttered to himself before logging into the game. Hong Kong, upon hearing this, shook his head. It's best if time travel doesn't happen. Compared to the Wasteland, I still prefer Earth where I can play games with air conditioning. Hopefully, all of this is just us worrying unnecessarily, and hopefully the old man from Alpha Planet is just an Easter egg the game developers are playing on the players. Yu Fei heard their discussion but remained silent. He calmly picked up his pen and, before putting on his helmet, recorded the exact time. With each login and logout, Yu Fei noticed that the time flow in Wasteland was getting closer and closer to that on Earth, and this meant that the time before time travel and arrival in the Wasteland might not be far off. Section 77. Leaving the dormitory building, Yu Jin strode towards the gate of Zhang University. It was 8 o'clock in the evening, and the night breeze was no longer so hot. As he walked, Yu Jin processed the information he had received from Yu Fei. The helmet is the medium for time travel, wearing the helmet means time travel. Then, Yin Yao's intention in giving me the helmet on the first day was quite clear. She wants me to time travel, 100% destined for the Wasteland, and thus. Thinking this, Yu Jin stopped. Thus what? He was somewhat confused, so instead of rushing to Zhongchang Hospital, he found a bench and sat down. Yu Jin took out his phone and opened the Kitty and Novels app. The imaginative online novels might give him some inspiration. A few minutes later, Yu Jin's gaze lingered on a category tag on the Kitty and Novels interface. Rebirth. Someone has already transmigrated to the Wasteland, but has been reborn? He leaked information about the future of the Wasteland to the national leadership. Therefore, my information as a high-level evolver and even the city lord of Dawn City was also exposed. This conjecture, though bold, even bordering on the far-fetched, seemed increasingly plausible to Yu Jin the more he thought about it. On the surface, he was just an ordinary college student, the president of the Environmental Protection Club. But then, Yin Yao, a celestial dragon with a terrifying background, inexplicably approached him, not only doing him favors and living off him, but even her grandfather was trying to win him over. Who was reborn? Yin Yao? Or some other ordinary citizen? Did they hand over the information to the government? Yin Yao's identity gives her the right to know this information, so she's approaching me? Yu Jin's thoughts raced. Last night during team building, he used his Eye of Insight to check Yin Yao's information. Yin Yao. Rank, Tier 1, Sealed. Evaluation: an evolved being who struggled to awaken in Wasteland, with the attribute Sandstorm, eager to improve. His Eye of Insight was only level 1, it couldn't even see Yu Jin's own information, let alone such a hidden piece of information as rebirth. Therefore, Yu Jin couldn't be sure of the answer to this question. Besides, the helmet's binding mechanism with time travel also means that old Yu and Yu Chen will inevitably descend upon the Wasteland in the future. Thinking of this, Yu Jin opened his phone and found the Wasteland game forum. He searched for, "Can I bring items into the Wasteland game?" The results were, unsurprisingly, all negative. Indeed, if it were possible to bring items in, it would completely confirm the extraordinary attributes of the game helmet. Being unable to bring in items means that even if I give old Yu and Xiao Chen the energy crystals, it won't be useful. Thinking of this, Yu Jin asked in his mind, "System, can other ordinary humans use the energy crystals now?" To Yu Jin's surprise, the system actually gave a precise answer. No. A single, concise word meant that yet another of Yu Jin's plans had failed. Huff. After a long while, Yu Jin stood up from the bench and exhaled a breath of stale air. Perhaps, he really should accept Grandpa Yin Yao's invitation to dinner. But before that, Superman, and more Superman. Yu Jin's resolve was firm. He strode towards the gates of Jiangda University and hailed a taxi to Zhangcheng Hospital. First, I'll go to the hospital to collect wave crystals, then I'll go to Langlang Mountain to collect more for a breakthrough. Tonight, I swear I'll break through to the 7th rank. Also, I have 10 attribute activation stones. I'll use them all at once, hoping to awaken a new attribute. Wasteland, Dawn City. Chen Gang, who had just logged in, followed several burly men through the streets of Dawn City. Hopefully, I'll pass the assessment. Chen Gang muttered nervously, head down. The two of them were going to take the guard team assessment. Dawn City wasn't large, accommodating only about 200,000 refugees. The vast majority of these were ordinary people who hadn't awakened. The actual evolved beings numbered no more than 1,000. The vast majority of them were only at the 1st or 2nd rank. The evolved beings who had reached the 3rd tier were almost entirely wiped out due to the annihilation of the former city lord's forces. Although they've only just broken through to the 2nd tier, the chances are still high because there are so few of them. Yin Yao seemed to sense Chen Gang's nervousness and casually remarked, "Sigh. Let's hope so." Chen Gang sighed. While his electric current attribute granted him 2 skills, his combat power was significantly weaker than Yin Yao's sandstorm attribute. During the past period of hunting monsters in the wild, he had primarily played a support role, using electricity to paralyze the mutated beasts. The main attacks were carried out by Yin Yao. Of course, Yafan and his companions also played a significant role, acting as human bait to attract the attention of the mutated beasts. 20 minutes later, Yin Yao and Chen Gang, led by the burly man, passed through the separating city walls between the inner and outer cities, and it was only at this moment Chen Gang finally got a clear look at the inner city. Contrary to his expectations of prosperity, the inner city, while cleaner and more orderly than the outer city, was desolate. The biggest difference from the outer city was perhaps the figures gathered in the nearby square, not ragged refugees, but evolved beings emanating various auras. So many evolved beings. Chen Gang couldn't help but exclaim. Yin Yao didn't respond, but instead looked up at the domed building standing in the very center of the inner city. That was the City Lord's mansion, a facility present in every refuge city, its owner being the City Lord. I wonder if I'll have a chance to meet the new City Lord. Yin Yao murmured to herself. Zzz. The next moment, a piercing mechanical screeching sound exploded in the not-so-large area of the inner city. Chen Gang was startled and quickly looked around. Thump, 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 a series of dull thuds followed. This is... Chen Gang stared, stunned, at the black beetle that had fallen from the sky. Section 78. Zzz. The beetle emitted a sharp sonic boom, its antennae twitching incessantly. A sinister light emanated from its green eyes. Danger! Chen Gang exchanged a single glance with the beetle, and instantly his hair stood on end. He could sense this beetle was no less formidable than the 3rd-tier mutated beast he had encountered during the day. Meanwhile, above the sky, a figure clad in black leather had appeared. Whoever remains undefeated against the mechanical beetle within 1 hour may join the Dawn City Guard. Angelina Neal's cold voice echoed throughout the inner city. Chapter 56 Pollution. Damn! This test is too difficult. Except for those 5 third-tier evolved beings, not a single one of the others passed. At the gates of Dawn City, Chen Gang followed behind Yin Yao and Yafan, rubbing his still swollen face and cursing under his breath. The guard team's assessment was over. Neither he nor Yin Yao passed. Not only did they fail, Chen Gang was instantly defeated by the mechanical beetle in a single encounter. The beetle slapped him across the face with its claw, and Chen Gang didn't even have time to use his electric abilities before being sent flying 5 meters away. Yin Yao fared slightly better, managing to hold out for over 10 minutes, but ultimately she too was defeated. Therefore, the group left the city again, preparing to continue their leveling up. The assessment wasn't a one-time event, but rather held daily, meaning the two still had a chance. Senior Sister Yin. Chen Gang rubbed his face, looked at Yin Yao in front of him, and called out, Yin Yao stopped and turned back, looking at him calmly. During our assessment, what level of evolved being was that woman in the sky who released the mechanical beetle? Chen Gang was somewhat curious. In his opinion, that woman in the black leather jacket was incredibly strong. Not only could she stand in mid-air, but with a mere wave of her hand, she could summon thousands of mechanical beetles. Each beetle possessed the combat power equivalent to a third-tier mutated beast. Rounding up, wouldn't that mean she could single-handedly fight against thousands of second or even third-tier evolvers? 5th tier. Yin Yao replied. Only 5th tier? Holy crap, 5th tier is this powerful. This is. I thought it was 7th or 8th tier. Chen Gang's eyes widened, his face filled with disbelief. Yin Yao remained silent, shook her head, and quickened her pace. Normally speaking, in the Wasteland world, lower-tier evolvers couldn't discern the tier information of higher-tier evolvers. Yin Yao could only tell because she had once seen Ember and his vast horde of high-tier evolver subjects from afar, and sensed the aura corresponding to their tier. 5th tier, 6th tier, 7th tier, 8th tier, and Ember's 9th tier. Compared to Chen Gang, Yin Yao wasn't surprised by Angelina Neal's strength. A 5th tier evolver, and a purely mechanical one at that. If she couldn't even handle 1,000 second tier evolvers, she'd be disgracing the name of a 5th tier evolver. Evolver ranks are like chasms, each tier a massive chasm. The difference between each tier is insurmountable. At least, Yin Yao had never heard of anyone winning against a higher tier opponent in her previous life. Even Ember didn't seem to have achieved it. From the day the name Ember began circulating in the Wasteland, he seemed to have already been a 9th tier evolver. Dawn City, Southwest. After several hours of fierce fighting, Yin Yao and her group finally succeeded in slaying a third-tier mutated beast, a sand scorpion. This piece is yours, the next one is mine. Although Chen Gang was also very tempted by the crystal inside the third-tier mutated beast, they had already made an agreement before forming the group they would split the spoils equally, with Yin Yao getting it first, then himself. Okay. Yin Yao secretly breathed a sigh of relief seeing Chen Gang keep his promise. Although she didn't like Chen Gang's boisterous personality, he was, after all, Ember's roommate. For the sake of future helping him succeed, she couldn't afford to fall out, even if she didn't want to build a good relationship. 2 minutes later, Yin Yao dug out a crystal-clear, irregularly shaped piece from the sand scorpion's body. An energy crystal. Even Yin Yao was slightly surprised and delighted. She hadn't expected to be so lucky. Her very first tier 3 mutated beast dropped an energy crystal. Energy crystals were far more valuable than infection crystals. Energy crystal? What's that? Chen Gang was taken aback. Unlike old Kui, who spent his time offline researching game guides on forums, he wasn't familiar with much about Wasteland. He'd only learned about infection crystals from other refugees in Dawn City. Energy crystals are more precious and purer than infection crystals. Ye Fan stepped in to explain to Chen Gang. After listening, Chen Gang nodded, seemingly understanding, then couldn't help but ask. More precious, I understand, means more abundant energy. What does purer mean? This crystal looks clean, very different from the gray-black infected crystals we got before. This purity can't just be superficial, can it? Although Chen Gang was exaggerating, he wasn't stupid and realized the key point. Purity means a lower degree of contamination, meaning less increase in one's own contamination level after use. Yin Yao wiped the energy crystal dry and put it away, explaining, contamination level? Chen Gang found himself encountering another term he didn't understand. Not only Chen Gang, but Ye Fan and the other three also looked curious. This word, the young lady seemed to have mentioned it once before. Using crystals will contaminate yourself. The deeper the contamination, the higher the level of contamination. And when the level of contamination reaches a certain point, Yin Yao paused slightly, her tone meaningful. Where do you think those countless infected creatures on the Wasteland came from? Hiss. In an instant. Section 79. Chen Gang's eyes widened. Ye Fan and the other three were also stunned. Infected? Of course they knew about infected. Just moments before, they had unexpectedly encountered a tier 2 infected. At first, Chen Gang mistook the infected for a Wasteland refugee, because infected looked indistinguishable from humans, except for their darker, grayish-black skin. But then, Chen Gang was slapped 10 meters away by the infected, losing a tooth in the process. After being slapped, Yin Yao and the others didn't choose to hunt the infected. Instead, they quickly fled with the dazed Chen Gang. Only after that did they arrive here and encounter a Tier 3 mutated sand scorpion. Tier 3 mutated beasts were manageable with some effort. Tier 2 infected, however, they avoided upon seeing them. The difference was obvious. Wait! Chen Gang suddenly exclaimed in surprise. You mean, if I keep using infection crystals to upgrade, my contamination level will keep increasing. Until one day, the contamination level explodes, and snap, I become an infected. Yin Yao spoke calmly. I must correct you. Even if you keep using energy crystals, your contamination level will still increase. In the Wasteland, there are no 100% pure energy crystals. Everything here is constantly being contaminated and eroded. In fact, even ordinary people who haven't awakened, if they wander in the Wasteland instead of staying within the refuge city's buffer zone, even if they aren't attacked by mutated beasts and infected, will see their contamination level continuously increase over time until they become infected. The words fell silent. Chen Gang fell silent. Yafan and the other three were also speechless for a long time. They finally realized why high-level evolved beings were so rare in the Wasteland. The path to transcendence was also a path of corruption. Boom! Rumble! But then, the ground beneath their feet suddenly trembled. At the same time, a rustling, chilling sound filled the air. Not good. Yin Yao's expression changed drastically. It's the movement of the sand scorpion swarm. There's a mutated sand scorpion's nest nearby. The words had barely left her lips. The yellow sand beneath their feet began to collapse in patches. Hiss! One after another, sand scorpions emerged from the ground, staring intently at Yin Yao and the others. The leader was a gigantic sand scorpion, over 5 meters long, its body covered in ferocious spikes. Oh dear! Looks like death is about to begin again? But, boom! Rumble! Just as Chen Gang had already accepted his fate, closing his eyes to await death, behind them, from the direction of Dawn Refuge City, came a deafening roar that nearly shattered their eardrums. At the same time, Chen Gang suddenly realized it was dark. Chen Gang instinctively looked up. What met his gaze wasn't the sky, but a deep black hole, blotting out the sun, centered on Dawn City in the distance, with a diameter of over 10 kilometers. Space? It's actually a spatial attribute? Just who is this new city lord? Unlike Chen Gang's bewilderment, Yin Yao stood frozen in place. In her past life's memories, in the entire Wasteland, only Ember possessed this ability to create a spatial black hole. Chapter 57 Space. Boom! Rumble! Dawn City, and the land within a 30-kilometer radius, trembled violently. Above the sky, the once blazing sun was submerged in an extreme, profound blackness. Buzz! Buzzing! A series of indescribable, yet chilling, waves of energy enveloped Dawn City and the entire surrounding area. Within Dawn City, whether they were refugees on the outer city streets or evolved beings in the inner city square, they all knelt on the ground. Their bodies trembled uncontrollably. The enormous, pitch-black void above them seemed capable of easily swallowing and crushing the flesh and souls of hundreds of thousands of people with a single thought from its owner. But the citizens of Dawn City, though filled with awe, felt no fear. 4. The source of this spatial black hole is the City Lord's mansion, standing tall in the heart of Dawn City. City Lord. Loyalty. Dawn City. Loyalty. Hundreds of thousands of citizens shouted hoarsely. In this perilous wasteland, nothing is more fortunate than encountering a powerful city lord. Compared to the former city lord who advanced to the 4th rank but was killed by the infected, this mysterious new city lord is clearly far, far stronger. In front of the city lord's mansion, Angelina Neal stood with her head bowed. On her face, gleaming with a silver mechanical sheen, was now overflowing with boundless piety and joy. My lord, are you finally descending? Angelina Neal gazed at the city lord's mansion. Her cold, emotionless pupils gradually brightened. Sizzle, sizzle. Mechanical explosions echoed continuously within her body. In a short while, Section 80. Angelina Neal, originally only 1.7 meters tall, had inexplicably expanded and transformed like a transformer into a black humanoid mech over 10 meters tall. This was Angelina Neal's 5th-tier mechanical attribute ability, Combat Mech. She wanted to greet her master's arrival in her most elegant form. Click-clack. With the clanging of gears, the mech slowly raised its right hand and placed it before its chest. Then, the mech, that is, Angelina Neal, slightly bent forward. The roar of machinery echoed through Dawn City. But, time ticked by. The black hole in the sky above Dawn City, with a diameter of over 10 kilometers, stopped expanding after reaching a certain size. Then, buzz. A soft sound. The black hole disappeared. Sunlight shone down again. A deep sense of loss was evident on Angelina Neal's face. Is it not time yet? Angelina Neal murmured. Unlike the other citizens of Dawn City, Angelina Neal knew perfectly well that the city lord's mansion was actually empty. The new city lord of Dawn City, her master Ember, had not yet arrived. Angelina Neal didn't understand how her master could project his power into Dawn City even before his arrival. But Angelina Neal didn't see anything wrong with it. Her master was incredibly powerful. He could awaken her from death, he could grant her new life. Click-clack. Angelina Neal deactivated her mecha form, landing lightly on the ground. Her eyes lowered slightly, quietly sensing the connection with Ember, a connection established when Ember awakened her. Through this connection, she could make simple requests to Ember, but couldn't engage in any concrete communication. Such a vast distance. Angelina Neal felt a pang of disappointment. She could faintly sense Ember's presence, but the two seemed separated by an immeasurable distance, perhaps billions of light-years. This was a distance countless lives could never cross in their entire existence. My lord. Neal will quietly wait in Dawn City until you descend here. Zhang City, Lang Lang Mountain. In a hidden cave deep within the mountains, Ember hovered in midair, his body surrounded by deep, dark cracks spreading like a spiderweb. Sizzle. A sound like shattering glass echoed continuously within the cave. Crash. At a certain moment, the space around Ember shattered inch by inch, like a mirror. Ember opened his eyes. Spatial attribute. A look of intense joy appeared on Ember's face. He hadn't expected. After using 10 attribute activation stones at once, he not only successfully awakened a new attribute, but this new attribute was also the extremely powerful spatial. Time reigns supreme, space is king, fate prevails, cause and effect are emperor. Although this is a somewhat juvenile description from an online novel, but pure spatial attributes, even in the entire Wasteland world, are absolutely at the pinnacle. A moment earlier, after leaving Zhang University, Yu Jin went to Zhongcheng Hospital. His judgment was correct. Zhongcheng Hospital indeed housed a much wider variety of terminally ill patients than Yizhu. There, he even encountered a patient with ALS, the same type as Stephen Hawking. And unsurprisingly, this patient brought Yu Jin a 6th tier crystal and 100,000 points. Besides that, Yu Jin also obtained 3 6th tier energy crystals, 15 5th tier energy crystals, several 2nd, 3rd, and 4th tier energy crystals, and a total of 550,000 Wasteland points from other patients. After leaving Zhongcheng Hospital, Yu Jin went straight to Lang Lang Mountain. However, he didn't rush to use crystals to break through to the 7th tier. Instead, he first used attribute activation stones. The bad news was, since Yu Jin already possessed 3 attributes lightning, light, and numerical, the probability of success with the activation stones decreased even further. Out of 10 attribute activation stones, the first 9 failed completely, with only the last one succeeding. The good news is, the new attribute is spatial. Even just looking at the name, Yu Jin knows this new attribute is terrifyingly powerful. You have awakened your 4th attribute, spatial. You have mastered the 1st tier spatial attribute ability, spatial perception LV1. Active effect, greatly enhances spatial perception, allowing you to vaguely perceive the outlines of objects within a certain range. You have mastered the 1st tier spatial attribute ability, blink LV1. Active effect, ignores obstacles, teleports a certain distance. You have mastered the 2nd tier spatial attribute ability, spatial barrier LV1. Active effect, generates a spatial shield, absorbing physical/energy attacks. You have mastered the 3rd tier spatial attribute ability, dimensional slicing LV1. Active effect, tears through localized space, continuously slicing and annihilating enemies within range. You have mastered a 4th tier spatial attribute ability, subspace LV1. Active effect, briefly enters subspace, during which time you cannot be targeted and are immune to all damage. You have mastered a 5th tier spatial attribute ability, spatial black hole LV1. Active effect, disintegrates space within the area, creating a black hole that absorbs and annihilates all matter and energy within the area. You have mastered a 6th tier spatial attribute ability, coordinate imprint LV1. Active effect, marks spatial coordinates, maximum number of coordinates increases with tier, allowing you to travel between coordinates regardless of distance. Chapter 58 7th tier. Powerful. Although he was somewhat prepared for the power of the space attribute, after carefully reviewing several ability details, Yu Jin couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. Before this, Yu Jin felt that his awakened lightning and light attributes were already quite formidable. But, compared to these spatial abilities, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say it was instantly annihilated. Buzz. Yu Jin's mind stirred. The space before him began to distort. A few seconds later, a fist-sized, pitch-black void floated in Yu Jin's hand. Go! Yu Jin shouted dramatically. Buzz. Section 81. The spatial black hole, silent and still, expanded at a visible speed after detaching from Yu Jin's right hand. In a short while, when the black hole expanded to about 1 meter in diameter, Yu Jin stopped. Not that it couldn't continue expanding, but Yu Jin sensed that further expansion might cause disaster. After all, it was only 1 meter in diameter, yet the Lang Lang mountain beneath Yu Jin's feet began to tremble slightly. Using his light touch ability, Yu-Jin saw a hillside a kilometer away beginning to collapse due to the black hole's pull. Yu-Jin didn't know at this moment. Unlike the Wasteland planets governed by the game's rules, on an ordinary planet like Blue Star, the terrifying gravity generated by a black hole cannot be completely eliminated. This meant, if Yu-Jin disregarded the consequences and rubbed the black hole to its limit, even if it wasn't large enough, even just a few hundred or a few thousand meters in diameter, it could potentially cause the Earth's crust to tremble. Whoosh! With a thought from Yu-Jin, the suspended spatial black hole vanished. After that, Ember tested several other spatial attribute abilities. Spatial perception. This allowed Ember to perceive various objects around him even with his eyes closed, like activating infrared light. Notably, Ember discovered that through this ability, he could also see the underground world. Just like now, Ember saw a dense, honeycomb-like ant nest about 5 or 6 meters below his feet. Then, you used Dimensional/LV1 to destroy the second-tier mutant beast nest. Your ability Dimensional/LV1 has gained experience. Ember was delighted. He discovered that this ability was even more efficient at killing monsters than Thunder Domain. After that, Ember also tested teleport, subspace, and coordinate imprint abilities. Although Ember is still suppressed, perhaps unable to unleash even 1% of his full power, at the 6th rank, he still possesses a touch of superhuman when using these abilities. Blink allows him to teleport a maximum distance of 50 meters. Phase space, although it can only be used for a brief second now, grants Ember an invincible, untargetable state during that second. Not only are aircraft and artillery useless, but even nuclear bombs are ineffective not considering the aftershocks of a nuclear explosion. Coordinate imprinting, this ability is extremely unique. At the 6th rank, Ember can set 6 coordinate points. He tested it out. He marked one coordinate inside the cave, and then marked another 3 kilometers deeper into Lang Lang Mountain. Whoosh! In an instant, Ember traversed the 3-kilometer distance. This ability, it seems to be quite useful in the Wasteland world. Ember thought of the incomplete map he had obtained earlier. The map only marks an area called A308 within the Wasteland world. Even this small area contains hundreds of shelter cities. This demonstrates that the Wasteland world must be extremely vast. With the ability of coordinate imprinting, it's equivalent to being able to establish countless space teleportation arrays across the vast wasteland. This was destined to be significant. After a long while, Yu-Jin suppressed the urge to level up his abilities by fighting monsters on Lang Lang Mountain. Using attribute activation stones was only his first plan for the night. The truly important thing was to consume energy crystals. Yu-Jin didn't return to Jiang University, nor did he look for a hotel, he simply sat down in the cave. He took out pieces of energy crystals and swallowed them like candy. Crunch! You used a 3rd-tier energy crystal. You used a 4th-tier energy crystal. You used a 5th-tier energy crystal. You used a 6th-tier energy crystal. Just like the previous times, the large intake of energy crystals gradually made Yu-Jin's consciousness drowsy. Not long after, Yu-Jin's head lolled to the side, and he collapsed to the ground, unconscious. But the aura emanating from his body was gradually growing stronger. The next day, dawn. Lang Lang Mountain was alive with the sounds of birds and cicadas in the early morning. Ember, inside the cave, slowly awoke. His sleep hadn't lasted long, only 3 or 4 hours. He had arrived at Lang Lang Mountain around 2 or 3 in the morning the previous night. Your rank has increased. You have become a 7th rank evolver. Energy surplus, continue to improve. You've taken a small step closer to becoming an 8th-tier evolver. You've mastered a new 7th-tier ability. You've mastered a 7th-tier light attribute ability. You've mastered a 7th-tier lightning attribute ability. You've mastered a 7th-tier spatial attribute ability. Yu-Jin's gaze shifted from the panel. Good news, 7th tier. Bad news, the next goal is 8th tier. Yu-Jin could clearly feel the energy required to break through to 8th tier was far, far more than before. And this meant Yu-Jin had to quickly acquire more high-tier energy crystals, preferably 7th and 8th tier crystals. Given his current situation, even consuming 3rd and 4th tier crystals would yield negligible improvement, practically like eating candy. Thinking this, Yu-Jin glanced at the time 7:30 a.m. The activity plan Yin Yao sent him yesterday stated that they would meet at the Jiangda University gate at 8 a.m. sharp before setting off. If we go down the mountain now, grab breakfast by the roadside, we'll be at the school gate by the perfect time. Yu-Jin stood up, brushed the mud off his pants, and walked out of the cave down the mountain. Today was the day of Jiangxin's citywide environmental protection campaign. It was also the day Yu-Jin was targeting the chemical plant pollution. Hopefully, this chemical plant will bring me some surprises. Ideally, some 7th or even 8th tier crystals. And maybe 1 million or 2 points? The shop refreshed with a lot of good items last night, but alas, I don't have enough points. Yu-Jin sighed, quickening his pace. As he walked, Yu-Jin found no one in the forest, so he simply used teleport. As a Superman, superpowers should be used when necessary. Section 82. Whoosh. Yu Jin took a step forward. His figure was already dozens of meters away. On the road, he encountered a few small animals out foraging early in the morning. Following the principle of not wasting food, Yu Jin casually helped them reunite with his grandmother. You used Lightning LV3 to kill second-tier mutant beast Plague Sparrow. Your ability Lightning LV3 has gained experience. The early bird catches the worm. Chapter 59 Heavy Industry. This is reporter Yu Wenbo reporting for you. Today is September 7, 2025, Jiangxin's first National Environmental Protection Day. This is Zhongcheng University. As you can see, our Jiangxin's top leader, the president and vice president of Zhongcheng University, and a host of other leaders are gathered here. Standing among them are two familiar faces. One is Yu Jin. Yu Jin, Jiangxin's environmental ambassador, president of Zhongcheng University's Environmental Protection Club, who just led students in a wastewater treatment activity along the Pearl River the day before yesterday. The other is Yin Yao, she's Yu Jin's classmate. Now, let's follow the camera and interview Yu Jin, the ambassador and organizer of this citywide environmental protection activity. Yu Wenbo said, squeezing through layers of media. After overcoming numerous obstacles, he finally stood before Yu Jin. Yu Jin, what would you like to say about today's citywide environmental protection activity? Yu Wenbo raised his voice and shouted. There were simply too many media colleagues gathered around him, all vying to interview Yu Jin. Environmental protection. Yu Jin answered. Anything else? Yu Wenbo pressed. Environmental protection. Yu Jin answered. Yes, environmental protection, and more environmental protection. Yu Wenbo turned around, faced the camera, and shouted with a clenched fist. The leaders' speeches ended, the media interviews ended, the group photo session ended. It was exactly 9 o'clock. Yu Jin finally got into the back seat of the car. Yin Yao was also in the back seat, her dark circles were heavy, and she looked somewhat tired. Since her rebirth, she had hardly had a good night's sleep. Every day she spent her days by Yu Jin's side, and at night she logged into Wasteland to level up. Fortunately, hard work pays off. You could say she had incredible luck. Yesterday, the new city lord of Dawn City used its spatial black hole, not only saving Yin Yao and Chen Gang's group, but also scaring two third-tier mutated sand scorpions to death on the spot. Therefore, the group effortlessly acquired two Tier 2 infection crystals. One for Yin Yao, one for Chen Gang. After using one Tier 2 energy crystal and one Tier 2 infection crystal, Yin Yao could feel herself getting closer and closer to Tier 3. If nothing unexpected happened, after the daytime environmental activities ended and she went out to fight in the city all night, she should be able to break through to Tier 3. Tier 3. In her previous life, she struggled for 2 or 3 months and only barely reached Tier 3. But now, in just a few days, she was about to surpass her past self. This was the advantage brought by rebirth. Of course, the advantage that Yin Yao valued most was the embers sitting beside her. Swish swish. The car sped along the street. The scenery outside the window flashed by like a slideshow before Yu Jin's eyes. The two were heading to Jiangxin's economic development zone. In its early years, Zhongcheng was built on heavy industry, particularly chemicals. Although the new energy industry chain has gradually expanded in recent years, the chemical plant area remains. Due to the size and scale of the chemical plants, although their emissions have long failed to meet Jiangxin's policy standards, their sheer size and influence make them difficult to manage in the short term. In fact, if Yu Jin hadn't specifically requested the cleanup of the chemical plants, and if Yin Yao, and even her grandfather, hadn't personally endorsed it, Jiangxin's top officials would never have targeted the chemical plant area for this environmental protection campaign. Chemical plant pollution isn't something that can be solved overnight. Even Yu Jin wasn't clear about Yin Yao's specific arrangements at this moment. But, since she said she would help him clean up the chemical plant pollution, Yu Jin had no doubt about her capabilities. Chief Lu, Principal Zhang, and the others went to the city center, leading by example by picking up litter and doing environmental protection. The whole process was broadcast live on television. Various streets are also encouraging residents to go out and practice environmental protection. The chemical plant, I'm going with you, along with a few other media outlets. Of course, if you find the media annoying, I can make them disappear. Yu Jin looked out the window, recalling what Yin Yao had told him earlier. In the back seat of the car, neither of them spoke. The atmosphere was quiet. Time passed slowly. Not long after, a black sedan with a white license plate drove out of Zhongcheng City, speeding towards the chemical plant area in the southwest suburbs. Following the black sedan, several media vehicles followed at a distance. And behind the media vehicles, several unassuming-looking vehicles, covered with gray-green tarpaulins, roared towards the same direction. southwest suburbs of Zhongcheng, Economic Development Zone, Sanyuan Heavy Industry. The chemical plant entrance was now crowded with people. A large number of reporters, having received advance notice, were waiting at the factory gate, setting up cameras from various angles. Although these media outlets weren't authorized to enter the factory and film the entire process, they could still linger at the gate without going inside. The leader is coming soon. Get your spirits up, everyone. At the factory gate, a middle-aged man in a suit, with a receding hairline and a portly figure, spoke sternly. Tong Xiong, chairman of Sanyuan Heavy Industry. As a prominent large chemical company in Zhongcheng, even if environmental remediation was required and media were following, Tong Xiong, in principle, wouldn't need to personally participate. But he had received word that the female college student arriving today had an extremely terrifying background. His political friends had told him only 3 words: her surname is Yin. That single sentence sent shivers down Tong Xiong's spine, his entire body trembling with fear. The junk I asked you to prepare, is it all ready? Section 83. Tong Xiong, still uneasy, glanced back at Su Jun, the factory manager who stood nervously to the side. Don't worry, everything's ready. A full 10 tons. They're all piled up outside the incinerator. Su Jun answered quickly. Although they only received the news last night that Jiangxin's inexplicable citywide environmental campaign was suddenly targeting their chemical plant. But last night, they had basically disposed of all the waste residue and waste liquid. Even under Tong Xiong's foresight, the factory had deliberately left about 10 tons of waste residue, waiting for the big shot to come and collect the commission. Many things have their unspoken rules. If the big shot came and left empty-handed, wouldn't that be a slap in the face? What they wanted was commission, but only a small amount. 10 tons of waste residue wouldn't actually saddle Sanyuan Heavy Industry with the trouble of indiscriminate dumping, while also providing ample opportunity for the bigwigs to demonstrate their environmental commitment. They're here. Tong Xiong, who had been squinting at the distance, quickly strode forward to greet the black sedan with its white license plate the moment he saw it. At the same time, crackling sounds, balloon firecrackers went off at the opportune moment. Bang! The security guards standing on both sides of the gate also turned on their firework tubes. Click click. The news media in front of the gate were excited, snapping photos incessantly. A short while later, the black sedan came to a smooth stop in front of the factory. The driver, wearing white gloves and a suit, got out of the driver's seat, quickly walked to the back, and opened the car door. The entire staff of Sanyuan Heavy Industry warmly welcomes the leader. Tong Xiong's face was beaming, his enthusiasm almost making one feel physically uncomfortable. But the next second, his word cha caught in his throat, unspoken. Because the car door opened by the white-gloved driver wasn't for the female student surnamed Yin, but for a male student who looked somewhat familiar. Damn it, I hit the wrong door. Tong Xiong was annoyed and quickly stepped towards the other door. But he had only taken one step, his foot still hanging in midair, when he suddenly stopped. Wait, something seems off? Chapter 60: The Tragedy of Mendeleev. In principle, the white-gloved driver should have opened the door for Yin Yao first, but the principle had been specifically communicated to the driver beforehand. All activities today would prioritize Eugène's needs. Therefore, and so, the scene unfolded where Eugène got out of the car first, and Yin Yao followed behind him. Tong Xiong was puzzled, but deeply shocked. He noticed that Yin Yao acted like a follower, always lagging behind Eugène, yet her attitude remained completely respectful. Hiss! Tong Xiong gasped. He quickly stepped forward and greeted her. Ah, Eugène. I am the chairman of Sanyuan Heavy Industry. We warmly welcome you to our chemical plant for environmental remediation activities. Eugène glanced at Tong Xiong, then looked away. Warning! Warning! You are approaching 8th-tier pollution source, the tragedy of Mendeleev. The pollution source is enormous. Your ant-like body cannot withstand its corrosive effects. Please move away as soon as possible. The tragedy of Mendeleev? Eugène was slightly taken aback by the system's name. Upon closer reflection, it actually makes some sense. Chemical plant pollution differs from garbage and sewage river pollution. Chemical plant pollution contains various toxic heavy metals. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say it's a mixture of many elements from the periodic table. However, one thing: the system's assessment this time was indeed correct. Under normal circumstances, chemical plant waste and residue pollution can indeed be quite harmful to the human body, especially if directly exposed. However, emerging ash, now a 7th-tier evolver, although severely suppressed, shouldn't be unable to withstand even this kind of chemical pollution. An 8th-tier pollution source, barring any unforeseen circumstances, should bring me a 7th-tier crystal reward. Emerging ash took a deep breath, his heart filled with excitement. He saw hope of breaking through to the 8th tier in the short term, as long as today's trip to the chemical plant yielded a sufficiently rich reward. The Sanyuan Heavy Machinery Plant Area. Tong Xiong led the way for Yu Jin and Yin Yao. Behind them, several qualified media reporters carried cameras, snapping photos along the way. Further behind the media reporters, a large group of 200 young men with buzz cuts, marching in perfect unison. They had disembarked from several large trucks covered with gray-green tarpaulins after Yu Jin arrived. It was said that they were enthusiastic citizens with a strong sense of environmental awareness, who had voluntarily come to participate in this pollution control activity at the chemical plant. The arrival of these 200 enthusiastic citizens made Tong Xiong break out in a cold sweat. At this moment, Tong Xiong, wiping his sweat, explained to Yu Jin and Yin Yao, chemical plant pollution is generally divided into 3 categories: waste residue, waste liquid, and waste gas. Waste residue is generally solid waste generated during chemical production processes, containing toxic heavy metals and persistent organic matter. As he spoke, the group, wearing masks, arrived at a large warehouse behind the production area. Our Sanyuan heavy industry always strictly adheres to national emission standards. Our waste residue undergoes rigorous treatment immediately, and only after meeting emission standards is it transported to a designated landfill area. Tong Xiong spoke with high political awareness, repeating official jargon over and over, until the group stopped in front of the warehouse door. Inside the warehouse, there were small hills of black solid residue. Even through their masks, the pungent odor emanating from it was noticeable. This is... Yu Jin raised an eyebrow, looking at Tong Xiong. The eyes of the group of media reporters also lit up. Tong Xiong wiped the sweat from his brow and said awkwardly, because our Sanyuan heavy industry's daily production scale is huge, so there's still some waste residue that hasn't been processed yet. Section 84. As he spoke, Tong Xiong waved behind him. Under Yu Jin's watchful gaze and the media spotlight, he staged a dramatic scene of sternly reprimanding subordinates for substandard work. At the same time, he also proactively invited Yu Jin and others to participate in the purification and treatment of this waste residue. Boom! Rumble! As soon as Tong Xiong finished speaking, several dump trucks approached. Our Sanyuan heavy industry is equipped with imported waste residue incinerators. The incinerator is equipped with the most advanced displacement adsorption and other technologies. After the waste residue is incinerated, no toxic gases will be produced, and the residue left behind can meet landfill standards, Tong Xiong said. The portly man proactively put on protective clothing, walked to the waste residue, and began shoveling the waste residue into the dump trucks. Yu Jin remained silent, simply rolled up his sleeves, and then joined in. You, alone and as insignificant as an ant, have begun the purification of the 8th-tier pollution source, the tragedy of Mendeleev. Due to the massive scale of the pollution, the system will reward you based on the purification results upon completion. Then, the 200 enthusiastic citizens with buzz cuts joined in. Your purification activity has inspired 200 Wasteland refugees to participate. Under the influence of your Wasteland leader achievement, these refugees will be temporarily considered your subjects, and their purification achievements will bring you additional rewards. Current purification progress, 0%. Tip: the higher the purification progress, the richer the rewards. As the saying goes, many hands make light work. Although 10 tons of waste looked like a lot, with everyone working together, it didn't take long to load it all into the dump truck. Of course, this was also because soon after, bulldozers joined in, taking on most of the waste transportation work. Half an hour later, rumble! The dump truck roared, dumping waste slag into the incinerator under the watchful eyes of the crowd. Then, Yu Jin, please. Tong Xiong extended an invitation to Yu Jin. He slightly turned to the side, revealing a conspicuous red button on the front of the incinerator. With just the press of this button, the 10 tons of waste slag would be processed in no time. And this environmental protection activity could conclude successfully in front of the media. Yu Jin, of course, had no reason to refuse. He strode forward and pressed the button. Boom! Rumble! The incinerator started up. A wave of heat swept over them. Half an hour later, the incinerator quieted down. Clap clap! A warm, prolonged applause erupted from the scene. Click click! The media reporters had already found their angles to capture the scene. Yu Jin narrowed his eyes slightly as he looked at the notification on the panel in front of him. You led your subjects to purify 8th-tier pollution source Mendeleev's tragedy. Purification progress, 5%. End the purification activity at this progress and claim the corresponding rewards? He had considered that Tong Xiong's stunt was a social nicety, a performance achievement and a face-saving project. But he hadn't expected that 10 tons of waste residue would only account for 5% of the purification progress. This is fantastic. Yu Jin wasn't annoyed at all. Instead, a smile appeared on his face. This meant that the gains from his trip to the chemical plant would far exceed his expectations. But before that, Yu-jin still needed to find the remaining 95% of the waste residue. Coincidentally, Yu-jin's newly awakened spatial attribute this morning included the ability of spatial perception, the ability to see underground. Chapter 61 Punishment. Yu-jin. Tong Xiong was somewhat flustered. Because, after pressing the button and processing the 10 tons of waste residue, Yu-jin showed a somewhat unsatisfied expression. After that, he walked with his hands behind his back, seemingly strolling casually, but inadvertently found himself in front of a large open space behind the warehouse. And coincidentally, right beneath this open space, hundreds of tons of chemical waste residue were quietly buried. Yu-jin wasn't just strolling. Using his spatial perception, he instantly spotted the underground scene. Do you smell anything strange? Yu-jin stopped and turned to look at the sweating Tong Xiong. Is there? Tong Xiong noticed Yin Yao's gaze also drifting towards him, and he swallowed hard. He hadn't expected. He'd already given Yu-jin 10 tons of waste as a performance bonus, and the other party still wouldn't let go. Or rather, this group wasn't here for show like before, they were serious. Thinking this, Tong Xiong's mind raced. He pulled Yu-jin to a corner behind the warehouse, out of the media's view. Want a smoke, bro? Tong Xiong showed none of the aloofness of a listed company chairman. Instead, he put his arm around Yu-jin's shoulder, acting like a good brother. He offered Yu-jin a few Rong cigarette. I don't smoke, Yu-jin replied with a smile. Oh, right, these days you young people all like e-cigarettes. As he spoke, Tong Xiong actually pulled a Yuk 5th generation cigarette from his pocket. Right in front of Yu-jin, he removed a new filter and attached the cigarette butt, then handed it to Yu-jin. Yu-jin smiled. He looked at Tong Xiong, ignoring the gold bank card he had secretly handed him along with the Yuk 5th generation, and a string of numbers appeared before his eyes. 15 years. At first glance, Yu-jin thought this number represented his remaining lifespan, but after seeing the hundreds of tons of waste buried underground, he knew he had misunderstood. According to the latest criminal law of the Great Xia dynasty in 2025, those who illegally bury or discharge toxic substances may be sentenced to up to 15 years in prison, depending on the scale of the discharge, and will also be subject to hefty fines with no upper limit. That's maxed out. Yu-jin shook his head, sighed, and ignored Tong Xiong. Section 85. In principle, he only wanted to protect the environment. He didn't intend to cut off someone's livelihood or even send them to jail. But, through his light touch ability, Yu-jin saw that the chemical plant was not only burying untreated waste on site but also secretly discharging chemical wastewater into nearby rivers. Below those two rivers lay large residential areas. For personal reasons, for moral reasons, and for the law, Yu-jin couldn't turn a blind eye today. President. At this moment, Yin Yao noticed the unusual nature of their conversation and quickly walked over. She glanced at Tong Xiong, then looked at Yu-jin. Is there a problem? Yin Yao's reaction was sharp. Yes. Yu-jin nodded and pointed ahead. Large swaths of land here are soft, covered with fresh soil, and there are obvious excavator tracks nearby. At the same time, I can faintly smell the pungent odor that came from the previous waste residue. I suspect there's something wrong down there. Yu-jin found a pretext for his superpower. The words had barely left his mouth. Boom. Rumble. The helpful citizens nearby had somehow taken over the excavators in the factory area and were rumbling over. Meanwhile, Yin Yao took out her phone and made a call. Half a minute later, Yin Yao looked at Yu-jin. The experts will be here soon. They'll bring specialized equipment and carefully inspect every corner of the chemical plant. At this moment, she realized that Yu-jin, just like when he cleaned up the sewage river last time, wasn't just doing a superficial job, but truly wanted to completely solve the pollution. Yin Yao didn't understand, and even had some doubts, but she respected and supported all of Yu-jin's decisions. This was her unwavering resolve after her rebirth and her decision to cling to powerful figures. 2 hours later, thanks to the efforts of concerned citizens and dozens of excavators, hundreds of tons of buried chemical waste were brought back to light. The pungent odor caused everyone present to frown, some even struggling to open their eyes. They didn't treat it at all, just buried it on the spot. Yin Yao's face also darkened. She had anticipated the chemical plant's pollution would be severe, but she hadn't expected it to reach this level. Disposing of this kind of chemical waste requires tens of millions of yuan annually, including the purchase and maintenance of equipment, as well as manpower and material costs. For a company like Sanyuan Heavy Industry, tens of millions of yuan isn't a huge amount, but businessmen are driven by profit. Yu-jin sighed softly. Not far away, powerless and slumped on the ground, Tong Xiong's gaze towards Yu-jin was no longer polite or even obsequious, but filled with resentment and hatred. How could this happen? How could this happen? Tong Xiong shouted as he was taken away by the police who arrived at the scene. Such a massive waste disposal operation was no longer simply environmentally unfriendly, but a violation of the Great Xia criminal law, a crime punishable by imprisonment. Meanwhile, the experts summoned by Yin Yao were also investigating various areas of the chemical plant. Shortly afterward, the experts discovered the hidden wastewater discharge outlets of the chemical plant. Tong Zion's crime was compounded. On the system panel before Yu Jin, new text information appeared. You, with the body of an ant, led hundreds of subjects to purify the 8th-order pollution source Mendeleev's tragedy. Purification progress, 99%. Just like the previous cleanup of the sewage river, the purification progress was also stuck at 99%. Tracing back to the source? Yu Jin murmured softly. Beside him, Yin Yao's eyes flickered slightly upon hearing this. 5 minutes later, an official document from Zhongcheng was issued. Sanyuan Heavy Industry was ordered to cease production pending investigation due to serious violations of chemical discharge regulations. At the same time, the purification progress before Yu Jin also successfully increased from 99% to 100%. A freeloader. Yu Jin looked at Yin Yao, a bitter feeling welling up inside. Logically speaking, even if Sanyuan Heavy Industry had violated regulations regarding pollution discharge, the order to suspend operations and rectify its operations shouldn't have been issued so quickly. Clearly, Yin Yao had activated her superpower again. Or continue. At the entrance of the Sanyuan Heavy Industry Industrial Park, Yin Yao looked at Yu Jin. Continue. Yu Jin's answer was serious and affirmative. He had come today hoping to obtain enough resources to advance to the 8th rank. A mere Sanyuan Heavy Industry was far from enough. Okay. Yin Yao nodded. Time flew by. In the blink of an eye, the sun was setting, and it was already evening. Yu Jin and Yin Yao got into the back seat of the black sedan. From day to evening, Yu Jin had spent the entire day tirelessly purifying the 8th rank pollution source. Despite the hard work, the harvest made Yu Jin extremely satisfied. With these, 8th rank is within reach. Yu Jin thought to himself, looking at the semi-transparent panel in front of him. On the panel, a dazzling array of generous rewards was displayed. Meanwhile, Yin Yao slightly tilted her head, looking at Yu Jin, who seemed to be lost in thought. She pursed her lips, as if carefully choosing her words. After a long while, Yin Yao finally spoke. Yu Jin, what do you think about my grandfather inviting you to a casual meal? Section 86. Huff. Yu Jin took a deep breath. Grandpa Yin Yao's dinner invitation. It was supposed to be a casual meal, but Yu Jin knew very well that the topics discussed at the dinner table would be anything but simple. Thinking boldly, it was entirely possible that the old man would directly confront him about the Wasteland invasion. After all, many of the issues the old man considered were quite different from his own. Besides, the old man might also be testing him. Yu Jin knew very well that his behavior had been somewhat abnormal lately. From the initial environmental club activities to the current chemical plant remediation, some things couldn't be brushed off with a simple firm determination to protect the environment. Furthermore, these resources today should be enough for me to advance to the 8th rank. And after the 8th rank, there's the 9th rank. The 9th rank means I need to purify 9th rank pollution sources. Chemical plant pollution, considered the highest level of urban pollution, is only classified as an 8th rank pollution source. So, what could be classified as a 9th rank pollution source? Only nuclear pollution. Nuclear pollution is undoubtedly the highest level of pollution on Blue Star. If even it can't be classified as 9th rank, then it's likely that even searching the entire Ember of Blue Star wouldn't yield a 9th rank pollution source. But, nuclear pollution is far beyond the reach of ordinary people. In other words, chemical pollution, without Yin Yao's intervention, Ember could at least get a piece of the pie. But nuclear pollution? If Grandpa Yin Yao doesn't agree, let alone handle it, even getting close to it is a pipe dream. Although he was now a 7th-tier evolved being, even with immense personal strength, he was far from being omniscient and omnipotent. The location of the Great Xia's nuclear waste storage site was definitely a top secret. Even if Yu Jin could teleport and travel, without knowing the location of the nuclear waste, he could only lament his helplessness. Furthermore, the Fukushima nuclear wastewater scandal has been making headlines for the past 2 years. If things don't work out in Great Xia, perhaps there's another opportunity. A variety of thoughts raced through Yu Jin's mind. Of course, there was another very important reason, his family. How have you decided? Seeing Yu Jin deep in thought, Yin Yao asked softly again. Her grandfather had specifically called her during the day to discuss this matter. Her grandfather really wanted to see Yu Jin. This concerns our future survival. Her grandfather's words still seemed to echo in Yin Yao's ears. What time? Yu Jin finally spoke, breaking the silence. 8 o'clock sharp. It's at my manor on the outskirts of the city. My grandfather arrived in Zhongcheng from Yanjing this afternoon. Yin Yao couldn't hide her surprise and delight. Yu Jin glanced at the time. 6 o'clock sharp. There are still 2 hours. shall we go now, or? Yu Jin asked. If you have plans, you don't have to rush. I'll arrange for someone to pick you up at Jiang University when it's time. Yin Yao smiled brightly. She actually really wanted Yu Jin to meet her grandfather. There were many things she couldn't tell Yu Jin, but her grandfather could. Okay. Then could you please take me back to Jiang University first? I happen to have some things to take care of. Yu Jin didn't stand on ceremony and told Yin Yao his thoughts. No problem. Yin Yao responded. Zhongcheng University. Under the surprised and envious gazes of the students, Yu Jin stepped out of a black sedan with a white license plate. He returned to Zhongcheng University to process the lessons learned from today's chemical plant cleanup, and to buy up the items that had appeared last night before the Points Mall refreshed. Yu Jin walked through the school gate, not returning to his dormitory, but heading straight for Zaiwan Building. It was Saturday, and students had no classes, so Zaiwan Building was quite deserted. Yu Jin climbed all the way to the 6th floor and entered classroom 607. This was the Environmental Protection Club's private activity room. Click. Yu Jin locked the classroom door with his key, then drew the curtains tightly shut. Then, buzz. With a thought, Yu Jin's figure vanished from the spot. Meanwhile, deep within Langlang Mountain, a few kilometers from Jianda University, lies a hidden cave. The space rippled like flowing water. Ember stepped out from within. Useful. Ember gave a soft praise. Before descending the mountain early this morning, he had deliberately set up a coordinate mark in the cave to facilitate his movement here, saving him the trouble of climbing several kilometers of mountain path each time. Besides, it was also perfect for concealment, since from the school's surveillance perspective, he was still in the classroom. Let's see the results. Ember's mind stirred, and he brought up the system panel. With the body of an ant, you led hundreds of subjects to purify the 8th-order pollution source Mendeleev's tragedy. Purification progress, 100%. With your insignificant ant-like body, you led hundreds of your subjects to purify the 8th-tier pollution source 10,000 poisons devouring liquid. Purification progress, 100%. Such a magnificent achievement, unprecedented and unparalleled, resounds throughout the Wasteland. You gained Wasteland points, 2 million. You gained resources, 7th-tier energy crystal *5. You gained resources, 6th-tier energy crystal *20. You gained resources, attribute activation stone *20. You gained ability, Sensing LV1. Evaluation, no attribute ability, can leave a sensory mark on the target, thereby sensing the target's specific location and life status. Section 87. Hint. The farther the distance, the weaker the perception, and the more blurred the perceived information. You purified the 8th-tier pollution source and mobilized hundreds of your subjects, triggering the territory module reward. You gained Wasteland points 1,000,000. You gained resources 6th-tier energy crystal *20. You gained resources fragmented map *1. Evaluation. This map records the specific locations of various refuge cities and mutated beast/infected lairs within the A307 area of the Wasteland planet. Ember's gaze swept over the lines of text information. He lingered particularly long on the Sensing LV.1 ability. This ability is exactly the type Ember desperately needs right now. Although it lacks combat power, it allows him to remotely sense the location and status of Old Yu, Yu Chen, and Old Kui after traversing the Wasteland. At least I have some basic security. Yu Jin felt a little more at ease, then looked at his points balance. Wasteland points, 3,065,000. A little over 3 million points was a considerable sum, but last night, the points shop refreshed with a rare find, priced extremely high. Yu Jin was familiar with this rare find, as he had just seen it yesterday. Resource, legacy left by an 8th-tier powerhouse. Price, 2 million points. Evaluation. Upon opening, there is a chance to obtain the resources, abilities, attributes, memories of an 8th-tier powerhouse, but there is also a chance to obtain nothing. Hint, can only be opened after reaching the 8th tier. The familiar formula, the familiar taste. Only the target has changed from 6th tier to 8th tier, and the price has skyrocketed from 200,000 to 2 million. An 8th tier blind box. Even after seeing it many times, Yu Jin couldn't help but gasp. In that Wasteland world, an 8th tier evolver was absolutely at the pinnacle, practically ruling a territory. If this were a cultivation novel, this would practically be considered a legacy left by a nascent soul grandmaster. To buy, or not to buy? Yu Jin fell into thought. In a daze, he seemed to hear the devilish whispers of a self-help guru. Chapter 63 KDA. All in, it's a kind of wisdom. Yu Jin no longer hesitated, waving his hand. Wasteland points minus 2 million. You have obtained the resource, a legacy left by an 8th tier powerhouse. Hint, can be unlocked after 8th tier, currently 7th tier, cannot be unlocked. Current Wasteland points 1,065,000. Originally 3 million points, more than half were gone in an instant, and Eugene felt a pang of heartache. But, gambling, in the end, you can have everything. What if this blind box gave him the energy of an 8th tier powerhouse? Maybe he could even reach the pinnacle of the 8th tier in one go. Eugene put aside his thoughts and looked at the other 5 items. 7th tier energy crystal. Price 100,000 points. Evaluation: a pure and safe energy source, a rare treasure coveted by countless high-level evolvers. The price of 100,000 points was a bit expensive, but Eugene didn't hesitate and bought it immediately. Although he had obtained 5 7th tier crystals from his trip to the chemical plant today, it was far from enough to break through to the 8th tier. Since the 7th tier crystal had appeared in the shop, Eugene had no reason to miss it. Speaking of which, as the tier increases and points accumulate, the value of the items refreshed in this shop also increases. Eugene muttered to himself, casually buying 3 of the other 4 items at once. The 3 items were one each of the 4th, 5th, and 6th tier crystals. The prices were 10,000, 20,000, and 40,000 points respectively. Current Wasteland points 895,000. After that, Eugene's gaze fell on the last item. This item was somewhat special. Resource: Ancient Book of an Old Civilization, Fragment. Evaluation: an ancient book left behind by a destroyed civilization on Wasteland Planet A3. It may contain important information, or it may contain nothing at all. Price: 5 million points. Wasteland Planet, designated A3? Ember's attention was deeply drawn to these words. Whoosh! With a thought, 2 tattered map scrolls appeared in his hand. Both maps were made of worn parchment, each marked with hundreds of refuge cities and infected/mutant beast lairs. The 2 maps pointed to areas A307 and A308 respectively. I think I misunderstood before, thinking it was A308, but perhaps it should be A3-08? Wasteland Planet A3, Area 08, does that mean? Ember's eyes narrowed slightly, making a bold guess. Before this, he had always thought that the Wasteland game referred to a specific and unique planet, but now it seems it's not that simple. Thinking further, since there's a planet numbered A3, could there also be A1, A2, even C1, C2? Different planets correspond to different servers in the Wasteland game. Eugene couldn't help but think of the game's region system in League of Legends. This Wasteland game seems far more complex than it appears. Combined with the alpha remnants Yufei encountered before, one could even speculate this game isn't actually targeting Earth, but rather countless planets and civilizations throughout the universe. Earth is merely one of the thousands of civilizations it has chosen, nothing special. Eugene took a deep breath and shook his head. At this stage, he couldn't think that far ahead. This tough stuff might be valuable, potentially providing important information, but the price of 5 million points was simply too exorbitant. Not to mention that Ember doesn't have that many points right now, and can't get that many anytime soon. Even if he did have 5 million points, he'd have to carefully consider whether to buy them. After all, at this stage, for Ember, improving his own rank is far more important than understanding this information about the old civilization. Once I reach rank 9, I'll face whatever comes my way. Thinking of this, Ember remained silent and began to consume crystals. Crunch! There's still some time before Grandpa Yin Yao's banquet. He'll consume a few rank 6 crystals to moisten his throat first. Section 88. It was 7:15. Eugene emerged from the club activity room on the top floor of Xiwan building. 5 minutes later, Eugene saw Yin Yao, who was already waiting at the entrance of Zhang University. She was unusually dressed in a moonwhite Chinese-style cheongsam, paired with black leather boat shoes, exuding elegance and youthful energy. "You're here." Yin Yao smiled brightly. You look quite striking in this outfit." Eugene complimented her with a smile, then got into the back seat of the black sedan. Yin Yao was slightly taken aback by his words, but didn't think much of it and followed him into the car. A moment later, the car started and headed towards the outskirts of Zhang City. The distance from Zhang University to the manor wasn't far, about a 20-minute drive. Throughout the journey, neither Eugene nor Yin Yao spoke. Eugene gazed out the window, lost in thought. Yin Yao's grandfather's full name was Yin Shanhai. To be honest, if he hadn't already reached the 7th rank and awakened the bug-like powerful space attribute, giving him a certain degree of self-protection, meeting such an old man would probably have made him quite intimidated. The reason was simple. While he was a 7th-rank superhuman, the subtle influence of the social environment over the past 20 years was undeniable. Fortunately, from the day he was bound to the system, Eugene had already transcended the realm of normal people. In the silent atmosphere, time ticked by. Finally, Eugene felt the car slow down. At the same time, he noticed this area on the outskirts of the city was under martial law. Apart from the car he was in, there was no other traffic on the road, and on both sides of the road stood figures with upright postures. A short while later, the car drove into a manor. Yujin glanced around and spotted patrol teams of 3 or 4 men within the manor. 2 minutes later, the car came to a stop. The driver got out and opened the door for Yujin. Yujin stepped out, followed closely by Yin Yao. "This way, please." A woman dressed as a butler was already waiting at the manor entrance. Behind her stood 2 men in military uniforms. Notably, Yujin recognized one of them. He was the one who had delivered helmets to the dormitory twice before. At this moment, the man also looked at Yujin, nodding with a smile. Tap, tap, tap. Yujin followed the butler's footsteps through the long corridor, the crisp sound of footsteps echoing. Armed figures stood on both sides of the corridor. The corridor was long, and since the butler walked slowly, Yujin slowed his pace as well. After a while, Yujin and Yin Yao arrived at the reception room. At the tea table in the reception room, an elderly man in a Zhongshan suit with gray hair was making tea. When Yujin arrived, the old man was pouring half a cup of hot tea into each of the 2 empty cups in front of him. "Grandpa," Yin Yao called softly. The old man seemed to be quite old, and his hearing wasn't as sharp, so Yin Yao deliberately raised her voice a little higher than usual. "Oh." Hearing the voice, the old man paused slightly in his tea pouring and looked up. His cloudy eyes, seemingly filled with endless depth, looked at Yujin. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. The old man slowly stood up, a kind smile appearing on his face. "It's a pleasure to meet you, Yujin." Yujin, however, paused slightly. At this moment, in his vision, a clear string of numbers appeared on the old man's body. 288017925001. This is KDA? Chapter 64 Omomo. The reception room. After Yujin took his seat, he accepted the tea offered by the old man with both hands. Accepting the tea with both hands was a sign of respect. This respect wasn't due to the other man's terrifying status, but rather stemmed from the horrifying KDA. Behind the old man's KDA was mostly the blood of his enemies. As a citizen of Great Xia, Yujin's respect came from the bottom of his heart. "Yao Yao, the guest has arrived. Go and call for the dishes." Yin Shanhai stared at Yujin for a while, then looked away at Yin Yao. "Okay." Yin Yao nodded and got up to leave. In the reception room, only Yujin and Yin Shanhai remained. Even the figure responsible for security in the shadows vanished without a trace. It was obvious. Having Yin Yao serve the food was a pretense. The real purpose was to create space for their conversation. Their subsequent conversation was extremely secretive. So secretive, even Yin Yao couldn't be present. Yujin realized this, and his heart skipped a beat. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Time slowly passed, and the atmosphere became somewhat silent. After a long while, Yin Shanhai sighed softly and took the initiative to change the subject. "Yujin, you've heard of the game Wasteland, haven't you?" Yin Shanhai looked at Yujin and smiled. The old man didn't beat around the bush and went straight to the point. "Yes, I've heard of it. Senior Yin even gave me 4 helmets, but I get a bit motion sickness in 3D games, so I haven't logged into Wasteland yet." Yujin answered calmly. Yin Shanhai chuckled. "I heard about it from Yao Yao. She really wants to get you to log into the game with her, but she hasn't been able to find an opportunity. I advised her not to force it." Section 89. Upon hearing this, Yujin didn't reply, only smiled. Then, "Do you know that this Wasteland game is unusual?" Yin Shanhai suddenly looked up, staring intently into Yujin's eyes. "I know a little." Yujin nodded, replying without hesitation, "Several of my roommates have played it. The game is incredibly realistic, far beyond the current technological level of Earth." Yin Shanhai shook his head and sighed. "It's more than just exceeding human technological levels." He paused slightly, staring into Yujin's eyes, and spoke in a deep, unwavering tone. "Whether it's the Wasteland game or the game helmet, they don't belong to Earth, yet they appeared out of nowhere on Earth. Do you know? What does that mean?" Yujin fell silent. He certainly knew what it meant. "Have you ever heard of time travel?" Yin Shanhai poured Yujin some more tea. "I've seen it in online novels." Yujin replied. "Then, if I told you that soon, countless people on Earth, perhaps a billion, perhaps billions, will be instantly transported to an alien wasteland, would you believe me?" Yin Shanhai's tone was calm, revealing no emotion. "I believe you." Yujin nodded. Yin Shanhai laughed. He stared at Yujin for a long while, nodding, then shaking his head. "It seems you're not entirely surprised by this." Yujin neither denied nor confirmed. In fact, he knew his abnormality couldn't be hidden from the old man before him. This abnormality wasn't about acquiring a system or becoming an evolved being. It was environmental protection. From initially picking up trash, to cleaning up sewage rivers, and now, the chemical plant cleanup during the day. Jin knew his actions couldn't be simply explained by a firm determination to protect the environment, even though Jin hadn't sensed anyone monitoring him from beginning to end. But he had conducted these environmental activities openly and brazenly in public. Someone of Yin Shanhai's position couldn't possibly be without suspicion. He just probably couldn't imagine that he had awakened a system, or rather, a system with a bug. Or rather, he suspected, but only suspected, he hadn't taken any action. Yin Shanhai suddenly changed the subject. Jin, have you been following any astronomical news lately? Upon hearing this, Jin froze. Astronomy? He thought the old man was going to continue talking about Wasteland and time travel, so why the sudden shift to astronomy? I haven't been paying much attention, Jin answered truthfully. Ha! Yin Shanhai chuckled softly, muttering to himself, that's true, you've been busy with environmental protection lately, haven't had time to care about other things. Jin remained composed, continuing the conversation. Any recent news in the field of astronomy? Yes, Yin Shanhai's tone was certain. He didn't explain further, but instead pushed a document in front of Jin. You can take a look, he said softly. Okay. Jin nodded, opening the document. What came into view were three large, bold red characters: Oumuamua. Oumuamua? Jin had recently heard this name before, it seemed. It was from Old Tang, when he was flirting with a female student in the club. Jin suppressed his thoughts and read through the document line by line. Gradually, Jin's expression changed. July 5, 2025, the Atlas telescope first observed the celestial body Oumuamua. 10 days later, Oumuamua was marked as an interstellar object due to its orbital anomaly. September 2, 2025, Oumuamua entered the solar system. On the same day, its orbit underwent a significant change, its subsequent path pointing directly at Earth. On September 4, 2025, calculations by scientists from various countries ruled out the possibility of Oumuamua directly colliding with Earth. On September 5, 2025, experts from the Great Heaven Academy of Humanities, after detailed calculations, simulated the precise subsequent orbital path of Oumuamua. Oumuamua is expected to pass close to Earth at midnight on September 9. At that time, Oumuamua will be less than 50 kilometers from Earth, potentially triggering earthquakes and tsunamis in parts of Earth. It is speculated that Oumuamua and the game Wasteland are highly likely to be related. Jin examined it carefully, for a full 10 minutes. And finally, his gaze fell on the timeline written in black and white on the paper. September 9, 12 a.m., the time travel occurred? Jin murmured, looking up at Yin Shanhai. You see, it's already past 8 p.m. on September 7th. In other words, the time travel has only been going on for a maximum of 48 plus 4 equals 52 hours. He had expected Wasteland to arrive quickly, but he hadn't expected it to be this fast, with only a little over 2 days left in the countdown. On the other side, Yin Shanhai nodded, then shook his head. Yes, September 9, 12 a.m., is the time travel occurred. But what happened might not just be time travel. Chapter 65: The Spark. Section 90. More than just time travel. Yin Shanhai's last question made Jin's pupils shrink. Jin had always been clear and certain about time travel. His only previous uncertainty was about the exact time. But now, the old man's words implied, it seemed this matter wasn't as simple as he thought. Jin looked up at the white-haired old man before him. A deep, cloudy pity flickered in the depths of his eyes. What else? Jin took a deep breath and pressed for an answer. Yin Shanhai sighed softly. Take a look at this. The old man handed Jin a new document. Yao hasn't seen the contents of this either. Currently, in the entire Great Xia, besides those scientists, no more than a handful of people know about it. Of course, this information can't be suppressed for long. It's alright if you tell your relatives and friends after you find out. Yin Shanhai calmly told Jin. Jin fell silent. Yin Yao was this old man's only granddaughter. How significant must this information be if even she didn't know it? Jin took a deep breath and solemnly opened the file. What came into view was a set of slightly blurry photos. This is Oumuamua? Jin squinted subconsciously. The image in the photograph showed a long, narrow celestial body traveling against a backdrop of stars. Yes, Yin Shanhai replied. Jin suppressed his thoughts and continued reading. Through the latest spectroscopic technology, it has been discovered that Oumuamua carries a large amount of unknown matter. Under current detection methods, this unknown matter does not contain any elements currently known on Earth. Based on Oumuamua's speed and orbit, calculations suggest that as it passes by Earth, the gravitational forces between planets may cause some of the unknown matter it carries on its surface to fall into Earth. Through observations of data since Oumuamua entered the solar system, it has been discovered. Its volume and mass have shown a decay phenomenon when passing by Saturn and Jupiter. Preliminary speculation. This is due to a portion of the unknown matter inherent in Oumuamua falling towards Saturn and Jupiter under their gravitational pull. On September 6, 2025, Oumuamua passed through Mars' near-Earth orbit. Its mass and volume decreased again. Data from the probes deployed by the Great Xia on the Martian surface. After the irregularly shaped black matter made contact with Mars, the Mars probe suffered unexplained effects and ceased operation. Simultaneously, multiple astronomical telescopes monitoring this substance within Great Xia malfunctioned. Image. Within just a few minutes, large astronomical telescopes corroded and decayed rapidly in a supernatural manner. Based on the background of the game Wasteland, this change is tentatively named the contaminated state. On September 7, 2025, Great Xia held a secret meeting with the United States and other countries. Through monitoring data from multiple sources, it has been preliminarily determined the unknown substance carried by the celestial body Oumuamua possesses supernatural contamination characteristics. After assessment by experts from various countries, it is believed that if this unknown substance were to descend upon Earth, it could potentially cause an uncontrollable pollution catastrophe. The impact of the unknown substance on life forms is currently uncertain, but considering the Wasteland game setting, technological creations have a chance of malfunctioning, and ordinary life forms may evolve into mutated beasts or infected beings. The extent, scale, and duration of the unknown substance's impact on Earth are currently unknown. The various bases of Great Xia have begun injecting liquid nuclear fuel. Finished reading? Yin Shanhai's voice interrupted Yu Jin's thoughts. Yu Jin looked up, but his heart remained unsettled. The information revealed in this document was terrifying. Can it be stopped? Yu Jin asked after a long silence. Yin Shanhai sighed softly and shook his head, saying, "Actually, Great Xia has already developed a prototype of space weapons in the past few years. After confirming this information, we also used space weapons to attack Oumuamua." As he spoke, Yin Shanhai glanced at the time. "Just an hour before you arrived, at exactly 7 o'clock. A deep bitterness and helplessness appeared on Yin Shanhai's wrinkled face. "But it failed. It doesn't seem like a physical substance at all, it's more like an illusory existence, or something that our blue star technology cannot yet comprehend. We can't stop it from approaching, nor can we stop it from spreading contamination across Blue Star." Yu Jin fell silent upon hearing this. Oumuamua, and that unknown substance, is most likely an existence similar to the transcendent realm. At this moment, Yu Jin was thinking, with his current 7th tier abilities, could he possibly stop its arrival by using a method like a spatial black hole? Soon, Yu Jin arrived at his answer. "No, I'm still far from being at the 7th rank. I was suppressed too much on Blue Star. Even at the 7th rank, I couldn't unleash much power, let alone intercept a transcendent celestial body in the universe." Ember. Yin Shanhai suddenly called out Ember's name. Ember looked up at the old man. "Do you know why I'm telling you this?" Yin Shanhai stared intently into Ember's eyes. He didn't wait for Ember's answer, and continued in a low voice. "Because, in the future, you will be very powerful. In the future, you will be a transcendent evolver at the pinnacle of the Wasteland world. In the future, your refuge will shelter countless Wasteland refugees, giving them hope for survival. And now..." He stopped there. Under Ember's watchful gaze, he actually stood up, solemnly clasping his hands in a gesture of respect. "Blue Star may face an unprecedented catastrophe. If that's the case, the hundreds of millions, or even billions, of humans who will be transported to the Wasteland in 2 days may be the last embers of Blue Star's civilization. I hope." Section 91. In the future, when you are powerful enough to conquer the Wasteland, are you willing to offer a small act of protection to the Blue Star civilization, especially to your fellow citizens of Great Xia? As he spoke, Yin Shanhai handed another document to Yu Jin. "This is a token of my sincerity on behalf of my fellow citizens of Great Xia." Huff. Yu Jin took a deep breath, suppressing the turmoil of emotions surging within him. He opened the document. "This is a map?" Yu Jin froze. The paper inside the document unfolded into a map that could easily cover the entire table. On the map were densely marked coordinates. Near some of the coordinates, Yu Jin also saw small house diagrams representing refuge cities, and mutant beast/infected nests marked with a red cross. While Yu Jin was lost in thought, Yin Shanhai's voice echoed softly. From the day the Wasteland game appeared, that is, September 2nd, the Great Xia dynasty dispatched nearly 10,000 people to log into the game and begin exploring information about various regions. Afterwards, with the acquisition of more helmets, this number expanded to 100,000. They recorded coordinates at the cost of countless deaths and respawns. Hundreds of thousands of coordinates converged to create the imperfect map you see now, but it should provide some assistance after you traverse the Wasteland. Chapter 66 Shelter. Yu Jin stared at the map before him, speechless for a long time. This sincerity was too heavy. So heavy. Yu Jin didn't even know how to accept it. Actually, he hadn't thought this far ahead. He just wanted to be an environmentally conscious college student, to pick up trash, to become an evolved being, to not eat beef, to be a happy superhero. Ha! Seemingly sensing Yu Jin's change in mindset, Yin Shanhai suddenly laughed, stood up, and patted Yu Jin on the shoulder. Young man, what I just described was only the worst case scenario, so don't put too much pressure on yourself. Just do what you want to do. As for Blue Star, you don't need to worry too much. Even if Oumuamua really lands, the people of Great Xia will never surrender and obediently accept their fate. We will resist, we will persevere, we will struggle. One day, perhaps one day, you will return in extraordinary form and save Blue Star. Yin Shanhai smiled, encouraging Yu Jin. It was as if the heavy topic about Oumuamua had never happened. By the way, Yin Shanhai added, your family will also receive the highest level of protection from Great Xia. I have already distributed their information to 100,000 compatriots. If your family members are transported to the Wasteland, they will protect them with their lives the moment they are discovered. You can completely trust the faith and loyalty of these 100,000 people. In the future, if you wish, you can bring them all under your command. They can serve as a significant asset. If your family members haven't been transported, we will provide the highest level of protection. Even if the pollution disaster does occur and gets out of control, your family will definitely be among the few who survive to the very end. I guarantee it. After me. Yin Shanhai's words were undoubtedly another escalation of the stakes. Yu Jin didn't doubt the weight of his words. For someone of the old man's stature, lies meant nothing. Also, besides the map, these 100,000 people also brought back some important data about the Wasteland planet. It's all compiled here. You can take it back and take a closer look. Yin Shanhai patted Yu Jin's shoulder and handed him another document. At this point, Yu Jin was completely speechless. The old man had already gone to such lengths. If he were to act heartless, he would truly be letting down the Great Xia blood flowing through his veins. I will do my best. Yu Jin's tone was serious, each word distinct. Haha, good. Yin Shanhai smiled broadly. For him, this was the best answer. Even if it was just empty talk from Yu Jin at this moment, no one could see what the future held. Sitting in this position, Yin Shanhai knew better than anyone that people's hearts, thoughts, and even beliefs could easily be changed by the rise in power and status. But at least at this moment, Yu Jin had given him this promise. That was enough. Yin Shanhai stopped talking about Wasteland and Oumuamua, his smile becoming even more amiable and warm. It was as if, at this moment, he had truly shed the halo of his status and position, simply inviting Yu Jin to his home for a casual meal as an elder grandfather. Yao Yao, it's time to serve the food. Yin Shanhai smiled and patted the table. Outside the living room, Yin Yao, who had been waiting for a long time, finally pushed open the door and walked in. She glanced at Yu Jin, then at Yin Shanhai, curious about what the two had been talking about that even she couldn't overhear. But curiosity aside, since her grandfather wasn't going to tell her, she wouldn't press him. At the dinner table, various dishes steamed hot. Yin Shanhai, Yin Yao, and Yu Jin sat down. During the meal, no one mentioned Wasteland anymore. On the contrary, Yin Shanhai praised Yu Jin's recent environmental activities. Many people talk about environmental protection, but few actually do it. You're so young, but in terms of environmental protection alone, you've done much better than this old man. As he spoke, Yin Shanhai paused slightly, looking at Yu Jin. Do you have any other ideas regarding environmental protection? If you have any ideas, feel free to speak them. As long as they don't violate our principles, we'll give you our full support. The words fell silent. A brief silence fell over the table. Yin Yao silently put down her chopsticks and looked at Yu Jin. Section 92. Yu Jin, after putting down his chopsticks, carefully considered his words before saying, yes. A very important reason he had come to the banquet today was this. He had originally wanted to find an opportunity to change the subject, but unexpectedly, the old man had proactively offered him a way out. Oh, what idea? Tell me. Yin Shanhai's smile remained kind and friendly. Nuclear contamination. Yu Jin uttered these three words. Yin Yao, sitting at the table, widened her beautiful eyes immediately. Yin Shanhai, however, maintained his smile, seemingly unsurprised. All right, I'll arrange it. Yin Shanhai smiled, agreeing to Yu Jin's incredibly audacious idea. 9:30 p.m. Yu Jin walked out of the manor gate. Yin Yao followed behind him, hands behind her back. Why did you suddenly think of dealing with nuclear contamination? Yin Yao stared at Yu Jin, finally unable to hold back, and asked the question that had been bothering her. I had a dream. I dreamt that if I did more environmental work, I could become Superman. Yu Jin didn't turn around, speaking softly. A dream? Yin Yao remembered Yu Jin saying something similar to her at the zoo. Actually, That night, she had secretly gone to the zoo herself and touched all the tigers and lions' butts. But unfortunately, she hadn't dreamt. Perhaps, he's the chosen one of the Wasteland. This thought resurfaced in Yin Yao's mind. In the Wasteland of her past life, countless people were curious, even inquiring, about why Ember was so powerful. Countless people offered various speculations. Some believed he had an extraordinary background, the favored son of the mastermind behind the Wasteland game. Some believed he had accidentally obtained an incredible opportunity, purely due to his extraordinary luck. Others believed he might have discovered a bug or loophole in the Wasteland game, which allowed him to become so powerful, almost like he was cheating. A very small minority even believed Ember had used some unknown method to cheat. And Yin Yao, when she was first reborn, she had also been curious, even trying to find out. But now, 5 days had passed, and with only 2 days left before crossing into the Wasteland, Yin Yao had become more accepting. No matter how Ember became strong, whether he was the mastermind's favored son, had extraordinary luck, or even cheated, it didn't matter. She didn't need to investigate too much, nor should she. Reborn, Yin Yao has only one thing to do: cling tightly to Yujin's coattails and never let go. Yin Yao would not do anything that would hinder her from currying favor with powerful figures. The Great Xia dynasty was no different. Among these, this includes why Yujin has been so obsessed with environmental protection lately, and has even considered controlling nuclear pollution. Sometimes, being too smart isn't a good thing. A touch of foolishness is the right way to curry favor. A few minutes later, Ember walked to the black sedan parked in front of the door. The driver had already opened the back door. Yujin got into the car, but Yin Yao didn't follow. Instead, she stood there waving goodbye. Back to John University? Or somewhere else? The driver returned to the driver's seat and turned back to ask respectfully, "Yes, who? Is it convenient?" Yujin asked. "Of course." The driver in white gloves smiled and started the car. A short while later, with the roar of the engine, the black sedan gradually disappeared into the night. Yin Shanhai, however, had somehow appeared beside Yin Yao at the manor gate. "Grandpa, why did you come along too?" Yin Yao was somewhat surprised. She knew that her grandfather actually had many things to handle every day, and that he had managed to find time to have dinner with Yujin today by turning down numerous official duties. "Yao Yao." Yin Shanhai gazed into the distance, his cloudy eyes revealing an indescribable emotion. "Your classmate Yujin is quite remarkable." Chapter 67 Planning. The distance from Zhongcheng to Yizhu wasn't far, about an hour and a half by car. In the darkness, a black sedan with a white background and red license plate sped along the highway. Yujin sat in the back seat, looking out the window, his brows furrowed. He was processing the information he'd gathered that evening. First, he finally confirmed his time travel time, midnight on September 9th. It was currently 10 p.m. on September 7th. At most, there were 50 hours left. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to describe it as imminent. Second, the extraterrestrial visitor, Oumuamua. At the moment of travel, it would pass through Earth's orbit, brushing past us. Simultaneously, the unknown substance it carried might also descend upon Earth. That unknown substance could instantly corrode even the telescopes observing it from Earth, demonstrating its unimaginable destructive power. Ember even suspected, perhaps this is how the planet in the Wasteland game originated. Earth was the precursor to the Wasteland planet. Wasteland was the future of the Earth beneath his feet. Before learning about Oumuamua, Ember had always believed, for countless people on Earth, traversing the Wasteland was a catastrophe, while those who remained on Earth were the lucky ones. But now it seemed, the two were reversed. Traveling to the Wasteland offered a chance of survival. Staying on Earth meant facing the contamination of that unknown substance, and the potential apocalyptic catastrophe. Thinking of this, Ember thought of the spatial attribute he had awakened just yesterday. Section 93. One of the abilities was 6th-tier spatial attribute ability, coordinate imprint LV.1. Active effect, marks spatial coordinates, maximum number of coordinates increases with tier, allowing travel between coordinates regardless of distance. Keyword, traveling regardless of distance. Ember wondered, if he left a coordinate imprint on Earth before traversing the Wasteland, could he travel back after arriving in the Wasteland? Unsure, he consulted the system administrator. But this time, the system administrator was uncooperative, offering no response. It doesn't feel that simple. Ember had a gut feeling. While spatial attribute abilities are powerful, they are ultimately within the framework of the Wasteland game. If one could directly travel from the Wasteland back to Earth, wouldn't that be equivalent to breaking out of the framework? It's like a character in a game, no matter how strong, can't just jump out of the screen and punch the game designer. Unless Brother Tongze can exert his full power, the coordinate imprint's ability to traverse regardless of distance will likely be no match for the game's framework itself. Thinking of this, Yujin let out a long sigh. Regardless, He definitely needed to leave the coordinate imprint before crossing over. As for whether he could return from the wasteland, he could only wait and see. Also, there's the map. Yujin untied the file folder in his arms and unfolded the folded map inside. The map contained hundreds of thousands of coordinates. You can't bring anything into the wasteland, so Yujin could only use this last bit of time to memorize all the key information on this map. A 3-07-456, 587, a 3-13-210, 652, a 3-48-533, 999, a 3-99-142, 761. The format of the coordinates made Yujin's eyes narrow slightly. He thought of the two incomplete maps he had already obtained, A307 and A308. My previous guess seems to be correct? A 3 represents a planet, 07 represents a region, and the following are numbers like latitude and longitude? Yujin thought to himself. At the same time, he also prepared to go back and ask the people around him about their in-game coordinates. Old Kui, Gang Ge, Yu Fei, Yin Yao, Yu Chen, and Old Utou. Old Utou only wore the helmet once before being hospitalized, and afterwards he locked the helmet in a cabinet, probably not touching it for the past 2 days. But with the time travel mechanism and specific timing confirmed, Old Yu's fate in the game was already sealed, so Yujin naturally wouldn't stop him from logging in. This trip back to Yizhu was precisely for this matter. Superman is Superman, family is family. Go back to Yizhu first, find out the coordinates of Old Yu and Yu Chen. Ask Mom if she's willing to wear the helmet and accept the time travel. At this moment, in the back seat of the car, lay an unopened helmet. This was prepared for Yujin by Yin Shanhai in advance. After dealing with these things, go back to Jiangda University and explain the time travel time to Old Kui and the others in person. In the last 2 days, they can at least make some preparations. And then, drink some crystal. The crystals I currently possess can significantly improve my abilities, but they're not enough for a direct advancement. If I can get some more high-level crystals from the point shop tonight, my chances of breaking through to the 8th rank will be much greater. Yujin mentally planned his next move. Ding! His phone in his pocket suddenly vibrated. Yujin unlocked his phone and saw a message from Yin Yao. Grandpa has already arranged the nuclear waste purification. The day after tomorrow, early morning of September 9th, someone will take you by plane to the Great Xia Northwest Secret Base. It stores all the solidified nuclear waste Great Xia has accumulated over the past few decades. It should meet your needs. I won't be going with you then. On my last day before transmigrating, I want to spend time with Mom and Dad. Prefecture. Ziqiao Lane Community, Lao Yu's Noodle Shop. When Yujin returned, the noodle shop was still open. It was already 11 p.m., but Old Yu was still enthusiastically playing chess with someone. Ha! Are you seeing things? Why do I think I see Xiao Jin? Old Yu was still in a daze. Yujin had already packed up the chessboard and pulled him into the noodle shop. Whoosh! Yujin pulled down the roller shutter. Old Yu looked completely bewildered. After washing up, Xiao Fang, who was upstairs preparing for bed, heard the noise and ran down in her slippers. Upon seeing Yujin, Xiao Fang was first taken aback, then her face lit up with surprise. Xiao Jin, why are you home so suddenly? Yujin didn't answer, but pulled the two of them to the table. His tone was more serious than ever before. What I'm about to tell you might be hard to believe, but it's all true. 10 minutes later. Old Yu looked bewildered, his brows furrowed, as if something was on his mind. Xiao Fang, on the other hand, clutched the hem of her clothes tightly. Xiao Jin. All those games you mentioned, time travel, Wasteland, and Oumuamua, Cataclysm, are they all true? Xiao Fang was traditional and conservative, rarely surfing the internet, at most watching historical dramas. She simply couldn't accept this information overload. It's true. Yujin knew his parents would find it hard to accept. He simply took out his phone, opened his photo album, and played a video for them. In the video was an elderly man with gray hair. This was sent by Yin Yao. Clearly, after learning that Yujin was returning to Yizhu, Yin Shanhai had guessed that Yujin would tell his parents these things. Similarly, Yin Shanhai had also guessed that his parents would find it hard to believe. Thus, this specially recorded video was made. Hello, Yujin's adoptive parents. I am Yin Shanhai. Chapter 68 Going Home. Section 94. State University. After leaving Old Yu's noodle shop, Yujin came straight here. A moment earlier. The two elders were terrified by Yin Shanhai's video, but they also completely believed what Yujin said. The helmet, time travel, Wasteland, Oumuamua, and the possible catastrophe on Earth. Yujin said everything he should and shouldn't have said. After that, Old Yu's reaction was somewhat strange. He remained silent, put on the helmet, and gave Yujin a detailed set of coordinates. This would allow Yujin to find him quickly after the time travel occurred. As for Cao Fang, her choice was completely unexpected by Yu Jin. I'm not leaving. Thinking of this, Yu Jin sighed again. He didn't know if Cao Fang's choice was right or wrong. After all, Oumuamua's contamination of Earth was still only speculation, and it couldn't be completely confirmed. Even if it did happen, the extent and scale of the impact would be uncertain. No one can predict the future now. Brother? Boys' dormitory. Yu Chen took off his helmet and saw Yu Jin standing beside him. His eyes widened in surprise. In the middle of the night, his older brother actually came to find him? Come with me. Yu Jin didn't waste any words and led Yu Chen to the dormitory rooftop. In the night breeze, Yu Jin told his adopted younger brother everything in the simplest and most direct way. Really? Yu Chen didn't show much surprise or joy. Instead, he felt a sense of disappointment, like I knew it. In fact, his gaming experience over the past few days had made Yu Chen realize that this Wasteland game was not simple. He just hadn't expected that there were only 48 hours left before the transmigration would occur. You can keep your beta save file. You can level up these next couple of days. Send me your in-game coordinates later so I can find you in the Wasteland. Yu Jin finished speaking. Yu Chen wasn't as obedient as usual. Instead, he shook his head. Brother, I don't want to level up anymore. I want to go home. Leaving Yizhu University. Yu Jin didn't let the driver take him back to Jiangda University. He thanked him and watched the black sedan disappear from sight. Then, Yu Jin found a secluded corner without surveillance cameras. Buzz. The spatial imprint activated. Yu Jin's figure appeared 200 kilometers away in Langlang Mountain, Zhangcheng. With only 48 hours left before the time travel, Yu Jin no longer considered the risks of revealing his extraordinary abilities. In fact, when Yin Shanhai revealed his true colors today, Yu Jin also considered whether to do the same. Revealing his true colors would allow Guojia to mobilize his resources to do environmental protection for him, allowing him to reap more system rewards and benefits. However, after weighing the options, Yu Jin abandoned this idea. There are 3 reasons. First, system rewards have type limitations and a mechanism that prevents repeated rewards from triggering. Picking up trash, petting animals, cleaning up chemical plants. While there are benefits, they are few and far between. Second, Yu Jin is already at the 7th rank, and his next breakthrough is to the 8th and 9th ranks. Therefore, the only thing that can truly help him is a 9th rank pollution source. And Yin Shanhai has already given him the opportunity to come into contact with nuclear pollution. Third, and most importantly, confronting the issue meant risking the exposure of his system. Yu Jin couldn't find a reason to explain why, while still on Earth, before even transmigrating, had he become a 7th-tier evolver, the Lord of Dawn City. He was even planning to break through to the 8th or 9th tier. Even though he was already at the 7th tier, even though he had the confidence to not eat beef, a metaphor for not consuming resources, the system absolutely could not be exposed. This was the absolute bottom line. Others could suspect, could speculate, but never be certain. Yu Jin currently lacked the ability to investigate the origin of the system, but not exposing it was always the right decision. If the so-called higher-dimensional civilization of the system truly existed, then what difference was there between Yu Jin, who possessed the system, and a child carrying gold through a bustling market? Yin Shanhai's foresight lay precisely in this. He was aware of Yu Jin's abnormality but never questioned him, just as Yu Jin hadn't questioned who the reborn was. This was an unspoken understanding between the two. Jiangda University, men's dormitory, room 615. When Yu Jin pushed open the door, Lao Kui and the other two were still wearing their helmets. Yu Jin used his Eye of Insight to check their information. He discovered that after Yu Fei and Gang Ge, Lao Kui had also advanced to the 2nd tier. Yu Jin looked at them for a while, then went over and patted the 3 on the shoulder. Lao Yu's back? Lao Kui was the first to take off his helmet, and upon seeing Yu Jin, he was clearly taken aback. Yu Fei was the second to take off his helmet. He carefully placed the helmet on the table and turned to look at Yu Jin. Noticing Yu Jin's serious, even solemn, expression, Yu Fei's eyes darkened slightly. Ha ha, just 2 more 2nd-tier crystals needed to break through to the 3rd tier. Chen Gang's face was full of excitement as he took off his helmet. But, seeing Yu Jin's solemn expression, Chen Gang quickly quieted down as well. I have something to tell you, brothers. Yu Jin took a deep breath. Then, as before, he explained everything clearly, including the Wasteland game, the helmet, the time travel, Oumuamua, and so on. Section 95. A long silence followed. The dormitory was completely silent. The atmosphere was oppressively suffocating. Yin, Senior Yin told you. Old Kui clenched his fist and asked in a hoarse voice. Yes. Yu Jin nodded, offering no further explanation. 5 minutes later, Old Kui packed his helmet into a box, then buried his head in his baggage and began packing. Old Kui, what are you doing? Chen Gang was somewhat taken aback. Going home. Old Kui answered in a muffled voice. On the other side, Yu Fei's actions were remarkably synchronized with Old Kui's. He even packed faster than Old Kui. After all, he had already planned to return to Yanjing this weekend. However, after receiving the exact time of his time travel from Yujin, Yu Fei decided to change his flight, even if the new flight was only half a day earlier than the original. Sigh. Seeing the two of them starting to pack, Chen Gang sat down and sighed. His relationship with his family wasn't good. It's an exaggeration to say that in his 3 years of university, except for Chinese New Year, he hadn't returned to his hometown in Guizhou province during winter and summer vacations. Go back, Gang Ge. If you don't go back now, you might never have the chance again. Hearing Gang Ge's sigh, Lao Kui paused in packing his luggage. He looked at Chen Gang, his tone unusually serious. Okay. Chen Gang responded. He didn't rush to pack, but instead took out his phone to check flight tickets. Zhang Cheng was far from Guizhou province. He needed to book flights in advance to confirm his departure time. In the dormitory, Yu Jin stood there, watching the three of them, a strange feeling welling up inside him. With only 2 days left until the time travel, Lao Kui, the other two, including Yu Chen, all chose to go home. And what about him? Although he had placed sensory marks on old Yu, Cao Fang, Yu Chen, and old Kui beforehand, going home wasn't part of his plans for the last 2 days. Am I too cold-hearted? Too obsessed with leveling up after getting the system? Yu Jin stood there, asking himself these questions. After a long while, Yu Jin shook his head firmly. No, the path I'm taking is different from old Kui's. I need to level up as quickly as possible, to become strong enough, so that, one day in the future, I can break through the wasteland and lead them home. Chapter 69 Requesting Monthly Tickets. September is here, a new month. This new author is asking for monthly tickets. This newbie author also wants lots of great monthly tickets. OUO. An extra chapter for every 500 monthly tickets, with no upper limit. An extra chapter every day after release, guaranteed to be paid off by the end of the month. The sales segment is over. I'd like to talk about this book with everyone. I've seen many of your comments over the past few days. First of all, thank you all for your recognition and criticism of this book. Thank you so much for reading this far. As a newbie on Kidian, I don't understand many things. I can only try my best to write the content according to my own understanding, but there are still many flaws, and I apologize for that. Secondly, I really want to, and am very confident in, writing this story well. Although this book may seem like a gimmicky novel, but I really did a lot of outlining and setting, the world building is very complete, and the plot framework is also very well done. The current online literature scene is too competitive, and the industry is tough. For a low-level author like me, without a pen name or followers, to stand out, I have to create some eye-catching gimmicks in the early stages to attract readers. So, in the early stages, I did use a writing style that built up a lot of anticipation. However, what I really want to say is that the truly exciting part is the story after the Wasteland. Since its publication, this book has received both praise and criticism. Many readers, and some fellow authors posing as readers, are pessimistic about the book, thinking it won't last long and that a newcomer can't handle the story. Every time I see such comments, I silently tell myself, you have to prove yourself, you have to write a complete story, you have to prove yourself. So, I'll leave it to time. I believe I can deliver a result that satisfies everyone, including myself. Finally, I want to talk about the book's release and the arrival of the Wasteland. These past few days, everyone's been urging me, thinking I'm deliberately dragging out the plot and padding the story to get it released. First, I want to admit that I did have the idea of stuck the release to make the subscription numbers look better, I admit it. However, I really didn't deliberately drag out the plot or pad the story, really not. The plot of this book was planned out in its entirety a long time ago. Scrap collecting, recruitment, zoo, sewage river, chemical plant, nuclear contamination, foreshadowing. My entire plot pacing has been arranged in this way. The reason everyone feels it's slow now is partly because there's a lot of anticipation for the Wasteland's arrival, and partly because updating only 4,000 words a day is simply not enough. I know that, I know it very well. Actually, every time I see you all urging me, I get really anxious. These past few days I've been so anxious I haven't been able to eat. I'm constantly scratching my head while writing, endlessly revising and rewriting before each update, even wishing I could finish it all at once for the book to be released. But there's no way around it. As a new author with a new book, I don't have a fan base yet, and I'm heavily reliant on the exposure that comes with the new release period. And during the new release period, except for those established authors, everyone can only update 4,000 words a day. I've applied to the editor, but the earliest I can get it released is after midnight on September 9th. Here, I promise everyone, on the day of release, I will update at least 10 chapters. After release, I will guarantee at least 10,000 words of updates every day. There are only a few days left until release, so please give this new author a little patience and understanding so I can finish writing the story. I will listen to your suggestions and slightly speed up the pace later. Thank you everyone. Finally, just a quick update. New book request for monthly votes. 500 votes for an extra chapter, no upper limit, all due by the end of the month. By Milk Green Mango Without Sugar, LV1. Chapter 70 Return to 1. Dormitory 615. Old Kui, UFI, and Gang GE all left with their suitcases. Section 96. Old Kui's family lives in the neighboring Zhejiang province, and so does his girlfriend. Although it's already 11 or 12 at night, the high-speed rail is still running. Old Kui bought a ticket for the next available train and went directly to Zhangcheng North Station. Yu Fei's family lives in Yanjing. His flight was rescheduled for 4 a.m., which is actually a bit early, but Yu Fei still dragged his suitcase to the airport ahead of time. Gang GE was also traveling with them. His flight was for 8 a.m. The three of them remembered to wear helmets when they left. In the dormitory, the air conditioner was blowing cold air, leaving only Yu Jin alone. I won't go to Lang Lang Mountain tonight. Yu Jin made the decision. Compared to being deep in the mountains, it's actually more comfortable to be in the dormitory taking drugs. At least there's a pillow and blanket when I'm asleep. However, before taking drugs, Yu Jin left dormitory 615 and went to dormitory 610, which is 2 dorm rooms next to each other. It was Saturday, and none of the 4 students in dormitory 610 were asleep. When Yu Jin pushed open the door, he heard cries of mom and similar calls. Old Tang. Yu Jin walked to bed number 2 and patted Tang Yungsuan on the shoulder. The latter was playing masonry and was startled by the pat. Tang Yungsuan took off his headphones, turned around, and saw it was Yu Jin. Oh, the environmental ambassador is here. Tang Yungsuan grinned mischievously. Yu Jin had become a celebrity at Zhang University these past 2 days. First, there was the sewage river cleanup, then he became Jiangxin's environmental ambassador, and today he even went to a chemical plant to thoroughly clean up pollution. The name Yu Jin was on the front page of all the major local news media in Zhangcheng. Come out. I need to talk to you. Yu Jin wasn't joking with old Tang and pulled him out of the dormitory. Ha! Old Yu, why are you so strong? Tang Yungsuan yelled, being dragged to room 615 by Yu Jin. Really? Tang Yungsuan looked at the helmet on the table, then at Yu Jin, his eyes wide. Yeah. Yu Jin's tone was serious, indicating he wasn't joking. Although Tang Yungsuan's personality was a bit impulsive, seeing Yu Jin's attitude, he realized the seriousness of the situation. Did senior sister Yin tell you? Tang Yungsuan couldn't help but ask. Although he hadn't seen Yin Yao's original club application form, after these few days of environmental activities, Tang Yungsuan realized just how powerful Yin Yao's legendary connections really were. Yes. Yu Jin nodded. He didn't waste any more words with Tang Yungsuan, but instead stuffed the unopened helmet into his arms. 2 more days. Think about it yourself, whether you want to wear a helmet for the early closed beta. If you do the closed beta, remember to send me your coordinates later. Also, don't go around telling everyone about this. Yu Jin was worried Tang Yungsuan might blurt it out, so he gave him a final reminder. Then, bang, Yu Jin chased old Tang out of the dorm and slammed the door shut. Click. Just to be safe, Yu Jin locked the door from the inside. At this point, family, roommates, and best friend old Tang Yu Jin had everything settled. Next, it's time to go all out with crystals and level up. Yu Jin took a deep breath. Actually, he had an extremely bold idea in his mind. At level 7, he couldn't stop Oumuamua. What about level 8? What about level 9? Although his abilities were greatly suppressed on Earth, but as long as his rank and original stats were high enough, he could still unleash considerable extraordinary power. Despite setting a coordinate imprint, Ember wasn't sure if he could return from the Wasteland. He didn't want to see. By the time he fought his way through the Wasteland and returned to Earth, it would be a desolate wasteland. What's the point of being invincible if the crystal is gone? Of course, Ember's idea to stop Oumuamua wasn't unfounded. His confidence stemmed from an item that had just been refreshed in the point shop an hour earlier. Whoosh! With a thought, Yu Jin's system panel appeared. Ability, Unity, LV1. Price, 100,000 points. Evaluation, Unity of all things, gathers and concentrates all the energy of one's attributes into a specific ability, greatly enhancing the ability's effect. Note: this ability is attribute-less, but has significant side effects. Please use it with caution. Note: this ability is difficult to upgrade to a higher rank. Please choose carefully. Cooldown, 30 days. All things return to 1. Yu Jin murmured the system's evaluation. With it, it meant he could amplify a specific ability, unleashing effects beyond suppression. The light of purification. Yu Jin had his answer. This was his first ability, the first one he had ever acquired. The Light of Purification. Type, Ability. Effect, Healing, Purifying, Dispelling. Rank, LV6. This was Yu Jin's highest ranking ability to date. With each purification of pollution sources, the experience points for this ability steadily increased. Besides its LV6 rank, the most fundamental reason was the purification effect it possessed. Oumuamua itself posed no threat to Blue Star, the threat lay in the unknown substance it carried, possessing extraordinary polluting properties. Intuition told Yu Jin that the Light of Purification might have an unexpectedly effective restraining effect against this polluting substance. Ideally, I can break through to the 9th rank before transmigrating. After reaching the 9th rank, in the Return to One state, unleash a devastating purification light on Oumuamua. If I don't have enough purified nuclear waste to break through to the 9th rank, I can also use the system rewards from purifying Oumuamua to break through to the 9th rank. Section 97. With a plan in mind, Yu Jin felt a surge of energy. Without hesitation, he bought the Return to One directly. At the same time, he also bought all 6 other items in the shop, all energy crystals. These included 2 7th-tier crystals, 3 6th-tier crystals, and 1 5th-tier crystal. The prices were 100,000, 40,000, and 2,000 points respectively. Current Wasteland points, 455,000. A short while later, a series of crisp crack sounds echoed in the dormitory. Yu Jin, as before, was dizzy from absorbing a large amount of energy. Not long after, he lay unconscious on his dormitory bed. Wasteland, Dawn City. Under the tense waiting of Yefan and the others, Yin Yao, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground, opened her eyes. Whoosh! A sandstorm raged around her. In an instant, the howling sound was deafening. Success! A 3rd-tier evolver. Yin Yao opened her eyes, a relieved joy spreading across her delicate face. Only 48 hours remained before the transmigration. In Yin Yao's plan, she didn't intend to log into the game on the last day. Instead, she would spend it with her parents and family. None of her parents and grandfather chose to wear helmets. This also meant, this transmigration might mean never seeing them again. Therefore, Yin Yao set a goal for herself. That was to advance to the 3rd tier and successfully join the Dawn City Guard before the last day, no matter what. To this end, after Ember left the manor, she put on her helmet and logged into Wasteland. She fought for several hours in the wilderness outside Dawn City before obtaining another 2nd-tier infected crystal. Now, after absorbing the crystal, she successfully broke through to the 3rd tier. Yin Yao took a deep breath and rose from the ground. She strode towards the Dawn Inner City. She was determined to pass this guard team assessment. Chapter 71 Captain. Dawn Inner City. Martial Arts Square. Bang! Yin Yao was sent flying backward, crashing heavily to the ground. Sizzle! Not far away, the black mechanical beetle emitted a series of sharp sounds. Cough! Yin Yao coughed up blood as she struggled to her feet, looking at the beetle. After reaching the 3rd tier, her sandstorm ability had been greatly enhanced. But for some reason, she felt that this mechanical beetle was far stronger than in the last assessment. In a daze, Yin Yao even felt like she was facing a 4th-tier beetle, not a 3rd-tier one. Continue, or give up? While Yin Yao was stunned, Neil, dressed in black leather, appeared before her. Angelina Neil's blue eyes, gleaming with a mechanical sheen, stared silently at Yin Yao, devoid of any emotion. Continue. Yin Yao gritted her teeth. She activated her sandstorm attribute again, charging towards the black mechanical beetle before her. 15 times. Yin Yao was blasted away by the mechanical beetle 15 times. And each time, Neil would appear before her, asking the same question. Continue, or give up? Each time, Yin Yao gritted her teeth and gave an absolutely certain answer. Until, the 16th time, Yin Yao had completely exhausted all her energy. On the Wasteland, although evolved beings didn't have precise health bars or mana bars, there were still limitations on their energy levels. Each fall and rise was entirely sustained by Yin Yao's willpower. Moreover, she was now certain that the beetle she was fighting wasn't a 3rd tier, but a 4th tier. She knew that other evolved beings were also undergoing trials in the arena, but their opponents were all 3rd tier beetles. Continue, or give up? Neil appeared before Yin Yao once again. In the distance, the 4 people, including Yefan, who had watched the entire process, clenched their fists, feeling indignant for Yin Yao. They could all see that Neil was deliberately making things difficult for Yin Yao. Continue. Yin Yao managed to squeeze out these 2 words. She struggled to her feet, no matter how hard she tried. Neil watched silently. 5 minutes later, miraculously, Yin Yao stood up. She wiped the blood from her mouth and, swaying slightly, tried to rush towards the 4th-tier beetle again. But this time, sizzle! Before Yin Yao reached the mechanical beetle, it buzzed and collapsed on its own. Then, To Yin Yao's astonishment, the beetle crackled and shattered into countless mechanical fragments. Congratulations! Neil's voice sounded behind her. Section 98. Yin Yao turned her head. Their eyes met. Neil's deep blue eyes remained expressionless. You've passed the assessment for the position of captain of the Dawn City Guard. Tell me your name. Yin Yao's beautiful eyes widened. The captain of the Dawn City Guard? Until this moment, she finally understood why Neil had been targeting her. It turned out that what she was facing wasn't a guard member assessment at all, but a guard captain assessment. For a moment, Yin Yao didn't know how to describe her feelings. Bad news. She'd been swatted away by beetles 16 times. Now, almost every inch of her body was covered in wounds, and many bones were broken. Good news. She skipped the team member stage and became the captain of the Dawn City Guard. Yin Yao. Yin Yao hissed, her throat tightening as she uttered her name. Okay, Yin Yao. You have 2 days to recover from your injuries. 2 days later, you will officially assume the captaincy, leading and managing the Dawn City Guard. Neil finished speaking and turned to leave. Only his cold, mechanical voice echoed in the training grounds. On the grounds, many evolved individuals still undergoing assessments cast envious and admiring glances at Yin Yao. At the same time, the 5 Tier 3 evolved individuals who had been observing from afar, the only 5 remaining members of the Dawn City Guard, all approached Yin Yao. Captain, my name is Zhou Lishuan, Rusty Iron Attribute, a 3rd Tier Evolver, reporting for duty. Captain, my name is Selena, Gentle Breeze Attribute, a 3rd Tier Evolver, reporting for duty. Miss, you are now the captain of the guard. Dawn Inner City. In a small, clean, and tidy building, Yafan and his companions looked at Yin Yao, who was absorbing a 1st Tier crystal to heal her injuries, their voices still filled with undisguised surprise. Yin Yao simply responded softly. She looked around. This small building was a reward bestowed upon the guard captain by Neil, the administrator of Dawn City. In the perilous Wasteland world, being in a refuge city and having a permanent residence in a refuge city are 2 completely different concepts. The former is merely the status of a refugee, who could be evicted from the refuge city at any time. The latter, however, meant obtaining the refuge city's identity card, making her a legitimate citizen. Thinking of this, Yin Yao couldn't help but sigh. In her previous life, after struggling for months, she hadn't even managed to get an identity card, remaining a Wasteland refugee until her death at the hands of the mutated Beast King. The new city lord is quite nice, and that mechanical attribute woman is also very good. But, when Ember arrives, he'll still betray us. Yin Yao's mind was clear. While this unexpected captain position surprised her, she hadn't forgotten her purpose in joining the guard. She was loyal to Dawn City, but only to Dawn City under Ember's rule. Speaking of which, the new city lord hasn't shown his face since taking office. Currently, it's known he's at least a 7th tier rank and possesses the attributes of light, lightning, and space simultaneously. It's truly unimaginable how Ember defeated him. However, based on my memories from my past life, it shouldn't be long, perhaps a month or 2, before Dawn City changes hands. Yin Yao mentally processed the information. Meanwhile, she recalled her unexpected discovery while leveling up outside the city. The number of mutated beast and infected nests near Dawn City far exceeds that of ordinary refuge cities. Especially in the last few days, they seem to be showing signs of rioting. On the Wasteland, refuge cities are not entirely safe. Every so often, refuge cities are attacked by hordes of mutated beasts or infected, sometimes even both simultaneously. Countless refuge cities have been slaughtered because they couldn't withstand the attacks. And after slaughtering a city, the mutated beast and infected hordes don't stay long, but return to their nests to lie dormant. Therefore, countless wandering refugees on the Wasteland occasionally discover such dead cities, then seize them and take their place. As far as Yin Yao knew, many refugees were lucky enough to discover the dead city, thus directly obtaining the status of city lord, and then rising to prominence. Although Yin Yao had never been a city lord, she had heard, compared to refugees, city lords possessed more resources and abilities, and could even mobilize the power of the refuge city to fight enemies when necessary. Wait! Yin Yao suddenly paused. Could it be that Yujin became the city lord of Dawn in his previous life through such a lucky break? Yin Yao was startled by this sudden thought. But then, she shook her head. No, it can't be that. The new city lord is, after all, a 7th tier evolved being. Unless the crisis of mutated beasts and infected creatures that erupted in Dawn City was something even the 7th tier new city lord couldn't handle. The words had barely left her lips. Boom! Rumble! In the center of Dawn City, the aura of an 8th tier evolved being soared into the sky. Chapter 72 Waiting. A 3 wasteland planet. Hundreds of thousands of miles away from Dawn City. A colossal city, large enough to contain hundreds of Dawn cities, lay silently like a giant dragon on the wasteland. Suddenly, Boom, rumble. A pillar of fire, tens of kilometers in diameter, shot into the sky. The scorching heat instantly engulfed the entire city. Section 99. Whoosh. In an instant, tens of millions of citizens within the city knelt down in unison. Sizzle. Sizzle. The next second, a crisp cracking sound followed. The pillar of flame, reaching to the heavens and the earth, was frozen solid, inch by inch. Ice and fire shone brightly at this moment. The cheers of the millions of citizens within the city grew even louder. This was their city lord powerful enough to protect millions. At this moment, in the heart of the majestic city, inside the city lord's palace, as magnificent and splendid as a palace, a figure opened his eyes on a throne where flames and ice crystals intertwined. It's his aura. He's about to descend. The figure on the throne didn't appear imposing, rather, he was somewhat petite. Flames surged around him, and ice crystals flew everywhere. Amidst the ice and fire, wisps of black mist faintly mingled. Really? Is it finally coming? Below the throne, 7 figures knelt in orderly rows. They were both men and women, all emanating extremely powerful auras. If Yin Yao were here, she would be shocked to discover these 7 people were all uniformly auras of 8th-tier evolved beings. But at this moment, upon hearing the words "he's coming," a look of relieved joy appeared on the faces of all 7. For this moment, they had waited a full 150 years. 150 years ago, they crossed over from planet Moor to this wasteland planet. At that time, they were incredibly weak, struggling to survive. The billions of people on planet Moor perished in a very short time. The remaining survivors were also captured by various refuge cities and used as laborers, food, or human sacrifices. For the countless refuge city lords on the wasteland, the veteran players, these transmigrated, new players were invaluable resources. Moreover, as time passed, the pollution of the wasteland would erode the consciousness of the Moor Star people. Slowly, they would even forget that they came from Moor Star. They would believe themselves to be the natives of the wasteland. And to resist this erosion, there were only 2 ways. Either enter a refuge city of level 5 or higher, or become an evolved being of rank 5 or higher. At that time, the Moor Star civilization was on the verge of extinction, like countless other civilizations and races, becoming history. The figure on the throne appeared out of nowhere. Ice, fire, prophecy, 3 attributes. In just 10 years, he broke through to rank 8. Rank 8 was already the absolute strongest at the pinnacle of this planet's pyramid. After all, to this day, no one on this planet has ever seen a living 9th-tier evolver. Back then, it was this very person on the throne who gathered and sheltered countless surviving Moors from the wasteland. The city of Naya today originated from this. 50 years since the Moors descended upon the wasteland. As in history, the countless refuge city lords on this planet once again ignited a war of vying for supremacy. It is said, the 10 most powerful refuge cities can advance, able to leave this desolate and lifeless wasteland planet, like a cage. Back then, Naya City possessed an 8th-tier city lord, whose level had reached level 8, ruling over thousands of smaller refuge cities. But, the one on the throne did not choose to participate in the war. On the contrary, he even voluntarily relinquished over 100 refuge cities under his rule, kicking himself out of the top 10 rankings. The people of Moor were puzzled, but no one dared to question the city lord's decision. Only a very few, namely the 7 figures kneeling before the throne, knew the inside story. All of this was because of a prophecy. The city lord's prophetic abilities were extremely powerful, allowing him to glimpse a corner of the future. And in one prophecy, the city lord saw the truly bright future of Moor. "We are waiting for someone," the city lord told them. After that, 50 years passed. On the wasteland, the smoke of war rose again. At that time, the city lord of Naya had broken through the 8th-tier barrier, reaching the legendary half-step 9th-tier level. The 7 more generals before the throne had also all achieved the 8th tier. Looking across the wasteland, such combat power, if not the strongest, is definitely a strong contender for the top 10. But Naya City remains quietly dormant, not participating. "We must wait for him to come," the city lord of Naya City said. No one knows what kind of future the city lord saw, that it was so. He was willing to wait 100 years to remain on this prison-like planet, even giving up 2 opportunities for advancement. And so it went. 50 more years passed. The original Moor Star people, except for the high-level evolved beings, have all been replaced by a new generation. But the figure on the throne still chooses to wait. Until today. 150 years have passed. The leader of Moor Star, the city lord of Naya City, has given an unequivocal answer. He is coming. Zhongcheng University. Men's dormitory, room 615. Yu Jin, still half asleep, awoke from his deep sleep. He picked up his phone from beside his pillow and glanced at the time. September 8, 2025. Section 100. 1630. I slept for so long. Yu Jin's eyelids twitched. He had only been consuming crystals since just past midnight last night. Maybe it's because I just reached level 7 and then absorbed a large amount of energy in a short time to break through to level 8? Sleeping is essentially for absorbing energy. The more energy you absorb in a short period, the longer you sleep. Yu Jin wondered. A moment later, Yu Jin looked at the system panel in front of him. Your level has increased. You have become an 8th level evolver. Energy surplus, continue to improve. You have taken a small step closer to becoming a 9th level evolver. You have comprehended a new 8th level ability. You have comprehended an 8th level light attribute ability. You have comprehended an 8th level lightning attribute ability. You have comprehended an 8th level spatial attribute ability. Speaking of which, Yu Jin hadn't yet tested the various attribute abilities after reaching level 7. It wasn't that he didn't want to try, but he simply couldn't. Forget experimenting, Yu Jin couldn't even see the names of 7th and 8th tier abilities. High tier abilities are too powerful. Did Mother Earth just ban them for me? Yu Jin wondered. No big problem, I'll be able to use them in the Wasteland eventually. I'll see how it goes then. Yu Jin muttered to himself, looking at the panel again. Resource legacy left by an 8th tier powerhouse. Evaluation. After activation, there is a chance to obtain the resources, abilities, attributes, memories of an 8th tier powerhouse in life, but there is also a chance to obtain nothing. Hint: current tier is 8th, can be activated. After advancing to the 8th rank, the first thing Yu Jin wanted to do was open blind boxes. The last 6th rank blind box, although it wasn't a perfect match, he got a widow. Yu Jin personally felt it wasn't a complete loss. After all, it was nice to have someone look after things for him while he wasn't in Dawn City. Open. Yu Jin's heart stirred. The panel wasn't as dazzlingly golden as described in novels. After a few seconds of silence, new lines of text appeared on the panel. You have obtained all the attributes of a certain 8th rank powerhouse. Chapter 73 Letter. All attributes? Yu Jin stared at the text, his eyelids twitching. Good heavens! So he's a multi-attribute evolver? You gained the attribute, metal. You gained the attribute, proliferation. Activate the attribute immediately? Activate. It was only afternoon, going to Langlang Mountain in broad daylight wasn't safe. Yu Jin decided to activate the attribute right there in his dorm. You awakened your 5th attribute, metal. You comprehended a 1st tier metal attribute ability, metal manipulation LV1. Passive effect, can sense the distribution of surrounding metal elements, immune to metal attacks of lower tiers. Active effect, manipulates metallic substances within range, altering their shape and density. You comprehended a 2nd tier metal attribute ability, steel body LV1. Active effect, metallizes the body surface, greatly increasing defense. You comprehended a 3rd tier metal attribute ability, liquid metal LV1. Active effect, liquefies and shapes metal, forming weapons or armor. You comprehended a 4th tier metal attribute ability, alloy reconstruction LV1. Active effect, decomposes and recombines metallic substances to create new alloys. You have mastered the 5th tier metal attribute ability, metal torrent LV1. Active effect, decomposes metallic substances within the area, forming a controllable metal storm. You have mastered the 6th tier metal attribute ability, metallization LV1. Active effect, flesh, bones, and skin are metallized, greatly increasing defense and attack power. You have awakened the 6th attribute, proliferation. You have mastered the 1st tier proliferation attribute ability, cell regeneration LV1. Passive effect, wound healing speed increased by 300%. Active effect, consumes energy to accelerate the regeneration of a designated body part. You have mastered the 2nd tier proliferation attribute ability, split LV1. Active effect, creates a physical clone that lasts for 1 minute, inherits 30% of the original's attributes. You have mastered the 3rd tier proliferation attribute ability, super rapid proliferation LV1. Active effect, briefly breaks through biological limitations, causing limbs/organs to expand 3 times in size. You have mastered the 4th tier proliferation attribute ability, flesh puppet LV1. Active effect, consumes biomass to create a puppet. Biomass can be obtained by decomposing other biological cells. You have mastered the 5th tier proliferation attribute ability, immortality LV1. Passive effect, regenerates slowly while retaining more than 10% of body tissue. Active effect, consumes a large amount of energy to instantly regenerate damaged parts. You have mastered the 6th tier proliferation attribute ability, cellularization LV1. Active effect, transforms into billions of cells. As long as one survives, it can fully regenerate after absorbing energy. Awakening 2 attributes at once is quite a lot of information. Ember didn't even have time to feel the changes in his body. He stared at the panel carefully for a while before memorizing all these abilities. Too many attributes seems to be a problem. Especially when I reach the 9th tier, each attribute will bring at least 9 abilities. Dozens of abilities. I'm afraid I won't be able to use them all. Ember sighed. This wasn't a Versailles sigh, but a serious one. Let's test it out first. Ember's gaze fell on the metal attribute. However, he didn't test the abilities of the 6 metals. Instead, hardening.